Chapter 901, Flying to Hong Kong 7. The moment she saw Old Master Yuan, Quan Shuang's lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. Moreover, she quickly averted her gaze. Toward Old Master Yuan, Quan Shuang felt not a trace of emotion in her heart. Others said that those bound by blood and bone would share a special connection, an unbreakable bond of lineage. But Quan Shuang did not. She thought that, even if she regained her memories, she would not feel a daughter's admiration and reverence for Old Master Yuan. The person she admired, revered, and felt grateful for was Old Master Yun. Watching Old Master Yun place her hand in Wang Juanda's, Quan Shuang smiled softly. This smile was untouched by time. This smile was called happiness. Even if it came late, it was still her happiness. Wang Juanda held Quan Shuang's hand tightly, their eyes meeting, their gazes flowing with the emotion belonging to them as middle-aged people. This emotion might not be earth-shattering, nor might it move heaven and earth, but the warmth of a steady, enduring love felt all the more sincere to the onlookers, who clapped with heartfelt blessings. The applause was thunderous, nearly lifting the roof. Old Master Yun was all smiles. Juanda, today I entrust Shuang to you. I hope you two will support each other in the second half of your lives and grow old together. Hearing Old Master Yun's words, Wang Juanda readily agreed. Yes, father, rest assured. Gaining a new relationship and a new family was no easy feat, and Wang Juanda naturally cherished it. Marrying Quan Shuang, some said he did it for power, others said he did it for profit. But he didn't care. If he let the envious, jealous, and hateful gossip bother him, he would only make things hard for himself. Living in this world, one doesn't live for others, but for oneself. To live freely, to live contentedly, to be able to say at the end of life that one has no regrets. Under the MC's direction, they exchanged rings and bowed to each other as husband and wife. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. Strictly speaking, the procedure should have involved exchanging rings and sealing their vows with a kiss. But this wasn't abroad, nor was it Hong Kong. Chinese people, especially the elderly, were relatively conservative and couldn't accept the idea of kissing in public, so it was changed. Even so, the wedding ceremony concluded perfectly. Quan Xingnan went into the dressing room to help her mother change clothes and also swapped out matching jewelry. A sapphire blue satin gown, form-fitting and elegant. Diamond jewelry sparkled brilliantly. Quan Xingnan also changed into a different outfit, a light pink cheongsam that further highlighted her graceful and poised demeanor. Quan Shuang came out and went table to table with Wang Juanda to toast, while Quan Xingnan was pulled aside by old Madame Qin to sit and chat. Ouyang sat beside Quan Xingnan and spoke with a smile. Nanan, when are you going to Hong Kong? Let me know when you leave, and help me buy a few things to bring back. Seeing some of the jewelry on Quan Xingnan that her mother-in-law had given her, having once said it was for her daughter-in-law, Ouyang understood everything clearly. Besides, she really liked Quan Xingnan. No one disliked Quan Xingnan after all, she possessed such an unfathomable skill. Quan Xingnan's face flushed a light pink, like cherry blossoms just beginning to bloom, especially charming. After my mom's wedding is over, I'll go for a trip to Hong Kong. Speaking of which, I haven't even seen my house in Hong Kong yet. In Hong Kong, where land is precious, a house of 1 or 200 square meters could already be called a luxury property. The house she owned was a mansion among mansions. Chapter 902, Flying to Hong Kong 8. Ouyang was amused by Quan Xingnan. Child, you're so wealthy, are you really short of a place to live? That's different. Quan Xingnan answered very seriously, a hint of slyness flickering in her bright, black and white eyes. What's different? Ouyang asked, as others also inquired. Quan Xingnan just chuckled without replying. Of course it was different. The house at home was her family's, the one in Hong Kong was hers, and Hong Kong was Hu Xiwedong's other home. She owned her own house in Hu Xiwedong's hometown, so when she arrived in Hong Kong, she had a place to stay without needing to live with the Hu family. She would visit them, and staying for a day or two occasionally was fine, but she couldn't live there long term. Pushing herself forward wasn't a good deal, she didn't need to lower her stance. Hong Kong's information network was very advanced, and paparazzi were everywhere. She didn't want to be the subject of gossip. Others didn't know Quan Xingnan's little thoughts, and seeing she didn't answer, they changed the topic to discuss the current situation and economy, since everyone at this table was an honored guest, all from political families. Of course, except for Zhao Yuzhen, Quan Xingnan's grandmother. They chatted and laughed, lively and warm, but old Master Yuan, sitting at the head table, felt quite uncomfortable. This was his daughter's wedding, yet he wasn't the officiant, just one of the honored guests. Yes, an honored guest. Regardless, old Master Yuan's status was undeniable. He was still a man of great power and influence. Even if Quan Shuang didn't acknowledge him, even if he had divorced Zhao Yuzhen, he was still Quan Shuang's biological father. With his position, many people still came forward to flatter old Master Yuan. At his age, aside from being a bit opaque in some matters, he was otherwise capable and handled things with ease. Though she had no emotional bond with old Master Yuan, Quan Xingnan didn't neglect propriety, especially at her mother's wedding. So, Hua Xuedong was such a busy person, yet she was so attentive and protective of Quan Xingnan. Was she just bored? No matter how good their friendship, it wouldn't be this meticulous. It was almost doting to the extreme. In the Qin family, many joked that Hua Xuedong was raising her own little wife. It was all in jest, but everyone was happy to see it happen. Chapter 903, Flying to Hong Kong 9. After preparing the gifts, Quan Xingnan also noted down the list of items Ouyang Yu needed her to bring back before bidding everyone farewell. Although she sometimes acted like an adult and handled things thoroughly, she was only 15 years old, still a minor. This trip far from home without any companion made Elder Yun and other elders very worried. Hearing everyone's concerns, Quan Xingnan quickly spoke up to reassure them. I'm not that young anymore, I'm not a child. I've been abroad several times, flying there and back. Going to Hong Kong this time is something I can handle with ease. Grandpa, Grandma, there's no need to worry. Elder Yun sighed with a smile. Even though you're capable, we can't help but worry. Upon hearing Elder Yun's words, Zhao Yuzhen grew even more anxious. Dear, how about you wait a couple of days and let your dad or your uncle find 2 trustworthy people to escort you to Hong Kong? Hearing Zhao Yuzhen's suggestion, Quan Xingnan waved her hands repeatedly. No, there's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm just going to Hong Kong for a fun trip, take a look at my own house, visit a few elderly folks, and buy a bunch of things. Quan Shuang shot her a glare and said, You've got some nerve saying that. Shouldn't your main focus be studying hard and improving every day? Mom, my grades aren't bad. I may rarely get first place, but I'm at least at an upper middle level, right? It's fine to cut loose once in a while, that's called balancing work and rest. Quan Xingnan grinned playfully, looking even more charming and adorable. But really, who among them wasn't sharp-eyed and clear-headed? From the usual actions of the Qin family and Hua Xuedong, Quan Shuang had already picked up on a few hints. And that was exactly why Quan Shuang was even more worried. People always talked about matching families in status. Although the Qin and Yuan families were indeed well-matched, and no one would say her daughter wasn't good enough for Hua Xuedong, her daughter was still young, more than 10 years younger than Hua Xuedong. A teenage girl and a mature man in his 30s, their mindsets were as far apart as a chasm. Her daughter couldn't handle Hua Xuedong. Quan Shuang sighed. Elder Yun, however, had no such concerns. Because he and his wife both knew their granddaughter was someone with great merit, someone who had returned to infancy from her 30s, possessing life experience on par with Hua Xuedong's. Perhaps because of her rebirth and the presence of so many elders around her, she sometimes acted like a child, naive, immature, and unrestrained, but most of the time, she carried the maturity of a woman in her 30s, just rarely showing it. On the issue of sending her off or not, no one could convince the other. In the end, after discussion among everyone, Wang Juanda had Wang Hui, who had volunteered, escort Quan Xingnan to Hong Kong. After all, Wang Hui was now Quan Xingnan's brother. As a brother, of course, he had to care for his sister. Thinking that Quan Xingnan would meet Hua Xuedong in Hong Kong, Wang Hui felt quite frustrated. Though his father had only recently married Quan Shuang, Wang Hui, who had lived and eaten at Quan Xingnan's home for quite a while and met her relatives, saw things very clearly. That Hua Xuedong, whom others described as mature, elegant, refined, and polite, definitely had designs on his sister. Seriously, how old was his sister? That old man, an old cow eating tender grass, TSK. What a beast. The Wang family wasn't short on money, and Wang Hui declared that after arriving in Hong Kong with his sister, he would definitely return with her. Though Quan Xingnan could see through people's hearts, she didn't do so lightly, so she had no idea about the various little schemes Wang Hui was cooking up in his mind. The siblings chose a day with good weather and boarded the plane to Hong Kong. Chapter 904, Flying to Hong Kong 10. As early as the 1980s, the mainland had already begun interacting with Hong Kong. Many wealthy Hong Kong businessmen flocked to the mainland to invest, and some even received meetings with national leaders. Now, in the 1990s, the mainland was growing increasingly prosperous, and Hong Kong's return was imminent. The cabin Quan Xingnan and Wang Hui were in was a luxury class. Although it was not yet 20 years later, class stratification had already begun to show. Wealthy people were everywhere. In first class, besides Quan Xingnan and Wang Hui, there were several figures from the wealthy elite. Some were men, some were women. Most were middle-aged, though 2 were relatively young. One was the female companion of a wealthy businessman, Mr. Liu. From their conversation, she seemed to be called by Shui Xian, a famous actress. The other was the daughter of a wealthy lady, Mrs. Wu, who appeared to be around 17 or 18. Mrs. Wu called her Wanner. Bai Shuixian was certainly young, but she was about 10 years older than Miss Wu. With delicate eyebrows and red lips, she was strikingly beautiful, even more vivid in person than Quan Xingnan had seen her on screen. Compared to economy class, the biggest advantage of first class was the spaciousness, giving each person a relatively private little space. Quan Xingnan sipped the milk the flight attendant had brought and eavesdropped on the conversations around her. She could hear clearly. Apart from a wealthy businessman named Mr. Rong, the others were from Hong Kong or Guangdong. They spoke in thick, authentic Cantonese, full of a charm that Mandarin lacked. Bai Shuixian was also a Hong Kong actress. The entertainment industry there was far more developed than in the mainland, producing countless superstars. Wang Hui asked the flight attendant for paper and a pen, spread them on the table, and wrote a note for Quan Xingnan to read. That Mr. Liu is a Hong Kong businessman named Lu Jin. He once collaborated with our dad on a big project. His business is doing well, but unfortunately, he's too much of a womanizer. He already has a wife and children at home. Quan Xingnan nodded, understanding immediately. Mr. Liu was overweight and ruddy-faced, while Bai Shuixian was young and beautiful. For two such people to travel together, flirting along the way, whether they were married or not, claiming it was for love would be nonsense. After finishing writing, Wang Hui smiled and said, "Since we've seen them, let's go say hello." Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and agreed. It was the most basic courtesy. In the business world, harmony brings wealth, and the biggest taboo was looking down on others. The siblings stood up and walked slowly toward Lu Jin, quickening their pace as they caught his slightly surprised gaze. Lu Jin recalled the recent rumors he had heard that Wang Juanda had married the only sister of several high-ranking officials. Although many secrets from above were not passed down, there were always a few well-informed people in the business world. Of course, a considerable number of businessmen had tangled, unbreakable ties with those in power. In those days, doing business without protection meant it could never grow big. The wealthy could never surpass the powerful. Thinking of this, Lu Jin immediately stood up, his face full of smiles. What a coincidence, running into you here, worthy nephew. He and Wang Juanda were on the same generational footing, so Wang Hui was naturally his junior. Wang Hui also adopted the attitude of a wealthy young master and smiled. Indeed. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it turns out they're fine, it really is Uncle Liu. They shook hands and exchanged greetings. Lu Jin inevitably asked about Wang Juanda's well-being before turning his gaze to Quan Xingnan. And this young lady is? As he looked, a flash of admiration passed through Lu Jin's eyes. What a beauty this was. Though still young and not yet fully matured, she already possessed the charm of a great beauty. Given time, she would surely be unparalleled in elegance. Compared to her, the heavily made-up Bai Shuixian beside him instantly became nothing more than common, gaudy makeup. Chapter 905, Flying to Hong Kong 11. Quan Xingnan, however, did not consider Bai Shuixian to be a vulgar, flashy woman. Which of the famous female stars of the 19th century were not stunning beauties? Without the enhancements of plastic surgery or photo editing, each possessed their own natural beauty, a beauty so breathtaking it left one speechless. To what extent? In modern terms, it was the kind of beauty that made people want to lick the screen. Quan Xingnan also noticed the admiration in Lu Jin's eyes. Fortunately, this man had experienced many grand occasions. Though he was a romantic at heart, his expression carried no lewdness, so it did not provoke any aversion from Quan Xingnan or Wang Hui. Even so, Wang Hui subtly shifted his body, slightly blocking Quan Xingnan from view. She is my younger sister, Quan Xingnan. Wang Hui deliberately emphasized the word sister. Master Quan. Lu Jin was startled, then overjoyed. I've long admired your reputation, truly long admired it. The people of Hong Kong held great faith in feng shui. Who didn't know of the mysterious and unfathomable Master Quan from the capital? Young in age, noble in birth. So this Master Quan was the daughter of Wang Hui's stepmother? Although Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang had only held an engagement ceremony, in the eyes of the older generation, an engagement was equivalent to marriage. During the ceremony, it was often referred to as a wedding, and outsiders saw it the same way. This was because many knew that Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang had already obtained their marriage certificate before the engagement ceremony. Unlike Lu Jin's ecstatic excitement, Quan Xingnan's expression remained calm as she nodded in greeting. Hello, Mr. Liu. It's merely a modest reputation. Lu Jin quickly replied, how could it be a modest reputation? Who hasn't heard of Master Quan's name thundering in their ears? Though I have long resided in Hong Kong, I have long known of Master Quan's remarkable abilities. I had wished to visit you but could not find a way. To meet you today is truly a stroke of great fortune, a stroke of great fortune. The more Lu Jin spoke, the more excited he became, his face flushing red with enthusiasm. His wealth and boldness made his voice loud, drawing the attention of other first-class passengers. Some quickly wore contemplative expressions. Quan Xing'an, ever polite, saw that Lu Jin was getting overly excited and quickly gestured for him to lower his voice so as not to disturb others. Lu Jin immediately fell silent and smiled at Quan Xing'an with great respect. This respect was not only for Quan Xing'an's abilities, but also for the family behind her. After taking his seat, Lu Jin leaned forward eagerly. Is Master Quan heading to Hong Kong? Otherwise, she wouldn't be on a flight to Hong Kong. Quan Xing'an nodded slightly. Yes, I am visiting an old friend. An old friend, yes, that was the term. Though Quan Xing'an was young, and He Biao and his family were older, those who had met her had become close friends despite the age gap, while those who hadn't had long admired her from afar. Not to mention the Hua family, which was Quan Xing'an's true destination. Hearing her words, Lu Jin's smile grew even wider. Does Master Quan have a place to stay? When Quan Xing'an nodded, Lu Jin felt a pang of regret. He had originally wanted to invite her to stay at his family's hotel, but that now seemed impossible. In that case, could Master Quan write down the address of your lodging? I sincerely wish to seek your guidance. Quan Xing'an thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Lu Jin immediately asked a flight attendant for paper and pen, placing them before Quan Xing'an. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Quan Xing'an wrote down the address of the luxurious mansion for Lu Jin. She did not plan to stay long at someone else's home, so she could only stay at her own. Upon seeing the address, Lu Jin was startled and treated Quan Xing'an with even greater reverence. This was a residence of the ultra-wealthy, a place where money alone, without status, could never buy a home. Chapter 906, Flying to Hong Kong 12. Bai Shuixian had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finding it strange that her patron, Lu Jin, was fawning over a young girl like this. Mr. Liu, what background does this young lady have? After Quan Xing'an and Wang Hui left their seats and returned to their own, Bai Shuixian leaned close to Lu Jin's ear. Her breath was like orchid, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lu Jin clutched the note with Quan Xing'an's address, holding it as if it were a mountain of gold and silver, with no attention left for his seductive mistress. Only after his excitement had calmed did Lu Jin carefully place the note in his wallet, tuck it into his pocket, and gently pat it before deigning to answer Bai Shuixian. This is Master Quan. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Bai Shuixian smiled. That's exactly why I'm asking you, Mr. Liu. Tell me, let me broaden my horizons. Lu Jin quietly gave Bai Shuixian a general idea of Quan Xing'an's situation, then lowered his voice to warn her. Don't bring the scheming from your circle to bear on Master Quan. Many things in this world can't be hidden from her. Setting aside her abilities, her family background alone is not something we can afford to offend. Bai Shuixian listened, her heart pounding, a flicker of light in her eyes. Master Quan, is that formidable? How old is she? Talent doesn't depend on age. Master Quan was already famous as a child. Everyone says she's a gift from heaven, born with innate abilities. Although the mainland forbade the promotion of feudal superstitions, it couldn't stop people's speculations. Quan Xing'an gained fame in her youth. If not innate, how could an ordinary child possess such abilities? A gift from heaven, this was the unspoken consensus among the people. Quan Xing'an had sharp ears and keen eyes. No matter how low Lu Jin and Bai Shuixian lowered their voices, she heard every word clearly. With a faint smile, Quan Xing'an picked up her cup and drank her milk. Inspiring fear and speculation was not a bad method. If others feared her, they wouldn't dare provoke her. Aside from not daring to oppose the state, Quan Xing'an feared nothing, least of all so-called schemes and tricks. After finishing her milk and lightly wiping her mouth, Quan Xing'an's eyes darted around, observing the several infant spirits beside Bai Shuixian. So-called infant spirits were the souls of babies who had died in the womb. Bai Shuixian had 4 infant spirits around her, 1 male, 3 female, tiny, pitch-black masses with terrifyingly ferocious features. If Quan Xing'an wasn't mistaken, these 4 infant spirits were the fetuses Bai Shuixian had conceived and then aborted. Because their resentment was so strong, they lingered around Bai Shuixian, refusing to leave. Clearly, these infant spirits had absorbed a great deal of yin energy, growing into this state as malevolent spirits. The little infant spirits circled Bai Shuixian, some clinging to her head, some to her shoulders, some to her legs, all appearing to bite and tear at her. Quan Xing'an couldn't recall exactly when Hong Kong had enacted its law prohibiting abortion, but Bai Shuixian had clearly violated it. Quan Xing'an had always held a reverence for life. If you didn't want to have children, couldn't you just use contraception? Why get pregnant, let the fertilized egg gradually develop into life, and then abort it? How cruel. Thus, seeing the infant spirits pestering Bai Shuixian, Quan Xing'an had no desire to comment. One day, when Bai Shuixian suffered the torment of the infant spirits, it would be entirely her own doing. It was under these circumstances that the plane slowly glided down onto the airport in Hong Kong. Before the plane had even landed, a sweet smile spread across Quan Xingnan's face. Hong Kong, I'm here. Chapter 907, First Arrival at the Hu Family 1. Because they had informed them in advance, Quan Xingnan and Wang Hui saw Secretary Chen waiting for them as soon as they got off the plane. Secretary Chen had not accompanied Hu Xiwedding abroad, but stayed in Hong Kong to handle work here. Anne. Quan Xingnan stood out with her striking looks and vibrant aura, so Secretary Chen spotted her immediately, waving enthusiastically and calling out her English name while helping Alexander and the other bodyguards take over the luggage. After they met up, Quan Xingnan furrowed her delicate brows. Secretary Chen, didn't you all go with fourth brother? Hu Xiwedding held a high position and wielded great power. As one of Hong Kong's top tycoons, countless people wanted him dead. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan felt quite worried. Although she knew Hu Xiwedding carried the various protective talismans she had given him, she still couldn't stop herself from overthinking. Secretary Chen gave an awkward smile. The business here can't be neglected. There's a project that Mr. Hu needed to handle personally, but now that something's gone wrong over there, he had to go deal with it, leaving me to manage things here. Then he should have taken more bodyguards with him, Quan Xingnan said. Hearing this, Secretary Chen smiled again, a smile of delight on Hu Xiwedding's behalf. For him, this kind of concern was sweet. Don't worry, Anne. Mr. Hu won't take risks with his own safety. He never lacks bodyguards. Then why did he leave Alexander and the others behind? As Quan Xingnan walked and asked, Secretary Chen answered truthfully, the reason Alexander and the other bodyguards were left in Hong Kong is that, and you're more familiar with them, making it easier for them to protect you. A wave of warmth surged through Quan Xingnan's heart, her lashes lowering slightly, her gaze as soft as water. Wang Hui pursed his lips, glanced at Secretary Chen a few times, and asked, has my sister's house been cleaned? Quan Xingnan needed to move in at any time, so she had informed Secretary Chen well in advance. Secretary Chen nodded with a smile. Don't worry, young Master Wang. Anne's house has been cleaned thoroughly, and all daily necessities are ready. She can move in any time, but... Secretary Chen shifted the topic and asked Quan Xingnan, and aren't you going to Mr. Hu's home? Elder Mr. Hu and Mrs. Hu are waiting. Without hesitation, Quan Xingnan replied, of course I'll visit Elder Mr. Hu and Mrs. Hu. I've brought so many things for them. But first, I need to freshen up at my own house. That's only polite. Seeing and is the greatest surprise for Elder Mr. Hu and Mrs. Hu. The gifts are secondary. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan beamed with joy. She and Hu Xiwedding had an age gap of over a decade, and she was still a minor. Even though she carried decades of life experience within her, in the eyes of the world, she was still a child, and many disapproved of this relationship. So, receiving blessings from Hu Xiwedding's elders on both sides was her greatest fortune. The house she referred to as the villa gifted by the Hu family back then, located in the southeastern part of Hong Kong. As they arrived at the peninsula, Wang Hui widened his eyes unashamedly and clutched his chest. Oh my god, this is a true top-tier luxury mansion. Nestled against the mountains and facing the sea, with beautiful scenery, the scattered villas were hidden among countless hills, waters, and forests. Moreover, security was extremely strict. This was well known and understood by everyone. After all, those living here were world-class tycoons. Hearing Wang Hui's heartfelt exclamations, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. Brother probably doesn't know, but this is the most famous feng shui treasure spot in Hong Kong, a place that gathers wind and energy known to all. Wang Hui stuck out his tongue. The siblings, along with Secretary Chen and the others, drove toward the location of Quan Xingnan's house. Along the way, they saw many luxury cars. And, strolling on the island, some well-known tycoons. Chapter 908, First Arrival at the Hu Family 2. The car Quan Xingnan was riding in naturally belonged to Hu Xiwedding, and Hu Xiwedding's car was very famous in Hong Kong. A wealthy man named Lu Baolin, who was out for a walk, looked back in confusion at the car passing before him. I recall that the Hu family had a problem with a business overseas, and Hu Xiwedding went to handle it personally. Why is his car here? He hasn't really stayed in his house here much. The bodyguard he asked replied respectfully, Mr. Hu isn't in Hong Kong, so it must not be him in the car. For a big figure like Hu Xiwedding, neither entertainment nor financial newspapers would let him go unnoticed, and Hong Kong's paparazzi are very famous. If he had returned, there would have been some news. Not him. Lu Baolin exclaimed in surprise, then asked, if not him then who? Who has the honor of using his car? The bodyguard shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Lu Baolin thought for a moment and smiled. Let's go pay a visit later and see who it is. Although Lu Baolin was older, past middle age, Hu Xiwedding held a higher status. Not to mention his family background on the mainland, the Hu family itself was a major company comparable to the Tianxia Group. Moreover, anyone who could live here was no ordinary person. The villas here were not adjacent but scattered around, each with plenty of private space. Wang Hui followed Quan Xingnan out of the car, his mouth hanging open even wider. Although the Wang family was wealthy, they hadn't reached this level. They were only middle class, so naturally, he had never been here before. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "Brother, close your mouth. We're home now. This is my sister's house in Hong Kong? Where did it come from?" Wang Hui asked, looking around as he followed Quan Xingnan inside. "The Hu family gave it to me many years ago." Quan Xingnan didn't hide it from him. Secretary Chen explained beside them, back then, and reminded Mr. Hua and gave him a protective talisman, helping him avoid a disaster. So, big Mr. Hua and Mr. Hua gave and 3% of the Hua Group shares and this house as a thank you gift. Wang Hui's eyes widened in shock. 3% of the Hua Group shares? I didn't expect my sister to be such a big tycoon. The market value of 3% of the Hua Group shares was incalculable, and even though Wang Hui wasn't from Hong Kong, he knew that well. Secretary Chen couldn't help but keep driving the point home. That's not all. Not to mention Anne's own career. She also holds shares in the Tianxia Group and is a shareholder of Wesheng Wudong under the Hua family. Her properties and jewelry are countless. Wang Hui knew Quan Xingnan was wealthy, powerful, and influential, but he hadn't realized she was this rich. For Quan Xingnan, money had become a meaningless number. As they entered the villa, several staff members who had been arranged there to take care of Quan Xingnan's daily life were already waiting to greet her. Secretary Chen introduced them to Quan Xingnan one by one. "And this is Sister Rong. She's an excellent cook and also a nutritionist, responsible for your meals." Quan Xingnan nodded to the middle-aged woman he pointed at, smiling gently. Seeing that she wasn't arrogant, Sister Rong immediately felt relieved. "Hello, miss. There's top-grade bird's nest stewing in the kitchen. I'll bring it to you shortly. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll make it well." "Thank you. And this is Uncle Ding, the gardener, responsible for the plants here." Secretary Chen continued introducing the next person. "Hello, Uncle Ding. Thank you for your hard work. And this is Aunt Wang in charge of cleaning." "Hello, Aunt Wang. Thank you for your efforts." Secretary Chen added, "You've met the driver, Zhang Yun, who just drove the car. And this is Uncle Yan, who guards the gate." Quan Xingnan responded with an and greeted Uncle Yan as well. While they were resting indoors and eating bird's nest, Uncle Yan came in to say that Mr. Liu had come to call. Chapter 909, First Arrival at the Hua Family 3. Who is Mr. Liu? Quan Xingnan's eyes flickered with a question mark. At first hearing, she couldn't recall his identity at all, so she had to ask Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen, as expected of a capable assistant who had followed Hu Xiuedong for years, immediately knew who the visitor was. "It's Liu Baolin, Mr. Liu." Seeing that Quan Xingnan still couldn't remember, Secretary Chen explained further. "He's the chairman of the Liu Group, one of the top 10 tycoons in Hong Kong Island, and owns a villa here. Anyone who could live here was definitely a top-tier billionaire." Quan Xingnan expressed understanding, but still looked puzzled, saying, "For no reason, why is Mr. Liu here?" She wasn't Hu Xiuedong. If she came, someone would definitely visit. Although she owned a mansion here, she was unknown on Hong Kong Island. Secretary Chen, however, didn't think so. He was well aware of Liu Baolin's intention. He surely wanted to meet the owner of this villa. Since this villa had belonged to Quan Xingnan, no one from the Hua family had stayed here again. Of course, because of her relationship with Quan Xingnan, Hu Xiuedong had always hired people to manage all affairs of the villa. The change of ownership of the villa naturally couldn't be hidden from these well-informed tycoons. Hearing Secretary Chen's thoughts, Quan Xingnan smiled lightly and went out with him and Wang Hui to greet the visitor. It was a matter of politeness. Although Quan Xingnan was no ordinary person, she was very young and would never arrogantly put on airs. Liu Baolin stood alone at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, refined and scholarly, with quite an air of a learned man. Sensing someone coming out, Liu Baolin quickly looked over. What first caught his attention was not Secretary Chen or Wang Hui, even though they were dressed in suits and exuded the demeanor of successful men. What drew his gaze immediately was the young girl among them. Simply dressed in a cotton and linen long dress, with 2 neat braids. He initially thought the most eye-catching would be her set of uniformly colored jadeite earrings and jadeite bracelet, being the extremely rare imperial green. However, Liu Baolin felt that nothing could compare to the young girl wearing these rare treasures. Her skin was as smooth as white jade, her smile as radiant as a beautiful flower, and her whole being exuded an aura of vitality that was dazzling and captivating. At that moment, Liu Baolin found himself at a loss for words, as the vocabulary in his mind couldn't fully describe that beauty. "What brings Mr. Liu here?" Secretary Chen warmly stepped forward to greet him and solemnly introduced Quan Xingnan's identity. "Mr. Liu, let me introduce you. This is Miss Quan Xingnan, English name N. and is not only the owner of this villa but also a shareholder of our group. Seeing Lu Baolin's expected surprise, Secretary Chen smiled slightly and continued to list Quan Xingnan's assets. Not only that, and is also a shareholder of the Tianxia Group. Hearing this, Lu Baolin said enthusiastically, "Miss, and is truly accomplished at such a young age. Admirable, admirable." Leaving aside her identity as the villa's owner, her status as a shareholder of two major groups alone was not to be underestimated. Although the Hu family and the He family had a good relationship, the business world was like a battlefield. When their goals aligned, there was still tension between them. Owning shares in both major companies meant she was no ordinary person. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "You flatter me. I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Liu. It's an honor to finally meet you today." As she spoke, she extended her slender hand. The jadeite bracelet on her wrist was like clear water, translucent and vibrant, shimmering with fluorescence. Lu Baolin shook her hand. "A pleasure to meet you, a pleasure. Please come inside, Mr. Liu." After the pleasantries, Quan Xingnan made a gesture of invitation, and the group walked into the house. A faint shadow accompanying Lu Baolin immediately followed. Chapter 9-10, First Arrival at the Hu Family 4. Quan Xingnan kept her eyes straight ahead, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Once inside, they took their seats as host and guest. Rong Jia immediately brought tea but paused to remind Quan Xingnan before leaving. "And you and Mr. Wang just had bird's nest soup, so wait a while before drinking the tea." Quan Xingnan was slightly taken aback, then nodded in thanks. "Got it, thank you, Rong Jia." Only then did Rong Jia quietly withdraw. Lu Baolin, who had been worrying about how to start a conversation, seized this opportunity and said with a smile, "She's quite diligent. The nanny at my place only focuses on cooking to our tastes and never considers health issues." Quan Xingnan smiled at this. Rong Jia is indeed very good, and her skills are excellent. Just the bowl of bird's nest soup alone showed Rong Jia's craftsmanship. Bird's nest is good for the skin, and since the Hong Kong and Guangdong regions place great emphasis on health preservation, Quan Xingnan found it quite intriguing. As for Lu Baolin's complaints about her own nanny, Quan Xingnan pretended not to hear them and refrained from commenting. Lu Baolin could complain, but as an outsider, Quan Xingnan couldn't chime in. Seeing how well Quan Xingnan understood boundaries and propriety at such a young age, Lu Baolin felt great admiration. Looking around the living room, Lu Baolin noticed that the villa was decorated in an antique style. The tables and chairs were all made of exquisite red sandalwood, dazzling to the eye. Only those in the know would recognize these pieces of furniture as treasures, not to mention the carefully arranged antiques. The teapot and teacups on the table were also antiques, a purple clay teapot and purple clay cups. Lu Baolin picked up the small purple clay cup, gently inhaled its fragrance, tasted it, and praised, "Excellent tea." Quan Xingnan had never been to Hong Kong before, let alone stayed in this house. Everything inside had naturally been arranged by Hu Xuedong. Suppressing the warmth in her heart, Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it." Since she didn't know how much tea was stored at home, she refrained from offering Lu Baolin some to take with her. After finishing the tea, Lu Baolin said, "Miss, and this is your first time staying here, isn't it? I've lived here for a few years and have built relationships with the neighbors. If you agree, I'd like to host a party to welcome you." Regardless, she wanted to show her goodwill first. Although she didn't know Quan Xingnan's background, the fact that Secretary Chen, whom Hu Xuedong trusted most, personally came to pick her up was enough to warrant building a connection. Lu Baolin considered herself a good judge of character. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan politely declined. "I appreciate your kindness, Mrs. Liu, and I shouldn't refuse under normal circumstances. But since I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with everything around me, I wouldn't want you to go to any trouble. After I've settled in for a few days, visited some elders, and Turnance returns from his business trip abroad, we'll host a reception and look forward to everyone's presence." Hearing her address Hu Xuedong by his English name, Lu Baolin's estimation of Quan Xingnan rose even higher. Although in Hong Kong, subordinates could address their superiors by their English names, the way one used the name also reflected the closeness of the relationship. After all, Quan Xingnan was clearly from the mainland. Thinking of Hu Xuedong's family background on the mainland, Lu Baolin speculated that Quan Xingnan might come from a similar environment. Thus, when Quan Xingnan declined, Lu Baolin wasn't upset at all. Instead, she said happily, "Then you must be sure to give me an invitation when the time comes, so I won't be turned away at the door." "Don't worry." Since Lu Baolin was the first person in this villa community to extend goodwill to her, Quan Xingnan was also interested in building a connection. Moreover, Quan Xingnan could tell that Lu Baolin was a person of integrity. His soul emitted a faint golden glow, indicating that he had done a great deal of charity work, and done it sincerely. The same was true for the spirit beside him. Lu Baolin didn't stay long. As she took her leave, Quan Xingnan saw her out and couldn't help but glance at the spirit. The spirit happened to look up, and their eyes met. Chapter 9:11. First arrival at the Hua family 5. The one startled was not Quan Xingnan, but that wisp of a ghost. Its eyes were wide open, almost bulging out. Its mouth hung open, large enough to fit an egg. And it stood frozen in place, not leaving along with Lu Baolin. After seeing Lu Baolin off and returning, Quan Xingnan caught sight of the ghost in this state and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Secretary Chen and Wang Hui both found it baffling and asked Quan Xingnan in unison, "What's wrong? Was Mr. Lu's visit that amusing?" It didn't seem like any funny topics came up. The laugh snapped the stunned ghost out of its shock, and Quan Xingnan wiped the smile off her face, holding it back as she said seriously, "I wasn't laughing at Mr. Lu, but at something else. It's not worth mentioning." Secretary Chen and Wang Hui assumed it was just a little girl's private thoughts and paid it no mind. Back inside, Secretary Chen, who was about to leave, asked Quan Xingnan, "And when do you plan to visit Mr. Hua Sr. and Mrs. Hua?" "I need to make arrangements." Quan Xingnan glanced at the sky. It was getting late. After thinking it over carefully, she said, "My brother and I will rest well tonight and visit the elders tomorrow morning." Secretary Chen nodded and added, "There's also Mr. He Sr. and Mrs. He Sr. They've been calling me nonstop. If they call you again, tell them that once I've seen the elders, I'll go visit their home." Visiting He Biao and Yan Xuelian was one of Quan Xingnan's purposes for coming to Hong Kong. Hearing her decision, Secretary Chen took his leave with peace of mind. The driver and the bodyguards naturally stayed at the villa, each with their own rooms, already prepared. Quan Xingnan told Wang Hui to rest and returned to her own room. The ghost followed her closely, and once inside the room, it urgently spoke, "Hey, you're called Anne, right? Can I call you Anne? You can see me, can't you?" Quan Xingnan loosened her 2 braids, and with a gentle shake, her wavy black hair cascaded over her shoulders and back. It was glossy, soft, and smooth enough to be in an advertisement. The ghost was a woman, and a great beauty at that. Otherwise, Quan Xingnan would have shut her out long ago. As she removed her delicate green jade earrings, Quan Xingnan said with a smile, "What does it matter if I can see you or not? You don't strike me as someone with an unfulfilled wish." Because she could tell that when the ghost looked at Lu Baolin, her eyes were full of tenderness. Only love, no hatred. And Lu Baolin wasn't a bad person. If he were, his soul wouldn't be so pure. Hearing this, the beautiful ghost gazed at Quan Xingnan with a plaintive look. Quan Xingnan wasn't swayed. She turned back, fixed her eyes on the ghost's serene face, and smiled without a word. The beautiful ghost let out a long sigh, her voice as ethereal as those in ghost stories on TV. "Who says I've no wish? If I didn't, I wouldn't linger in this world. But what good is an unfulfilled wish? No one can help me fulfill it." Before Quan Xingnan could respond, she revealed her wish herself. Quan Xingnan almost burst out laughing when she heard it. Her wish was to marry Lu Baolin and have the name on her spirit tablet read Lu Zhang. Zhang Alian was the beautiful ghost's name. Quan Xingnan had no intention of helping Zhang Alian fulfill this wish. As far as she knew, Lu Baolin had a virtuous wife and a pair of children, a fairly happy family, well known in Hong Kong. Quan Xingnan despised anyone who destroyed another's family. How could she possibly offer to help Zhang Alian? Chapter 9:12. First arrival at the Hua family 6. Zhang Alian was a rather melancholic beauty, deeply so. When Quan Xingnan didn't respond, she spoke softly in fluent Cantonese, recounting her life story. She was born into a family that had fled from the mainland to Hong Kong in the 1920s or 1930s and had once enjoyed a life of luxury. Back then, those who came to Hong Kong through proper channels were no ordinary people, most were wealthy. Of course, there were also those who weren't wealthy but came through proper channels, though they were fewer in number. As for those who came illegally, that went without saying. If one could secure a proper route, many of their belongings would be preserved upon arrival in Hong Kong, and life would naturally be free from worries about food and clothing. Although the Zhang family had many members, Zhang Alian still lived like a young lady in her childhood, with clothes handed to her and food brought to her mouth, and she even had the chance to learn foreign languages and the piano. Zhang Alian had been a beauty since childhood, and by the time she turned 13, she was already famous far and wide. Unfortunately, by then, the Zhang family had also fallen into decline. The decline was swift. There were reasons such as others coveting their wealth, poor management, and family members absconding with funds and splitting the family apart. A combination of factors led to the Zhang family's disintegration. From wealth to poverty, from a luxurious mansion to a slum, it happened overnight. At the same time, Zhang Alian lost her father. It was because of her father's death that she couldn't outcompete the others during the family division, and ended up with no share of the property. Zhang Alian was an only child, and she and her mother struggled to get by. That year, Zhang Alian was 14. If Zhang Alian had been plain-looking, perhaps she and her mother could have lived a stable life. However, Zhang Alian was a little beauty, a stunning little beauty with shallow dimples when she smiled. Harassed by gangsters, coveted by neighbors. Those greedy, lustful gazes still made Zhang Alian tremble all over to this day. Fortunately, Zhang Alian met a good person. A good person named Lu Baolin. Lu Baolin and his wife, Lu Liangyue, were very kind and often engaged in charity. They not only donated money and goods to orphanages, but also frequently went to slums to aid the poor. One thing they were often praised for, much like Hu Xuedong, was their support for the poor who were willing to improve themselves, giving them opportunities to learn. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan interrupted Zhang Alian. Of course, my fourth brother will always be the best person. His reputation as a scholarly businessman was not for nothing. Zhang Alian was stunned. Your fourth brother? Yes, Hu Xuedong. Oh, I remember now. The person who just sent you here was Mr. Hua's secretary, so of course you know Mr. Hua. Zhang Alian suddenly understood, and then, looking at Quan Xingnan's delicate features with her rosy lips and fair face, she revealed a knowing smile. Quan Xingnan saw this, rolled her eyes at her, and took off her bracelet, placing it along with the earrings she had removed into a jewelry box. The jewelry box was exquisite, carved from small leaf rosewood, delicate and translucent, complementing the antique furniture perfectly. The living room had amazed Lu Baolin, and the rooms were even more impressive, especially Quan Xingnan's boudoir. She stayed in the master bedroom of the villa, where the bed was a 1,000-work canopy bed, draped with double-sided translucent gauze embroidered with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The dressing table was the kind used by ancient noble ladies, and the rest of the furniture was equally exquisite. Of course, it was Hu Xuedong who had commissioned the furniture, with the wood being top-quality small-leaf rosewood he had acquired that year. This was no overnight achievement. According to Secretary Chen, it had taken several years to produce such finished pieces. One could imagine Quan Xingnan's delight. No one could dislike someone who kept her in their heart and took all her matters seriously. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Chapter 913, First Arrival at the Hu Family 7. Zhang Alian harbored improper intentions toward Lu Baolin, so of course she understood the shy, maidenly demeanor. Mr. Hua is also a good man. When I was with Mr. Lu, I heard people mention him. Aside from his enemies, no one spoke ill of him. Having grown up in Hong Kong, Zhang Alian knew quite a bit. When she spoke of Hu Xuedong, a nostalgic look appeared in her eyes. How wonderful. Although Mr. Hua is a bit older than you, he is alone, without a wife or children. Your friendship with him is so good, and it's not as if your social standings are mismatched. You have a chance. Quan Xingnan gave a faint smile but did not reply. Zhang Alian then lamented about herself, her tone mournful. But poor me, when I met Mr. Lu, he already had Mrs. Lu and 2 young masters Lu. Mr. Lu is a devoted family man. Even if I were willing to humble myself and be his concubine, he wouldn't agree. Letting out a long sigh, Zhang Alian's voice grew even more ethereal. Isn't this exactly why I admire and love Mr. Lu? He is kind-hearted, dotes on his wife and children. How could I bear to destroy that? So, Quan Xingnan was somewhat curious. There were countless women who admired married men, some even brazenly believing that their love for a married man was true love. Such true love was truly cheap. If the married man they admired were a beggar, would they still call it true love? Thus, whether they truly admired the person or the wealth, only they themselves knew. Of course, there were also women who refused to destroy the family of the man they admired, silently burying their feelings in their hearts, never confessing or disrupting anything. But such women were rare. So, I buried my feelings deep inside, used Mr. and Mrs. Lu's financial support to study hard, and got into high school. Unfortunately, my family fell into ruin, and no matter how hard I tried, I could never reach Mr. Lu's social circle again. Thus, before even finishing high school, she stepped into the entertainment industry. After years of struggle, and by leveraging the reputation of being supported by Lu Baolin to ward off unwanted advances, Zhang Alian finally became famous overnight at the age of 21 with a single film. With fame came recognition across the world. She became a rising star in the entertainment industry, shining brightly. Even after becoming famous, she might encounter Lu Baolin at commercial events, but she could never truly connect with him. Their social standings were different. One was a wealthy city tycoon, the other a small actress. Such identities were as far apart as clouds and mud. However, Zhang Alian was known for keeping herself pure, and people admired her for that. There were those who tried to force themselves upon her, but because the owner of the entertainment company she signed with had some connection to Lu Baolin, and she had sought Lu Baolin's help, she was well protected. Developing smoothly, Zhang Alian eventually became a film star of considerable status. Unfortunately, that was when she was diagnosed with an incurable disease. Given the medical standards of the time, she was doomed to die, and during treatment, she would lose her hair and become emaciated. To die with more dignity, Zhang Ailian left a will and then committed suicide. Perhaps because she died by suicide, the underworld refused to accept her, so she lingered in the human world. Since her mother had already passed away and she had no other relatives, her will donated all her assets to charity. Thus, like Lu Baolin, her soul shimmered with a faint golden light, solid and showing no signs of dissipating. You said I don't seem like someone with an unfulfilled wish. But I think I do have one, Zhang Ailian said. Chapter 914, First Arrival at the Hua Family 8. Quan Xingnan shook her head upon hearing this. I can't help you fulfill a wish like that. Zhang Ailian asked urgently, why? You can see me, so why won't you help me? I just want Lu Xing to know my feelings, so I won't have lived in vain. I seek nothing else. How should I put this to you? Just now, you said yourself that you don't want to disrupt Lu Xing's family, yet now you have this wish. I'm already dead, Zhang Ailian said, pointing out the difference between her current and former state. Quan Xingnan felt both exasperated and amused. Being dead doesn't mean everything is settled. You're gone, but Lu Xing and his wife are still alive. You've left behind your most beautiful image in this world. Do you want Lu Xing to know your feelings and then remember you fondly? You'd get your wish, but it would plant a thorn in Mrs. Lu's heart. Throughout history, no woman has ever been broad-minded when it comes to matters of the heart. Quan Xingnan was young at this time, but deep down she wasn't. She was also a woman, so she naturally understood how all women think. Knowing someone covets her husband, no woman would be happy, even if that person is already dead. After all, when someone dies, they can become a white moonlight, a red birthmark. And, because they're dead, many things can't be held against them, leaving only resentment to be bottled up inside. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Zhang Ailian fell silent. Quan Xingnan continued, those who showed you kindness were Lu Xing and his wife. They both extended a helping hand to you. You can't just repay Lu Xing with admiration because he's a man, while forgetting Mrs. Lu, who is also your benefactor. True gratitude doesn't require offering yourself. In my view, those cases of offering oneself always come with conditions. What conditions? Zhang Ailian broke her silence, looking at Quan Xingnan, waiting for her explanation. When the benefactor is powerful, wealthy, talented, handsome, and well-off. Quan Xingnan laughed, a smile as bright as a flower. If the person who saved you is old and ugly, powerless and poor, a homeless beggar with no place to stay and barely enough to eat, would you develop feelings of admiration and then offer yourself to him? Of course not, Zhang Ailian thought, but didn't say it aloud. She could see that Quan Xingnan's smile was filled with sarcasm toward such matters. Quan Xingnan noticed this and didn't dwell on the topic. She didn't need Zhang Ailian to verbally agree with her. Under these circumstances, do you still want Lu Xing to know your feelings? Hearing this question, Zhang Ailian slowly shook her head. No, I don't. I don't want to create a rift between Lu Xing and his wife because of me. You're right, both Lu Xing and his wife are my benefactors. I shouldn't repay kindness with enmity. A teachable person, Quan Xingnan finally began to see Zhang Ailian in a new light. Sensing the shift in Quan Xingnan's attitude, Zhang Ailian knew she had answered well, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Zhang Ailian's smile was a subtle dimpled one, indescribably beautiful. Compared to Bai Shuixian, Zhang Ailian possessed a kind of pure, unadorned elegance, like a lotus emerging from clear water. Moreover, her temperament was innocent, spotless, and flawless. Miss, and if you ever have the chance to meet Mrs. Lu, please be sure to help her. Let her know that the daughter she treasures as her own is not her real daughter. Her real daughter is someone else. What? Quan Xingnan was greatly startled. Could it be that someone else shared the same fate as her? Chapter 915, First Arrival at the Hua Family 9. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan quickly asked Zhang Ailian. Zhang Ailian, however, was puzzled. Miss Anne, why are you so agitated? As far as I know, you and Mr. Lu didn't know each other before. Why are you so concerned about the switching of Mr. Lu's daughter? Because I, too, was once switched, and it took many years before I could reunite with my parents. Although Quan Xingnan appeared calm at this moment, this matter was still a pain and a hatred in her heart. Looking back over 30 years, setting aside everything from her past life was all for the sake of uncovering the truth of her origins. In that discarded past life, there was far more than just years of friendship with Hua Xuedong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ailian suddenly understood. I see. So Miss, and has also suffered from this. Therefore, Quan Xingnan said earnestly, please tell me the full story of how Mr. Lu's daughter was switched. Whatever I can do to help, I will not hesitate. I have endured such suffering, and I don't want another girl to go through the same, unable to reunite with her biological parents, never knowing her origins for a lifetime. Zhang Ailian nodded and immediately began to recount the matter. In fact, after her death, she had stayed by Lu Baolin's side. Sometimes, when she didn't want to watch the affectionate couple that Lu Baolin and his wife were, she would wander around as a wisp of a ghost, witnessing all the joys and sorrows of the world. The fake daughter of Lu Baolin was named Lu Qianqian, now 8 years old. Zhang Ailian had discovered the truth when the girl was 3. It was New Year's Eve. I was wandering around the Lu family mansion when I saw Lu Baolin's sister-in-law, Pan Qinglan, beating and scolding her own daughter, Lu Xiaoqian. I was shocked. Miss Anne, you have no idea how viciously she beat and scolded her. How viciously? Quan Qingnan vaguely guessed that the girl Pan Qinglan was beating might actually be Lu Baolin's daughter. Although Lu Baolin had started from scratch, his daughter was now 8 years old, and 10 years ago, Lu Baolin was already a wealthy man in the city. The birthplace of a wealthy man's daughter would certainly not be on the same level as that of an ordinary person. Since they weren't on the same level, it was naturally impossible for them to be in the same place. Unless doctors or nurses had covered it up, the possibility of a switch was extremely slim. Thus, if Lu Baolin's daughter had been switched, it must have been done by someone close to him. Sure enough, she heard Zhang Ailian sigh. The cursing was foul, slapping her face, kicking her. These words aren't enough to describe Pan Qinglan's cruelty. She even used a whip, lashing Xiaoqian until she rolled on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The harder Lu Xiaoqian cried, the harder Pan Qinglan beat her. She was so ferocious, she hardly seemed human. Quan Qingnan's face was ashen, and a startling light shone in her eyes. I thought to myself, how could there be such a vicious mother in the world? Yes, I've seen news stories where such mothers exist, but most of them aren't biological. Even when they are, it's usually because of a preference for sons over daughters. But Pan Qinglan didn't favor sons over daughters. She doted on her niece Lu Qianqian. So you suspected that Lu Xiaoqian wasn't their biological daughter? Hearing Quan Qingnan's question, Zhang Ailian shook her head. At first, I didn't suspect that. Then how did you find out the truth? Of course, it was later. Lu Qianqian's 7th birthday party was exceptionally grand. Nearly 80% of Hong Kong's elite attended. Mr. Lu even bought her a pink diamond worth tens of millions as a birthday gift. Because it was their own biological daughter, Lu Baolin's younger brother, Lu Bishu, and Pan Qinglan were overjoyed. They chatted privately, and Zhang Ailian overheard them. What they talked about was nothing other than their relief at having swapped their own daughter with Lu Baolin's. Now, their biological daughter was living an upper-class life, not only enjoying luxury daily, but also set to inherit a massive dowry and a fortune in the future. Chapter 916, First Arrival at the Hua Family 10. Hearing them say this, Zhang Ailian was extremely shocked. At that moment, she wanted to tell Lu Baolin the truth, but she was a wandering soul, separated by the boundary between life and death, and could not meet him at all. Without being able to meet, naturally, she could not speak either. During that time, Zhang Ailian had been following Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan, learning about the many heartless and despicable things they had done, as well as how they had swapped the two girls. Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqian were born on the same day. Lu Xiaoqian was the biological daughter of Lu Tailiang Yui, carried for 10 months and born when the time was ripe. Lu Qianqian was the daughter of Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan. Her pregnancy had started around the same time as Lu Tai's, and they had long planned this. Hong Kong did not allow abortions, but did allow fetal sex determination, as they had no birth control policies. So, they both knew they were carrying daughters. Unfortunately, when Liang Yui's delivery day arrived, Pan Qinglan's belly showed no signs of labor, so she pretended to have stomach pains and checked into the same hospital as Liang Yui for pregnancy maintenance, secretly receiving an induction shot. The two mothers staying in the same hospital provided an excellent opportunity for the switch. That shouldn't be possible. With Hong Kong's medical standards and strict regulations, how could they swap the babies? Mr. and Mrs. Lu clearly doted on their child. Didn't they have dedicated staff to care for the mother and baby? It's hard to stop someone determined to find an opportunity. Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan had schemed from the start. Seeing what Lu Baolin and Liang Yui prepared for their baby, they followed suit, bringing identical hospital bags and items inside. Newborn babies, fresh from the womb, are red and wrinkled, not easy to tell apart, especially when wrapped in identical swaddling clothes. How could that be? Newborns look different. Each baby has a distinct appearance. Quan Qingnan had personally witnessed the births of her 3 younger brothers, and they were all completely different. The reason Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong's scheme had succeeded was that she and Yuan Wei had looked quite similar at birth. Zhang Ailian said, Miss N, you've forgotten Lu Baoshu and Lu Baolin are biological brothers, looking about 80% alike, and Pan Qinglan was also Lu Tai's cousin. As it happened, both girls took after their fathers at birth, with about 80 to 90% resemblance. No wonder. For them, it was the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Yes, Zhang Alian nodded. Usually, Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan lingered at the Lu family mansion, living off sinecures in the Lu group, acting respectfully toward Lu Baolin and Liang Yui. No one would have suspected they could do such a thing, and it was only natural for them to want to hold their niece. After successfully swapping the babies, Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan became smug and arrogant. Lu Baolin and Liang Yui had a feng shui master name their daughter Qianqian, while they casually named the swapped daughter Xiaoqian. Their lack of care was completely undisguised. Zhang Alian said painfully, Xiaoqian never had a single good day. When I wandered around, I heard people say that Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan beat and scolded her even when she was little. She was the true heiress, innocent, yet she became the victim of Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan's conspiracy. Since they lived together, didn't Mr. and Mrs. Lu intervene? They did, but it was useless. Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan pushed back, saying disciplining their own daughter had nothing to do with them. Mr. and Mrs. Lu couldn't bear to watch. They were always compassionate, so they arranged for Xiaoqian and Lu Qianqian to eat and live together, sparing Xiaoqian from even greater harm. Even so, whenever Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan had the chance, they still beat and scolded Xiaoqian. Chapter 917, First Arrival at the Hua Family 11. Speaking of this, Zhang Alian sighed. Miss, and truly, I am grateful for Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu's compassion. They show mercy to other children, let alone their nominal niece. Thanks to their kindness, Xiaoqian has had some stable days and suffered much less. I once heard Xiaoqian secretly calling Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu mom and dad behind their backs. The more Zhang Alian spoke, the more heartbroken she became, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoqian is the real young lady. Zhang Alian was filled with grief and indignation. She admired Lu Baolin, was grateful to Liang Yui, and of course felt angry on their behalf. She should live in a mansion, wear fine clothes, eat delicacies, travel in luxury cars with bodyguards, be cared for by a strict father, a loving mother, and a considerate brother, and live a happy life. But all of this has been stolen by someone else. Quan Xingnan said solemnly, Don't worry, I will make sure Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu know the truth. Really? Zhang Alian was overjoyed, but then a hint of disbelief crept in. Really, Quan Xingnan said with a smile. You may not know one of my identities in the mainland. I understand feng shui and physiognomy, can discern fortune and misfortune, and have a modest reputation. No one has ever doubted what I say. Hearing this, Zhang Alian quickly said, That's wonderful. You must expose this matter as soon as possible and let them return to their rightful places. By them, she naturally meant Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqian. Quan Xingnan nodded solemnly, agreeing to Zhang Alian's request. Zhang Alian drifted away contentedly. She had already come to terms with her own feelings, unwilling to disrupt the lives of Lu Baolin and Liang Yui. Once Lu Xiaoqian reclaimed her status as the true young lady, she planned to ask, and if there was a way for her to stop wandering the mortal world. Quan Xingnan sat before the dressing table, quietly reflecting on everything she had heard today. Hearing is false, seeing is truth. She couldn't rely solely on Zhang Alian's account. She needed to find a way to meet the Lu family herself. Out of politeness and because they were mere acquaintances, she had not used her clairvoyance on Lu Baolin nor examined his facial features. If things were as Zhang Alian said, and it was true, then she would certainly take action. Lu Xiaoqian should not have to endure suffering that wasn't hers. Gazing at her own beautiful reflection in the dressing mirror, Quan Xingnan also saw the coldness in her eyes. Like ice and snow, chilling to the bone. Tomorrow, she was to visit the Hua family elders. After sitting quietly for a moment, she stood up, opened her suitcase, and took out a jewelry box. This was also an exquisite antique jewelry box, made of Wangwali wood, carved with a pattern of 100 flowers in bloom. Placed on the dressing table, it seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. In truth, the jewelry box in the villa already contained various gems and ornaments prepared for her by Hua Xuedong, but she did not wish to wear them tomorrow. Quan Xingnan pulled open the small drawer atop the Wangwali jewelry box and took out the white jade bracelets given to her by Madame Hua. White as snow, smooth as fat. After being worn and nurtured over time, the pair of bracelets had become even more crystalline and glossy. White, oily, smooth, and lustrous, these were all characteristics of mutton fat white jade. Among white jade, Hetian jade is the most precious, and within Hetian jade, seed jade is the finest, with mutton fat jade being the supreme grade. Compared to jadeite, it possesses an indescribable ethereal beauty. In fact, Hetian jade is the traditional jade of China, the king of soft jades, while jadeite has only developed over a few hundred years and was hardly considered refined before that. Quan Xingnan had gradually come to love the beauty of Hetian jade. Unlike the boldness of jadeite, Hetian jade exudes a restrained elegance. Next, she took out the mutton-fat white jade hairpin given to her by Hua Xuedong, pairing it with the jade bracelets as the accessories she would wear for her outing tomorrow. Chapter 918. First arrival at the Hua family 12. The next morning, Wang Hui sat in the living room, entertaining Secretary Chen, who had come early to pick up Quan Xingnan. It wasn't just Quan Xingnan going. By all propriety, Wang Hui also needed to pay a visit to old Master Hua and old Madam Hua. The gifts had been prepared before they even boarded the plane. Wang Juanda had arranged them, moderate and appropriate, not particularly expensive, but not cheap either. The two exchanged a few pleasantries when they heard light footsteps. They both looked over simultaneously and showed the same look of admiration, for the person approaching was none other than Quan Xingnan. She wore a short-sleeved dress with lantern sleeves and ruffled edges, a pale blue like a washed sky, fresh and clean. Her jet-black hair was pinned up with a long white jade hairpin, with a strand of hair left on each side of her cheeks, swaying in the breeze. On her snow-like wrists were two jade bracelets, almost blending into her skin. Other than that, Quan Xingnan wore no other accessories. Her posture was straight, slender, and graceful. Her skin was like snow and jade. No, it was like jade with a faint layer of rouge, white with a hint of pink. Youth was her capital, full of collagen. Thus, Quan Xingnan wore no makeup, only applying a bit of face cream on her hands and face. Even so, she was still incredibly beautiful. This is what they call lotus rising from clear water, naturally adorned without carving, Secretary Chen remarked as he watched Quan Xingnan approach gracefully, like a scene from a poem. Then, feeling he had been presumptuous, he quickly apologized. Quan Xingnan smiled. "You're complimenting my beauty, there's no need to feel embarrassed." Hearing this, Secretary Chen smiled as well. Only Wang Hui was displeased, muttering, "What a lucky break for Mr. Hua IV." At his words, Secretary Chen smiled again, while Quan Xingnan felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushing red. She unconsciously stamped her foot and said coquettishly, "Brother Wang Hui." Quan Anan was her brother, and so was Wang Hui. Though Wang Hui was her stepbrother, in name he was a true brother, and she usually addressed him as such. Only when she was upset would Quan Xingnan call him by his name. Wang Hui was very fond of this sister and feared her distancing herself from him the most. Hearing her tone, he quickly raised both hands in surrender. "I apologize. Sister, ask Sister Rong to serve the meal. Let's eat, and then head out." Sister Rong had made egg tarts with bird's nest, which were delicious. Quan Xingnan ate several in one go, giving Sister Rong a great sense of accomplishment, who thought she could make more as a dessert next time. After eating, they tidied up briefly and got into the car heading to the Hua family home. The Hua residence was naturally located in the most luxurious and affluent area of Hong Kong, surrounded by neighbors from all walks of high society. Entering this district, one saw nothing but luxury cars and grand mansions, showcasing the style of an international metropolis. Old Master Hua and old Madam Hua had been waiting at home. Upon hearing of their arrival, they immediately instructed the butler to greet them personally. Although the elders were very fond of Quan Xingnan, they were the seniors, and she was the junior. Thus, seeing the butler come out instead of the Hua elders, Quan Xingnan, who had just stepped out of the car, actually breathed a sigh of relief. If she had disturbed the elders, she would have felt sorry and unworthy of such honor. "Miss, please come inside. The old gentleman and old lady are waiting for you in the house." The butler's attitude was very respectful, and he briefly introduced himself. "My surname is Tang, Tang Song." "Hello, Butler Tang." Quan Xingnan nodded to him in greeting and then entered the house. Seeing her come in, old Madam Hua immediately stood up, her face beaming like a chrysanthemum. Our little girl is here. Come, sit quickly." Chapter 919. Traveling Together 1. Afraid of keeping the elderly couple waiting, Quan Xingnan had no time to take in the Hua family estate. Seeing old Madam Hua's warmth, she felt flattered and then shy, as if meeting her in-laws for the first time. "And old Madam Hua?" As she greeted Quan Xingnan, she reached out and took her soft, delicate hand, leading her toward the sofa. She had seen the photos Hua Xuedong brought back, but no matter how well they were taken, they couldn't compare to the real person. The real person was lively, the photos were still. No wonder Hua Xuedong had taken an interest. Who wouldn't like such a spirited girl? When she saw the jade bracelet on Quan Xingnan's wrist, old Madam Hua's heart grew even happier. No one would be displeased by a child valuing their heartfelt gesture. Thus, as old Madam Hua led Quan Xingnan to the sofa, she added, "I've long told Lao Si to bring you home, but he always put it off. Now that you're finally here, you must stay for a few days." Quan Xingnan quickly greeted the elderly couple, then smiled and said, "If you don't mind me intruding, I'll stay in Hong Kong for a few days, waiting for fourth brother to return." Her most important purpose was, of course, Hua Xuedong. Thinking of Hua Xuedong traveling abroad for business, she kept a smile on her face, but couldn't stop worrying inside. If possible, after visiting the He family elders, she would fly to Hua Xuedong's side. With her abilities, she might well be able to help him, not to mention she had plenty of liquid funds available. Hearing this, the Hua elders exchanged knowing smiles and grew even fonder of her. Unlike old Madame Hua's open display, old Master Hua quietly observed Quan Xingnan, feeling very satisfied inside. At their age, they had long developed sharp eyes. Family background was secondary. Character and personality were the most important. It was clear that Quan Xingnan was an exceptionally good girl, and Hua Xuedong's decision to remain unmarried while waiting for her to grow up had not been in vain. In a lifetime, meeting a kindred spirit is a blessing from a past life. Nodding at Wang Hui and Secretary Chen, old Master Hua said with a smile, "Please, sit down too. My wife has been eager to see the girl, and now that she's finally here, she's naturally a bit overexcited." The two quickly greeted the elders and presented the gifts from Quan Xingnan and Wang Hui. Old Madame Hua then remembered Wang Hui and laughed. "Just coming is enough. Why go to such expense? Sister Jiang, quickly pour tea for the children and bring up your signature desserts." Sister Jiang had already prepared everything. At old Madame Hua's call, she responded, served the tea, and then withdrew. Every move was measured and proper. As they drank tea, old Madame Hua looked at Quan Xingnan, liking her more with each glance. "Girl, I've loved all the gifts you've had Lao Si bring me, especially the clothes you made for us. I never imagined there could be such a clever and skillful girl in the world." Quan Xingnan chuckled, her cheeks reddening further. "You flatter me, it's just a minor skill. If you keep praising me, I won't know what to do with myself." Old Madame Hua laughed and said, "I'm just speaking the truth." Before she could finish, the phone rang. The phone was beside old Master Hua, and he picked it up. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan fell silent, and Wang Hui and Secretary Chen also stayed quiet, giving the call some peace. "Hello, who is it?" Old Master Hua had the common elderly habit of speaking very loudly on the phone, almost deafening. Whatever the other party said, a hint of surprise appeared on old Master Hua's face. Lao Si? It's you. Hua Xuedong?" Quan Xingnan's gaze immediately shifted to old Master Hua. Chapter 920, Traveling Together Too. It wasn't just Quan Xingnan. Upon hearing that it was Hua Xuedong calling, everyone else also looked toward old Master Hua. Not knowing what the other party said, old Master Hua turned his head to glance at Quan Xingnan, a mischievous yet affectionate light flickering in his aged eyes. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan suddenly sensed something amiss. "You mean Nan? Nan is here. She came over today and gave your aunt and me a lot of gifts." "What? You asked what gifts she gave?" "I haven't opened them, so how would I know?" "What did you say?" "My ears are bad, I can't hear you." On the other side of the ocean, in an office still styled with simplicity, Hua Xuedong took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. He hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. The business partner for this deal was unimaginably difficult to handle, and the previous person in charge had really left him with a huge mess. The issue could certainly be resolved, but definitely not right now. It would take time to slowly maneuver around the other party. As for the funding gap, Hua Xuedong wasn't worried at all. The Hua family managed numerous industries and countless subsidiaries, not to mention his various investments, all of which yielded returns. Shifting a few tens of millions of US dollars from any company would be enough to cover the gap without affecting the business at all. The difficulty lay in the fact that the previous person in charge's irresponsible actions had damaged the Hua family's interests and reputation, causing the business partner to hesitate and no longer trust their side, thus stalling progress. Hearing the teasing tone on the other end of the phone, Hua Xuedong felt somewhat helpless. "If you can't hear me, then I'll repeat it. Please let Nan answer the phone." He had been swamped lately, with calls and meetings nonstop, discussing the next steps at all hours. He hadn't found time to call his little Nan in a long while. And Quan Xingnan, mature-minded as an adult, understood his busyness and didn't call to disturb him. Longing had turned into an illness. "What? Old Fourth, what did you say?" "I can't hear you." Old Master Hua's voice was loud and clear. Hua Xuedong enunciated each word. "I heard there's an old rascal showing off to others about how exquisite, beautiful, and elegant the clothes his daughter-in-law made are, even patting his chest and saying he'll wear them out next time to show off. I was thinking, when I call Nan in later, should I tell her that making clothes strains the eyes and that Liao Wanqiu should just do it? Or maybe say don't bother, since that old rascal still has old clothes to wear." In truth, Quan Xingnan made clothes for the elders every year, and this time's gifts also included garments. Hua Xuedong said this deliberately. "Don't. Please don't." Though old Master Hua refused to admit the old rascal in Hua Xuedong's words was himself, it concerned his pride in front of old friends, and he didn't want to go out wearing old clothes. So, old Master Hua quickly thrust the receiver at Quan Xingnan. Nan, Old Fourth is looking for you. I think Old Fourth must have something important to discuss with you. No one understood her husband better than old Madame Hua. She glanced at him, then turned to Quan Xingnan, echoing him. Yes, Nan, Old Fourth is facing a tough problem now. He must not be able to solve it. See how considerate they were, covering for the young couple, perfectly done. Why cover for them? Because Nan was still underage. Catching the look in the elder's eyes, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but blush, but missing Hua Xuedong, she still took the receiver. Hello, fourth brother. Nan. Hua Xuedong's expression unconsciously softened, rippling with tenderness. Are you in Hong Kong? Yes, I've seen the elders. They're very kind and treat me well. Chapter 921, Traveling Together, 3. When the topic of the Hua family elders came up, Hua Xuedong smiled. Uncle and aunt are getting on in years, and sometimes they act a bit childishly. Old children is the term for them. Please be understanding while you're in Hong Kong. Quan Xingnan quickly replied, the elders are wonderful. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. It's common for the elderly to become temperamental with age, and the younger generation should be tolerant, not dismissive. Quan Xingnan had many elders among her seniors, each of whom had accumulated countless wisdom after losing their youth. Their wisdom was something the younger generation couldn't match. Hua Xuedong said, why call them elders? Nan, you should address them as uncle and aunt, just like I do. Quan Xingnan's face flushed, and she protested, fourth brother. What are you saying? Old Mrs. Hua strained her ears to listen to their conversation. Of course, due to Hong Kong's advanced technology, the phone didn't have any sound leakage, so she heard nothing. Hearing Quan Xingnan's playful scolding, as if it were right beside him, Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. I'm telling the truth. Maybe because you just arrived and the conversation hasn't gone far, they haven't brought it up yet. Once the call ends and you chat more, you'll see. See what? They'll definitely ask you to change how you address them. Quan Xingnan's face grew even redder. Holding the receiver to her ear with one hand, she covered her cheek with the other. It was burning hot. She felt like her face might start smoking. How's the business going? Has the issue been resolved? Quan Xingnan quickly changed the subject. She couldn't keep dwelling on the form of address, or she'd be too embarrassed to face everyone. Hua Xuedong didn't want to worry her. Almost done. It should be resolved within the next 3 to 5 days. Really? Quan Xingnan was a bit skeptical. Such a huge project, such a big loophole, could it really be fixed in such a short time? As far as she knew, foreigners in business were often quite nitpicky. Don't you trust my word? Hua Xuedong chuckled lightly. That's not necessarily true, Quan Xingnan snorted softly. Hua Xuedong laughed. Really, I'm not lying to you. The other party actually understands that, with the funding gap filled, Hua's is their best choice. They're just being difficult. Being difficult, of course, was to force Hua's to make concessions. With such a massive project and high returns, everyone was envious. If Hua's gave in even a little, their profits would increase significantly. Businessmen, after all, haggle over every penny. Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement, her worries slightly eased. When will you be back? Will you come back once this is resolved? I'll be staying in Hong Kong for a few more days to buy some things to take home. Quan Xingnan fired off a series of questions. What are you buying? Hua Xuedong asked. Some people asked me to bring back cosmetics and clothes, and others asked me to buy tonics like bird's nest and shark fin. I also want to look around and get some suitable supplements for the elders. Hong Kong's selection of tonics is among the best in the world. Quan Xingnan had already planned it out. Since it was a rare trip, she'd buy plenty to give as gifts or keep for herself. Even though her friends in Hong Kong sent her high-quality, authentic tonics every year, this time it felt different. Hua Xuedong listened and then instructed, wait for me at home. I'll go shopping with you when I get back. When will you be back? Quan Xingnan asked again. I'll return as soon as possible. Aren't you planning to visit the He family elders? By the time you finish those visits, I should be home. Chapter 922, Strolling Together 4. Quan Xingnan naturally hoped to go shopping accompanied by Hua Xuedong. She calculated the time in her mind. Yes, after visiting the Hua family, she had to go to the He family. There were 1 or 2 matters to resolve, which would perfectly fill the time waiting for Hua Xuedong's return. Thus, she agreed to Hua Xuedong over the phone. Fourth brother, I'll wait for you to come back. Hua Xuedong hung up the phone contentedly and immediately called to notify his subordinates for a meeting. He needed to settle this business as quickly as possible, then fly back to Hong Kong to reunite with his little girl. At the Hua residence, as Hua Xuedong had said, not long after hanging up, when Quan Xingnan addressed the elderly couple as old sir and madam, Hua's grandmother immediately expressed dissatisfaction and told her to change how she addressed them. You call fourth brother brother. According to the customs of our hometown, you should follow him and call us uncle and aunt. Quan Xingnan was at a loss for what to do. How should she put it? The old lady wasn't entirely wrong. Quan Xingnan's two aunts' maiden families weren't her maternal grandparents' homes, but she still called their grandparents grandpa and grandma, along with her two younger cousins from her uncle's side. But now, how could she bring herself to say it? After all, her relationship with Hua Xuedong was what it was. Facing the elderly couple, Quan Xingnan found it hard to speak, her face red as she remained silent for a long time. Hua's grandmother smiled warmly at her flushed little face, but didn't press further. Little girl, if you call me aunt, I'll give you the photo album of fourth brother when he was little. Little fourth brother was a tiny ball of cuteness back then. Photos of Hua Xuedong as a child? Quan Xingnan's eyes sparkled brightly, like brilliant stars in the night sky. There was hope. Hua's grandmother pulled out two thick photo albums from under the coffee table and held them up toward Quan Xingnan, but didn't hand them over. Quan Xingnan's eyes followed the albums up and down, but she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Hua's grandfather's aged eyes shifted, and he said to Secretary Chen, Xiao Chen, take Xiao Wang to the back and pick some bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, American ginseng, and other supplements to bring back. Have Rong Jia stew them for the girl. All right, Xiao Wang, this way please. Having frequently visited the Hua residence and handled such matters, Secretary Chen was well-versed in the process. Wang Hui naturally understood the couple's intent. With an apologetic smile, he stood up and followed Secretary Chen out. Hua's grandmother called out from behind, Xiao Chen, Xiao Wang might be too shy to speak up, so don't hold back, just pick the best directly. Understood, Mrs. Hua. As the two walked away, Hua's grandmother raised the albums again and laughed. Little girl, do you want to see them? Of course I do. Though she had already seen photos of Hua Xuedong as a child at the Qin family, the ones at the Hua residence were surely different, since the two families were separated by thousands of miles, one in the mainland and one in Hong Kong. Call me aunt, and I'll give them to you. Hua's grandmother was fixated on this. Just as Quan Xingnan finally made up her mind, Steward Tang entered and said, Old sir, madam, Mr. He has arrived. Mr. He? Quan Xingnan's first thought was He Deming. Why not He Biao? Naturally, because He Biao was over 100 years old and in poor health. He Biao had recently been hospitalized and was now resting at home. No one would feel comfortable letting him go out. Hua's grandfather and grandmother frowned simultaneously. Xiao Tang, who did you say has arrived? Mr. He Deming. Steward Tang repeated. It was him indeed. After receiving the couple's approval, Steward Tang welcomed He Deming in. Before He Deming even entered the door, his voice drifted in first. Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, I've come today to ask a favor. Please forgive me, considering my father is over 100 years old. Chapter 923, Traveling Together 5. As his voice trailed off, He Deming also entered. However, old Madame Hua showed no sign of happiness. Just a little more, and Nan would have called her auntie. She had already prepared a generous red envelope for when Nan changed her address. But He Deming had to show up at this very moment. Could Nan still bring herself to say it? Thinking of this, old Madame Hua shot He Deming a glare. I bet you have some unreasonable request. Since it's unreasonable, don't bother saying it. I'm busy entertaining Nan here. He Deming, however, let out a light chuckle. Although the two families were rivals for the top spot in wealth, their relationship was excellent, so he had grown up under the watch of the Hua elders. My dear Auntie Hua, you can't say that. You're the elder, and I'm the junior. An elder should be tolerant of the younger generation. Besides, I'm not here for anything else, I came for Anne. Anne? Oh, Nan. Old Madame Hua recalled Quan Xingnan's English name and said unhappily, Nan just arrived at our home. What do you want? Old Master Hua also stared at He Deming with wide eyes. He Deming knew exactly what was going on, but pretended not to notice the elder's expressions. I'd like to invite Anne to our home as a guest. Ever since Anne fulfilled my mother's wish and gave gifts that benefited my parents' health, they've been talking about wanting to meet Anne. But my parents are old and not well enough to travel. Recently, my father was hospitalized again, so I have to trouble Anne to come to our place instead. When he mentioned the He elders, old Madame Hua's expression softened a bit. Hey, what's the rush? Just now during our chat, Nan said she'd visit your place tomorrow. Really? He Deming looked at Quan Xingnan in surprise. He had invited her several times abroad before, but she never agreed to come to Hong Kong. Now that she was here, would she really visit his home? If so, he needed to go back and prepare thoroughly to make sure she felt completely at home. If they got along well, wouldn't future interactions come naturally? Most importantly, Quan Xingnan was skilled in medicine. If she could help, his parents' health might improve. He Deming greatly valued Quan Xingnan's abilities, and also because she had a good personality. If someone with such skills were evil, his family wouldn't have frequent contact with her. Quan Xingnan said with a smile, I heard that Mr. He was hospitalized again recently, so I plan to visit him. He Deming clapped his hands with a grin. Thank you for your concern. If my parents find out, they'll be truly honored. Martin, saying things like that makes it too formal. I've always admired Mr. He's heroic past. I'm visiting as a junior. If I make your parents feel honored, that would be my fault. In front of these elders, Quan Xingnan dared not overestimate herself. She knew her place. As she spoke, she pressed her palms together. Amitba. My apologies. My apologies. Her charming appearance and naturally spirited movements made everyone laugh, dispelling the tense atmosphere. With a relaxed mood, the conversation became a bit more casual. Uncle Hua, Auntie Hua, has Turnance not returned yet? How did things turn out? As a fellow businessman, He Deming naturally knew about the Hua group's overseas mishap. Old Master Hua shook his head. I handed those matters over to the fourth son long ago. I don't know. As for when he'll return, he can only come back once things are resolved. Friends were friends and relationships were relationships, but when it came to business, Old Master Hua knew well what to say and what not to say. Chapter 924, Traveling Together 6. He Deming's main goal was Quan Xingnan, so he didn't care about Hua Xueting's business at all. Since Old Master Hua said so, he listened and then dismissed it, instead looking at Quan Xingnan with concern. And, you've just arrived in Hong Kong. Are you getting used to living here? Is the food to your liking? Because my father isn't accustomed to the local cuisine, our family chef can cook many famous dishes from the 8 major cuisines. Before he could finish, old Madame Hua interrupted him. Does our family not have a chef who can cook the 8 major cuisines? Exactly, Old Master Hua added. Not only does our family chef already know how to cook, but the hotel also has many world-class top chefs. Whatever Nanan wants to eat, they'll make it for her. So, don't even think about luring Quan Xingnan away with food. The elderly couple thought this with righteous confidence, and their implication was crystal clear. Quan Xingnan quickly said, the desserts made by Sister Rong and Sister Jiang are both delicious. I've already tried Sister Rong's skills, and they're excellent. I believe Sister Zhang's won't be any less so. As for living, staying in my own house naturally feels comfortable. Hearing this, the elderly couple immediately shifted from displeasure to delight. He Deming felt a bit regretful. Of course, he understood in his heart that when it came to Quan Xingnan, the distance between the He family and the Hua family didn't even need to be asked. Then he stayed for a short while, repeatedly confirming that Quan Xingnan would visit his home on another day, and took his leave with a smile under the Hua couple's "you'd better go now" expressions. Nanan, our old legs aren't what they used to be. Help us see Xiaohe out, Old Master Hua said. All right. Quan Xingnan didn't think much of it at first, agreed, and got up to see He Deming out. When they reached the door, she suddenly realized the intention behind seeing the guest off and couldn't help but blush. Only the host sees off guests. The Hua couple was treating her as family. He Deming naturally understood the implication as well. At the gate, just before getting into the car, he teased, isn't this great? Nothing will stand in the way of you and Turnance. Quan Xingnan shot him a glare. Martin, say that again, and I'll get angry. All right, I won't say it anymore. He Deming raised both hands in surrender. By the way, and regardless, you're still one of the shareholders of the Tianxia Group. When will you come to the headquarters and help me figure out which executives are loyal and which aren't? After all, the better the company performs, the more dividends you'll get, right? I'll drop by when I have the chance, but forget about the help you mentioned. Why? Quan Xingnan tilted her head. If I use my secret arts to tell loyal from treacherous, how would that show off your sharp insight and brilliant leadership? He Deming smiled helplessly. Quan Xingnan was, of course, just joking. I'll take a look when the time comes, but the most important thing is management and oversight, not my secret arts. After all, people's hearts are hard to gauge, and I won't be staying in Hong Kong for long. Once you marry into Hong Kong, you can live here permanently, can't you? He Deming's casual remark earned him a few more glares from Quan Xingnan. Hurry up and get in the car. I won't keep you. Fine. Farewell. After He Deming got into the car and left, Quan Xingnan stood there for a moment, watching the convoy drive away. As the chairman of the Tianxia Group, He Deming naturally received tight protection, with bodyguards accompanying him. When the cars were out of sight, Quan Xingnan was about to go back inside to chat with the elderly couple when 2 people walked out of a nearby magnificent mansion. Seeing her, they looked as startled as if they'd been frightened and said in unison, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 925, Traveling Together 7. Quan Xingnan looked surprised. She hadn't expected to encounter the 2 people before her again, Mrs. Wu and her daughter Wanner. On the flight to Hong Kong, the mother and daughter had been in first class with Quan Xingnan. Although Quan Xingnan had only exchanged a few words with Lu Jin at the time, that didn't mean others hadn't been eavesdropping on their conversation, let alone the fact that Quan Xingnan was a rare beauty. Thus, Mrs. Wu and her daughter had a very strong impression of Quan Xingnan. Wanner was young, so it was understandable, but Mrs. Wu was greatly startled the moment she saw Quan Xingnan. She certainly knew that Quan Xingnan came from a good background. After all, not everyone could afford such rare jade jewelry. Jade was common, but top-tier jade was something one could only hope to encounter by chance. Only those from wealthy families with status could even access such top-tier goods. However, Mrs. Wu never imagined that Quan Xingnan would appear at the entrance of the Hua family's mansion to see off guests. What did that mean? It meant she was a member of the Hua family, one of Hong Kong's top wealthy clans. Mrs. Wu had grown up in Hong Kong and married into a relatively wealthy local family, making her a suitable match. Both her maiden family and her husband's family had business dealings with the Hua family, yet she had no idea that the Huas had such a person. Everyone knew the Hua family had few descendants, and Hua Xuedong was adopted by the elderly Hua couple. Other than that, the Hua family had no one else. A beautiful, ethereal girl like this was a member of the Hua family? She dared not even think about it. After blurting out that question, Mrs. Wu immediately realized her rudeness and quickly added, "I didn't expect to meet you here, miss. Are you seeing off a guest?" Unlike Mrs. Wu's warm, smiling enthusiasm, Wu Qingwan, whose nickname was Wanner, looked at Quan Xingnan with a hint of hostility. Quan Xingnan didn't understand the reason for Wu Qingwan's attitude, but politely nodded at Mrs. Wu. "The guest has been seen off. Please make yourselves at home." "I must excuse myself." Mrs. Wu smiled apologetically. "Sorry for the interruption." She was about to leave with her daughter when her daughter broke free and asked Quan Xingnan, "Why are you at the Hua family's house? What status did the Hua family have?" It was a place the Wu family could never dream of visiting as guests. The only reason she and her mother were here was that her mother's close friend Yu Huan was the third wife of Shui Zhihui, and the Shui family mansion, one of Hong Kong's top 10 wealthiest families, was located here. Hearing Wu Qingwan's question, Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. "May I ask what you mean by that?" Mrs. Wu pulled her daughter back and said apologetically, "Sorry, Wanner is immature. Please don't mind her. She's just surprised because the Hua family has never had a fourth master, so seeing you here caught her off guard." Old Mrs. Hua, having waited for Quan Xingnan to return for a while, came out to look for her. Upon hearing this, she was quite displeased. It sounded as if the Hua family shouldn't have a fourth master. No need to be surprised. Nan Nan has always been a member of our Hua family. After saying this, old Mrs. Hua beckoned to Quan Xingnan. "Nan Nan, come back inside with your auntie. Don't let the sun damage your skin." Seeing old Mrs. Hua come out alone, Quan Xingnan quickly stepped forward to support her. "All right, auntie. I want to look at fourth brother's childhood photo album." As the two walked inside, Mrs. Wu and Wu Qingwan remained standing there, mother and daughter exchanging bewildered glances. Was that elegant, white-haired old lady just now really Mrs. Hua? Chapter 926. Traveling Together 8. In the eyes of ordinary people, Mrs. Wu and Wu Qingwan were considered wealthy, but in the international metropolis of Hong Kong, their family was only middle class. Even if they had business dealings with the Hua family or occasionally saw the head of the Hua family at public events, they had no standing to approach him. There is a type of person in the world who can't stand seeing others better off than themselves. They can't stand seeing others more beautiful than themselves. They can't stand seeing others richer than themselves. They can't stand seeing others more noble than themselves. Wu Qingwan was that kind of person. Because she was young and doted on by her family, no one ever pointed out her faults. Reaching out to tug at Mrs. Wu's arm, Wu Qingwan stomped her foot and said, "Doesn't Lu Zhen call her Master Quan? How could a feng shui fortune teller be part of the Hua family? The social circle in the city is already crowded enough, suffocating me. If she shows up in high society, won't everyone compare her to me? After all, we're about the same age." Mrs. Wu smiled bitterly. Their family didn't even have the qualifications to be compared to her in the first place, did they? No one would ever put them side by side. Quan Xingnan didn't care about the mother and daughter's thoughts. She was listening to old Madame Hua's advice. "Child, those two at the door, don't get involved with them. Even though I'm old and rarely go out in public, I still read plenty of gossip magazines. Aren't those Chen Shuzhen and her daughter Wu Qingwan at the door?" Quan Xingnan smiled. "So you know them?" "Of course. We have to stay informed about everything in Hong Kong and recognize all the influential people here. Even if we haven't met them, we need to remember their faces and identities, so we don't end up not knowing who someone is when we encounter them." "You're right." Quan Xingnan took the lesson to heart. Her parents and elders had taught her the same. Chen Shuzhen's family, both her maiden and married sides, have assets worth hundreds of millions and some fame in Hong Kong. Because her husband, Wu Pei, is a philanderer with countless scandals, she often ends up in the gossip rags. A while ago, Wu Pei was involved in a particularly unsavory scandal, and Chen Shuzhen was hounded by paparazzi every day. She went to the mainland to relax and just came back recently. She's here to see her friend Yu Huan. Yuan. That name sounded familiar. Before Quan Xingnan could recall, old Madame Hua said, "She's Shui Zhihui's third mistress. though calling her that has no legal standing. You might not know Shui Zhihui, but his family business ranks in the top 10 in Hong Kong. He has 3 wives and is currently in a fierce dispute with Liang Wawan. However, he has a son-in-law you're definitely familiar with. I know, Secretary Chen. Quan Xingnan had already remembered who Shui Zhihui was. Shui Zhihui, ranked 6th in wealth in Hong Kong, had been locked in a struggle with 3rd-ranked Liang Wawan, and his assets had been shrinking, partly thanks to her efforts. Old Madame Hu didn't seem to know that Quan Xingnan was aware of the conflict between Shui Zhihui and Liang Wawan, probably because Hu Xuedong hadn't told them. That wasn't Hu Xuedong's fault. After all, he was so old that many things didn't need to be reported in detail to his aunt and uncle. Old Madame Hu beamed. So you already know? Then I won't waste my breath. Shui Zhihui is bold and sharp in business, but his character leaves much to be desired. Those 3 wives of his are no pushovers either. From now on, keep your distance. Don't worry, I understand. Back inside the house, Quan Xingnan successfully got her hands on Hu Xuedong's childhood photo album and grinned like a cat that had stolen the cream. Little Hu Xuedong was just too adorable. A soft, fair little dumpling, utterly cute in every way. Chapter 927. Traveling Together 9. The most beautiful one was a photo of Hu Xuedong with a small red dot painted on his forehead. In the photo, he should have been only 2 or 3 years old. His lips were red, his teeth were white, his brows were delicate, and his eyes were clear. His exquisite face had a handsome and striking beauty without appearing feminine. He wore a white shirt on top, blue suspenders on the bottom, a small round hat on his head, and a toy gun at his waist. He looked even more adorable than the little fairy boy in New Year paintings. The funniest photo was of 1-year-old Hu Xuedong wearing a wig, with messy little braids all over his head, dressed in a pink lace princess dress. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed like a little girl. When Quan Xingnan flipped to this photo, old Madame Hu looked smug. This is a treasure I managed to hide away. All the other photos of him dressed as a girl were destroyed by your 4th uncle. Quan Xingnan's first reaction upon hearing this was actually a feeling of regret. That was really not right. Quan Xingnan covered her face and continued flipping through the album, while old Madame Hu recounted many past stories. Your 4th uncle was so beautiful when he was little. If it weren't for your uncle saying it would confuse his understanding of his own gender, I would have dressed him up as a little princess every single day. Even so, the occasional times he dressed as a girl ended after he turned 3. Old Master Hu added, your 4th uncle was naturally clever. You could tell even when he was 3. Hu Xuedong was certainly very smart, one of the smartest people in the world. Whether he was the only one in the world, Quan Xingnan didn't know, but in her heart, he was the smartest. Old Madame Hu pointed to a photo of Hu Xuedong from his teenage years. This one was taken when your 4th uncle was 14. Even at 14, he was already earning money to support your uncle and me. Quan Xingnan looked closely. Hu Xuedong at that time had a face full of youthful innocence. Time truly had a huge impact on growth. If old Madame Hu hadn't told her it was a photo of Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan would have thought it was someone else entirely. His infancy, childhood, and teenage years were completely different from the Hu Xuedong of now. In his teenage years, there was still a hint of resemblance, but looking further back, there was none at all. Quan Xingnan spent the whole day at the Hu family home. After dinner, she politely declined the elderly couple's kind offer to stay the night with Wang Hui. For her, after all, it would be improper without a legitimate reason. Quan Xingnan had a strong sense of pride and didn't want to be looked down upon in this regard either. Carrying 2 photo albums and a pile of supplements the elderly couple had prepared, she returned home late into the night. The night was as dark as ink, and the starlight was dim. She didn't have a habit of eating late-night snacks, so Sister Rong's cooking was all finished off by Wang Hui and the bodyguards, including Alexander. With Hu Xuedong's photo album under her pillow, Quan Xingnan slept soundly through the night, only to be woken by the sound of rain in the morning. It was raining? Quan Xingnan got up and opened the window. Sure enough, she saw a torrential downpour, the rain blown sideways by the wind, hitting the glass panes. Sister Rong knocked and entered. Seeing Quan Xingnan in only her pink and white pajamas, she quickly said, Miss, it's windy and rainy outside, and the temperature has dropped. You should put on a couple more layers. Mindful of Quan Xingnan's situation, Sister Rong spoke in flawless Mandarin, her accent almost negligible. Thank you, Sister Rong. Quan Xingnan closed the window and walked to the wardrobe, taking out a jacket to put on. All the clothes were prepared by Hu Xuedong, every piece matching her size and preferences. Sister Rong smiled and said, No need to thank me, Mississippi. It's my duty. I've simmered some premium bird's nest. Please wash up and brush your teeth quickly, then come downstairs to eat. It's best to have it while it's hot for the nutrients. All right. Chapter 928, Traveling Together 10. Because it was raining and the wind was strong, it wasn't suitable to go out. After eating, Kwon Shingnan felt bored and turned on the TV. Hong Kong's entertainment industry was highly developed, and the TV dramas broadcast by various stations were later regarded as classics by future generations. Wang Hui slumped on the sofa. Nan, since you're not going out, I'll head out. Even though it's raining, I have a car, so it won't affect my plans. A few friends asked me to buy some things and bring them back. Kwon Shingnan had also been entrusted with tasks, but she had promised Hu Xuedong that she would wait for him to return before going together. Go ahead. Let Alexander go with you. He knows the market here better, so you won't get ripped off. She wasn't deliberately speaking ill of Hong Kong locals, but at this time, many Hong Kong people indeed looked down on mainlanders. Wang Hui had come along to accompany her, so she didn't want him to have an unpleasant experience. Wang Hui thought for a moment. He really was completely unfamiliar with the place, so having someone help him shop would make things easier. After Wang Hui left, only Kwon Shingnan remained at home. It should have been more boring, but she picked up the phone and called various elder relatives and friends, chatting about everything under the sun without feeling lonely at all. In truth, Kwon Shingnan wanted to call Hu Xuedong more than anyone else, but she was afraid of disturbing his work or rest. Hu Xuedong was abroad, in a different time zone from here. Just as she hung up the call with her grandmother, Zhang Ailian suddenly floated in. Miss N, please save Xiaoqian. She got beaten again today. She should have been a pampered young lady, but even if she wasn't spoiled, she shouldn't have to endure this kind of abuse and humiliation. Zhang Ailian's face was filled with worry, and her voice was urgent. Kwon Shingnan turned around abruptly. What happened? Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan were humiliated outside, so they came back and hit her. No matter how much Mr. and Mrs. Lu tried to persuade them, it was useless. When Mrs. Lu tried to intervene, Pan Qinglan snapped back, telling her to mind her own business. I've just arrived and have no reason to go to the Lu residence. As soon as Kwon Shingnan said this, Zhang Ailian grew anxious. Then what should we do? Things like this can't be rushed. Once I visit the He family and fourth brother returns, I'll send out invitations to Hong Kong's elite. When the opportunity arises, I'll make sure the truth about the switcheroo comes to light. Zhang Ailian knew that her impatience was useless, so she could only beg Kwon Shingnan to help Lu Xiaoqian escape her suffering as soon as possible. Out of shared sympathy, Kwon Shingnan quickly set a date to visit the He family. On that day, Wang Hui didn't go along and instead continued shopping. He didn't know the He family, so going would be pointless. Besides, the only reason he had accompanied Kwon Shingnan to Hong Kong and gone with her to the Hu family was because Hu Xuedong had ulterior motives. As her brother, he had to protect her. There was no such concern when it came to visiting the He family. The third generation of the He family had several sons, and they might have had ideas, but would Hu Xuedong allow it? Of course not. Although the third generation of the He family was outstanding, 100 of them combined couldn't compare to Hu Xuedong alone. Kwon Shingnan traveled light and simply. The He family, on the other hand, was incredibly warm and welcoming. Except for one member who was at the company, everyone else was at home to receive Kwon Shingnan. For generations of the family gathered together in one room. Kwon Shingnan's gaze swept lightly across the room, and she noticed that the He family had 30 to 40 members, including some with blonde hair and blue eyes. Old Madame He Yen Xuelian led an elderly noblewoman who was nearly 70 over to Kwon Shingnan, her eyes full of gratitude. Nan, do you still remember my daughter? Of course, how could I forget? Back then, Yen Xuelian had sought her out to find her daughter, and had given her many gifts of thanks. Chapter 929, Traveling Together 11. Kwon Shingnan recalled events from many years ago and greeted the elderly woman before her. Hello, Jessica. Jessica Smith Wilson. The matriarch of the Wilson family, who enjoyed a life of comfort and privilege thanks to her 3 exceptionally capable sons. Jessica had not reverted to her Chinese name after reuniting with her mother, and her speech still carried a strong foreign accent. Hello, dear Anne. Thank you for allowing me to reunite with my father, mother, and brothers. Because of you, I came to know that there are so many lovely and dear relatives in this world. Although He Biao was her stepfather, and He Deming and the others were her half-siblings, they were all family to her. Even though her mannerisms were thoroughly foreign, deep down she was still Chinese. You're welcome. It was what I should have done. Besides, she had received so many things in return, nothing was given for free. No, my dear, I still need to thank you. Yen Xuelian smiled and said, enough politeness. Sit down, dear, take a seat. Kwon Shingnan smiled slightly, and then greeted He Biao. This elderly man had weathered a century of storms. Though his beard and brows were as white as snow, his voice was still as resonant as a bell, and his formidable aura had not diminished in the slightest. Little one, I've long heard of your name. I've spoken of you for years, and now I finally get to meet you. He Biao stroked the cane at his side and laughed heartily. Quan Xingnan replied with a smile, I've long admired you, sir. Compared to you, my reputation is nothing but empty fame. How could it be empty fame? Everyone has their own expertise. You are renowned in your field and have accumulated immeasurable merit. Over the years, the dividends Quan Xingnan received from the Tianxia Group had largely been used for charity. The He family knew this, and He Biao, as the head of the family, was even more aware. You flatter me. I don't deserve such praise. Everyone laughed at this, and Yan Xuelian spoke up. All right, stop praising each other. It's meaningless to go on. Why not have some tea, eat some snacks, and chat? That said, what followed was Yan Xuelian introducing her descendants and younger generations to Quan Xingnan. Although He Biao was over 100 years old, he had married Yan Xuelian later in life, so the family had not yet reached the grand scale of 5 generations under one roof. Even with 4 generations, there were still dozens of men, women, and children. Quan Xingnan spent nearly half a day recognizing and memorizing their faces. Fortunately, she had already heard He Xuedong briefly introduce the He family's population. Apart from gifting He Biao and Yan Xuelian each a Wangwali walking cane, she gave He Deming and his brothers each an additional agarwood bracelet, their wives, including Geng Weiwa and the other sisters-in-law, each a jadeite 18-bead bracelet, and Jessica an extra one as well. Everyone received a protective talisman. However, to the He family, the protective talismans were far more precious than the other gifts. After all, the He family was wealthy and did not lack things that money could buy, but protective talismans were rare and hard to come by. Before lunch, Quan Xingnan took the pulse of the elderly couple, examined their health, and performed acupuncture on several acupoints typically used for maintenance. During the acupuncture, she infused the energy of her earth pupil into their bodies. For elders like them, she hoped they could live a few more years. He Biao and Yan Xuelian immediately felt much lighter, and their legs seemed stronger than before. They were full of praise for Quan Xingnan. He Deming and his brothers were overjoyed and instructed the servants to put extra thought into the lunch, preparing mostly dishes that Quan Xingnan liked. Less than half an hour after the meal, He Xuedong arrived. Chapter 930, Traveling Together 12. Fourth brother is here? Upon hearing this, Quan Xingnan was so excited, she nearly jumped up. In no time, she indeed saw He Xuedong walking into the living room, elegant and composed, with a graceful demeanor. Mr. He, Mrs. He, I've come to pick up Nanan. He Xuedong greeted He Biao and his wife directly. The friendship between the two families was so strong that pleasantries were unnecessary. He Biao and Yan Xuelian had also heard from their son about his relationship with Quan Xingnan, so they naturally had no intention of stopping them. They just chuckled and said, we hope we can drink to your wedding. Quan Xingnan immediately blushed. He Xuedong, however, smiled and replied, you two are as healthy as ever, and it will certainly happen. After leaving the He residence and getting into the car, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but complain, what was that all about? You just said that. Did I say something wrong? He Xuedong asked softly. Quan Xingnan fell silent. Once she set her heart on someone, it was for life and she wouldn't change. As for He Xuedong, needless to say, whether in his past life or this one, he was someone who would rather go without than settle. Thinking about it carefully, He Xuedong hadn't said anything wrong, they would get married, without a doubt. Her sparkling eyes darted around, and Quan Xingnan quickly changed the subject. Fourth brother, have the business issues been resolved? Have you seen the elders since you returned? Although she had already changed how she addressed them, she still felt a bit shy calling He Xuedong's parents, uncle and auntie, in front of him, even though she had found 2 big red envelopes stuffed into her bag by them when she got back to her place. Everything is resolved. If it weren't, I wouldn't have had time to come back. And yes, I've seen uncle and auntie, He Xuedong replied. The two sat in the back seat of the car. He Xuedong reached out and took her small hand, feeling its softness and delicacy, like holding a piece of smooth jade. Just finished eating, and it's still early. I'll take you shopping, and tonight I'll bring you to try the local specialties. Great. Quan Xingnan was thrilled. Quan Xingnan mainly wanted to buy nourishing products as gifts for friends and family, so He Xuedong directly took her to a store specializing in such items. Although this store wasn't the most popular in Hong Kong, its products were the most authentic and of the highest quality. Most of the nourishing products purchased by the He family came from here. Quan Xingnan wasn't short on money, and He Xuedong even less so. Once inside, they went straight for the best items. The server attending to them could tell from their polished appearance and elegant demeanor that they were big clients. Upon closer inspection, how could they not recognize He Xuedong, whom almost everyone in Hong Kong knew? They immediately notified the store manager. Mr. Hua, you're here. What do you need? I'll have someone bring it over right away. Manager Zhou bowed and scraped, showing utmost respect to He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan alike. Everyone present understood that anyone accompanied personally by He Xuedong was no ordinary person. Hua Xuedong didn't answer Manager Zhou directly. Instead, he turned to Quan Xingnan, who recited her shopping list for the day. Bird's nest, sea cucumber, abalone, cordyceps. All nourishing products. Hua Xuedong then said to Manager Zhou, bring out the top-grade items for us to see. Yes, yes, yes. Please come inside. For VIP guests, the store had a more respectful way of receiving them. Thus, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong sat inside drinking tea while watching the servers continuously bring over top-grade items for their inspection. With Hua Xuedong present, no one dared to deceive Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan made a generous purchase of a large pile, naturally paid for by Hua Xuedong. Since this store was frequently visited by celebrities and socialites, it was a regular haunt for paparazzi. When they spotted Hua Xuedong walking out with a large bag of nourishing products and a beautiful woman, they immediately snapped photos. Chapter 931. The Real and Fake Heiress 1. A health product store shocked everyone as the chairman of the Hua Group accompanied a beautiful woman on a shopping spree. Hua Xuedong, known for his clean living, turns out not to be a monk. The head of the Hua Group has found his match, leaving countless Hong Kong socialites heartbroken. Hua Xuedong, suspected of lacking certain functions, takes his girlfriend on a frenzy buying over 100,000 worth of cordyceps, deer antler, and sea cucumber. Billionaire Hua Xuedong returns to Hong Kong overnight just to go shopping with his girlfriend. Is the mainland girl actually Hua Xuedong's girlfriend? Hua Xuedong's girlfriend wears a rare jadeite worth over 10 million. According to a renowned jewelry appraiser, a single jade hairpin on Hua Xuedong's girlfriend is worth 10 million, with the rest of her accessories beyond valuation. Old dragon seed jadeite appears on Hua Xuedong's girlfriend, reportedly extinct since the Qianlong era named it. Hua Xuedong and his girlfriend are a perfect match, equally matched in status. Hua Xuedong and his girlfriend shop hand in hand, showing off their affection. The billionaire, known for his frugality, accompanies his girlfriend to buy fish balls worth a few dollars on the street. A street stall shocks everyone as the billionaire buys stuffed three treasures. Billionaire Hua Xuedong queues up to buy claypot rice for dinner. Since being photographed after buying supplements, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong continued shopping, with countless paparazzi lurking everywhere, capturing their entire day's itinerary, including their street food stops. It hit the news that same day, with headlines ranging wildly, all designed to grab attention. That evening, Quan Xingnan returned to her residence and saw the gossip tabloids, especially the one targeting Hua Xuedong's supposed lack of function, nearly laughing herself into a fit. Hua Xuedong, who had escorted her back, could only smile helplessly at the sight. Not only that, but Quan Xingnan's previous whereabouts were also dug up by paparazzi and published in the papers. Hua Xuedong's girlfriend arrives in Hong Kong, with his chief secretary personally accompanying her, luxury cars and bodyguards showcasing her status. Hua Xuedong's girlfriend has gained the approval of the Hua family elders, having visited the Hua mansion. Hua Xuedong's girlfriend temporarily resides in the Peninsula Villa complex, neighbors with many city tycoons. Hua Xuedong and his girlfriend seem to be nearing a happy event. What exactly is the mainland girl's identity that she has defeated countless city socialites to marry into the top-tier wealthy family? Given Hua Xuedong's status, he would normally be notified before such gossip hit the papers, but since he had no intention of hiding, he didn't block the reports. Even though Hua Xuedong was open about this matter, he had his limits. He didn't want Quan Xingnan to suffer any harm, nor did he want to see even the slightest possibility of it. Quan Xingnan was only 15 this year. If her real age were exposed, it would surely stir up trouble, and this relationship, which time had not yet favored, would face scrutiny. Thus, in response to the tabloids labeling Quan Xingnan as his girlfriend, Hua Xuedong neither confirmed nor denied it. He didn't confirm it because Quan Xingnan was a minor, and admitting it could be seen as enticing a minor. He didn't deny it because Quan Xingnan was indeed his young girlfriend, and denying it would mean losing face if they married in the future, inviting contempt. So, after the news broke, Hua Xuedong had Secretary Chen issue a statement on his behalf as chairman of the Hua Group, stating that the girl in the photos was Anne, the daughter of a family friend from a prestigious mainland family. A shareholder of both the Tianxia Group and the Hua Group, the owner of the Peninsula Villa, and a holder of 30% shares in Weshing Wutong Jewelry Company, among other assets, making her quite wealthy. Chapter 932. The Real and Fake Heiress 2. After this statement was released, the tabloids became much more restrained in their reporting, daring not to refer to Quan Xingnan as Hua Xuedong's girlfriend. Because in this statement, Hua Xuedong clearly stated that Anne was only 15 years old. 15 years old, a minor. Hong Kong's protection of minors is extremely rigorous, something the mainland cannot match at all. Even parents, if they abuse a minor child, will be immediately detained by local authorities upon discovery and separated from the child. If a minor child is abused by their parents, they can also call the police for protection. No matter how unethical the paparazzi are, they would not report that an underage girl is Hua Xiuedong's girlfriend. A 15-year-old daughter of a family friend visiting Hong Kong and paying respects to the Hua family elders, with Hua Xiuedong acting as a host and companion, seemed perfectly natural, having nothing to do with romantic feelings. Unable to make a story out of Hua Xiuedong's girlfriend, the fact that she was a shareholder in 2 major conglomerates was highly newsworthy. Thus, countless reporters desperately dug into the assets under Quan Xingnan's name. Hong Kong newspapers love reporting such content, for instance, a certain heiress receiving a massive fortune, or a wealthy wife being gifted a yacht. Unfortunately, Quan Xingnan's statement did not mention her Chinese name, but used the English name, and the vast majority of Quan Xingnan's assets were under the name Quan Xingnan, making it difficult for Hong Kong reporters to find specific details. To lay the groundwork for the future, Hua Xiuedong publicly disclosed Quan Xingnan's assets alongside the statement. Aside from shares in 2 major companies, Quan Xingnan was also a shareholder in several large corporations, and the companies she had invested in years ago had already yielded enormous returns, drawing widespread attention. With such wealth, she was far from being a Cinderella. The amount of money determines one's status in high society. Even if Hong Kongers looked down on the mainland, they dared not underestimate Quan Xingnan. Currently, jadeite was in vogue, and the paparazzi were very interested in the jadeite-Quan Xingnan war. That day at the He family's, Quan Xingnan wore a set of old dragon-grade jadeite she had obtained from beneath a tree root in Yunnan. It was as transparent as a mirror, shifting colors like a chameleon with changes in light, incredibly beautiful. It could be said that while such jadeite was not the only piece of its kind, this set was absolutely one of a kind. The pair of old dragon-grade jadeite bangles that had once made the news were completely inferior to her entire set, and the latter featured imperial craftsmanship. A unique set of jadeite was enough to make many people envious. Moreover, Quan Xingnan couldn't possibly finish all her shopping in one afternoon. The next day, she continued her shopping trip with Hua Xiuedong and changed into another set of jadeite, the imperial green jadeite jewelry she had obtained together with the old dragon-grade set. Imperial green, rich, intoxicating, and dazzling. Its craftsmanship and historical significance were even more important than the jadeite itself. Yet, this brilliance could not overshadow Quan Xingnan's beauty. The person and the jade complemented each other perfectly. Those interested in jewelry dug up photos of Quan Xingnan taken earlier. The imperial green jadeite jewelry she wore on the day she arrived in Hong Kong, the mutton-fat white jade jewelry she wore when visiting the Hua family, these were completely different from the 2 sets of jadeite jewelry. Even if both were imperial green, the styles were distinct, making the differences easy to spot. Someone commented in the newspaper, just these few sets of jewelry alone are worth more than what many socialites possess. This was a relatively mild and fair assessment. More acerbic critics directly compared photos of other Hong Kong socialites wearing jadeite. Without comparison, the jadeite they wore seemed precious and enviable, but once compared, it was instantly reduced to nothing. Chapter 933. The Real and Fake Heiress 3. Quan Xingnan had very high standards and was extremely picky. The jewelry and accessories worth collecting in her eyes were all top-tier items. Anything less than top-tier, she couldn't be bothered to keep. Every person who could give her gifts without restraint was either wealthy or noble. No one would offer anything less than the best. This resulted in Quan Xingnan's jewelry box being both abundant and exorbitantly expensive. What others would treasure and hide away as precious gems, Quan Xingnan wore as ordinary accessories. Occasionally, when she bumped them while shopping, onlookers would feel pain for her, but she herself felt nothing. Quan Xingnan came out of the fitting room. "Fourth brother, how does this dress look?" Hua Xiuedong sat on the sofa and looked up. It was a red chiffon dress. A pure red, vibrant and bright. The design was quite simple, with no superfluous embellishments, yet it was crafted by a renowned designer, every stitch and thread exquisitely detailed. Quan Xingnan's height now exceeded the average height of adult women, and she was well developed. The dress fabric clung slightly to her figure, accentuating her delicate youthful curves. She stood gracefully, like a flower in full bloom. Red and green are notoriously difficult to pair, and are often considered tacky by modern standards. However, Quan Xingnan's skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. The red dress and green jadeite clashed to create a vibrant vitality, not tacky at all, but strikingly lively. Hua Xiuedong's heart beat like a flame. "Very beautiful. It suits you well," Hua Xiuedong said, his voice slightly hoarse, but carrying a magnetic depth. "Really?" Quan Xingnan spread her arms and spun around in front of him. As she turned, the hem of the dress flared out like a red lotus leaf. When she stopped, the skirt fell gracefully, its texture impeccable. "Of course it's true." Hua Xiuedong nodded and added, "But the shoes don't match." Once you've finished buying clothes, let's go to a shoe store and pick a pair that goes with the dress. Okay. Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. Hua Xuedong continued, we're hosting a cocktail party in a couple of days. Let's pick out a few more gowns. With that, he turned to the sales assistant and gave a slight nod. Please show us some gowns suitable for her age. It's best to avoid anything that someone else might wear. This was a major department store under the Hua family, so the clothing shops within it were all top-tier brands. Yes, Mr. Hua. We have a few limited edition haute couture gowns in the store. I'll bring them for Miss and to choose from, the sales assistant said respectfully. Quan Xingnan, however, smiled and said, I'm not afraid of wearing the same outfit as someone else. Clothes should be something you like and that suits you. Limited editions aren't necessarily the right fit. In cases of matching outfits, it's always the one who looks worse who feels awkward. Quan Xingnan considered herself fairly attractive and wasn't afraid of being overshadowed. Since reuniting with her parents, most of Quan Xingnan's clothes were custom-made at old shops, without brand labels, but the fabric and craftsmanship were top-notch. Still, many of her clothes were gifts from others, so she didn't mind wearing the same style as someone else. People are all equal, wear what you like. Why create hierarchies? Take suits, for example. Doesn't everyone wear them? No one feels awkward about wearing the same suit as someone else. Hua Xuedong naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, pick whatever you like. If you want one-of-a-kind clothes, have our clothing company's designers create something exclusively for you. The Hua Group naturally owned a clothing company, and Quan Xingnan's own brand, Weixing, also specialized in clothing. Not to mention the Su Sisters clothing company, which was more than willing to serve Quan Xingnan. Chapter 934. The Real and Fake Heiress 4. Hua Xuedong picked out a light blue dress for Quan Xingnan to try on. It was made of smooth fabric, with a stand-up collar and exquisite auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on it. The design was somewhat reminiscent of a cheongsam, but not entirely. The top part was, while the skirt was not. Quan Xingnan looked at it and felt a liking for it in her heart. A beautiful person can pull off any color of clothing. Quan Xingnan took the dress into the fitting room, while Hua Xuedong continued selecting more for her outside. The sales assistant followed behind Hua Xuedong, watching him pick out a white strapless princess dress. Since Quan Xingnan was young, the dresses he chose naturally leaned toward conservative and youthful styles. The designs were simple and elegant, not overly elaborate. Sometimes, the simpler the clothing, the more beautiful it is. The sales assistant held the dresses Hua Xuedong had selected. After much picking and choosing, he also picked out a short light green embroidered cheongsam and a pure pink long skirt with no floral decorations. The long skirt was made of gauze, with gauze ribbons fluttering, giving it an ethereal quality. Mr. Hua, you have excellent taste. These dresses are all very suitable for Miss, and the sales assistant flattered. Hua Xuedong responded softly, pointing to a flower fairy-style dress on the rack. Take this one down too. This was the only one that was relatively elaborate, with a gauze-based skirt adorned with floral garlands. Hua Xuedong thought that Quan Xingnan would look like a fairy among flowers when she wore it, beautiful and otherworldly. The sales assistant, holding the dresses Hua Xuedong had already selected, was worried about damaging them and dared not add more burden. He quickly asked his colleague Ahong to help take down the flower fairy dress. Unexpectedly, before Ahong could place her hand on the rack, a voice from the other side of the rack said, "This one, please." Before Ahong could react, someone on the opposite side had already taken the flower fairy dress. After Ahong realized what had happened, she couldn't help but look at Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong's expression remained calm, but the sales assistant holding the dresses was extremely flustered. Mr. Hua. In an instant, the woman who had taken a liking to the flower fairy dress also turned around. It was a middle-aged wealthy woman and a young girl of about 18 or 19. Hua Xuedong had an excellent memory. Although their social circles were different, he still recognized them as Mrs. Wu and her daughter, Wu Qingwan. Ahong was about to say that the flower fairy dress had been chosen by Hua Xuedong first, but Hua Xuedong raised his hand to stop her. He nodded politely at Mrs. Wu and Wu Qingwan, then turned and walked away. Hua Xuedong recognized Mrs. Wu out of politeness, but Mrs. Wu certainly knew Hua Xuedong, who was well known throughout Hong Kong. Mr. Hua, hello. Mrs. Wu was extremely respectful and reached out to pull her daughter along. Wu Qingwan naturally knew of Hua Xuedong as well, but she had never met him in person. Seeing him today, her eyes went wide. Her eyes went wide because Hua Xuedong was refined and handsome, mature and elegant. Which young girl doesn't harbor romantic feelings? No matter how good a person looks in photos, it can never compare to seeing them in real life. Wu Qingwan's heart pounded wildly. Seeing Hua Xuedong turn to leave, she grew anxious and stepped forward. Mr. Hua. Her crisp voice did not stop Hua Xuedong's steps. At the same time, Quan Xingnan's cheerful voice rang out. Fourth brother, I think you have great taste. It really looks good. Quan Xingnan looked beautiful whether lightly or heavily made up, and she had worn a light blue dress when she went to the Hua family as well. In fact, jadeite also matched any color of clothing. The light blue dress paired with the imperial green jadeite surprisingly looked very harmonious. It's you. The moment she saw Quan Xingnan, jealousy surged in Wu Qingwan's heart like a tide, and her eyes nearly turned red. Chapter 935, Real and Fake Heiress 5. Quan Xingnan also noticed Mrs. Wu and her daughter behind Hua Xuedong, and her brows furrowed slightly. What kind of fate was this? They had been on the same plane when coming to Hong Kong, ran into them when visiting the Hua family, and now they were meeting again while out shopping for clothes. Even though she could feel the malice radiating from Wu Qingwan, Quan Xingnan refused to let herself be rude. Like Hua Xuedong, Quan Xingnan nodded at them, then turned to Hua Xuedong. Fourth brother, what do you think? Hua Xuedong walked a circle around her, his eyes full of admiration. My taste is indeed good. You look great in it. Try the others. I picked out 2 more for you. Okay. Quan Xingnan ignored Mrs. Wu and Wu Qingwan, following the sales assistant into the fitting room. No one understood her daughter better than Mrs. Wu. The moment her daughter's eyes shifted, she knew what scheme was brewing in her mind. She quickly pulled her back, afraid of offending Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong was someone their social class could only look up to but never reach. Wanner, you picked this dress. Go try it on. Mommy. Wu Qingwan stomped her foot, wanting to stay and deepen her impression on Hua Xuedong. Go now, Mrs. Wu said sternly. Wu Qingwan didn't dare defy her mother. She glanced at Hua Xuedong and took the dress into the fitting room, displeased. Watching her daughter leave, Mrs. Wu sighed in relief and said awkwardly to Hua Xuedong, I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. My daughter is young and ignorant. Please forgive her. Hua Xuedong said indifferently, it's fine. They were just strangers, so it really didn't matter. Mrs. Wu smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Yu Huan's promise to take her daughter to the top tycoon's cocktail party, she wouldn't have brought her here to buy a gown. This place was part of the Hua family's business. The clothes were top-tier brands, favored by high society, and wearing them out would save face. After the incident with Wu Qingwan, Hua Xuedong lost interest in picking out more clothes. He sat back on the sofa to wait for Quan Xingnan to finish trying on the outfits. The sales assistant naturally didn't dare say a word. In truth, Hua Xuedong had set aside a separate dressing room for Quan Xingnan in his villa, filled with all kinds of clothes, shoes, and jewelry, each piece a masterpiece, unique and exclusive. But Hua Xuedong treasured every moment he could spend with Quan Xingnan, so he accompanied her on this shopping trip. Besides, shopping was all about the experience. Quan Xingnan came out wearing a cheongsam and frowned. Fourth brother, it looks good, but the size is a bit off. It needs alterations. She was slender all over, with an especially narrow waist, so the dress was slightly loose around the waist. Even that tiny difference would make it look unflattering when worn. High society cared deeply about such things. Going out in ill-fitting clothes would invite ridicule. The sales assistant quickly said, Miss, and don't worry. We have professional staff here who can adjust the size and deliver it to your home. Quan Xingnan looked down at herself. Alright. Fourth brother picked this dress, and I really like it. Next, a late green dress gave her a fresh and elegant look, while a pink long skirt made her appear ethereal. Wu Qingwan was also a beauty. Wearing a flower fairy gown, even without a matching hairstyle, she still looked good. But comparison was the thief of joy, just like with the jade earlier. Standing next to Quan Xingnan, Wu Qingwan's skin instantly looked darker. Fair skin hides 100 flaws. Dark skin, naturally, loses much of its charm. Realizing this, Wu Qingwan's face turned sour. She immediately said, I don't want this. I'll change into something else. Chapter 936, Real and Fake Heiress 6. Mrs. Wu had only this one daughter and had always cherished her like a treasure. Hearing her daughter say this, she immediately nodded in agreement. All right, let's buy other clothes. Even if they no longer wanted them, the sales assistant dared not suggest selling them to Hua Xuedong. Wouldn't that be an insult? Given Hua Xuedong and status and position, would they ever need to wear something Wu Qingwan had picked out and discarded? Wu Qingwan still wanted to approach Hua Xuedong to speak, but Mrs. Wu firmly held her back. Quan Xingnan paid no attention. After trying on the clothes, 2 pieces needed size adjustments, and the staff would deliver them to her residence as soon as they were altered. The rest, which required no modifications, were carefully packaged. After paying, Hua Xuedong willingly acted as the laborer, carrying the bags in both hands. Sweetheart, let's go pick out shoes to match the clothes, and then choose some accessories to go with them. Shoes are a must. I didn't bring many pairs here. As for accessories, your jewelry box is full of exquisite pieces. I can just pick a few to match the outfits. Clothes could be trendy or outdated, but Quan Xingnan had plenty of jewelry, and it was all classic. Hua Xuedong chuckled softly. We'll still take a look. Maybe we'll find something you like. If I find something I fancy, will you foot the bill? Quan Xingnan smiled sweetly. Of course. As they stepped out, Hu Xiuedong handed the bags to a bodyguard, then turned and reached out to gently tap her nose. As they gradually walked away, Wu Qiwan stomped her foot. Mommy, what are you doing? Mrs. Wu lightly patted the back of her hand and scolded. Wana, I'm asking you what you think you're doing. What kind of person is Mr. Hua? Do you think you can act recklessly in front of him? Although I don't know who that miss and is, seeing how everyone treats her with such respect, it's clear her family background is no less than Mr. Hua's. Didn't you hear the Hua group statement? She's the daughter of Mr. Hua's family friend. Everyone knew that Hu Xiuedong came from a political family in the mainland. His father and brother were both high-ranking officials, part of the top-tier families in the capital. It was easy to imagine that Hu Xiuedong's family friends must belong to similar circles. No matter how proud or smug the people of Hong Kong were, the island was just a small place, incomparable to a behemoth like the mainland. Mrs. Wu often traveled to the mainland and understood better than most how fast it was developing. As people often said, China was a sleeping lion that had awoken. Mrs. Wu had no other remarkable abilities, but she valued self-awareness. Wana, I don't care what you're thinking. I only have one thing to say to you. As people, we must know our place. Those who don't know their place and offend great figures they can only look up to will easily bring disaster upon themselves. Mrs. Wu knew that men were unreliable, so she kept spending money, purchasing real estate in the mainland as a safety net for her daughter. Assets worth hundreds of millions sounded like a lot, but in reality, the liquid cash available to families like theirs was limited. If trouble arose, it would be easy to lose everything. Wu Qiwan listened to her mother's words, pursed her lips stubbornly, and said nothing. The sales assistants nearby also overheard the mother-daughter conversation. Despite their professionalism, showing no outward reaction, they inwardly sneered at Wu Qingwan's every word and action. Hu Xiuedong was the ideal catch in many people's eyes, but who could actually land him? Wu Qingwan's family background couldn't compare to other socialites, her looks fell short, and she was nowhere near Miss N. Even the employees working under the Hua group had no idea who would be fortunate enough to become the second Mrs. Hua. The first Mrs. Hua, of course, was the current old Madame Hua. Chapter 937, The Real and Fake Heiress 7. Quan Xingnan had no idea what was happening between Mrs. Wu and her daughter, nor did she know that Wu Qiwan was coveting her boyfriend. After buying shoes to match her outfit, she headed straight to the jewelry store with Hu Xiuedong. The jewelry store was, of course, Weshing Wutong under the Hua group. Aside from that, Quan Xingnan didn't want to go to any other jewelry store. Why should she help other people's businesses make money? Even if it was a business under her own name, she couldn't just take things for free. Hu Xiuedong always adhered to the rules and regulations he had set. Still, since it was their own family's business, they were treated as VIPs of the highest tier. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, they didn't even need to look at the counters. They were directly ushered into the VIP room, where the store manager personally attended to them, and sales assistants brought out all kinds of jewelry. A dazzling array of sparkling pieces. Looking at the diamond ornaments before her, Quan Xingnan thought of the romantic heart that Hu Xiuedong had given her. None of these compare to the necklace you gave me. It goes perfectly with all kinds of little dresses, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it this time. There are several sets of pink diamond jewelry at home, all from the same rough stone as the romantic heart. I'll bring them to you next time I pick you up, Hu Xiuedong said. Those were also exquisite pieces designed by Pete. Then, Hu Xiuedong added, if you don't like these, don't bother looking. Just look at what you do like. His little girl deserved only the finest. Actually, this one is pretty too. Quan Xingnan picked up a pink diamond ring. Her fingers were slender, and the ring was a bit loose on her hand. The pure pink diamond was cut into a heart shape, surrounded by smaller diamonds, dazzling and brilliant. Quan Xingnan glanced at the tag. It was 8.8 carats. Hu Xiuedong helped her take off the ring. You're still young. You don't need this now. There will be better ones later. He had deliberately set aside a portion of that rare pink diamond to make a ring. Quan Xingnan giggled, looking charming and adorable. She was sitting, and Hu Xiuedong stood behind her. She tilted her head back to smile at him. The store manager, surnamed Liang, quietly watched Quan Xingnan act spoiled in front of Hu Xiuedong and took in the indulgence Hu Xiuedong showed her. A smart person kept what they saw to themselves, and manager Liang had no intention of spreading it. But inwardly, she screamed, they're such a perfect match. No wonder those gossip magazines say Hu Sheng and Miss and are a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. Childhood friends from prestigious families, it's like a classic plot straight out of a TV drama. Quan Xingnan put the ring back on the red velvet and soon spotted an anklet. A delicate platinum chain with small pink diamond pendants hanging every few centimeters. There were 5 in total, 1 large and 4 small, all cut into heart shapes. Hu Xiuedong also thought she had good taste. He picked it up, examined it, and crouched down beside her. Quan Xingnan's feet were as beautiful as she was, her ankles smooth, like jade and silk, and her pink toenails resembled 5 tiny pink petals, crystal clear and pink. Hua Xiuedong slipped off her shoe, placed her left foot on his knee, and gently fastened the anklet. Manager Liang clasped her hands over her heart, shouting inwardly, so romantic. This really doesn't look like just a simple friendship between childhood friends from prestigious families. Someone as esteemed as Hua Xing, stooping so low like this. The word stooping might not be the best description for the scene, but it truly showed how much Hua Xiuedong cared for Quan Xingnan. This beautiful moment was soon shattered by a sharp voice from outside. Manager Liang frowned, recognizing the voice as that of her aunt's sister-in-law, Pan Qinglan, who was notorious for beating and scolding her biological daughter. Chapter 938, The Real and Fake Heiress 8. Hong Kong Island's laws on the protection of minors are quite strict. Pan Qinglan and Lu Baoxiu frequently abused their daughter, and it was not easy to detect before Lu Xiaoqian started school. Although Lu Baolin and his wife knew about it, since Lu Baoxiu was Lu Baolin's younger brother and his wife, no one reported it to the police. Now, things are different. After Lu Xiaoqian started school, her teacher discovered the bruises and old marks of abuse on her body and immediately reported it to the police. After an investigation, Lu Baoxiu and Pan Qinglan were taken away by the police and separated from their daughter. It was a long time before they were released. Now, Lu Xiaoqian lives with Lu Baolin's family, keeping Lu Qianqian company. Lu Baoxiu and Pan Qinglan are not allowed to visit her. They repeatedly promised to behave and pulled many strings before the separation from their daughter was recently lifted. But as soon as they were allowed to visit their daughter, they started hitting and scolding her again. Store manager Liang is the niece of Liang Yui, Lu Baolin's wife, and often visits the Lu family. Over time, she grew to genuinely care for the gentle and fragile Lu Xiaoqian, and she particularly disliked Pan Qinglan and her husband. So, as soon as she heard Pan Qinglan's voice in the store manager Liang got a headache. Lu Baolin built his business from scratch. He and his wife came from humble beginnings, so store manager Liang was naturally not some wealthy heiress. She was able to attend university thanks to the financial support of Lu Baolin and his wife after they became prosperous. After graduation, she found a job as a sales assistant and worked her way up to store manager. At this moment, Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan also heard the commotion outside the VIP room. Pan Qinglan was shouting, "I've bought so many things in your store, so why am I being attended to by a few junior sales assistants instead of the store manager? Are you looking down on me because my husband works at his big brother's company?" Lu Baolin knew his younger brother and sister-in-law very well, ambitious, but incompetent. Fearing they might offend people if they worked elsewhere, he arranged 2 positions for them in his company. In reality, they were just dead weight, doing nothing, essentially being paid to be idle. Pan Qinglan was very dissatisfied with this, but had no choice. She didn't dare to argue with Lu Baolin and his wife, so she could only vent her anger on the sales assistants, who were lower in status than her. Store manager Liang glanced cautiously at Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan didn't know Pan Qinglan and asked, "Who is that shouting outside? So rude." "She is Pan Qinglan, the wife of Lu Baolin, the younger brother of Mr. Lu, the chairman of the Lu Group." Although it wasn't the big boss asking, store manager Liang still answered promptly. She remembered that the end in front of her was also one of the owners of Wesheng Wutong. Her. Quan Xingnan frowned. Hua Xiuedong helped her put on her shoes, leaving the anklet in place, and stood up, asking, "What's wrong? Do you know her?" "I don't know her, but I know the bad things she's done. She's an extremely vicious person." After answering, Quan Xingnan added, "She's the kind of person like Zhang Hui." For the 3 Yuan brothers and Quan Xingnan, Zhang Hui was the most vicious person, bar none. Hua Xiuedong quickly understood. Just as she was about to instruct store manager Liang to kick Pan Qinglan out, Quan Xingnan had already spoken. "Store manager Liang, please find 2 people to throw Pan Qinglan out. Don't let her affect other guests shopping. From today on, any business under the Hua Group is forbidden from serving Lu Baoxiu and Pan Qinglan." Store manager Liang agreed without a second word, called over 2 sales assistants to listen for instructions, and went out herself to announce the decision regarding Pan Qinglan's behavior, though she attributed it to the boss's decision rather than directly saying it was Quan Xingnan's. When Quan Xingnan spoke, Hua Xiuedong did not interrupt or stop her, which meant she also agreed with Quan Xingnan's decision. Chapter 939, The Real and Fake Heiress 9. Seeing Pan Qinglan's shocked expression, manager Liang felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, this couple constantly caused trouble for his aunt and uncle. "You? What did you say?" Pan Qinglan trembled with rage, raising her hand to point at manager Liang. Manager Liang swatted her finger away from his face and said with a polite yet respectful smile, "You heard me correctly, Mrs. Lu. Our boss has decided that we will no longer do business with you. As if that wasn't enough, Manager Liang continued, under the gaze of the other sales associates and customers shopping nearby. Not only all the jewelry stores under Wesheng Wutong, but also any industry under the Hua family will refuse you, including dining, accommodation, clothing, shopping malls, and so on. The Hua family's businesses spanned various industries, covering all aspects of daily life. Being rejected by the Hua family meant she would no longer enjoy top-tier services in any of these areas. I don't believe it, Pan Qinglan shouted. After yelling, she seemed to recall something and cried out, Hua Sheng is in the VIP room, isn't he? I want to see him. Manager Liang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, I'm sorry, but Hua Sheng is busy and not seeing outsiders. Compared to meeting Pan Qinglan, accompanying Miss, and in her shopping was far more important. After explaining, Manager Liang ignored Pan Qinglan's struggles and, along with several sales associates and security personnel, escorted her out. The other customers present had enjoyed the spectacle and someone asked, is Hua Sheng here? Yes, Hua Sheng is accompanying Miss and in selecting jewelry. After answering, Manager Liang bowed slightly to the customers and said, today, Mrs. Lu's appearance has dampened everyone's mood. Within my authority, I'll offer you all a 10% discount. I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Excuse me. A 10% discount meant saving quite a bit of money. After all, the jewelry at Wesheng Wutong was extremely expensive. Hearing this, all the customers were delighted. Under the one-on-one assistance of the other sales associates, they began selecting their preferred pieces, no longer bothered that Manager Liang was attending only to Hua Xuedong. When Manager Liang re-entered the VIP room, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had almost finished their selections. In addition to the anklet, Quan Xingnan had chosen a delicate necklace, a bracelet, a brooch, and a pair of girlish earrings, all made of pink diamonds, modest in size but exquisitely crafted. Hua Xuedong, on the other hand, had picked out a set of ruby jewelry for her, with a pure color that matched her red dress perfectly. Quan Xingnan casually remarked, I still have 2 pigeon's blood rubies that I haven't used. I'll find someone to design a set of jewelry for me next time. She had originally obtained 4 pieces, 2 of which had been carved into protective rings and given to Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua. All right, I'll find our best designer to help you with that. Manager Liang, quick to catch on, immediately packaged the jewelry and respectfully handed it over without even mentioning payment. Hua Xuedong picked up the shopping bag, turned to her and said, bring me the bill. Yes. Hua Xuedong signed the bill that Manager Liang handed over and said, settle it at the finance department. It will be automatically deducted from the dividends at the end of the year. Manager Liang replied respectfully, understood, Hua Sheng. When they came out, it was nearly noon. Quan Xingnan patted her empty stomach and said, fourth brother, let's go eat. The claypot rice we had last time was really delicious. Hua Xuedong smiled gently. All right, let's go with claypot rice. Claypot rice was actually a Cantonese dish, part of the Cantonese cuisine, but it could be found everywhere in Hong Kong. I also want to eat fish balls, Quan Xingnan added, still craving them after her last experience. Hua Xuedong naturally had no reason to refuse. Chapter 940, The Real and Fake Heiresses 10. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan went directly to the Cantonese restaurant they had visited last time and ordered 2 portions of claypot rice. To savor different flavors, the 2 portions were different from each other and also different from the ones they had last time. The 2 sat in a corner of the restaurant, shielded by greenery, ensuring good privacy. Hua Xuedong recalled that there was a famous roast meat shop in the area with excellent food, so he instructed the bodyguard dining at a nearby restaurant to drive over, buy a portion, and bring it back. He also bought the fish balls and egg waffles that Quan Xingnan wanted to eat. Quan Xingnan ate to her heart's content, leaving the restaurant with a slightly bulging belly. On the way, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but tell Hua Xuedong what Zhang Ailian had told her, but she stopped talking once they got into the car. There were a driver and bodyguards in the car, so she couldn't go into detail. Mr. Lu came to visit last time and said he absolutely must receive an invitation, that he would definitely come. I was thinking, when we send out the invitations, should we specify that they can bring their families to the banquet? Although the matter of the real and fake heiresses of the Lu family has nothing to do with me, first, I was entrusted by Zhang Ailian, and second, it reminds me of my own background, and I can't help but feel a sense of shared suffering. Hua Xuedong said, it's not a difficult matter, just specify it. After all, Lu Shaoqian was only nominally Lu Baolin's niece. Lu Baolin bringing his family to the banquet might not necessarily include her. And although Lu Qianqian was the original sinner, she was ultimately an innocent child, and many things couldn't be said face to face. Hua Xuedong was afraid that Quan Xingnan would be disappointed if she didn't get to see Lu Xiaoqian, so he added, even if the real and fake heiresses don't come, during your stay in Hong Kong, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet them. Helping others requires moderation. He had finally reunited with Quan Xingnan and didn't want others to take up too much of her time. Most importantly, Hua Xuedong was more familiar with Hong Kong's legal system than Quan Xingnan. He vaguely remembered that the abuse of Lu Xiaoqian by Lu Baoshu and his wife had been reported in the newspapers, and she had been separated from them. So, in the short term, there was no need to worry about them continuing to abuse Lu Xiaoqian. Hearing him say this, Quan Xingnan sighed. Just a couple of days ago, Zhang Ailian came to me saying they were still beating and scolding Lu Xiaoqian. Has she really been separated? If she's been separated, shouldn't they not be allowed to see Lu Xiaoqian to prevent further harm to the child? The separation might have been lifted, but they haven't reformed. If they're caught again, they'll be taken away once more. Being taken away once might be tolerable, but after a second time, it wouldn't be easy for them to see Lu Xiaoqian again. Hua Xuedong directly instructed Alexander, who was in the passenger seat, call Secretary Qin and have him investigate this matter. If it's true, we might as well use someone else to report it to the police to resolve it and protect Lu Xiaoqian's safety. Yes, Mr. Hua. Although Alexander didn't know what they were planning, he quickly notified Secretary Qin. Quan Xingnan smiled happily and linked her arm with Hua Xuedong's. Let's write the invitations when we get back. In this regard, Hua Xuedong had plenty of experience. Although Quan Xingnan was new here and didn't know many people aside from the He family, Shui Qingran and her brother and Secretary Qin, the fact that Hua Xuedong was also hosting the banquet made up for it. Additionally, Hua Xuedong had been busy with business and away from Hong Kong for many days. Now that he was back, others wanted to connect with him. Thus, after the invitations were sent out, everyone who received one responded enthusiastically. Unless they absolutely couldn't make it, everyone confirmed they would attend the banquet. The venue for the banquet was Quan Xingnan's villa. Many people longed to set foot on this peninsula, but had never had the chance. Chapter 941, Real and Fake Heiress 11. Since the upper-class individuals were busy with their own affairs during the day, the reception was scheduled for the evening. As one of the hosts, Hua Xuedong moved into Quan Xingnan's villa 2 days in advance to personally oversee the reception. Since Quan Xingnan had no experience in such matters, he reviewed every detail of the event. Quan Xingnan also carefully considered his opinions when choosing her gown and jewelry. When Hua Xuedong arrived, he brought along numerous outfits, shoes, and accessories. Quan Xingnan selected a pink satin strapless mini dress as her entrance gown, paired with exquisite diamond accessories. Observant individuals, such as Secretary Qin, noticed that Hua Xuedong's tie that day was also pink. Not only was it the same color, but it was also made of the same fabric. Secretary Qin would never tell anyone that Hua Xuedong's diamond cufflinks and tie clip, along with Quan Xingnan's diamond accessories matching her dress, were from the same series, designed by the same designer. It was as if they were relentlessly flaunting their affection at every moment. Fortunately, Hua Xuedong was nearly 30, while Quan Xingnan was still a minor, and these were subtle details not easily noticed, so they wouldn't be readily discovered. Soon, the day of the reception arrived. Because the reception was hosted by Hua Xuedong and a mysterious young woman from the mainland, it attracted widespread attention. Clinking glasses, mingling perfumes, and elegant silhouettes, such scenes described the atmosphere. The reception invited notable figures from all walks of life, each wealthy or influential. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan stood side by side at the entrance, greeting the guests. Generally, it was common knowledge that the later a guest arrived, the higher their status. However, before many had arrived, He Deming and his brother arrived with their wives. My elder sister originally wanted to come, but she felt unwell this morning and asked me to convey her apologies, He Deming said to Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan asked with concern, is Jessica's condition serious? He Deming waved his hand. Not serious, not serious. It's just that she's getting older, so some age-related ailments are inevitable. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were about to ask further, but had to pause as the next guest arrived. After He Deming and his wife entered, the two continued to host the other guests. Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue arrived neither early nor late, accompanied by 2 little girls aged 7 or 8. Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue each held one of the little girls' hands, showing that the couple treated both girls well. Quan Xingnan immediately knew that these 2 girls were her targets for the day. Although they were cousins, the 2 girls bore a 4 or 5/10 resemblance, with their eyes and brows similar to Lu Baolin's. The short-haired girl was slightly taller by a few centimeters, with darker skin, but she had a very cheerful personality, smiling at Quan Xingnan with a mouthful of white baby teeth missing 2 front ones. The other long-haired girl had fair skin, delicate features, a lively and timid demeanor, with a hint of cowardice and fear in her expression. In terms of attire, the long-haired girl wore a princess dress, styled her hair in a princess updo, and donned an exquisite diamond tiara. The short-haired girl's outfit was more masculine, with her hair pinned back by a single diamond hair clip. Noticing Quan Xingnan's attention on the two children, Lu Baolin smiled and introduced them. Mr. Hua, and the short-haired one is my daughter Qianqian, and the long-haired one is my niece Xiaoqian. Although she's my niece, she's as dear to me as my own daughter, so I brought them along to broaden their horizons. Chapter 942, The Real and Fake Heiress 12. While Lu Baolin was speaking, Lu Xiaoqian timidly smiled at Quan Xingnan. She pursed her lips, being very cautious. Quan Xingnan noticed a hint of distress in Lu Lianjui's eyes. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Although Lu Xiaoqian was not their biological daughter, she had grown up with them, and Lu Baolin and his wife, who were willing to sponsor strangers for charity, would naturally not fail to care for Lu Xiaoqian. After all, compared to strangers, Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Baolin shared a blood relation. Noticing Lu Xiaoquan's timidity, Lu Qianqian broke free from her father's hand, reached out to take Lu Xiaoquan's hand, and comforted her. Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Mr. Hua and Miss and are good people, they won't bully you. Lu Xiaoqian replied softly, okay, big sister. Although they were born on the same day, month, and year, Lu Baolin's daughter was born a bit earlier, so she was the older sister. After being held by Lu Qianqian, Lu Xiaoquan's mood visibly improved. She looked at Lu Qianqian with both gratitude and admiration. Quan Xingnan smiled at Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui. Your daughters have such a wonderful bond. Both children's souls were pure white light. This was a mark of kindness. It showed that both children were good kids. Yes, they grew up together, ate and lived together, so of course they have a close bond. Lu Lianjui felt especially proud. Now everyone outside praised her and old Lu for their kind hearts, saying they treated their niece as dearly as their own daughter. Strangely enough, every time she saw Lu Xiaoqian being beaten, Lu Lianjui felt distressed. That was why she had taken her in and treated her so attentively. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian not only didn't feel that her parents' love had been taken away, but instead protected Lu Xiaoqian wholeheartedly, genuinely cherishing her as a younger sister. If not for Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan, their family would truly be harmonious and joyful. Quan Xingnan listened and felt a wave of emotion. When Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui learned the truth, what would their reaction be? It was hard to imagine. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, please come inside first. Hua Xuedong knew the full story of this matter and had already suggested to Quan Xing and that this would only be discussed privately with Mr. Lu and Lu Lianjui. Quan Xingnan snapped back to attention. Yes, please come in, both of you. Just as Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui entered with their children, Xue Zhihui arrived with Yu Huan from the third branch. Yu Huan was accompanied by a young woman, none other than Wu Qingwan. Why was Wu Qingwan here too? Quan Xingnan felt helpless. As if anticipating that Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan might ask this question, Yu Huan smiled sweetly. This is my goddaughter, Wu Qingwan. Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. We've met a few times. Please come inside, everyone. Since their last parting, Xue Zhihui and Liang Wenwan had been locked in fierce conflict, leaving him much older and looking somewhat haggard, which only highlighted Yu Huan's youthful beauty and curvaceous figure. Xue Zhihui smiled respectfully, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then led Yu Huan and Wu Qingwan inside. Wu Qingwan kept turning back to look at Hua Xuedong. Soon, she was disappointed to find that Hua Xuedong was bent over talking to Quan Xingnan, not even glancing in her direction. Speak of the devil. No sooner had Xue Zhihui and the others entered than Liang Wenwan arrived. A commotion arose in the distance as Liang Wenwan walked over, surrounded by her bodyguards, making quite an entrance. Turnants, long time no see. Liang Wenwan greeted Hua Xuedong as soon as she approached, her admiration for him undiminished. Of course, she didn't pay any attention to Quan Xingnan and instead asked Hua Xuedong with concern how his business was going. Chapter 943, The Truth Revealed 1. Really, every single one of them was coveting her fourth brother. Wu Qingwan was one, Liang Wenwan had been rejected but still wouldn't give up. Quan Xingnan thought sulkily. But deep down, she wasn't really 15 years old. Even if she was unhappy, she wouldn't let it show on her face. She tilted her head and watched Hua Xuedong's reaction. Hua Xuedong didn't let her down. He listened as Liang Wenwan rattled off a long string of English. That's right, what came out of Liang Wenwan's mouth wasn't Mandarin or Cantonese, but extremely fluent English. After hearing this passage of English, Hua Xuedong smiled calmly and gave her a slight nod. Thank you, Chairman Liang, for your concern. The business matters have already been handled properly. Please come inside. Quan Xingnan smoothly picked up the thread. Yes, Chairman Liang, please come in. Liang Wawan was no ordinary person after all. Even though she wanted to show her concern for Hu Xiwedding in front of him, she couldn't continue in front of Quan Xingnan and the other guests. So, nodding at the two of them, Liang Wawan stepped inside. For a moment, no guests came by. Quan Xingnan glanced sideways at Hu Xiwedding. Fourth brother, this time, when your overseas business ran into trouble, didn't Ms. Liang make any move? The so-called business crisis was actually an exaggeration. It was just a broken capital chain and a stalled project. The Hu group had deep pockets, so naturally, it wasn't short of money. Hu Xiwedding turned sideways and pinched her cute, straight little nose. Do you think everyone is like you? Liang and Shui are locked in a fierce struggle. Where would they find the energy to care about anything else? That's true too. With the arrival of Liang Wawan, Shui Zhihui, and the others, fewer people came afterward. There were only 10 top tycoons. Hu Xiwedding was the host. He Deming had arrived early, and 2 others couldn't make it, so nearly half of the 10 were gone. When they entered and saw that He Deming and Geng Weiwa had already arrived, many were surprised. Soon, recalling that the Hu group had announced Quan Xingnan also held shares in the Tianxia group, clearly indicating a close relationship, they no longer found it strange that the He Deming couple had come early. As for He Deming, when he saw Liang Wawan, a vein on his forehead twitched. What's wrong? Geng Weiwa turned her head to ask her husband. He Deming shook his head. Nothing. Out of deep respect for his wife, He Deming paused for a moment, then spoke. I'll tell you in detail when we get back. Hearing this, Geng Weiwa smiled softly, her ordinary face revealing a touch of tenderness, instantly adding tenfold charm. Both being people in the business world, Lu Baolin had frequent dealings with He Deming, especially since both were utterly devoted to their wives. Seeing the couple sitting there, he quickly brought his wife and daughters over to greet them. What a handsome young man. Geng Weiwa had a house full of children and grandchildren, so she loved kids even more. As soon as she saw Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqian, Geng Weiwa took an instant liking to them. She held one in each hand, praising them endlessly. Lu Qianqian was cheerful, Lu Shaoqian was shy, but both were little beauties in the making. Lu Liangyue was about to say something modest when she suddenly heard a somewhat heated voice not far away. It was Shui Zhihui. His tone was high-pitched and sharp, mixed with Yuhuan's startled and uncertain voice. They hadn't expected to run into Shui Anren and Shui Qingran, brother and sister, as soon as they entered. Shui Qingran was Secretary Chen's wife, so it wasn't strange that she had the chance to attend Hu Xiwedding's party. But how did Shui Anren get in? Even though he was a well-known elite in Hong Kong's industry, he shouldn't have qualified. Because everyone in Hong Kong knew that Shui Zhihui had never listed him as an heir. Chapter 944. The Truth Revealed Too. To ensure this reception was executed flawlessly, not only did Hu Xiwedding handle everything personally, but Secretary Chen also called his wife and brother-in-law over to help. Of course, the siblings were also on the guest list. Since Quan Xingnan was visiting Hong Kong for the first time, Hu Xiwedding naturally considered the people she knew. Having familiar faces around would make her feel a bit more at ease. Shui Anren and Shui Qing'an were quietly discussing the latter's blue diamond jewelry. Shui Qing'an had brought up the topic. She was wearing a white strapless mermaid gown today, paired with a full set of blue diamonds worth millions. Blue diamonds were rare to begin with, and her stones were exceptionally substantial. Given her income, she could never afford such jewelry. Fortunately, they had a good mother who left them many pieces of jewelry, blue diamonds being just one of them. Since their regular income was enough to cover living expenses, none of the heirlooms they inherited had been sold. Shui Qing'an was just suggesting that Shui Anren use their mother's heirlooms to make some jewelry for their sister-in-law when they heard Shui Zhihui's questioning. What are you doing here? Shui Zhihui said. Shui Anren and Shui Qingren turned around, saw him, respectfully greeted him first, putting on the proper outward demeanor, and then replied, "We're here to help." They didn't mention that they could have come to the reception even without helping. Shui Zhihui thought about how these two children had come up with ideas to help him counter Liang Wenwan, and his expression finally softened a bit. But Yuan caught sight of Shui Qingran's jewelry and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. These are extremely rare blue diamonds. With stones this big, there's no way you could afford them on your income. Don't tell me they're rented. Yuan touched the white diamond necklace and matching earrings and ring she was wearing, which she had thought were quite valuable, but compared to Shui Qingran's, they instantly seemed inferior. At the same time, Yuan also recalled the pink diamond jewelry Quan Xingnan was wearing, which was exquisitely and extremely expensive. Shui Qing'an couldn't be bothered to argue with her and replied dismissively, "Yeah, rented." Then, with a cheeky grin, she added, "It's not every day I get to come and see so many high society people, so of course I need to have something decent to wear. I can't compare to Third Madam, who has daddy as her backing and can buy jewelry without a care." I can only rent, right? Shui Zhouhui's face darkened. Wasn't she implying that he treated his children poorly? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Secretary Chen walked over. Qingran, all the distinguished guests have arrived. When the reception starts in a bit, go accompany N. Oh. After Shui Qingran left, Secretary Chen greeted Shui Zhouhui. Father-in-law, I have a lot to take care of, so I'll borrow brother-in-law for a moment. Please forgive any neglect. With that, he also took Shui Anran away. Although Secretary Chen was just a secretary, one had to consider the master before the dog, and Shui Zhouhui couldn't take his anger out on him. Besides, his business had been declining since the struggle with Liang Wanwan, and it really wasn't wise to make more enemies. When the reception began, Wu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan naturally gave speeches. Wu Xuedong wasn't one for long-winded talks. She simply introduced Quan Xingnan briefly and raised her glass to toast everyone. And is a treasure from a family of old friends. She herself has excellent investment insight and is also skilled in feng shui, physiognomy, and other mystical arts. This is her first time in Hong Kong, and she's unfamiliar with the place. I'm hosting this reception to introduce her to you all. If she encounters any difficulties in Hong Kong in the future, I hope you'll be generous with your help. I would be deeply grateful. Quan Xingnan also raised her glass, smiling sweetly. Please take good care of me. He Deming raised his glass in response. You're too kind. Chapter 945, The Truth Revealed 3. As He Deming spoke and acted, the others naturally raised their glasses in response. At the same time, many felt a chill in their hearts. Proficient in feng shui and physiognomy? Indeed, as Hu Xuedong had said, it was the art of ghosts and gods. Compared to the mainland, which had suffered a cultural catastrophe, Hong Kong placed great faith in these arts of ghosts and gods. Looking at Quan Xingnan, with her pink cheeks and peach-like complexion, exceptionally bright and spirited, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hu Xuedong without losing any presence, she truly had the demeanor of a master. Many couldn't help but feel a hint of awe. Someone asked He Deming, Mr. He, you're quite familiar with this Miss N. Does Miss N really have these abilities? He Deming smiled faintly and took the opportunity to promote Quan Xingnan's skills. Some of you once asked me about Master Quan and the protective talismans my parents used. Have you forgotten? I haven't. That Master Quan, who possessed supernatural abilities from a young age, is none other than the N before you. Ambition doesn't depend on age, but lack of ambition wastes 100 years of life. Don't underestimate her. As far as I know, everyone who has consulted her has found her answers accurate. Hearing this, the crowd was both astonished and deeply impressed. Really? Yes, Mr. He is and really that Master Quan? I never would have guessed that Miss and has such skills. Is this the same protective talisman that Mr. He Sr. and Mrs. He once wore? A master once said he was far inferior. Although the talismans were made by Quan Xingnan using spiritual power, she also understood genuine feng shui and physiognomy, so their patterns bore some resemblance to Taoist charms, making them easy to believe in. As everyone chattered noisily, He Deming quickly raised his hand to stop them. Stop, stop, stop. Today is Anne's reception. If you want to know whether she truly has these abilities, just make an appointment another day. Only then did the crowd suppress their curiosity. When they looked at Quan Xingnan again, there was a bit more respect in their eyes. After the opening remarks came the opening dance. As the host, it was naturally Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan who started the dance. As the melodious music played, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan glided smoothly onto the dance floor. He was mature and refined, elegant and handsome. She was youthful and lively, charming and beautiful. If not for the fact that Quan Xingnan was an underage girl, the picturesque scene before them would have made everyone think they were a couple in love. Advancing and retreating, retreating and advancing, their graceful dance moves left everyone in awe. Humans are visual creatures. Everyone enjoys a pleasing sight. Some liked to watch, and of course, some didn't, like Liang Wanwan, like Wu Qingwan, whose hearts nearly burned with jealous flames. However, Liang Wanwan, seasoned in the business world, didn't show it on her face, while Wu Qingwan couldn't hide her feelings. Catching a glimpse of this expression, Lu Liangyue pulled the two girls a few steps away. Gradually, many entered the dance floor, dancing gracefully. After Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan finished one dance and stepped down, their breathing remained steady. Many eyes were fixed on them, and soon people came to invite Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to dance. Hu Xuedong declined Liang Wanzhuan's invitation and politely asked Geng Weihua for a dance instead. Quan Xingnan did the same, dancing one dance with He Deming at his invitation. After 2 dances, they stopped dancing and mingled among the arriving guests. At that moment, Lu Liangyue brought the 2 girls over to Quan Xingnan. And, Mr. Hu said you're skilled in feng shui and physiognomy. Could you take a look at Xiaochen's fate for her entire life? I truly feel for this child and don't want her to be ruined by her own parents. Everyone knew about Lu Baolin and Pan Qinglan's mistreatment of their daughter, and Lu Liangyue made no attempt to hide the family's disgrace. Chapter 946, The Truth Revealed 4. As if understanding her aunt's intention, Lu Xiaoqian softly called out, "Aunt." Quan Xingnan never expected that while she was pondering how to broach the subject, Lu Liangyue would come to her directly. She bent down and shook hands with Lu Xiaoqian. "Hello, Xiaoqian. I'm Anne. What's your English name?" "Hello, Sister Anne. I'm Jessica, and my sister is Melissa." Although Lu Xiaoqian was timid and weak, she was very polite. That's right. I'm Melissa." Lu Qianqian was still smiling cheerfully beside her. A girl who loves to smile always easily wins favor, and fate won't be too harsh on her either. Quan Xingnan also shook hands with Lu Qianqian and remained bent over, looking directly at the two children. "Melissa, Jessica, I need to talk to your mother. You two go with the waitress sister to get something to eat, okay?" At the mention of food, Lu Qianqian's face lit up with excitement. "Okay, Sister Anne. I saw a lot of delicious food." After the two children left with the waitress, Lu Liangyue spoke up. "And what is it that they can't hear?" "Mrs. Lu, may I have a word in private?" "All right." The two walked to a table in the corner and sat down. The waitress promptly and considerately served red wine and juice. The red wine was for Lu Liangyue, and the juice was for Quan Xingnan, as she was still a minor. Toasting didn't mean she could drink alcohol. Seeing Quan Xingnan silent for a moment, Lu Liangyue couldn't help but ask, "And, just say what you have to say. Is Jessica's fate not very good?" Quan Xingnan nodded, then shook her head. "What does that mean?" Lu Liangyue leaned forward, deeply concerned. Jessica's original fate was extremely good, a life of wealth and nobility with loving parents, a caring brother, a respectful younger brother, and billions in assets. But what? As she said, Lu Liangyue already began to doubt Quan Xingnan's abilities. "And Jessica is the only daughter of my husband's younger brother. She has no brothers. So there was no such thing as a caring brother or a respectful younger brother." Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. "Who says she doesn't?" Lu Liangyue was stunned. Jessica means God's grace. Her name itself shows heaven's favor toward her. She was meant to have a pair of loving parents, a brother who would cherish and protect her, and a younger brother who would respect and adore him. But this destiny of great wealth, honor, and a blissful life was maliciously interrupted. Lu Liangyue furrowed her brows tightly. "And what you're saying only confuses me more. Jessica is indeed the daughter of my husband's younger brother. Although they live in our mansion and live quite well, they are far from great wealth and nobility. And most importantly, she has no brothers." Quan Xingnan said seriously, "She does." Lu Liangyue's eyes widened as she waited for her to continue, but what she got was a shocking revelation. Quan Xingnan spoke word by word. Because her father should be Lu Baolin, and her mother should be Lu Liangyue, not the so-called Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan. At these words, Lu Liangyue abruptly stood up, knocking over the wine glass on the table. Although they were in a corner, Lu Liangyue's sudden movement drew the attention of others. Lu Baolin, who had been chatting with someone, was worried about his wife and quickly walked over. "Honey, what happened?" Lu Liangyue tightly grasped his hand, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Honey? Husband, I originally wanted to ask and to look at Xiaoqian's fate, but just now and said that Xiaoqian is our daughter." 947, Chapter 947 The Truth Comes to Light 5. What? Not only Lu Baolin was extremely shocked, but even the 2 or 3 people who had come to mediate the dispute were stunned. Among the arrivals was He Deming, who asked the question on everyone's mind. "And is what you said true?" Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. "Of course it's true. I never speak without factual basis. The first time I saw Jessica and Melissa, I knew that these 2 children had been deliberately switched. If Mr. and Mrs. Lu don't believe it, they can use medical science to verify it," Hu Xuedong said as she walked over. Quan Xingnan remained seated in her original spot, while Hu Xuedong stood behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder in a protective gesture. He Deming listened, then turned to face Lu Baolin and Liang Yi. "Yes, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, why don't you go get a test done? I can't guarantee anything else, but you can rest 100% assured of Anne's abilities. In this area, she never speaks without certainty." "Honey?" Lu Baolin embraced Liang Yi, whose body was trembling slightly. "Darling, if this is true, then how derelict have we been as parents? How terrifying. We once watched with our own eyes as your brother and sister-in-law abused her." Just thinking about it made Liang Yi's heart ache so much she could barely breathe. They had only stepped in and taken Lu Xiaoqian in because they couldn't bear to watch any longer, but by that time, Lu Xiaoqian had already suffered far too much. Lu Baolin's expression was grave, his demeanor cold and stern. "If this is true, honey, don't worry. I will seek justice for our daughter. Liang Yi nodded, her face streaked with tears. Just then, Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Qianxian, who had been eating in the distance, put down their food and ran over. Mommy, what's wrong? This was Lu Qianxian. And, you're crying. This was Lu Xiaoqian. Both sisters wore expressions of genuine concern, born from sincerity. Lu Xiaoqian gathered her courage, stepped in front of Lu Baolin and Liang Yi, and faced the crowd. Did you bully my aunt? Under the lights as bright as day, her small body trembled and her tender voice quivered, but everyone could see that her determination to protect Liang Yi was unwavering. Liang Yi covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Soon, she came to her senses and hugged Lu Xiaoqian's small frame from behind. Jessica, no one bullied me. Really? Lu Xiaoqian turned around, looked seriously at her face, and reached out her tiny hand to wipe away her tears. Really? Liang Yi's nose stung and her heart ached. She forced herself not to cry anymore, and instead held Lu Xiaoqian tightly. I found out a truth that others had hidden for many years, so I cried out of happiness. Lu Xiaoqian, being young and easily fooled, thought of a phrase. And, are you crying tears of joy? Yes, Liang Yi nodded. Tears of joy. Even if you're happy, and don't cry anymore. It hurts my heart to see it. More and more people had gathered here. Several wealthy wives who knew the truth, like Geng Weihua, couldn't help wiping their moist eyes. It was truly touching, but also infuriating. Lu Baolin took Lu Qianxian, who wanted to speak but held back, and bid farewell to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Excuse us, Mr. Hua N. We apologize for our rudeness. It's fine. Your daughter's matter is the most important, Hu Xuedong said, and Quan Xingnan nodded. Lu Baolin nodded to the others as well and, escorted by Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, left the venue. Chapter 948, The Truth Revealed 6. After Lu Baolin's family left, the reception continued, and the remaining guests couldn't help but discuss and sigh. The truth spread from 1 person to 10, then to 100, until almost everyone knew. Lu Baolin clearly had no intention of asking everyone to keep it a secret, because he didn't ask anyone to do so. He simply took his wife and children and left. Anyone could guess that they were going for a paternity test. Only science could prove whether Lu Qianxian or Lu Xiaoqian was their biological daughter. Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong were surrounded by many people, all talking at once. Miss N, could you take a look at me? Miss N, how did you figure out that the Lu family's 2 daughters had their lives swapped? Miss N, I've been feeling like my business has been going poorly lately. Can you help resolve it? Money is no issue. Miss N, can you tell me where the item I accidentally lost is? Miss N. Miss N. Miss N. Hu Xuedong raised her hand to interrupt everyone's questions. Today, and I are hosting this reception to bring everyone together. If you have any questions about feng shui or divination, could you please consult us later? I'll have Secretary Chen handle this matter. The named Secretary Chen grimaced. As the personal secretary of a busy boss, did he now have to serve as Quan Xingnan's secretary too? Shui Qingran elbowed him in the waist. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan shared an extraordinary bond. Wasn't serving Quan Xingnan the same as serving Hu Xuedong? Secretary Chen bent over. Wife, this is your husband's waist. Shui Qing'an shot him a sidelong glance. Beside them, Shui Anrin let out a chuckle, then felt a sense of relief. No brother would wish for anything less than harmony between his sister and brother-in-law. The lively scene continued, but after Hu Xuedong spoke, everyone unanimously stopped. Indeed, many private matters couldn't be discussed in public. It was better to arrange private meetings another day. If this were in mainland China, some might call Quan Xingnan a charlatan. But here no one said that. Instead, they held her in great respect. They had a natural reverence for feng shui and divination. Earlier, when Lu Liangyue had knocked over a wine glass, a few drops of wine had splashed onto Quan Xingnan's dress. At Hu Xuedong's reminder, she excused herself and went upstairs to change, while the others found people to talk to. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even within the same circle, there were friends and foes. Upstairs in the dressing room, Quan Xingnan chose the red dress she had bought together with Hu Xuedong. After removing her diamond jewelry, she restyled her hair and put on a kingfisher green jade bracelet and earrings, leaving the rest in the jewelry box. The red and green clashed into a stunning beauty. Hu Xuedong hadn't changed her clothes, but the observant secretary Chen noticed that her tie clip and cufflinks had been swapped. Her tie had been pink before, now it was bright red. Hu Xuedong could pull off any color. The tie clip and cufflinks had been platinum set with diamonds, now they were jade. Although the jade she wore wasn't from the same piece as Quan Xingnan's, with very subtle differences, the texture, color, and quality were almost identical. Moreover, that same piece of jade had also been made into an exquisitely crafted matching anklet. That anklet was now on Quan Xingnan's ankle. As soon as Quan Xingnan came downstairs, Secretary Chen's sharp eyes caught it. At this moment, Quan Xingnan received even more praise than before. Chapter 949, The Truth Revealed 7. Meeting the Lu Baolin family was not the most important goal, as the reception had been planned earlier, with the main purpose being to get acquainted with Hong Kong's elite. Thus, Hua Xiuedong brought Quan Xingnan to meet various figures from all walks of life present, introducing them to her one by one. Although Hong Kong was a small place, it had countless elites from different fields. Apart from Hua Xiuedong, He Deming, Liang Wenwan, Shui Zhihui, and a few others, Quan Xingnan did not recognize most of them in this life. Naturally, she had known them in her previous life, as she had once lived in Hong Kong and interacted with them. Therefore, she received many business cards and also gave out her contact information to many people. No one wanted to offend a mysterious and unfathomable divine fortune teller, even if she was only 15 years old and difficult to trust. While Hua Xiuedong took Quan Xingnan to speak with several of Hong Kong's top-ranked wealthy individuals, someone whispered, "Actually, I know this miss, and Master Quan." "What? You know her? If you know, tell us quickly so we can all hear. The information from the mainland is too outdated. We had no idea there was such a Master Quan." Yes, the strangest thing is that the mainland has always prohibited feudal superstitions, yet they allow this Master Quan to become famous. What's so strange about that? Haven't you heard that this Miss and is the daughter of a family with a long-standing friendship with Mr. Hua? Mr. Hua comes from a top political family in the mainland's capital. Could Miss N's background be any less impressive? That's true. With someone protecting her, who would dare to give her a hard time? Stop talking, all of you. Let's hear what Mr. Yi knows. Yes, Mr. Yi, please speak. The man addressed as Mr. Yi cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "You all know Chen Boing from Taiwan, right?" "Of course we do. He's the head of the Dragon and Tiger Society, the godfather of the underworld." Blood sure Chen Boing, who doesn't know him? Who doesn't know Chen Boing? He also runs an international company under him. I've worked with him before. Then do you know the news about him finding his son? Mr. Yi asked. Yes, everyone knows. After Chen Boing found his son, he announced it to the world. The property transferred to that son's name is incalculable. Countless people envy that son of his, who was lost for years and finally found. That's right. Even children raised by their parents from childhood, especially those born into wealthy families, aren't there many in Hong Kong? How many of them can inherit so much property while their parents are still alive? In the end, when their parents die, there are plenty fighting over the inheritance. Mr. Hua is an exception. Everyone knows he is the sole heir of the Hua Group, and now he manages the business himself. Mr. Yi, what does this have to do with Miss N? Mr. Yi said seriously, it does. How could it not? If you knew the relationship between Chen Boing's found son and Miss N, you would understand just how significant it is. Upon hearing this, everyone urged him to continue. Mr. Yi, stop keeping us in suspense. I once traveled to the capital and Taiwan on business, and it happened to be the time when Chen Boing was reuniting with his son and announcing it to the world. Chen Boing's son is the nephew of a deputy secretary of a provincial party committee in the mainland. Of course, he is an adopted son. At these words, everyone gasped. Such a big background? And what does that have to do with Miss N? Miss N was once her aunt's adopted daughter before reuniting with her biological parents. Chen Boing's son is her brother, named Quan Onan. What do you think their relationship is? Chapter 950, The Truth Revealed 8. After Yixing finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned. A moment later, someone widened their eyes in surprise. You mean Miss N's father is a deputy secretary of a provincial party committee in the mainland? Such a high background? Several wealthy ladies present covered their mouths with their hands, letting out small gasps of astonishment. Seeing that his news had shocked everyone so much, Yixing felt quite pleased with himself. Let me put it this way, Miss N's background is terrifyingly impressive. That deputy secretary's father is a revolutionary from the older generation, still alive and well, enjoying retirement in Yuchuan Mountain with immense authority. His father-in-law holds a similar status. His two brothers are exceptionally accomplished, one serves in the military, the other is a diplomat. As for his brothers-in-law, there's no need to even mention them. Feeling that wasn't enough, Yisheng continued, several of my business partners in the mainland say that Miss N's abilities are astonishing, truly unfathomable. Whoever gains her help is blessed by past life karma. News reports in the mainland have covered how Miss N solved several major cases. She established a foundation at a very young age, and by the time it became public knowledge, it already held 400 to 500 million in charitable funds. Most of that came from her own earnings through fortune-telling and divination, though Mr. Hua also donated generously. Later, after Chen Boing found his son, he made a massive donation of 300 million. 7 to 800 million? What did 7 to 800 million even mean? Although Hong Kong was full of billionaires ranked globally, some even surpassing Hu Xuedong and He Deming, for most people, several hundred million was still an unimaginable fortune. Even billionaires claiming to have assets worth $1 billion often didn't have that much liquid cash. Then, everyone recalled the assets owned by Quan Xingnan mentioned in the Hua Group's statement. I never expected Miss and to have such wealth. It seems Miss and is even more formidable than we imagined. Of course. The last remark came from Yisheng, who added, later, when I went to Taiwan on business, I heard that Chen Boying not only gave a lot of assets to his son, but also gifted a jewelry company worth over 100 million to his daughter. His daughter? Who is that? Yisheng chuckled. It's Miss Anne. Chen Boying considers her his son's sister, so naturally, she's his daughter too. He gave her many things and genuinely treats her as his own. Coincidentally, He Deming passed by and overheard someone mentioning Quan Xingnan, so he stopped to listen for a while. When he reached Quan Xingnan, his first words were, and, I heard you're Chen Boying's daughter? The abrupt question caught both Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan off guard. Soon, Quan Xingnan recovered. Who said that? I am clearly my parents' daughter. I just heard someone say it. In truth, He Deming had already received some information, just not in great detail. After all, Chen Boying was a significant figure, and within such circles, information was always exchanged. Wang Hui, who had been looking for Quan Xingnan to talk, overheard He Deming and said discontentedly, my sister is clearly from our family. How could she be from the Chen family? Don't say that. As a half-brother, he knew he didn't hold the same place in Quan Xingnan's heart as Quan Onan did, and he was anxious about it. This time, he had fought hard to secure the task of escorting his sister to Hong Kong. After all, Quan Onan had also wanted to come, but his changed circumstances made him less free in his movements, allowing Wang Hui to take the lead. Chapter 951. The Truth Revealed 9. He Deming was momentarily stunned by Wang Hui's words. Hu Xuedong, however, let out a soft smile. There was no shortage of people vying to be Quan Xingnan's older brother. Even her male cousins insisted on calling themselves her elder brother. Brother. Quan Xingnan stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Wang Hui scratched his head and chuckled. As he laughed, he didn't forget to assert that he was Quan Xingnan's rightful brother. Wang Juanda had married Quan Shuang, and since Quan Xingnan had always been under Quan Shuang's name, wasn't she naturally his sister? You all talk, I'll go over there. As the host, she couldn't afford to be rude, so Quan Xingnan took the opportunity to approach the wealthy wives and socialites. Nan, you're really a busybody. Come over here, sit down, and have something to drink. It was Geng Weiwa who spoke, waving her hand as she did. Although Geng Weiwa had an ordinary appearance, as the wife of Hong Kong's richest man, others could only try to curry favor with her. Since she had spoken, naturally no one else objected. Perhaps because the news Yisheng had revealed spread like wildfire, everyone knew about it. Aside from Geng Weiwa, the other wealthy wives and socialites became even more enthusiastic toward Quan Xingnan. Men had their topics and women had theirs. No matter how much things changed, women's conversations either revolved around children or discussions about jewelry and fashion. A wealthy wife named Zhang Yifei gazed at the dazzling jade bracelet on Quan Xingnan's wrist, her eyes full of envy. And, this set of jade jewelry is really beautiful. Is it a new release from Tongxing Company? Once she started, others chimed in agreement. Yes, does Tongxing Jade Company have such high-quality goods? Such green, translucent, and flawless jade is truly rare and hard to come by, something you can only hope to encounter by chance. This is Imperial Green. Small pieces of Imperial Green jade are available for sale, but large pieces are extremely rare, especially bracelets. Right. Everyone knows that truly top-tier goods don't enter the market. Give us a little hint. Quan Xingnan lowered her head to look at the bracelet on her wrist and couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile. As for the fine jade that others had no way to purchase, she owned no less than 10 or 20 sets, each one a top-tier piece. She wasn't deliberately flaunting her superiority, but she couldn't help feeling that fate was truly unpredictable. If it weren't for the merits she had cultivated over many years in her past life, how could she have attained the happiness and fulfillment of this life, especially the love she had never had before, the purest and most romantic love? I'm not involved in the operations of Tongxing Jade Company or Tongxing Jade Company, so I don't know if they have such high-quality goods. With one sentence, she disappointed everyone. Really don't know? Yeah, but you're a shareholder of Wesheng Wutong. In everyone's minds, Wesheng Wutong and Tongxing were the same, even though Wesheng Wutong was just a jewelry line under Tongxing Company. Miss, and how could a shareholder not know? Geng Weiwa, however, smiled. I don't know if Tongxing has it, but I think Nan definitely does. What does that mean? Zhang Yifei asked. The others, upon hearing this, also looked puzzled. Because Nan also owns a jade jewelry company called Wesheng. When Yuesheng Jewelry Company changed its name and ownership, it unveiled a massive piece of jade, gaining great fame in the industry. Everyone was taken aback. Miss and also owns a jewelry company? Yes, you're all welcome to patronize my store. Quan Xingnan blinked playfully and shamelessly advertised her own company. My company mainly deals in high-end jade, no less impressive than Yuesheng Wutong. Chapter 952, The Truth Revealed 10. No one doubted Quan Xingnan's words. At their level of status and identity, lies were easily exposed. Zhang Yifei's heart stirred. Did Miss and found the company herself? Hearing this, Quan Xingnan covered her mouth with a smile. That smile was like a delicate flower blooming, beautiful and ethereal beyond measure. How could I possibly have such business acumen? If I did, I would have founded my own company long ago. So, I only have a small clothing store. Yuesheng Jewelry Company was a gift from Uncle Chen. After the name change, it mainly focuses on jadeite. Uncle Chen? Is it blood Shura Chenboying? Zhang Yifei asked. The others also fixed their eyes on Quan Xingnan, their curiosity piqued. Hong Kong was very close to Taiwan, and information flowed freely between them. Who didn't know Chenboying? He was a legendary figure. What sparked even more discussion was that despite his dominant position in the international arena, he never flirted with other women. He only guarded a beautiful, aloof woman named Lung Qiushui, cherishing her as if she were his very life. The wealthy wives present were all legitimate spouses, and the socialites only wished to marry as wives. As wives, who wouldn't hope to meet a man as devoted as Chenboying? Who wouldn't envy Ling Qiushui? Hearing someone mention Chenboying and seeing everyone's curiosity, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but smile faintly. Uncle Chen does have the nickname Blood Shura. Zhang Yifei blurted out, Miss, and aren't you Mr. Chen's daughter? Why do you call him Uncle Chen? Quan Xingnan smiled. Who said I am? I'm not at all. Not? How could it not be? I vaguely heard recently that Mr. Chen claims to have sons and daughters. My brother and I were separated from our parents for many years and only recently reunited. As my brother's biological father, Uncle Chen always thinks that since I am my brother's sister, I should naturally be his daughter. That's why everyone has this misunderstanding. She had two mothers and was not lacking a father. So, she had no choice but to disappoint Chenboying. Of course, she was young and often had no say in the matter. Chenboying made decisions on his own. Not only him, but Su Ran also acted as her godmother, citing a past agreement with Lin Xiaoxue. Her life was truly incredibly blessed, surrounded by many loving elders. As she said these words, a happy smile curled at the corners of Quan Xingnan's lips. That smile was so sweet, so beautiful, it seemed to infect everyone around her. Zhang Yifei laughed. One day, I'll travel to the mainland and visit your company. If you have good stock, don't be stingy about showing it. I've wanted to buy a set of green jadeite for a long time, but everyone knows how rare full green jadeite is. Top-tier goods always commanded top-tier prices. She didn't dare dream of a complete set of imperial green jadeite, but other pieces were possible. Welcome to my humble store. After saying this, Quan Xingnan spoke seriously. Not long ago, my company unwrapped a piece of over 1,000 kilograms of old pit glass-type jadeite. Overall, it's a spring with color piece, true green and true purple. In reality, green dominates, with purple only forming a belt. So, it can yield spring with color jewelry or pure green and pure purple pieces. Currently, a renowned jade carving master is working on it by hand. If Mrs. Jiang wants to acquire some, I'll call Qiu Xinghua, who's in charge of the company. Zhang Yifei's husband was surnamed Jiang, named Jiang Tao, one of Hong Kong's top wealthy figures. Though he started from scratch, he had once received support from Hu Xuedong, so she felt a natural closeness to Quan Xingnan. Chapter 953, The Truth Revealed 11. Many people understand that, no matter when or where, the best things are always something you can only encounter by chance, never by seeking. Therefore, Zhang Yifei was determined to buy the green jadeite, and others also placed their orders one after another. Those who didn't like green jadeite settled for purple jadeite. Quan Xingnan herself loved green jadeite the most, but of course, she had also collected quite a few pieces of jadeite in other colors. So, after that giant jadeite jewelry piece was finished, she first kept several sets for herself, to give as gifts to her elders and to add to her own collection. Apart from the pieces she set aside for her elders, she planned to keep one set of green jadeite, one set of purple jadeite, and one set of spring-colored jadeite. Although the jadeite she kept for herself was not insignificant, compared to the giant jadeite piece, it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, a single jadeite bangle weighs no more than 100 grams at most, with slightly smaller ones weighing only 40 to 50 grams, and a pendant weighing 20 to 30 grams is already considered large. Calculated this way, a full set of jadeite jewelry uses less than half a kilogram of jadeite, whereas that giant piece weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Zhang Yifei was extremely envious. And no wonder you always wear different jadeite jewelry. Just the pieces you've shown us amount to several different sets. So you actually run a jadeite company too. That's right, Anne. I'm really envious of you. Agreeing with Zhang Yifei was Lu Jingjing, a well-known socialite from Hong Kong. When it came to her father, Quan Xingnan was not unfamiliar with him at all. It was Lu Jin, whom she had met by chance on the plane. Lu Jingjing had come today with Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin's ranking in Hong Kong wasn't particularly high, since he did business with Wang Juanda, Quan Xingnan had also sent him an invitation. After hearing Lu Jingjing's words, a wealthy lady Quan Xingnan didn't recognize covered her mouth and said, "Jessica, what is there to envy? Wasn't it in the gossip magazines the other day that your daddy, Mr. Lu, gave Bai Shuixian a full-green, glass-grade jadeite leaf pendant? If you wanted one, Mr. Lu certainly wouldn't be stingy with you." Jessica was a fairly common English name. Yan Xuelian's long-lost daughter was named Jessica, Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyui's biological daughter Lu Xiaoqian was also named Jessica, and the Lu Jingjing in front of them was also called Jessica. Lu Jingjing listened quietly to the wealthy lady's words, but instead of getting angry, she smiled. Of course, after all, he's my daddy, the bond of blood can't be cut. As for the women outside, they've always come and gone like a stream of fish. It's no big deal. You're not bothered at all, the wealthy lady exclaimed in surprise. Lu Jingjing gave a faint smile. Even my mommy isn't bothered, so why should I, as a younger generation, care? Anyway, the company has my mommy's half of the shares. The money my daddy earns is marital property, half of which belongs to my mommy, and he hands it over on time every month. As for the other half, my daddy can spend it however he likes. Unlike some people, who, even as wives, have no standing in the family. When they want to go shopping, they have to check their husband's mood and beg him for money. These words left the wealthy lady's face cycling through shades of green, white, and red, a colorful display that was quite a sight. Anyone with sharp eyes and ears could tell that Lu Jingjing was referring to that wealthy lady. All right, Mrs. Zhao, Jessica. You're both grown women. Why say these things in front of Nanan? She's still young. There's no need for her to be exposed to this too early. Geng Weihua spoke up, and Lu Jingjing and Mrs. Zhao immediately fell silent, putting on a facade of harmony. Quan Xingnan winked and made a funny face. It's fine. Don't underestimate me because I'm young, I understand all of this. So, as I see it, we women must be independent and self-reliant, independent in personality and financially independent. Only then can we have true freedom. Chapter 954. The Truth Revealed 12. Geng Weihua patted Quan Xingnan on the head and smiled. You're still so young to have such thoughts. But your thinking is correct, and it's commendable. Now that we're in a new society and a new era, you young people have much more freedom and equality than our older generation, so don't waste this fortune. The topic shifted too quickly, catching everyone off guard. Some people always prefer to rely on their husbands rather than stand on their own, so she quickly brought the topic back. And I remember reading in the relevant newspapers that you have a set of old dragon seed jadeite jewelry. Is it really old dragon seed? The one named by Emperor Qianlong. I've never seen old dragon seed jadeite before. Zhang Yifei had been curious about this for a long time and, upon hearing the question, immediately looked at Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan tilted her head and smiled. It is indeed old dragon seed. I came across it by chance when I was a child. It's from the Qing Dynasty Imperial Collection. Would you be willing to sell it? The wealthy lady who had asked earlier inquired eagerly. Her name was Song Guotsuetsue, also a well-known wealthy woman, famous for flaunting her wealth and love of shopping. Since the company her husband managed was actually inherited from her parents, she held the financial reins both in the company and at home. Song Guotsuetsue liked anything that could showcase her opulence. Quan Xingnan shook her head. I don't know if there's a second set of the same jadeite in the world, but for me, I'll only have this one set in my lifetime. I treasure it and will never sell it. No way, such unique jadeite. How could she bear to part with it? She wasn't short on money anyway. Hearing this, Song Guotsuetsue expressed great regret. Zhang Yifei, who had a decent relationship with her, gave her a nudge. Come on, stop showing off your wealth in front of those of us who aren't as rich as you. And Mr. Hua aren't short of money, who cares about yours? I'm perfectly content with my set of glass-type full-green jadeite jewelry from the same batch. Although Quan Xingnan owned more than one set of imperial green jadeite jewelry, its rarity was second only to old dragon seed. The fact that she owned many pieces didn't mean such jadeite was truly abundant. It could be said that among the sets of glass-type imperial green jadeite jewelry known to the world, Quan Xingnan alone likely accounted for half. Why say that? Because everyone present was a wealthy lady or socialite who had lived for years, experienced countless events, and seen very few such pieces. Truly fine items were all in the hands of top-tier families, rarely glimpsed by outsiders. After discussing jewelry, the wealthy ladies and socialites made plans with Quan Xingnan to go shopping and have tea another day. The party came to a perfect end. After seeing off all the distinguished guests, the night had grown deep. Quan Xingnan was used to a normal and sufficient sleep schedule. Even though her spiritual energy kept her from feeling tired, habit made her rub her eyes and yawn. Hua Xuedong said softly, "Go wash up and rest as soon as possible." "You too, fourth brother." Quan Xingnan went upstairs without any pretense. Halfway up the stairs, she turned her head. "Brother, you should rest early too." Wang Hui smiled and nodded. Hua Xuedong instructed the servants to clean up the aftermath of the party before following her upstairs to rest. The next day, Quan Xingnan slept until the sun was high in the sky. When she woke up, brushed her teeth, and came downstairs in her pajamas, Hua Xuedong was on the phone in his casual clothes. "Whose call?" So early in the morning. Quan Xingnan sat down beside Hua Xuedong and casually asked after he hung up. Hua Xuedong handed her a glass of warm water. It was Mr. Lu's call. Since he originally runs a medical equipment business, he used his connections, and the identification results are out. What are the results? Quan Xingnan hadn't taken the female ghost's words at face value. Last night, she had opened her third eye to confirm that Lu Xiaoqian had indeed been switched. Even so, scientific proof was still necessary. Of course, just as you said, Lu Xiaoqian is Mr. Lu's biological daughter. Chapter 955, A Dilemma 1. There were countless matters to investigate regarding the swapping of their biological daughter. Where was she swapped? Who swapped her? Who was the mastermind behind it? In fact, it didn't take much thought to realize that whoever benefited was the one behind it all. Of course, Lu Qianqian was still an infant at the time. Although she benefited, she certainly wasn't the one who orchestrated everything. Thinking about the years their biological daughter had been mistreated, Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue felt a pain in their hearts that made it hard to breathe. It was their failure as parents that caused their daughter to suffer. Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue had always placed immense importance on family, believing it to be the cornerstone of life. Their love for each other and their affection for their children were not for show, but came from the depths of their hearts. A harmonious family brings prosperity. This was their motto. Thus, even though they had treated Lu Xiaoxi kindly over the years without knowing she was their biological daughter, they still couldn't forgive themselves. Kindness was ultimately different from cherishing someone as the apple of one's eye. A non-biological daughter lived like a princess, while their biological daughter lived with the inferiority of a servant. One was in heaven, the other on earth. One was a cloud, the other mud. When Lu Baolin called Hua Xuedong, his voice was choked with sobs. After hanging up, Lu Liangyue, whose eyes were as swollen as her husband's, spoke. "What do we do now? What do we do?" Lu Baolin repeated, a sharp glint flashing across his face. "We'll pursue this to the end." Lu Liangyue's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with resentment. "Of course, we should pursue Lu Bauer and Pan Qinglan to the end. I won't let the culprits who made my daughter suffer go unpunished. What I'm asking is, what about the two children?" "What do you mean?" Lu Baolin didn't catch on at first. Lu Liangyue sobbed uncontrollably. "Xiaoxi is our biological daughter. Reclaiming her is a given. I want to make up for the hardships and suffering she endured over these 7 years. But what about Qianqian? Even though she's not our biological daughter, watching her grow up bit by bit, from infancy to now, watching her learn to speak word by word, watching her learn to walk step by step, we've loved her for 7 full years. How can we cut off that bond? Even though I know she's an innocent victim of circumstances, I still can't bear to send her back to her biological parents. Even raising a cat or a dog fosters attachment, let alone raising a child who laughs and talks." As for Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan's thoughts, Lu Liangyue didn't give them a second thought. Given what they had done, coupled with their history of mistreating a minor, they would surely face the punishment they deserved. By then, Lu Qianqian wouldn't be awarded to them. After hearing his wife's words, Lu Baolin fell silent. Lu Liangyue continued, "What troubles me most now is this. Acknowledging Xiaoxi and revealing the truth will hurt Qianqian. Not revealing Qianqian's true identity, or letting her stay with us, will hurt Xiaoxi or make her feel it's unfair. Both are good children, very, very good children. I can't bear to let go of either." Lu Baolin smiled bitterly. What his wife said, how could he not know? The human heart is made of flesh, not cold iron or hard stone. I understand your thoughts and your dilemma. In the latter half of the night while waiting for the test results, I sat here thinking for a long, long time, but I never found a solution that satisfies everyone. I'm even more afraid than you. I'm afraid our son will have a hard time accepting a different sister. I'm afraid resentment will grow between Xiaoxi and Qianqian, each blaming the other for stealing their happiness. Chapter 956, A Dilemma 2. At this point, the couple fell silent, looking at each other without a word. They were utterly at a loss as to how to balance the relationship between Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoxi. They couldn't bear to part with either of them, yet they knew they felt they had wronged both. Unable to come up with a good solution for the moment, they had no choice but to set the matter aside for now and go check on the two children. It was still early, and children loved to sleep in. Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoxi were still sound asleep, carefree and untroubled. Over the years, whenever Lu Xiaoxi stayed here, the two sisters had always eaten and slept together. Now, in the exquisite pink-themed princess room, on the princess bed, Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoxi lay in their pink pajamas, heads close together, cheeks flushed, sleeping soundly. Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping posture was proper and neat, but Lu Qianqian's was not. Her arms and legs were wrapped around Lu Xiaoxi. Not only that, but there was a faint glimmer of drool at the corner of Lu Qianqian's mouth. The two children had very different personalities. Lu Qianqian was cheerful, lively, and had a tomboyish streak. Lu Xiaoxi was introverted, gentle, and full of the softness expected of a girl. Even when wearing pajamas of the same color, Lu Qianqian wore a pajama top and pants, while Lu Xiaoxi wore a nightgown. As soon as they entered and saw the children's sleeping positions, Lu Lianjui couldn't help but tear up again. What softness? It's clearly cowardice cultivated from a young age, beaten into fear. She muttered softly, and the couple walked to the bedside. Lu Baolin stood by the bed, while Lu Lianjui sat on the edge. Bending down to kiss Lu Xiaoxi's forehead, Lu Lianjui's tears fell onto her face. The abuse she had suffered from a young age had made Lu Xiaoxi overly alert, and she opened her eyes instantly. Her eyes were full of fear and vigilance, and her small body was stiff. Seeing her expression, Lu Lianjui's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Then Lu Xiaoxi's body suddenly relaxed. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Aunt, it's you." "Aunt?" That title now sounded so jarring. Lu Lianjui wanted to ask Lu Xiaoxi to change how she addressed her, but she didn't know where to start. She was even more afraid that Lu Xiaoxi would resent her parents for their incompetence, for letting her endure so little happiness from birth until now. She gently hugged Lu Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, my Xiaoxi." Tears fell like rain in Lu Lianjui's heart, but she dared not show even a trace on her face. Lu Baolin stepped forward, placing his hand on his wife's shoulder, and praised Lu Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi is so good. Now that you're awake, how about going downstairs to eat together? There's delicious stewed bird's nest downstairs." "Sister hasn't woken up yet," Lu Xiaoxi said, turning her head to look at Lu Qianqian. Their voices didn't wake Lu Qianqian. She was still sleeping soundly. But seeing their daughter like this, Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui's hearts ached even more. Anyone could see that the reason she was so cautious, putting Lu Qianqian first, was because she felt she was living under someone else's roof. "You're not living under someone else's roof." Lu Lianjui screamed in her heart. "This is your home, and we are your parents." But she dared not say such words out loud. She feared her daughter's resentment, feared her daughter's accusations. While Lu Lianjui was carrying Lu Xiaoxi to wash up, Lu Baolin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He went to the study and called Hu Xuedong, asking to speak with Quan Xingnan, seeking her advice on how her biological parents had handled the situation after she was switched at birth. After listening to Lu Baolin's account of his and his wife's thoughts, Quan Xingnan fell silent. Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui had kind and soft hearts, so they feared favoring one over the other, and thus found themselves in a dilemma. Chapter 957, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, 3. Unlike Lu Baolin and his wife, Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue had fiery personalities, seeing the world in stark black and white, unable to tolerate even a single grain of sand. Of course, Yuan Wei's personality also played a part. Lu Qianqian had a good temperament, which was why Lu Baolin and his wife couldn't bear to part with her. But Yuan Wei was different. Even without knowing the truth, she gravitated toward Yuan Jihong, failed to win the Lin family's favor, and was arrogant and willful. The main reason was that Yuan Wei had never lived constantly by Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue's side. "Mr. Lu, your family's situation is different from ours." Quan Xingnan said this, then voiced her doubt. "How did Mr. Lu find out about me?" Lu Baolin gave a faint smile. "I've been in business for so many years, so naturally I have my own connections. Besides, I have many business partnerships with the mainland, and I heard some news from there a long time ago." He just hadn't been entirely certain, otherwise he wouldn't have come calling as soon as Quan Xingnan moved into this mansion. Quan Xingnan smiled too. She had forgotten that point. In business, who didn't rely on being well-informed to stay ahead? "Mr. Lu, if I were to speak on this matter, in the end, it comes down to your and Mrs. Lu's decision. No one else has the right to interfere or meddle. I brought this up back then because I didn't want you and your wife to meet your biological daughter without knowing who she was, and also because I and your daughter share the same plight." Recalling her past life, Quan Xingnan sighed deeply. Lu Baolin asked, "Even and doesn't have a perfect solution?" How can there be a perfect solution in this world? Especially in a matter like this. Quan Xingnan seemed to think of something and continued. Actually, your thoughts and actions already surpass many others. My parents chose me and abandoned Yuan Wei. In this world, there are many who, like my parents, choose their biological children. But there are also those who make the opposite choice, picking the adopted child they raised with affection and abandoning the biological one. In her past life, she had known a girl named Lin Wenjing. Lin Wenjing and another girl named Yi Mingzhu had been switched at birth due to a hospital error on the day they were born. An accidental swap had exchanged their lives. The Lin family, who took Lin Wenjing, was wealthy and prominent, the richest in their province. The Yi family, who took Yi Mingzhu, came from a scholarly background. Both parents were highly educated intellectuals. Though not extremely rich, they were comfortably upper middle class, which was why they could give birth at the same hospital. 18 years later, the two families accidentally discovered the truth. The Lin family valued bloodline, so they chose Yi Mingzhu and abandoned Lin Wenjing. The Yi family valued emotional bonds, so they chose Yi Mingzhu and abandoned Lin Wenjing. From then on, Yi Mingzhu was cherished by both families' parents, while Lin Wenjing had to fend for herself, renting a cheap basement and working to earn money to continue her education. Lin Wenjing suffered not only the pain of losing her parents, but also the cruelty of those who had known her in high society, who now kicked her when she was down. The Lin family resented her for occupying their biological daughter's happy and fulfilling life for 18 years. The Yi family resented her for losing the daughter they had raised for 18 years. Wasn't that tragic? Very tragic, wasn't it? No one considered that Lin Wenjing was innocent. Compared to Yuan Wei and Lu Qianqian's original sin, at least Lin Wenjing was truly innocent, without any original sin. Thinking about such things was unbelievable, but it had indeed happened in Quan Xingnan's past life. Therefore, as two children caught in the aftermath of a switched-at-birth revelation, what kind of life they would ultimately have depended entirely on their parents, not on anyone else. Chapter 958, Between a Rock and a Hard Place 4. After finishing the conversation with Lu Baoxing, Quan Sheng let out a long sigh. Hua Xuedong came out of the kitchen carrying the bird's nest soup that Sister Rong had stewed, placing it on the dining table. You're so young, why are you sighing? Mr. and Mrs. Lu are old enough to make the right choice and get the best outcome. Go wash your hands and come eat. In fact, it was already quite late, and Hua Xuedong had been waiting for Quan Xingnan to eat together. But Quan Xingnan had woken up late and casually referred to it as early morning, while the Lu family's children were young and slept late, naturally waking up late too. When Lu Baolin spoke to Quan Xingnan on the phone, he also kept saying early morning, which amused Hua Xuedong greatly. Quan Xingnan agreed, washed her hands, and quickly sat down at the table. By the time she sat down, Sister Rong had already brought out and arranged the breakfast, and Wang Hui had also come downstairs. Bird's nest porridge again this morning. Quan Xingnan clasped her hands together, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Sister Rong laughed and said, bird's nest is a good thing. I stewed it with top-quality rock sugar. Especially for girls, eating bird's nest regularly nourishes yin, replenishes qi, and beautifies the skin. You won't see the effects right away, but after sticking with it for a few years, you'll know the benefits. At this point, Sister Rong didn't forget to praise Quan Xingnan. And is already so beautiful, she should eat even more bird's nest to add beauty on top of beauty, becoming the most beautiful under heaven. Quan Xingnan burst out laughing. The most beautiful under heaven? Sister Rong, you're overestimating me. There are plenty of beauties in Hong Kong. Thinking of the film and television stars of this era, it was truly a sea of beauties. They are far from matching someone, Hua Xuedong interjected. Quan Xingnan's cheeks grew warm, two blushes rising on her face, making her look even more exquisitely refined. Wang Hui quietly rolled her eyes. No talking while eating, no speaking while sleeping. The three of them finished their warm breakfast and went about their own business. Wang Hui had met a few wealthy young masters last night and had plans to meet them today. Hua Xuedong couldn't let go of company matters and cherish the time spent with Quan Xingnan, so she simply brought her along to the office. The Hua Group's office building naturally needed no detailed description. It was grand and magnificent. The entire building and the land beneath it belonged to the Hua family. Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua had settled in Hong Kong early on, and with their substantial family wealth, they had invested heavily, leading to the estate they had today. Starting a business is hard, but maintaining it is even harder. Hua Xuedong had not only preserved the family business, but also managed it with flair, making it thrive day by day. Looking up at the Hua building, and then at Hua Xuedong, Quan Xingnan's admiration grew even deeper. Years later, this building would still stand here. From this, it was clear how sturdy and advanced the Hua building was. Don't just stare from outside. Let's go in. Hua Xuedong took Quan Xingnan's hand, and as soon as they stepped into the building, they caught the attention of the security and reception staff on the first floor. Work hours had long passed, so the Hua Group's employees were naturally all present. But Hua Xuedong, as the boss, was late today. Of course, no one would fire the boss for being late. The front desk receptionist clenched her fists, pressed them to her chest, and stared at Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, her heart racing with excitement. Last night's grand gala had naturally been widely reported. The people of Hong Kong loved reading about such wealthy family matters, and the Hua Group staff took it even more to heart. This was their boss's business, after all, so they couldn't help but pay attention. Having just read the morning papers, now seeing the real person here, who wouldn't be surprised? No one had expected Hua Xuedong to bring Quan Xingnan to the company. Chapter 959, Dilemma 5. The front desk receptionist, Zhou Xinru, couldn't help but grab her colleague Zhang Huixin, feeling both nervous and excited. Look, quick, look. It's Mr. Hua and Miss N. They've both come to the company. Miss N already looks stunning in the newspapers, but I never expected her to be even more beautiful in person. Unlike Zhou Xinru, Zhang Huixin, who loved dressing up, only noticed Quan Xingnan's attire. In the newspapers, Quan Xingnan's outfits were always a topic of discussion. Although she wasn't exactly a fashion icon, her clothing was impeccable, and the jewelry she wore complemented her perfectly, being both precious and exquisite. Today, Quan Xingnan's outfit was actually quite simple. She wore a short-sleeved white blouse on top. Given the hot weather, Hua Xuedong was dressed simply in a white shirt paired with silver-gray suit pants, without a tie. As for Quan Xingnan, she had tied a silver-gray ribbon under her Peter Pan collar and wore a matching pleated skirt in the same color, knee-length, giving off a strong student vibe. Zhang Huixin noticed that Quan Xingnan wasn't wearing any of her priceless jewelry today. Of course, Quan Xingnan was someone who paid great attention to detail, and a small accessory could make her look even more refined. So, she wore white leather sandals without socks, with the anklet tied around her left ankle. It was a thin red string with a smooth, glossy wooden bead in the middle. This bead was made from the same material as the bracelet on Hua Xuedong's wrist, top-grade agarwood, worth a fortune per gram. Zhang Huixin couldn't tell the value of this bead and felt disappointed. Miss and was so wealthy, envied and admired by everyone, yet today she dressed so plainly. She had thought she could go out and brag about it to others. Quan Xingnan, unaware of the front desk receptionist's thoughts, looked around with curiosity written all over her face. Then, she followed Hua Xuedong into the elevator. Besides them, there were also several bodyguards and staff members who needed to go upstairs. They had already greeted Hua Xuedong outside the elevator, and now, sharing the same elevator, they didn't feel constrained at all. Mr. Hua brought Miss N to work today? Miss N, Mr. Hua is amazing, and our office building is quite impressive too. That's right, Miss N, Mr. Hua is amazing. Miss N is also a shareholder of our group. You could ask Mr. Hua to prepare a separate office for you. Among these staff members were elites who needed to report upstairs and cleaners who were there to tidy up. They all smiled cheerfully, teasing Quan Xingnan in a relaxed manner. This teasing was respectful and didn't come across as rude. At the same time, Quan Xingnan could see how approachable Hua Xuedong was in front of his subordinates. Only when a superior is approachable can subordinates feel so at ease. Her sparkling, crystal-clear eyes darted around a few times, and Quan Xingnan pretended to be serious, saying, "This is my first time here, but I'm a bit disappointed." "Why?" several staff members asked in unison, looking alarmed. Not only them, but even Hua Xuedong and the bodyguards looked at Quan Xingnan in surprise, puzzled by her words. "I thought that by coming to work with your Mr. Hua, I'd get to enjoy exclusive elevator treatment, going straight to the floor where the chairman's office is. How impressive and special would that be?" Quan Xingnan finished her reply with a grin, but her smile suddenly disappeared as she sighed seriously, "But unfortunately, there isn't one. There just isn't." Hua Xuedong smiled, while the others burst into laughter. "Miss N, although our company building has more than one elevator, there isn't a dedicated elevator for the chairman. All elevators can be used by any staff member or guest." Chapter 960, Between a Rock and a Hard Place 6. Amid the staff's friendly laughter, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong arrived at the floor where their destination was located. Unlike many heads of corporations, Hua Xuedong's office was not on the top floor. However, Quan Xingnan noticed that the elevator she had taken ended here. This was the last floor. The same applied to the stairs. They only went up to this floor. Hua Xuedong pointed across from the elevator and told her, "There's another elevator over there, going up 3 floors from here. Next to it are stairs leading upward, but they don't connect to the lower levels." "What precious treasures are hidden up there?" Quan Xingnan asked. Even as she asked, she had a vague understanding. This was to prevent lower-level staff from casually going upstairs. In truth, even if the upper elevators and stairs were connected to the lower floors, ordinary staff wouldn't dare go up without reason. They wouldn't even come to this floor without a work report, let alone the ones above. Hua Xuedong gave a faint smile. Nothing much. Aside from some documents, it's just rest and recreation areas. Even the group's confidential materials were not stored in a single location. Quan Xingnan nodded and followed him into the office. Hua Xuedong's office was naturally spacious. Besides the workspace, it included a reception area, a lounge, a bedroom, a study, and even a modest kitchen and pantry. Small as it was, it had everything. In truth, this description was quite inappropriate because compared to a 100-square-meter residence, this place was far from small. While Hua Xuedong worked, Quan Xingnan wandered around. By her estimate, Hua Xuedong's office was about 200 to 300 square meters. In Hong Kong, where land was as precious as gold, 100 square meters was considered a luxury home, and 200 to 300 square meters was the pinnacle of luxury. Of course, compared to the Peninsula Villa or the Hua family mansion, this was like a sparrow next to an elephant. Hua Xuedong looked up to see Quan Xingnan strolling out of the study, holding a thread-bound copy of Dream of the Red Chamber on rice paper. He smiled gently and pointed to the sofa across from him. You must be tired from walking. Sit down and rest. On the coffee table in front of the sofa, he had already arranged tea, snacks, and refreshments prepared by Secretary Chin. Quan Xingnan sank into the leather sofa, the black upholstery making her look especially petite and fair as jade. After flipping through a few pages of Dream of the Red Chamber, she took advantage of Hua Xuedong's tea break to speak up. Fourth brother, I advertised my jewelry company yesterday. What do you think about opening a branch here? Hong Kong had plenty of wealthy tycoons, socialites, and celebrities. Their money was easy to make. Who didn't have a bit of a competitive streak? Hua Xuedong fell silent upon hearing her words. What's wrong? Quan Xingnan asked. Fourth brother, why aren't you saying anything? If I open a branch here, I can come visit you anytime under the pretense of inspecting it. Instead of answering, Hua Xuedong asked, do you not know the specifics of your jewelry company? I handed it over to Chiu Shenghua long ago. I don't meddle much. When you trust someone, you don't second-guess them. Quan Xingnan had great faith in her team, Chiu Shenghua, who managed the Wesheng Jewelry Company, Shui Xiaojun, who handled the foundation, and Bai Ruoxuan, who oversaw her various investment ventures, so she rarely inquired about operations. Hua Xuedong sighed after hearing her explanation. You've forgotten. The Wesheng Jewelry Company was originally Uncle Chen's, with dedicated counters in both Hong Kong and Taiwan. I'm not sure about the specifics in Taiwan, but the company's counters in Hong Kong are located in several major shopping malls under the Hua Group. Chapter 961. In a Dilemma 7. Quan Xingnan's cherry lips parted slightly, her bright eyes wide open. Pointing a slender, fair finger at her own nose, she asked, does the Wu's department store have a branch of my jewelry company? Although it was a dedicated counter, it could still be considered a branch. That was what Quan Xingnan meant, but Hua Xuedong smiled and said, Wesheng Jewelry Company has 4 branches and 4 counters in Hong Kong. The counters are in Hua's department stores, while the branches are located in several prime areas. Upon hearing this, Quan Xingnan exclaimed, how could I not know about my own company's situation? If I had known, why would I go to the Tongxing counter to create revenue? She should have gone to her own company's counter to generate revenue for herself. Hua Xuedong chuckled. Isn't it the same? It was the same, but the meaning was different. As the owner of a company, not knowing about its own branches was a bit embarrassing. Quan Xingnan walked over to Hua Xuedong's desk, picked up the phone, and dialed Chiu Shenghua. Does Wesheng Jewelry Company have branches in Hong Kong? That was the first thing she asked. The rare jadeite carvings in the company, prepared for sale, had just been finished and polished. Chiu Shenghua, along with several secretaries, assistants, and managers, was admiring their beauty in the office. These pieces included carvings from giant jadeite and other high-quality jadeite, all of which were exquisite. Wesheng Jewelry Company had long set its tone, focusing on top-tier, high-grade jadeite. Thus, these jadeite pieces were the finest of the finest. They were now displayed on a coffee table tray lined with black velvet. The black velvet accentuated the color and texture of the jadeite. Chiu Shenghua held in his hand a piece of old pit glass-type jadeite with full yang green, shaped like a jade leaf, about half the size of his palm. The veins of the leaf were clear, and the green was dazzling. It was set in a double-circle platinum setting surrounded by diamonds, whose brilliance could not overshadow the crystal-clear, elegant beauty of the jade leaf. The jade leaf symbolized great achievements and was highly favored. Wesheng Jewelry Company also accepted custom orders, and this jade leaf was commissioned by a wealthy man for his beloved wife. Chiu Shenghua was lost in admiration when he received Quan Xingnan's call. He quickly placed the jade leaf back on the tray, respectfully addressed her as Miss, and heard her question. Oh, you mean that? Xiao Shenghua relaxed from his formal posture and leaned back in his leather office chair. Our company operates a complete chain from production to sales, with processing plants and stores both domestically and internationally. So yes, we do have branches in Hong Kong. After the company was renamed, I signed a new contract with Mr. Hua, which included an agreement to set up several counters on the first floor of Hua's department stores. Normally, such matters wouldn't require Hua Xiuedong's involvement, but who could blame the fact that the owner of Weshing Jewelry Company was Quan Xingnan? Not only that, but Hua Xiuedong had also given the best spots on the first floor of the department stores to Weshing Jewelry Company. Even on the prime first floor, locations had their tiers. The best counters were, of course, the ones visible as soon as you entered the department store. Why didn't you tell me? Quan Xingnan was very frustrated. If she had known about the branches, she could have promoted them to the wealthy ladies and socialites at the cocktail party, potentially increasing revenue significantly. After learning the reason for Quan Xingnan's call, Xiao Shenghua couldn't help but laugh. Even if you had known, it wouldn't have mattered, because the jadeite pieces carved after the renaming have only just been finished and haven't been stocked yet. So, not to mention the branches, even the main store didn't have those rare jadeite carved jewelry pieces. Chapter 962, In a Dilemma 8. Since it's about crafting high-quality pieces, and they're purely hand-carved, the pace won't be too fast. Actually, that's a good thing. The harder something is to obtain, the more people flock to it. Xiao Shenghua understands this mindset all too well. This line of work is somewhat similar to antiques, 3 years without a sale, but one sale feeds you for 3 years. As for the leftover scraps from the jade master's carving process, they're processed by other jade carvers and sold in the shop for a decent amount of money. Even the scraps are top-grade jadeite. Quan Xingnan is no stranger to the tactic of hunger marketing, either. Since she's handed the company over to Xiao Shenghua to manage, she won't interfere or give random orders. After asking about the company's situation, she encouraged him a bit and then hung up. While she was on the phone with Xiao Shenghua, Hua Xiuedong signed a few more documents. Quan Xingnan returned to the sofa and sat down, resting her chin on her hands with her elbows propped on the coffee table, looking deep in thought. Seeing this, Hua Xiuedong couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. So, does that mean I have nothing to do? The branch store was already set up, so there was no need for her to carve out a market herself. Hua Xiuedong chuckled. How could you have nothing to do? Your specialty is fortune-telling, physiognomy, and healing, have you forgotten? Countless people are waiting for your attention. Remember, business is just your side gig. What you need to develop in the future is art. Mentioning art, Quan Xingnan suddenly thought of her own calligraphy and paintings and Hua Xiuedong's gallery. Right, art. How are my calligraphy and paintings doing in your gallery? If she remembered correctly, Hua Xiuedong had taken 24 pieces of her calligraphy and paintings. I thought you'd already forgotten about that, Hua Xiuedong said. Quan Xingnan stuck out her tongue. She only remembered now because she had nothing else to do. She'd actually pushed that matter to the back of her mind. Just as Hua Xiuedong was about to answer Quan Xingnan's question, a knock came from outside. Quan Xingnan immediately sat up straight. Come in. With Hua Xiuedong's permission, Secretary Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, Miss Anne. Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan responded lightly, and Secretary Chen got straight to the point. The jade processing plant reported that a piece of glass-grade yellow-green jadeite from the Pekin material you stockpiled earlier has been cut open. It's full green and of very high quality. Although there are some minor flaws like cotton-like inclusions and black spots, they can be removed during carving. They're asking for your opinion on whether to make it into jewelry for sale. Most of the top-tier goods under the jewelry company of the Hua Group were personally collected by Hua Xiuedong and not sold to the public. This wasn't just for collection purposes, but also because rarity increases value. If too many top-tier goods appeared on the market, they would lose their worth. So, whenever top-grade diamonds or jadeite appeared in the several diamond and jade processing plants, they would always consult Hua Xiuedong first. After finishing her report, Secretary Chen added, they said it can be carved into twisted bracelets without leaving any flaws. Other finished products will depend on the location of the flaws. Hua Xiuedong asked, how big is the piece? How many pieces of jewelry can it make? Jadeite is mostly processed into jewelry. The piece isn't very big. Based on current calculations, it can probably yield about 5 bracelets, over a dozen pendants of various sizes, and some beads and cabochons, Secretary Chen replied. When it comes to jadeite, the first consideration is size, whether it can yield bracelets. If the dimensions are large enough, bracelets come first, then pendants, and finally the leftover scraps are polished into cabochons and beads, leaving nothing to waste. Chapter 963, Dilemma 9. After hearing Secretary Chen's response, Hua Xiuedong spoke without hesitation. His words, however, instructed the processing factory to carve this piece of material into finished products and then sell them. In this industry, good jade is left uncarved. Since this piece has flaws, there's no need to keep it. When it came to items for his family, Hwashiwedong always insisted on keeping only the finest. Even for jadeite, if it wasn't top grade, it had to be flawless. These few pieces of jewelry, compared to the sheer number of people, were just a drop in the bucket, yet they remained extremely scarce on the market. Very well, sir. I'll have Special Assistant Lu relay the message to the person in charge at the factory shortly. Having worked with Hwashiwedong for many years, Secretary Chin naturally understood the meaning of good jade is left uncarved. Only uncarved jade can showcase its natural flawlessness. Flawed jade, during processing, relies on carving to remove imperfections as much as possible, thereby increasing its value. Thus, truly fine jade is often left uncarved. Of course, some people enjoy various ornaments and decorative pieces, and even fine jade may be carved to enhance its beauty. After all, jade must be carved to become a vessel. In reality, jade is a natural mineral, and 99% of unprocessed material has flaws. Truly flawless, large pieces of fine jade are exceedingly rare and all the more precious. Quan Xingnan interjected, "Are you only opening one piece of material? I recall fourth brother stockpiled a lot of good material before. There were raw stones that hadn't been windowed, some that had been windowed, and plenty of open material. Open material, needless to say, was already extracted jadeite, but the first two types carried a lot of gambling risk." Quan Xingnan had used her clairvoyant sight back then and saw that almost all of it was high grade, indicating Hwashiwedong had relied on expert eyes when stockpiling. Recently, only one not-so-small piece of full-green material has been opened, Secretary Chen explained with a smile. Quan Xingnan understood immediately. This meant the jadeite processing factory had opened more than one piece of jade rough, but the large full-green piece was the only one. Smaller pieces were almost negligible and not worth reporting upward. She believed Hwashiwedong wouldn't care about them either. Material capable of producing bangles was essentially large material. After letting out a light chuckle, Quan Xingnan fell silent. Secretary Chen deliberately said, "And I know you have a lot of good material on hand. How about selling a few top-grade pieces to the company? The price won't shortchange you, and if it generates revenue for the company, you'll get dividends too." "No way." Quan Xingnan widened her almond-shaped eyes. "Why not? You have a share in the jadeite company too," Secretary Chen teased her. Quan Xingnan put on a serious expression on her small face. "But Washing Jewelry Company is mine. There's no reason not to keep the good stuff for my own company. On this point, business is business and personal is personal. I have to keep them separate." Secretary Chen, of course, knew she was pretending to be serious. He gave her a thumbs up. "You're absolutely right." Moving past this topic, Secretary Chen continued with his report. Quan Xingnan didn't just sit there idly listening. Feeling a bit thirsty, she noticed the tea on the coffee table had gone cold, and the tea in front of Hwashiwedong must have been the same. So she picked up the teapot and headed to the tea room set up in the kitchen. The tea room had several thermoses, all filled with hot water boiled that morning. Quan Xingnan opened the tea cabinet, took out a small canister of tea leaves, and brewed a pot of tea. The tea leaves unfurled in the water, a lush green. When she carried the teapot out, Secretary Chen was no longer in the office. As she poured tea and placed it in front of Hwashiwedong, he handed her an invitation. "What's this?" Quan Xingnan asked. "The mid-year cocktail party of the Zhangzhen Group." The invitation was sent by Chairman Liang, and Secretary Chen just delivered it. Hwashiwedong replied, "You'll attend as my date." Chapter 964, Between a Rock and a Hard Place 10. Only inviting Hwashiwedong? Not her? Although she was new to Hong Kong and unknown, was Liang Wanwan doing this out of disdain for her, or because she admired Hwashiwedong and was guarding against her? Quan Xingnan leaned toward the latter, and her jealousy flared up instantly, souring the atmosphere in the office. She didn't speak, but how could Hwashiwedong not understand? Amused, he left his office chair, walked around the desk to her side, and gently stroked her hair. "Silly girl, why bother with outsiders? This isn't about whether to bother or not, it's about how I feel inside." Quan Xingnan certainly trusted Hwashiwedong's heart, but Liang Wenjuan's actions still made her deeply uncomfortable. Even knowing exactly what kind of person Liang Wenjuan was, she couldn't stand it. This kind of person had no shame. If it were in her past life, someone like her pursuing He Deming would have been torn apart by the media. It was only in this life, with Hwashiwedong physically intact, that Liang Wenjuan focused solely on pursuing him, and, because Hwashiwedong had no family, her reputation was several times better than in her past life. Hwashiwedong smiled faintly. "There's a charity gala tonight. After work, come with me." Quan Xingnan looked at him, her bright eyes sparkling with surprise. "So busy, Mr. Hua." Hwashiwedong chuckled. "I haven't been in Hong Kong for a long time. Some banquets I needed to attend were handled by senior executives in the group. Now that I'm back, I have to show my face. It's only polite. Doesn't our cocktail party count as showing face? Quan Xingnan asked. Hua Xuedong shook his head. It's different. How is it different? I think the cocktail party invited influential people too. Out of respect for Hua Xuedong, most of Hong Kong's wealthy, unless they truly couldn't make it, had attended. First, the venue for the cocktail party is different. Second, the social circles invited are different. Hua Xuedong explained briefly. At a charity gala like this, there tend to be more media professionals. When he said the last part, Hua Xuedong was quite subtle. Quan Xingnan understood immediately and nodded her little head. All right. That was her answer to Hua Xuedong's suggestion of attending the charity gala together. After replying, Quan Xingnan asked, what are you bringing as an auction item? I need to think about what's appropriate for me. To put it bluntly, a charity gala is really just an occasion to show off. Whoever brings the most valuable auction item gains the most face, and whoever bids the highest shows the most kindness. Hua Xuedong's attitude toward charity galas was quite indifferent, as he personally preferred Quan Xingnan's approach to charity. However, having attended many such galas, Hua Xuedong had plenty of experience. This time, he planned to offer a famous watch as an auction item, a watch given to him years ago, now worth a considerable sum. Then, Hua Xuedong suggested Quan Xingnan bring a piece of jewelry she didn't wear often as an auction item. Every piece of Quan Xingnan's jewelry was exquisite. Any one of them would be enough to hold its own. As he said this, Hua Xuedong had already decided that no matter what jewelry Quan Xingnan offered, he would bid it back himself, ensuring none of her pieces fell into someone else's hands. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. Everyone knows most of my jewelry is jadeite, so I'll offer a jadeite bangle. Among the jewelry Hua Xuedong had prepared for her in the villa, there were also many fine jadeite pieces, but she had no intention of using her old pit jadeite or imperial green jadeite as auction items. Those were her treasures. Chapter 965, Dilemma 11. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong agreed to go pick out dresses and matching accessories together after work in the evening, and then dropped the topic until lunchtime at the Hua Group's cafeteria. Although Hua Xuedong was shrewd, he was also very attentive and never shortchanged his employees in this regard. As a result, the delicious food at the Hua Group's cafeteria was famous throughout Hong Kong Island, all crafted by master chefs. The Hua Group didn't have a private elevator for Hua Xuedong, nor did the cafeteria have a private dining area for him. The cafeteria was buffet-style, with dishes laid out and filled with enticing aromas. It featured not only famous Hong Kong dishes, but also renowned specialties from the 8 major cuisines of mainland China, clearly catering to the diverse tastes of the employees. Like regular employees, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan picked up trays and selected their favorite foods. Although Quan Xingnan was a slender, beautiful young woman, she was actually someone who couldn't enjoy a meal without meat. Seeing her first take a portion of steamed sea bass, then a serving of braised pork ribs, followed by abalone and lobster, Hua Xuedong couldn't help but shake his head as he picked out several complimentary vegetable dishes and a soup. The staple was rice, white, crystalline, and made from premium Thai jasmine rice. When the big boss came to eat, there were plenty of people politely offering their seats while warmly greeting him. Mr. Hua, please sit here. Mr. Hua, miss, and it's cooler over here. Mr. Hua, over here. Hua Xuedong nodded to them in acknowledgement, a gentle and approachable smile on his face. Thank you, but there's no need. There are plenty of seats. You all sit and eat slowly. With that, he led Quan Xingnan to a relatively secluded corner and sat down. At the small rectangular table, the two sat facing each other. Their 2 trays were placed on the table, and they ate from each other's plates. Hua Xuedong ladled a bowl of soup for Quan Xingnan. Drink the soup first to warm your stomach before eating. Drinking soup before a meal was a way to nourish the body. Quan Xingnan was already used to it. She took the soup and sipped a couple of mouthfuls. It was smooth, refreshing, and delicious, truly worthy of a master skill. Fourth brother, after eating such wonderful food here, I'd want to work here after I graduate. Quan Xingnan squinted her eyes in contentment. The atmosphere and treatment here gave employees a sense of happiness. No wonder. No wonder that even 20 years later, very few employees of the Hua Group would resign or switch jobs. This kind of happiness fostered cohesion among the staff, and they didn't seek other opportunities just because Hua Xuedong was disabled. Hua Xuedong smiled casually and said, "All right, I'll save you a spot as the chairman's assistant." He knew Quan Xingnan had no talent for business and no intention of stepping into the corporate world to fight with friends or foes, so he didn't offer her a senior management position. If Quan Xingnan put her mind to it, she could certainly do well, but she wasn't particularly interested in that area. Secretary Chen happened to pass by them and laughed, and, "Wouldn't it be better if you transferred to a school here? The school isn't far from the company. If you like, you could come here to eat every few days." Transfer schools? Quan Xingnan was taken aback. She had never thought about transferring schools. Here, there was Hu Xiaodong, and she wanted to spend every day with him, but she had so many more family members back home. She had paid the price of her previous life to turn back time. Wasn't it all for her loved ones? How could she bear to leave them to study in Hong Kong? Being separated from her parents in mainland China was already hard enough. In her heart, love and family were equally important. Secretary Chen, just eat your meal. As for Secretary Chen's suggestion, Hu Xiaodong was actually quite tempted by it, but he understood Quan Xingnan even better. Chapter 966, A Dilemma 12. After finishing their meal and returning to the office, Quan Xingnan tugged at the sheep-fat jade belt buckle she had given Hu Xiaodong on his belt. Fourth brother, are you really mad that I didn't agree with Secretary Chen's suggestion? She glanced cautiously at Hu Xiaodong again and again, pouting slightly. Hu Xiaodong chuckled. It's such a small matter, is it worth you worrying this much? Don't worry, I'm not angry. You're still young, and even if you wanted to transfer schools, the elders over there wouldn't agree, let alone the fact that you can't bear to leave your family. Are you sure you're not upset? Quan Xingnan asked. Really, I'm not. Hu Xiaodong emphasized his tone, which finally put Quan Xingnan a bit at ease, and she broke into a smile. Her smile was like a flower, her beauty like jade. Hu Xiaodong felt his heart race, but he was always composed by nature. He reached out and flicked her little nose, making her cover it instinctively. Fourth brother. During the afternoon work hours, Hu Xiaodong was still busy with work matters, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Subordinates were giving reports. Not only that, Hu Xiaodong also went to the conference room for a short meeting. Of course, Quan Xingnan didn't follow him in during the meeting. She curled up on the sofa reading a book, starting Dream of the Red Chamber from the beginning. She had just reached the second chapter when a woman in her late 20s named Rong Peihuan, an assistant to Secretary Chen, knocked and entered. Seeing her, Quan Xingnan immediately said, "Your chairman is in a meeting," and Secretary Chen went too. Hearing this, Rong Peihuan let out a light laugh. Rong Peihuan was also a beauty, impeccably dressed, and her smile was full of charm, pleasing to the eye. "Miss, and the people outside aren't here to see Mr. Hua or Secretary Chen." Quan Xingnan was puzzled. If they're not here for them, why are they here? "They're here for you, Miss, and..." Rong Peihuan laughed, then added, "It's Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu. They're here to see you. If you don't want to meet them, I'll send them back." As soon as she heard it was Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue, Quan Xingnan understood their purpose. "Please, come in." She stopped mid-sentence. "I'll go greet Mr. and Mrs. Liu myself." Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young was a virtue. Hearing this, Rong Peihuan opened the door and followed behind Quan Xingnan as she stepped out. Outside Hu Xiaodong's office, there was also a reception area, since not all guests who came were received by Hu Xiaodong himself. Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue sat in the reception room. The former had a stern expression, while the latter's eyes were red and swollen. Having cried bitterly, Lu Liangyue wore no makeup, making her look even more haggard. The truth of Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqian being switched, along with the agonizing choice they faced, had left the couple physically and emotionally drained. "Master Quan." Seeing Quan Xingnan come out, Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue immediately stood up. Thinking of the stories they had heard about Quan Xingnan's abilities, the couple, both nearing 50, showed great respect in their expressions. With such unfathomable powers, who wouldn't be both in awe and fear? After a few pleasantries, Quan Xingnan invited them into the office. Rong Peihuan followed into pour tea and then tactfully withdrew. "Mr. Liu, Mrs. Liu, what brings you here today?" The couple remained silent as soon as they entered, so Quan Xingnan had no choice but to break the stillness and speak first. But before she could finish, Lu Liangyue blurted out, "Master Quan, what should we do?" Quan Xingnan let out a soft sigh. "I'll say it again. The choice is entirely up to you two. No one else can help." Lu Liangyue couldn't hold back her tears. "But we really don't know how to choose. Qianqian and Shaoqian are like the palm and the back of the hand. We can't bear to part with either." Chapter 967, A Perfect Solution for Both Sides 1. Lu Baolin's expression was also very sorrowful, clearly sharing his wife's feelings. Quan Xingnan was deeply moved. This was because Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue valued both familial bonds and blood ties, making them more than 100 times better than Lin Wenjing's adoptive parents and biological parents. If even one of Lin Wenjing's parents had been willing to choose her, she wouldn't have had to work to support herself at such a young age. No, if Lin Wenjing's biological parents had valued blood ties, or if her adoptive parents had valued familial bonds, she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. But her biological parents and adoptive parents made entirely different choices, both selecting only Yi Mingzhu. Compared to Lin Wenjing, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqian were incredibly fortunate. Watching Lu Liangyue weep uncontrollably, Quan Xingnan said helplessly, I say, aren't you overcomplicating things? What? Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue looked up at Quan Xingnan in shock, not even bothering to wipe away their tears. You're caught in a dilemma, but that doesn't mean there isn't a perfect solution for both sides. Hearing this, Lu Liangyue quickly asked what the best course of action was. Quan Xingnan sighed. Regardless of the situation, your brother and sister-in-law cannot raise the child. First, they must bear the responsibility for switching the babies. Second, their abusive behavior proves they are unfit to raise a child. That's true. We're well aware of that, Lu Baolin said. So then, no matter what the truth is, your brother's daughter will still live in your home. What is there to be sad about? Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue were stunned, not quite grasping her meaning. Quan Xingnan cleared her throat. Still don't get it? After Qianqian and Xiaoqian are restored to their rightful places, won't they both still be living with you? The only difference is that one will go from being a niece to a daughter, and the other from a daughter to a niece. While this change in status may affect their future development, as long as you guide them well, it won't be a problem. That's right. Why didn't we think of that? Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue exchanged glances. Quan Xingnan said, in my opinion, you two are letting your emotions cloud your judgment. Letting emotions cloud judgment? That was exactly it. Who wouldn't be unsettled when faced with such a situation? The lingering worry that had troubled Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue for so long was resolved with a single sentence from Quan Xingnan. Their expressions immediately relaxed, and now their only concern was how to explain the truth to the two children. Quan Xingnan spread her hands. I can't help with that. You two have plenty of experience, you'll find a good way. In truth, even if she had a solution, she wouldn't offer it. With matters like this, if the outcome is happy, the person who gave the advice is praised, otherwise, the opposite is true. Also, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, you must explain this carefully to Xiaoqian. She is the biggest victim in this situation. Even if you keep Qianqian by your side, you need to discuss it thoroughly with Xiaoqian and get her consent. Although Lu Qianqian was also innocent, she was ultimately the one who benefited. Lu Baolin nodded solemnly. Master Quan, rest assured. I will handle this properly with Xiaoqian. Yes, Master Quan, please don't worry. I won't let any resentment grow between the two children, Lu Liangyue added. Both were precious to her, and she couldn't bear to let either go. The best solution was to keep both and let them grow up loving each other. With the matter resolved, the couple was eager to return home and immediately took their leave of Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan naturally didn't stop them. After seeing them out and returning inside, she found that Hu Xuedong had already finished her meeting. Chapter 968. A perfect solution for both sides too. She had already given them an idea. She couldn't be responsible for solving all their problems. Although Quan Xingnan liked to meddle, there were some matters she wouldn't interfere with, especially those that were thankless and exhausting. Lu Baolin and Liangyue, upon hearing this, didn't feel disappointed either. Compared to Quan Xingnan, they, who navigated the business world and high society, were far more worldly and sophisticated. The idea Quan Xingnan had offered was already very good for them and could completely resolve their current predicament. As for how to explain it to the two children, they gradually formed a plan in their minds. Thank you, Master Quan. Once we've resolved this matter, we will definitely bring Xiaoqian to thank you. The use of the respectful term, you conveyed their deep reverence for this mysterious and unfathomable person. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, appearing even more delicate and radiant, like a finely crafted piece of jade. But in the eyes of Lu Baolin and Liangyue, she seemed surrounded by an ethereal aura, commanding their respect. Though she was dressed in modern clothing, they felt she didn't belong to this mortal world. It was a feeling hard to describe. Lu Baolin and Liangyue exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with awe. It seemed that this Master Quan was even more formidable than the legends suggested. Among the many feng shui masters in Hong Kong, none possessed her ability to uncover countless mysteries with just a single glance. After Lu Baolin and Liangyue took their leave, it wasn't long before Hu Xuedong returned. Quan Xingnan chattered away, recounting the purpose of Lu Baolin and Liangyue's visit and the advice she had given them. Honestly, I really didn't want to get involved in something like this. It's just that I felt sorry for Xiaoqian, like we were kindred spirits. I couldn't help but expose the truth and let everyone return to their rightful places. When Qianqian grows up, I wonder if she'll resent me. After all, because of me, she went from being a wealthy heiress to a wealthy man's niece. The gap between being a daughter and a niece is huge. Lu Xiaoqian definitely wouldn't hate her, because thanks to her, the little girl now had the parents she had always longed for. As for Lu Qianqian, based on the facial features Quan Xingnan had observed, she seemed like a cheerful and magnanimous girl. But who could guarantee she wouldn't go astray in the future? Who could say she wouldn't hate Quan Xingnan for making her lose a pair of wealthy parents? Hong Kong was the most realistic place, more so than anywhere else. Hua Xiuedong patted her head. How could this be blamed on you? Even if someone is to blame, it's only that she wasn't born into Mr. and Mrs. Lu's family. A magpie occupying a nest is still a magpie occupying a nest. Possession doesn't mean ownership. Even as he said this, Hua Xiuedong was already thinking about how to prevent any potential trouble. He would nip all dangers in the bud. The person he held dear in his hands, he wouldn't allow any danger to approach her, even if it couldn't actually harm her. You're right. If I were really afraid of being resented, I wouldn't meddle so much, Quan Xingnan said with her eyes curving into crescents. Thinking about it, there were plenty of people in the world who resented her, but was she afraid? No, she wasn't. If she were, she wouldn't have done so much. She was grateful for the legacy she had inherited, and she was willing to take on the responsibilities that came with it. Justice might be delayed, but it would never be absent. Even in a society ruled by power and money, she held on to her principles. Fortunately, her family and her circle of friends ensured she had nothing to fear in this regard. After work, she and Hua Xiuedong had dinner at a restaurant. They didn't choose a private room but sat in the open area, surrounded by greenery, which offered good privacy. The patrons didn't speak loudly, so it wasn't noisy. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a female ghost suddenly appeared beside them. Her head was smashed to pieces, blood streaming down, grotesque and terrifying. Chapter 969, The Best of Both Worlds 3. The female ghost was not standing directly in front of Quan Xingnan, but instead followed a handsome middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had just entered and sat down next to Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong, accompanied by a young, stunning woman. Quan Xingnan turned her head, her gaze passing through the gaps in the greenery, and she could see everything clearly. The two were whispering to each other, their demeanor intimate, revealing their relationship. Although the man was older, he was truly handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, exuding a star-like aura. Quan Xingnan found him familiar and quickly remembered he was a well-known film and television star named Ding Tian. This was the golden era of Hong Kong and Taiwan film and television, with many superstars emerging. Because mainland China had introduced many Hong Kong and Taiwan films and TV dramas, they were quite famous in the mainland. Quan Xingnan often watched TV and movies with her elders, so she recognized Ding Tian at a glance. Ding Tian had starred in many films and TV dramas and was also a good singer, making him a triple-threat superstar with a large fan base. He had cultivated a very positive public image, deeply devoted to his late wife, remaining chaste for over a decade until 3 years ago, when he began dating the rising famous actress Lu Xiangnong, a relationship widely blessed by the public. In such a public setting, the woman by his side was naturally Lu Xiangnong. Lu Xiangnong seemed to have some mixed-race genes, with a high nose, deep-set eyes, thick eyebrows, and red lips. Her wavy hair made her even more stunningly beautiful. With her tall, fiery figure, she exuded a bold, passionate beauty without a hint of vulgarity. She was truly beautiful, a memorable beauty, a pleasure to behold. No wonder people decades later would lament that no beauties could compare to those of this era. After taking in this striking couple with a significant age gap, Quan Xingnan looked at the female ghost and found her even more terrifying in appearance. It was clear that even when her face was intact, she would not have been a beauty, only passably plain and delicate. Unfortunately, that plainness was ruined by the fat on her face and her sturdy build. One whiteness covers 100 uglinesses, 1 pound of fat ruins everything. This was a popular saying in later generations, not without reason. The female ghost's gaze at Ding Tian was filled with venom. If that venom could turn into blades, Ding Tian would surely have been cut to pieces by her stare. However, she thrashed and clawed in vain, unable to get within 3 feet of Ding Tian. Quan Xingnan's heart tightened. She focused her eyes and noticed that Ding Tian was wearing a jade gourd pendant around his neck. It was a gourd carved from mutton-fat white jade, crystal clear and translucent. Based on the golden glow emitted by the jade gourd, which formed an invisible protective layer, Quan Xingnan could tell it was crafted by a feng shui master, a blessed artifact imbued with the master's power, priceless and rare. Such artifacts require nurturing, carrying an aura of golden auspiciousness, and are extremely uncommon. Quan Xingnan's spiritual energy surpassed the energy gathered in many auspicious feng shui sites and could also nurture artifacts, but she rarely did so, preferring to give away talismans she made herself. Hong Kong was indeed a haven for feng shui masters. She had already encountered someone wearing a blessed artifact. The golden auspicious energy of this artifact blocked the female ghost's approach, causing her to curse through gritted teeth, spewing endless obscenities. Ding Tian, you'll die a miserable death. Leaving me behind, you think you can win the beauty? No way. I can't get close to you, but can I get close to this little wretch? With these words, the female ghost lunged at Lu Xiangnong, clawing and striking, but because humans and ghosts walk different paths, she could not harm Lu Xiangnong. Chapter 970. A win-win situation 4. If there were no grudges or hatred, the female ghost would not have gone this far. However, Quan Xingnan frowned as she observed. Though she did not know what grievances the female ghost had with Ying Tian and Lu Xiangnong, based on Lu Xiangnong's facial features, she could tell that Lu Xiangnong was a fairly good girl. Her features were upright, her demeanor calm, and she was not the type to resort to any means to climb the social ladder. In contrast, the female ghost's behavior clearly showed that she could not get close to Ying Tian, so she vented her resentment on Lu Xiangnong, who was with him. There is a term called misplaced anger, and it perfectly described the scene before her. Another scenario is that some women in the world do not hate men for their infidelity, but instead believe that a seductive woman lured him away. Thus, they only make things difficult for the woman, while the man is deemed innocent. Therefore, Quan Xingnan was too lazy to open her celestial eye to see the female ghost's past and present lives. She only felt sorry for Lu Xiangnong. Why? Because based solely on his facial features, Ying Tian was not a good man. A layer of pale skin covered his face, and when he smiled, his cheeks were high and his skin thin, a natural sign of a fickle and unfaithful romantic disposition. There are many people with such facial features in the world. While not all of them have this personality, most are fickle and unfaithful. A few well-known male movie stars have this kind of face, and without exception, they have all done things that betray women and shift the blame for affairs or cheating onto the women. Since it did not concern her, Quan Xingnan quickly turned her head back to face Hu Xuedong, who seemed lost in thought. Hu Xuedong was already familiar with this kind of situation. A gentle and refined smile lingered on his lips. What? Have you found another matter that requires you to uphold justice? What he admired most about Quan Xingnan was her innate sense of justice, her willingness to seek redress for ghosts. Her every action made people understand that the boundary between the living and the dead should not be a reason for grievances to be buried forever. Although I have found something, it may not be worth my intervention. Seeing that the soup bowl in front of Hu Xuedong was empty, Quan Xingnan extended her slender hand, picked up the ladle from the large soup bowl, and filled his bowl while answering. Why is that? Had she passed the age of youthful fervor? That couldn't be, she was only 15, in the prime of her youth. Quan Xingnan gently shook her head, adopting a mature demeanor beyond her years, but her voice was very low. I think the party involved. She wanted to say the person involved, but suddenly realized it was not a person but a ghost. Using the ghost involved did not seem appropriate either, especially in a public setting, so she changed her wording. The party in question may not be innocent, so why should I bother? She liked helping good people but not evil ones. When evil people received unfair treatment or met a bad end, she would clap her hands in delight, feeling that evil had been repaid with evil. Of course, saying this did not mean that those who harmed evil people were innocent. Some who harmed evil people were good individuals who had reached their breaking point, but there were also bad people among them. Many things needed to be judged case by case, not lumped together. Even without opening her celestial eye, she could tell that the female ghost was no pushover. She had done many wrongful deeds in life. Otherwise, her bloodied and mangled soul would not have been this grayish-black. Without needing Quan Xingnan to elaborate, Hu Xuedong immediately understood. Not intervening? Quan Xingnan nodded. She indeed had no intention of seeking justice for the female ghost. Little did she expect that just 2 days later, someone would come to her door, asking her to perform a fortune reading for Ying Tian and Lu Xiangnong. Calling it a fortune reading was not entirely accurate, because the visitors were Lu Xiangnong's parents, who wanted to know whether Ying Tian and Lu Xiangnong's destinies were compatible. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they wanted to know whether Ying Tian was good or evil. Chapter 971. The Best of Both Worlds 5. Mr. and Mrs. Lu had met Quan Xingnan at a charity gala the day before yesterday, and it was only then that she learned Lu Xiangnong was the daughter of a prestigious family. What left a deep impression on Quan Xingnan was that Mr. Lu had bid a high price for the full green jade bangle she had put up for auction. Although it wasn't of imperial green quality, it still reached a vibrant green level, ultimately selling for 3.66 million yuan. In the 1990s, 3.66 million was indeed a considerable sum. Mr. and Mrs. Lu made it very clear that they intended to give the bangle to their daughter as a birthday gift. Quan Xingnan initially had no idea who their daughter was, only thinking that their daughter was very fortunate. But who was the person accompanying her? Hu Xuedong, who had an exceptional memory and had already quietly informed her that Lu Xiangnong was their daughter. So, when Mr. and Mrs. Lu came to find her, Quan Xingnan was taken aback. Mrs. Lu naturally noticed Quan Xingnan's expression and couldn't help but sigh, explaining, "It's not that I disapprove of Xiangnong freely dating, but I really don't like the people in her circle." I wasn't in favor of her entering the circle either, but she loves acting and can ensure she stays clean. Considering our family's wealth and influence should be enough to protect her, I agreed to let her become an actress. I'm not afraid to say this in front of Mr. Hua and Master Quan, how decadent, depraved, and chaotic the people in that circle are. Outsiders may not know, but people in our class certainly do. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly without saying a word, yet still appeared poised and elegant. Hua Xuedong made no comment on the entertainment industry, and Quan Xingnan naturally wouldn't presume to offer her own opinion. Instead, she asked curiously, so, Mr. and Mrs. Liu, what exactly do you want to calculate? Mrs. Liu replied, as I said, first, Xiangnong's fate, and second, Yingtian's good and bad qualities. More than anything, I want to know if Yingtian will affect Xiangnong's destiny. A feng shui master once calculated Xiangnong's fate and said she has an excellent one. Not only does she bring prosperity to her parents, but also to her husband. To be honest, Yingtian has been in that circle for so many years, and now his reputation is incredibly good. I don't believe he's a blank slate. I'm not discriminating against people in the entertainment industry. I'm just afraid Xiangnong will be deceived by Yingtian. Do you have the birth dates and times of Miss Liu and Yingtian? Yes. Hearing Quan Xingnan's question, Mrs. Liu quickly replied, taking 2 pieces of paper from her bag that recorded the birth dates and times of Liu Xiangnong and Yingtian. Because they believed in feng shui masters, many people in Hong Kong were reluctant to easily disclose their own or their family members' birth dates and times. However, Mr. and Mrs. Liu trusted Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Knowing that the two were too powerful and influential to covet anything from their family, they readily handed over the papers with the birth dates and times they had prepared in advance. The information about Yingtian had been obtained from Liu Xiangnong. Quan Xingnan had already met Yingtian and Liu Xiangnong and knew their true natures, but she still carefully examined their birth dates and times. As she did so, her brows furrowed deeply. What's wrong? Is there something off? Mrs. Liu asked. There's nothing wrong with Miss Liu's birth date and time. It matches her facial features. However, Yingtian's birth date and time are incorrect. That day, when I had dinner with fourth brother and met Yingtian and Miss Liu, based on my physiognomy, this is definitely not Yingtian's real birth date and time. To put it bluntly, the person who owns this birth date and time has long since died. Chapter 972, The Best of Both Worlds 6. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Lu's father and mother were greatly shocked, and even Hua Xuedong raised an eyebrow. I said that Yingtian was no good. Lu's mother exclaimed in anger, not to mention the huge age gap between him and Xiangnong. There are plenty of old husband-young wife couples these days, but he dared to deceive Xiangnong with a fake birth date and time. That shows his character. In fact, Yingtian was quite famous and his fans all knew his birthday, but the detailed birth date and time were unclear. If Yingtian hadn't personally told Liu Xiangnong, she would never have obtained his birth date and time. Now, giving a fake one was worse than giving none at all. Thinking of this, Lu's mother grew even angrier. Not only was Lu's mother angry, but Lu's father also showed a look of fury. Having been in business for years, Lu's father was accustomed to hiding his emotions, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Master Quan, is what you said true? Is this birth date and time not Yingtian's but that of a dead person? Lu's father's tone was very respectful, and Master Quan Xingnan replied amiably, unless my skills are lacking. If Master Quan's skills are lacking, then who in this field can be considered proficient? Lu's father couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Because Hong Kong was an international metropolis, far more developed than the mainland, and many factories were set up on the mainland due to Hong Kong's small size, the sources of information were quite reliable and well-connected. Before the charity gala, Lu's father had carefully inquired with some business partners on the mainland with whom he had cooperated. What Lu's father knew, Lu's mother naturally knew as well. She hurriedly asked Quan Xingnan, Master Quan, you said you've seen my daughter and Yingtian. What kind of person is Yingtian? Since the birth date and time are useless, we'll have to rely on his facial features. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Deceiving your daughter with a fake birth date and time already shows his character. Need I say more? Not saying it didn't mean she hadn't seen anything from Yingtian's facial features. The woman by Yingtian's side was his wife, named Chung Ailey. Her soul lingered in the mortal world, indicating a deep obsession, and her death was related to Yingtian. It could be said that Yingtian's positive image was entirely fabricated. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Lu's mother's face darkened. After a moment of silence, Lu's father spoke again. Master Quan, could you elaborate? Let us have a clear understanding so we can persuade our daughter to break up with him. I'm truly afraid she'll get hurt. Your daughter is talented and beautiful with a top-notch family background. Since he has ulterior motives, he wouldn't harm her. These words were somewhat refined, causing Lu's father and mother to pause in confusion for a moment. But who were they? They quickly caught on and immediately understood Quan Xingnan's implication. Quan Xingnan meant that Lu Xiangnong's talent and beauty went without saying. As a well-known female star in the entertainment industry, her appearance was naturally top-notch. Moreover, she had a high level of education and was cultured, not a fool. Most importantly, she came from a good family. Even if many didn't know, those in the circle certainly did. Ying Tian was after Lu Xiangnong's family background, talent, and beauty, hoping to firmly hold on to her, ideally marrying her to bind them together. Therefore, he wouldn't harm her. For people of their status, some things and some words didn't need to be said outright. Then, Master Quan, whose birth date and time did Ying Tian give? Lu's father suddenly asked. And why would he give such a fake one? Wasn't he afraid a skilled master would see through it? Instead of answering, Quan Xingyan asked, Mr. Lu, have you heard of borrowing luck? Chapter 973, The Best of Both Worlds 7. Borrowing luck? Hua Xuedong, having spent more time with Quan Xingyan, understood a bit more, but Lu's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances, their faces showing great surprise. However, being intelligent people, they quickly grasped the meaning of the term from its literal sense. Borrowing luck, does it mean borrowing fortune? Lu's father asked. Quan Xingnan nodded lightly. Borrowing luck isn't just transferring fortune to oneself like grafting a branch onto a tree, it also borrows the other person's good fate. Although it's said that fate is in one's own hands and the quality of life depends on one's own efforts, if you work hard, a poor person can become rich or even become an official. There are still countless people born with good fortune, standing at a finish line that many can never reach in a lifetime. Some people often envy others, saying they were born into a good life. This is exactly what that means. Some are born with nothing, while others are born with the whole world. In today's world, poverty and wealth, lowliness and nobility are already determined at the moment of birth. That is fate. Of course, a poor person can become rich through a lifetime of hard work, and a rich person can lose everything through reckless behavior. After all, there are many self-made people in the world, just as there are those who go bankrupt. This is luck. Fate cannot be changed, but luck can be altered through one's own efforts. Quan Xingnan explained it in simple terms, so Lu's father and mother naturally understood. Take Lu Xiangnong, for example. She was born with good fortune, and, because she didn't court disaster, being sensible, studious, and ambitious, her luck was also good. As for Ying Tian, because he was quite famous, Lu's father and mother had investigated him thoroughly, so they knew he was also born with decent fortune. His family background was scholarly, and his parents had come to Hong Kong from the mainland during the chaotic years. In that era, aside from illegal immigrants, many who came to Hong Kong through proper channels were from wealthy and influential families. Thus, years later, people still joked that Hong Kong had many beauties because the older generation had brought good genes there. Though it was a joke, it wasn't entirely baseless. Born into such a family, his upbringing naturally differed from that of the poor. He debuted in his youth, quickly gained some fame, and worked his way up to becoming a superstar, enjoying smooth sailing all the way. Many people said Ying Tian was a classic example of good fate and good luck, including Lu's father and mother, who shared the same view. Thinking of this, Lu's father and mother suddenly realized something. Master Quan, are you saying that Ying Tian's fate and luck are borrowed? Then whose are they borrowed from? That dead person you mentioned. Hua Xuedong also looked at his young girlfriend, but unlike them, he didn't ask questions. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Quan Xingnan had just arrived in Hong Kong and didn't know many people in the local circles, but even if he hadn't met them, he had heard of them. Moreover, he had indeed seen Ying Tian on many occasions. As such a superstar, there were countless people inviting him to endorse events. He knew something better than Lu's father and mother, the story of Ying Tian's older generation. Ying Tian's father was named Ying Long, a very conservative old-school scholar now over 80 years old, who had studied abroad. In his youth, he was quite dissatisfied with the feudal marriage arranged by his family. Thus, he had a wife chosen by his parents and a lover he married through free love. When he brought his family to Hong Kong, his parents had already passed away, so he only brought his lover and the children born from that relationship, leaving behind his wife and her children on the mainland. Ying Tian was born after they arrived in Hong Kong. End of chapter. Chapter 974. The Best of Both Worlds 8. Logically speaking, Ying Long should be considered a modern-style intellectual, so why did Hua Xuedong say he was a very conservative old-style intellectual? That was because he still clung to certain feudal old rules passed down from his family, now regarded as dross. As long as one lived in the Ying family mansion, the children and grandchildren had to pay their respects to the elders every day, receive a monthly living allowance, just like the old monthly stipends, and any expenses for clothing or accessories had to go through the family accounts. Thus, his supposed abandonment of feudal baggage was nothing but a joke within the circle they lived in. The true breaker of feudal arranged marriages was not someone like him. Moreover, after arriving in Hong Kong, Ying Long took another wife. This was the branch of Ying Tian. Ying Tian was not born to Ying Long's lover. The relationships might seem chaotic, but in truth, they were quite simple. Ying Long had rebelled against his parents' arranged marriage, married his lover, and taken her and their child abroad. Just when this lover thought she and her child had exclusive claim to Ying Long, he married another woman, known as the second mistress. Ying Long's lover, Bai Mulan, was the first mistress, while the second mistress, Qin Shuilian, was the second wife. As for Ying Long's legal wife and their 2 sons and 1 daughter, they had long been cast aside by Ying Long and were not included in the ranking. Bai Mulan was originally a woman of humble origins, an actress. Yet Ying Long deeply despised actresses, believing they could never be refined or dignified. After marrying him, Bai Mulan never performed on stage again. When Ying Tian entered the entertainment industry, Ying Long denounced it as a family disgrace. If not for Qin Shuilian's resourcefulness, Ying Long would have already driven Ying Tian out of the family. Because Ying Long was not skilled in managing his affairs and was not particularly outstanding among intellectuals, the family was not very wealthy. The reason they had a large mansion was that he had used the money he brought with him when he first arrived in Hong Kong to purchase it. On the other hand, Ying Tian, by making a name for himself in the entertainment industry, had earned a considerable amount of money and gained some status within the Ying family. The reason Hu Xuedong knew all this so clearly was that Ying Long's wife, Wu Hui, had some familial connection to old Madame Hua's maternal family. The relationship was neither very close nor very distant. The Chinese place great importance on kinship ties involving countless aunts and cousins, and Wu Hui was among those distant relatives of old Madame Hua's maternal family. Even Ying Long was unaware of this connection. However, because Wu Hui and her children had been able to go abroad only with old Madame Hua's help, the 2 families grew closer over time. Every year, Wu Hui would send her children and grandchildren to pay respects to the Hua elders and present them with generous gifts. When Ying Long went abroad, he took all of the Ying family's property, including Wu Hui's dowry. Their marriage had been arranged, a match of equal social standing, and carried out at their parents' command. Since it was a match of equal standing, Wu Hui's family background was naturally comparable to Ying Long's. Her dowry was extremely generous, including 20 large gold bars. Gold was a hard currency, and its importance during times of war was obvious. Wu Hui, true to her name, was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She had never been willing to use that gold. Additionally, she had sold off her other dowry items and converted them into gold, intending to distribute it among her children. Little did she expect that Ying Long would steal it all and take it abroad, abandoning her and their 3 children. Later, with the help of old Madame Hua, Wu Hui took her children abroad, changed their surnames and given names, and returned to the mainland in the 1980s. Her descendants became elites in various fields, amassing considerable wealth. Wu Hui had long grown cold toward Ying Long and never mentioned him. However, Hu Xuedong, living in Hong Kong, had paid some attention to the Ying family. After hearing Hu Xuedong recount the Ying family's background, Lu's father and mother were astonished. Quan Xing'an could not help but say, "I thought it was a simple matter, but I never expected their family to be so complicated." Nanan, can you deduce whose fate Ying Tian borrowed? Chapter 975, The Best of Both Worlds 9. As she grew older, with a happy family and an exceptionally smooth life, Quan Xing'an rarely used her celestial eye to deliberately look into the past and future of those who sought fortune-telling without her consent. At most, because she was skilled in physiognomy, she would unconsciously discern good from evil, loyalty from treachery when reading someone's face. Thus, her life had gradually become more subdued, losing the thrill it once had. Yet Quan Xing'an preferred it this way, as it meant there were fewer injustices in the world. When Hu Xuedong asked if she could calculate the identity of the person Ying Tian had borrowed fortune from, Quan Xing'an replied that she could. "I can, but I need to see Ying Tian in person to make an accurate calculation." Ying Tian's facial features did not match his birth date and time, confirming that he had borrowed fortune, but from whom remained unknown. She was certain of this because, aside from his fickle appearance, Ying Tian's face should also reflect a life of poverty. However, his current features showed signs of that poverty being forcibly altered, creating a mismatch between his appearance and his fate. Combined with the talisman Ying Tian wore, it was clear that his current circumstances were tied to some feng shui master. Even though Quan Xing'an had studied feng shui under a master in her past life, she was only mediocre in that field. In other areas, especially concerning a person's past and future fortunes, divination was never as accurate as her celestial eye. After all, feng shui masters were human, and how could humans truly fathom the mysteries of heaven and earth without suffering the pain of the 5 calamities and 3 deficiencies? Lu's father immediately said, "Ying Tian is an actor. It's easy to meet him." With so many friends in the business world, he could easily find an excuse to summoning Tian. Besides, Ying Tian was pursuing Lu Xiangnong and knew her family background. If Lu's father said he wanted to see him, Ying Tian would not refuse. Yes, Master Quan, when are you free? We'll arrange it. Lu's mother, eager for help, decisively asked Quan Xingnan first. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment, then turned to look at Hu Xuedong. Her bright eyes were clear and crystalline, shimmering like rippling water. Fourth brother, the mid-year banquet of Zhongjin Group is coming up soon, isn't it? Hu Xuedong nodded. I remember Ying Tian has done advertisements for some of Zhongjin Group's products. Given his current status in the film and television industry, Zhongjin Group should send him an invitation. After all, many film and television stars will appear at the banquet. Mr. and Mrs. Lu can go back and check. If Ying Tian is attending, there's no need to make special arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother quickly asked, will Mr. Hua and Master Quan both attend this banquet? Hearing her question and recalling the invitation Liang Wenwan had sent to Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan felt displeased and did not answer. It was Hu Xuedong, who knew her well, who smiled and said, yes, I received an invitation from Zhongjin Group and will go with Nan Nan. Given Quan Xingnan's age and the fact that her family and Hu Xuedong's were old family friends, no one would think twice about Hu Xuedong bringing her to various public events, including Mr. and Mrs. Lu. After all, the Hu family held a high status in Hong Kong, with deep roots and extensive connections. Since Quan Xingnan was visiting Hong Kong for the first time, it was understandable that Hu Xuedong would bring her along. With this settled, Mr. and Mrs. Lu took their leave with peace of mind. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan politely saw them off, watching until they left before returning to the room. Sister Rong came over and asked, Sir, Miss, how should we handle the gifts from Mr. and Mrs. Lu? Quan Xingnan curiously asked what they had sent. Sister Rong quickly replied, 6 boxes of Imperial Dragon Grass, 6 boxes of Premium Korean Ginseng, 6 boxes of GP Abalone, 6 boxes of top-grade Wild Bird's Nest, 6 boxes of Premium Wild Sea Cucumber, and 6 boxes of Chanbai Mountain Wild Ginseng. Mr. and Mrs. Lu sent high-quality items. Shall I prepare them for you and the sir to eat another day? This chapter ends. Chapter 976, The Best of Both Worlds 10. The items Sister Rong mentioned were all valuable nourishing products. Sending such generous gifts showed how much Father Lu and Mother Lu loved their daughter. These nourishing products were quite expensive in Hong Kong. Quan Xingnan had previously gone on a shopping spree with Hu Xuedong, intending to send gifts to the elders in her family, so she was well aware of the prices of these items. Moreover, Father Lu and Mother Lu didn't just send one set, they sent 6 boxes of each type. Given Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong's wealth, they certainly weren't lacking in these items, but they wouldn't disregard others' goodwill. Set aside half for fourth brother to take back, she said. The daily consumption of these nourishing products wasn't much, and Quan Xingnan knew it well. Since she had already bought plenty herself, she only suggested giving some to his parents. As for the rest, we'll open them once the supplements at home are finished. For women, Bird's Nest was a top-tier nourishing product. Sister Rong prepared stewed bird's nest for Quan Xingnan every morning and evening, and it also had many benefits for men. Besides, there were many other nourishing products at home, all prepared by Hu Xuedong before Quan Xingnan arrived, along with some later sent by Hu's parents. Sister Rong varied the recipes to serve them to Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong. Of course, Wang Hui was also included, and he looked positively radiant from all the nourishment. Hu Xuedong said, our home has no shortage of these nourishing products. Many of the ones given by others were later passed on to someone else, so there's no need to give any to uncle and aunt. Keep them for yourself, or take them home to honor the elders. This is about sincerity, not anything else. Quan Xingnan shot him a glare. Hearing this, Hu Xuedong couldn't help but smile and stopped refusing. He also wanted his uncle and aunt to feel Quan Xingnan's filial devotion and, in turn, grow even fonder of her. In the Hong Kong and Guangdong regions, people loved drinking nourishing soups, which retained nutrients and had health benefits. Almost every meal included a soup course. This was likely one reason why Hong Kong's average life expectancy later surpassed Japan's. At lunch, Sister Rong first served a long-simmered cordyceps, mushroom, and pork rib soup, aromatic and delicious. After the meal, Hu Xuedong went to work, while Quan Xingnan stayed behind. She asked Sister Rong to help her carefully compile a list of well-known soup recipes, intending to take them home and make soups for the elders. Before she finished compiling the recipes, the mid-year cocktail party of the Zhongjin Group began. It was now the height of summer, and the mid-year point had actually passed long ago. No one knew why the Zhongjin Group was holding the party now. Perhaps, as Hu Xuedong had said, it was merely an opportunity for high society figures to meet and socialize. Although Hua Xuedong held a very high status in Hong Kong, with his group publicly ranking just below the Tianxia group, he didn't put on airs or make a grand entrance. So he and Quan Xingnan arrived slightly later than the earliest attendees, around 7:30 p.m. When Liang Wenwan heard he had arrived, she immediately came out to greet him, beaming with pride and satisfaction. As the hostess and in the prime of her life, Liang Wenwan was dressed dazzlingly, capturing everyone's attention. Unlike most high society ladies and socialites who kept long hair, she still sported a wine-red short hairstyle. Her figure remained strikingly curvaceous, with a full bust and shapely hips. She wore a bright red, low-cut, off-shoulder mermaid evening gown made of silk, with no excessive embellishments. However, she adorned herself with a complete set of old pit glass-type imperial green jadeite, especially a pigeon egg-sized pendant resting precisely in the cleft of her bosom. Her fair skin and the vibrant green jade complemented each other, exuding a mature allure. Despite her solemn and commanding appearance, those present were surprised to find that the young woman beside Hua Xuedong, with her charming smile and captivating eyes, was in no way overshadowed by her. End of chapter. Chapter 977, The Best of Both Worlds 11. Quan Xingnan was dressed very simply today. She wore an embroidered cheongsam with a pearl-white base and red trim, and her jewelry was notably sparse. A pair of pigeon-blood red gemstone earrings and a matching ruby bracelet, crafted with palace techniques, radiated dazzling brilliance. These few simple pieces of jewelry, along with the ruby plum blossom buttons on the cheongsam collar, were in no way inferior to any accessory worn by anyone present, perfectly proving the saying that jewelry should be exquisite rather than abundant. Anyone who had met Quan Xingnan and was observant enough would have long noticed that her aura was beyond ordinary, and they wouldn't compare her to Liang Wenwan, believing there was no basis for comparison between the two. However, there were still many who had never met Quan Xingnan, especially in settings like this, where everyone was dressed to the nines. In truth, Quan Xingnan had no intention of competing with Liang Wenwan. She and Liang Wenwan each had their own strengths and weaknesses, and comparing their attire or presence was a rather pointless endeavor. But Liang Wenwan didn't see it that way. She had noticed Hua Xuedong's special treatment of Quan Xingnan, and even if she couldn't pinpoint what it meant, she couldn't suppress her desire to outshine her, always wanting to prove to Hua Xuedong that she was 100 times better than that inexperienced little girl, Quan Xingnan. So, as soon as Liang Wenwan saw Hua Xuedong, she addressed him intimately by his English name, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. At her level of status and influence, she no longer needed to mind others' opinions, nor did she care about their judgments. She lived by her own rules, doing as she pleased. That was the life she intended to lead from now on. Quan Xingnan, holding Hua Xuedong's arm, rolled her eyes internally. Her relationship with Hua Xuedong was completely unaffected by external factors, and Liang Wenjuan's pursuit didn't bother her in the slightest. A little jealousy was just a minor amusement. Hearing Liang Wenjuan's address, Hua Xuedong frowned slightly and replied politely, "Chairman Liang." With that, he immediately turned to Quan Xingnan with a smile and said, "Nan, today is a big day for Zhongjin Group. You've met Chairman Liang, so I don't need to introduce you." His politeness and formality toward Liang Wenwan stood in stark contrast to the warmth and intimacy he showed Quan Xingnan, making the difference unmistakable. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan smiled at Liang Wenwan and said, "Hello, Chairman Liang. I wish Zhongjin Group a prosperous second half of the year and abundant wealth." Liang Wenjuan's expression toward Quan Xingnan immediately soured. As a member of high society, she usually kept her feelings from showing, but compared to how she had just treated Hua Xuedong, the difference was obvious to anyone. As Hong Kong's wealthiest woman, Liang Wenjuan's pride was deeply ingrained in her bones, and she had no fear of offending anyone. "Miss Quan, please come in." Liang Wenwan still maintained some decorum, greeting her politely. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong walked inside, and she keenly noticed several celebrities mingling throughout the venue, including Ying Tian, Bai Shuixian, and Lu Xiangnong. However, unlike the others who were mostly flattering the wealthy businessmen and officials, Lu Xiangnong was engaging in equal conversation with them. This highlighted Lu Xiangnong's unique status. Liang Wenjuan's earlier personal welcome had drawn too much attention, so their entrance immediately captured everyone's gaze. Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue quickly brought Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Qianqian over to greet them. "Mr. Hua, Master Quan." By now, Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Qianqian had returned to their respective roles, but they were still dressed like little princesses, equally matched. Lu Xiaoqian remained as timid and gentle as ever, while Lu Qianqian exuded a tomboyish energy. The two children held hands, their closeness unchanged. End of chapter. Chapter 978, The Best of Both Worlds 12. However, upon closer observation, one could notice that Lu Xiaoquan's brows now carried a faint hint of newfound confidence, and her eyes had regained their luster, while Lu Qianqian remained as carefree and innocent as ever. Xiaoqian, Qianqian, quickly call. Lu Lianjui hurriedly told her two daughters to greet Quan Xingnan, but momentarily didn't know what the children should call her. Quan Xingnan was very young, delicate and flower-like, so she should logically be called Big Sister, but she came and went with Hu Xuedong, and her status was evident. In Hu Xuedong's presence, Lu Lianjui didn't dare let her daughters address her casually. Quan Xingnan seemed to notice this, but she just smiled slightly, bent down, and patted the two children on the head. Just call me N. In Hong Kong, when using English names for addressing, they rarely use terms like big sister, little sister, uncle, or aunt. Quan Xingnan had lived there in her previous life and had seen many young people address their elders by their English names without it being considered rude. Even the subordinates of elites like Hu Xuedong and He Deming sometimes directly called them by their English names. Sister N. Sister N. Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Qianqian called out one after the other, their demeanor naturally warm and close. Quan Xingnan was surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which naturally drew people and animals to her, including these two children, who genuinely wanted to be close to her. Xiaoqian and Qianqian are both so good, so wonderful. After praising them, Quan Xingnan pulled two bracelets from her small embroidered handbag. They were woven from red string, each adorned with two jade fortune-turning beads and a small jade rui. The fortune-turning beads and small rui were not large, delicate, exquisite, and finely crafted. But because they were entirely full of green, radiant with fluorescence, and made from glass-type jade from an old Myanmar mine, they were quite expensive. Among jade, green was the most precious, and among greens, imperial green was supreme. Slipping the bracelets onto the children's wrists, Quan Xingnan said with a smile, "I'm giving these two bracelets to you. They will protect you, keep you safe, and help you turn danger into safety. I also hope you will love and cherish each other in the future." She wanted to say not to resent each other because of what the adults had done, but she knew she had no right to say that, especially when facing Lu Xiaoqian. In this incident of swapping babies, Lu Xiaoqian was the sole and greatest victim. No one had the right to demand that she must forgive Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan, and no one had the right to demand that she must love Lu Qianqian. "Thank you, Sister N." The two children said in unison, smiling as they raised their wrists to show Lu Baolin and his wife. Lu Baolin and Lu Lianjui had been in business for many years and knew how rare some of Quan Xingnan's items were. Although Quan Xingnan hadn't explicitly stated the function of the fortune-turning beads and rui on the bracelets, her words about keeping them safe were enough to explain it, so they quickly thanked her. In fact, the fortune-turning beads and small rui did carry safety talismans personally carved by Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan accepted their thanks gracefully. "You're welcome." Their gifts for the children. After the pleasantries, they parted ways. From Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan learned the aftermath of the incident. Hong Kong's laws were strict, so the fates of the instigators, Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan, needed no further elaboration. They had both been dealt with according to the law. As for the two innocent children, because Lu Baoshu and Lu Lianjui were very clever and had openly and honestly had deep conversations with them, skillfully using the argument that Lu Qianqian would suffer the same misfortune as Lu Xiaoqian if she returned to her biological parents, and entrusting Lu Xiaoqian with protecting Lu Qianqian from then on. Combined with the fact that the children were indeed young, they quickly accepted the truth. Perhaps due to their good temperaments, Lu Xiaoqian was happiest that she finally had parents who truly loved her. Her previous wish had been for her uncle and aunt to be her biological parents, so she didn't hate Lu Qianqian. "Since my mother's surgery began, my left wrist has been hurting, and it has now reached an unbearable level. Every word I type is painful, so I can only use the one-finger technique with my right hand now." End of this chapter. Chapter 979, Stealing Fate to Change Luck 1. Lu Xiaoqian is still young, so whether she harbors hatred or not is hard to say. Her current thoughts are very naive, but as she grows older, her thoughts will become more complex. Whether she will later resent Lu Qianqian for robbing her of a beautiful childhood is something no one can guarantee. The same goes for Lu Qianqian. Even if she is now carefree and innocent, no one can guarantee whether she will grow up to resent Lu Xiaoqian for depriving her of her legitimate status as a wealthy heiress. However, judging by the current situation, the two children who had their identities swapped are getting along well. Plant good causes, reap good results. If it weren't for Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyui taking Lu Xiaoqian in out of pity and raising her with care, fostering a deep bond, Lu Xiaoqian's personality would not have turned out so well under the abuse of Lu Baoshu and Pan Qinglan. She might even have been in danger of losing her life. Quan Xingnan hopes that these two children will remain close and inseparable in the future. She herself is a victim of the switcheroo, and so is Lin Wenjing. What makes Lin Wenjing's fate even more tragic is that after the truth came to light, she received no kindness from either set of parents. So Quan Xingnan genuinely hopes that Lu Xiaoqian and Lu Qianqian will have good lives ahead, becoming the heroines of their own stories rather than any supporting roles, especially not the villainous ones. What pleases Quan Xingnan the most is that Lu Baolin and Lu Liangyue injected 20 million Hong Kong dollars into her charitable foundation. This money will help many people in need. With the arrival of celebrities from all walks of life, Hua Xiwedding's social engagements have also increased. Even though the Hua family is not as prominent as the Tianxia group on the surface, Hua Xiwedding, as the sole head of the family, attracts a lot of attention. What makes him even more sought after is his youth and handsome appearance, making him the ideal golden bachelor in many people's eyes, the kind studded with pure gold and diamonds. As a result, he is widely pursued, flattered, and courted by people from all circles. Hua Xiwedding was worried about leaving Quan Xingnan alone, so he initially took her everywhere with him, until He Deming and Geng Weihua arrived. The He family's good relationship with Quan Xingnan was well known. Geng Weihua took Quan Xingnan's soft, delicate, and jade-like little hand, smiled warmly at Hua Xiwedding, and said, "Turnance, rest assured and leave Nanan to me. No one will bully her." Their friendship with Quan Xingnan had grown so close that they called her by her nickname. Men have their circles and women have theirs. Having experienced 2 previous cocktail parties, Quan Xingnan was already quite experienced and navigated the scene with ease. Her reputation was considerable. For those in the feng shui profession, the people of Hong Kong always held a sense of reverence. As soon as Geng Weihua brought Quan Xingnan into the circle of wealthy ladies and socialites, she was immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 people who eagerly asked her about their fortunes. No one focused on discussing jewelry, designer clothes, or luxury bags anymore. Most questions were about love and wealth. Some asked for themselves, some for their husbands, and some for their children. Quan Xingnan smiled gracefully, her eyes as dark and clear as jade, her expression charming and lovely. "I'll be staying in Hong Kong for a short while. Everyone can make an appointment with me another time for consultations. Right now, this is the Zhongjin Group's mid-year cocktail party, so we shouldn't steal the spotlight." She had already noticed the faint anger on Liang Wenjuan's face. In the business world, Liang Wenjuan treated herself as a man. She usually despised mingling with socialites and wealthy ladies, finding it pointless and unhelpful for business. So at the moment, she was standing with He Deming, Hua Xiwedding, and other business people, discussing work-related matters. "My wrist hurts, and the ointment I applied caused an allergic reaction. It's so itchy and uncomfortable." Angry face. This chapter ends. Chapter 980, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 2. Although she was pleased that Quan Xingnan was not by Hua Xiwedding's side, Liang Wenjuan was unhappy that Quan Xingnan was so popular at the party she herself had hosted, feeling that Quan Xingnan had stolen her spotlight. Liang Wenjuan looked down on those socialites and wealthy wives, and likewise, those socialites and wealthy wives did not like Liang Wenjuan. If it weren't for inheriting her deceased husband's wealth, what right did she have to stand there and look down on them? Nobility is a matter of cultivation, but arrogance is a form of rudeness. So, everyone began to chime in. "Master Quan, don't mind her. Exactly, a party is a place for socializing. Who says we can't speak our minds? We came to the party to mingle with like-minded people, not to look at Zhang Liang Guanjuan's face." Although Liang Wenjuan insisted on being called Liang Wenjuan, without attaching her husband's surname to her name, wanting to prove to the world her ambition and independence, that she wasn't relying on others, many people in Hong Kong still called her Zhang Liang Guanjuan. The reason was simple. It was because of Zhang Jin that there was a Zhang Liang Guanjuan today. The more Liang Wenjuan wished others wouldn't bring up Zhang Jin, the more people liked to mention him, tirelessly reminding Liang Wenjuan that everything she had now was given to her by Zhang Jin, not earned through her own efforts. Those who start from scratch are worthy of respect. Those who enjoy the fruits of others' labor are envied, and also resented. Envy naturally breeds countless conflicts and gossip. There were many who disliked Liang Wenjuan, but there were also many who liked her. After all, Liang Wenjuan possessed so much wealth and was still in the prime of her youth. Marrying her was like marrying a mountain of gold. Many who didn't want to work hard or whose assets couldn't compare to hers were putting great effort into pursuing her. At that moment, she was surrounded by quite a few such people, which only fueled the envy and jealousy of the socialites and wealthy wives. Quan Xingnan quickly redirected everyone's attention, smiling as she said, "Our profession has its own rules. We can't just speak carelessly in a situation like this. People like us have to bear the 3 flaws and 5 shortcomings, so we must be even more cautious in our words and actions." "That's true, A middle-aged wealthy wife nodded thoughtfully. We'll visit you in person another day. Which famous feng shui master didn't have a long line of people waiting at their door? Only with reverence in one's heart can one be sincere. Master Quan, this is my daughter Xiangnong. Lu's mother pulled Lu Xiangnong away from Ying Tian's side and directly greeted Quan Xingnan with great respect. After the greeting, she turned back to instruct Lu Xiangnong, Xiangnong, come and meet Master Quan. Lu Xiangnong, who mingled in the entertainment industry, still retained a hint of the naivety that came from being pampered since childhood. She looked at Quan Xingnan with curiosity. Master Quan? You look so young and beautiful. Hearing Lu Xiangnong's words, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but smile. Lu Xiangnong's appearance leaned toward the glamorous, but her personality was unexpectedly endearing. Seeing Quan Xingnan's smiling face, a flash of admiration crossed Lu Xiangnong's eyes. Her skin was as fair as jade, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and beneath her two slender, arched brows were bright eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, like two black pearls suspended in clear quicksilver. Such a face, such a temperament, would be top tier even in the entertainment industry. Before Quan Xingnan could speak, Ying Tian excused himself from the person he was talking to and walked over, his usual smile on his face. Handsome and elegant, with a graceful demeanor, he also carried a hint of mature refinement between his brows. Having been a superstar for so many years, he naturally possessed an appealing charm. End of chapter. Chapter 981, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 3. Ying Tian approached Quan Xingnan and the others, first greeting Mother Lu with a very respectful attitude. Even though he had never formally met Lu Xiangnong's parents, he had learned who they were during this cocktail party, especially since Mother Lu had just taken Lu Xiangnong away from his side. Out of politeness, he naturally had to show some respect. Thinking of this, Ying Tian became even more deferential. Mother Lu, however, remained cold and indifferent, nodding without saying a word. Most people would find such a situation awkward, but Ying Tian did not. Instead, he found a topic on his own, turning to Quan Xingnan and glancing at her before asking Lu Xiangnong, Xiangnong, who is this? This is Master Quan, Lu Xiangnong replied quickly, eager to answer his question. Master Quan? Ying Tian looked puzzled. In truth, people in the entertainment industry were the most well-informed, and Quan Xingnan did not believe he had heard nothing about her. Many in the entertainment world were even more superstitious about feng shui than ordinary people, and quite a few kept little ghosts. Ying Tian's fate had been altered, and the jade gourd he wore was a talisman. Both facts indicated that either he or his family must know a highly skilled feng shui master. Quan Xingnan tilted her head, her bright red earrings swinging like swings on either side, a faint smile playing on her delicate, jade-like cheeks. My name is not well known, so it's only natural that Mr. Ying hasn't heard of me. However, I have watched many of the films and TV dramas you've starred in over the years and listened to your songs. Meeting you today, I must say you truly live up to your reputation. Her pitch-black eyes darted around, landing on the female ghost still following Ying Tian. At that moment, the ghost had already pounced on Lu Xiangnong. As soon as Ying Tian stood side by side with Lu Xiangnong, the ghost began attacking her, spewing a torrent of filthy language. It seemed she could not touch Ying Tian or leave a certain range around him, so wherever he went, she followed. When Lu Xiangnong was pulled away by Mother Lu, the ghost couldn't vent her anger on her. Since she was a ghost and Lu Xiangnong was human, the latter remained unharmed and completely unaware. Master Quan, please don't say that. You are the one who truly lives up to your reputation. Of course, I never expected Master Quan to be so young. It truly proves the saying, ambition knows no age. Without it, one lives 100 years in vain. Lu Xiangnong linked her arm with Ying Tian's, speaking with a bright smile. She was dressed elegantly and beautifully, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a socialite. Her well-fitted, custom-made designer gown went without saying, and the complete set of diamond jewelry she wore sparkled brilliantly. The quality was undoubtedly top-notch, one of the most expensive sets in the Wesheng Wutong series, with exceptional fire and brilliance. As Lu Xiangnong spoke, Ying Tian came to his senses and smiled apologetically at Quan Xingnan, his demeanor gentle and refined, exuding charm. Quan Xingnan noticed that he knew exactly how to showcase his most attractive qualities. Master Quan, my apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Mother Lu, however, shot Quan Xingnan an anxious glance, silently urging her not to forget what she and her husband had asked for. Quan Xingnan caught the look and smiled back at her, nodding slightly. Turning her gaze back to the couple before her who, despite their significant age difference, matched well in appearance, temperament, and attire, she opened her celestial eye for the first time since arriving in Hong Kong, tracing Ying Tian's past. As Lu Xiangnong's parents had said, Ying Tian had lived a very colorful and complicated life over the years in the entertainment industry. On the surface, he appeared deeply devoted to his ex-wife, vowing to remain chaste, but in reality, while he didn't engage in rampant promiscuity, he had secretly dated several women, fellow industry insiders, outsiders, and even fans. Among them was a female star who had multiple abortions for him. She was none other than Bai Shuixian, whom Quan Xingnan had met on the plane and who was also present at today's event. End of chapter. Chapter 982, Stealing Fate to Change Luck 4. Bai Shuixian and Lu Xiangnong were the same type of beauty, with comparable levels of attractiveness. However, Lu Xiangnong had a slight edge in refined elegance, given her family background. What is called nobility is cultivated by money and power. Bai Shuixian, having spent years in the entertainment industry under the spotlight of media and fans, excelled in star quality. At this moment, they were evenly matched. There are many kinds of temperament, and discerning eyes can see it clearly. It seemed Ding Tian favored this type of beauty. The female fan he dated before Bai Shuixian was also this kind of beauty. Of course, that female fan, named Jin Yanyan, wasn't as attractive as Bai Shuixian or Lu Xiangnong, but her family was very wealthy. Her parents were among the first to seize opportunities in the special economic zone, close to Hong Kong. To pursuing Tian, she often traveled to Hong Kong Island and frequently gave him expensive gifts, spending a considerable amount of money. In the end, she suffered multiple abortions, contracted cervical cancer, and died. Such matters are mutually consensual. Bai Shuixian didn't give without receiving. With Ying Tian's resources, she fought her way to her current position in the industry. Jin Yanyan also willingly became Ying Tian's girlfriend without regrets. As an outsider, Quan Xingnan had no right to criticize. However, she personally looked down on Ying Tian. If he wasn't willing to take safety measures, he shouldn't have gotten his girlfriend pregnant. What kind of man gets a woman pregnant and then has her aborted? Once or twice might be excusable, but the two beauties combined had 7 or 8 abortions. So many innocent lives turned into a pool of blood in a septic tank. Besides these two, Ying Tian had dated 4 other girlfriends. His only virtue was that he never cheated. These 4 were smarter. 3 always used contraception and the other, after getting pregnant, didn't have an abortion but gave birth to a clever daughter. Her name was Zhao Shuxian, a little-known host in Hong Kong. She now raises her daughter alone and has never publicly claimed the child was Ying Tian's. In return, she received over 10 million Hong Kong dollars from Ying Tian as a settlement. Ying Tian's private life could almost fill a book. Quan Xingnan continued to trace back, skimming over many private matters, focusing on whose fate Ying Tian had borrowed. She unexpectedly discovered that the female ghost beside Ying Tian was actually his ex-wife, Jin Mingxiu, a businesswoman worth hundreds of millions. Jin Mingxiu was beautiful in her youth. Though she had a round face, she was a stunning beauty with striking features, dignified and extraordinary. She and Ying Tian had a free love marriage when they were very young. She devoted herself to business, secretly supporting Ying Tian's career in the entertainment industry while being his hidden wife. She only publicly announced their marriage when Ying Tian's fame was at its peak, but she also died. In business, Jin Mingxiu had done many unethical things for money and to support Ying Tian. The reputation of being honest with old and young alike had nothing to do with her. Thus, her soul was a murky gray-black. Perhaps it was karma. Jin Mingxiu and Ying Tian had been secretly married for years without having children. To conceive, she consulted many famous doctors and tried various methods, dietary supplements, medicinal supplements, fortune-telling, name changes, and more. The hormones in the food and medicine she consumed caused her to gain weight day by day, leading to her current appearance as a ghost. As she grew uglier and Ying Tian's fame grew larger, although Ying Tian publicly acknowledged their marriage and maintained an image of devotion to his wife, earning a reputation for deep affection, Jin Mingxiu still felt insecure. First, she lost confidence in herself. Second, most of Ying Tian's fans were young women who often confessed their love to him. Coupled with their childlessness, Jin Mingxiu's temper grew increasingly volatile, and Ying Tian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Nasal congestion, heavy voice, sore throat, headache, and runny nose. Autumn has arrived, and the weather is unpredictable. Dear readers, please take care of your health. End of chapter. Chapter 983, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 5. He couldn't bear it any longer, but killing Jin Mingxiu would also land him in prison. Not to mention anything else, Hong Kong's legal system was very strict. At that time, Ying Tian, who had already achieved some success, was unwilling to give up everything he had gained, and he also wanted to inherit Jin Mingxiu's estate. Even though Jin Mingxiu wasn't among the top wealthy figures in Hong Kong, she was still one of the richest female tycoons, having stepped into the upper class. Her estate was worth hundreds of millions. Without her support, Ying Tian wouldn't have achieved such high success. After all, although Hong Kong was small in size, it was never short of talent. Actors entering the entertainment industry were as numerous as carp crossing a river, and Ing Tian was by no means the most outstanding genius among them. It was just that his opportunities far exceeded others, and many good resources in the industry were given to him, ultimately leading to his fame and success. He needed Jean Mingshu's money, but didn't want her alive. However, if he killed her himself, he would lose his inheritance rights as her spouse. Thus, the clever Ing Tian, after much tossing and turning, devised a perfect accident. The reason it was called perfect was that the process was actually very simple. He merely exploited Jean Mingshu's personality and daily habits. Having been secretly married for years, no one knew Jean Mingshu better than Ing Tian. He set up a hidden feng shui formation in the house, a deadly killing formation. The malevolent energy brewed by the killing formation made Jean Mingshu increasingly irritable day by day, often harming herself. Eventually, she tortured herself to death. A crystal chandelier accidentally fell and struck her, leaving her with a bloody, disfigured face. Designing Jean Mingshu's murder wasn't enough. Ing Tian also used her self-harming behavior to build up his own good image. Jean Mingshu was neurotic, manic, and self-destructive, and she was also terribly unattractive. Yet he still stayed by her side through thick and thin. If that didn't make him a good man, what did? For a time, Ing Tian's image soared, and many good resources came knocking on his door. A person in the film and television industry with a good image was still very appealing, favored by advertisers and investors alike. After Jean Mingshu's death, the police also investigated Ing Tian, since he was the sole beneficiary. But no one would think of a feng shui formation, and Ing Tian had plenty of evidence to prove his innocence. Ing Tian had made extensive preparations, deliberately using the feng shui formation to prove his innocence. When the formation was activated, the malevolent energy was strong, but dismantling it was very simple. Sometimes, just moving one item slightly would completely change the situation, and afterward, no one would discover that a feng shui formation had ever been set up there. Even if it were discovered, Ing Tian wasn't afraid, because Jean Mingshu had set it up herself, believing it was a fertility-seeking formation. The killing formation was something Ing Tian suggested to Jean Mingshu, not something he set up himself. Afraid that he would leave her, Jean Mingshu listened to him obediently, and since she believed his words about the fertility-seeking formation, she was the one who set it up from start to finish. It was worth mentioning that, driven by her desperate desire for a child, Jean Mingshu had changed her name. Not just her given name, but even her surname. She changed it to Cheng Aili. 2 years before her death, Jean Mingshu had already started calling herself Cheng Aili. Cheng Aili, also known as Jean Mingshu, died just as Ing Tian had wished, leaving behind a massive fortune. Jean Mingshu, whether as Jean Mingshu or Cheng Aili, she was still the same person, had no living parents at the time of her death, so Ing Tian was the sole heir to her estate. After the investigation concluded that Jean Mingshu had died accidentally and Ing Tian was innocent, he not only inherited all of Jean Mingshu's assets, but also received a substantial compensation payout for her accidental death. End of chapter. Start. Chapter 984, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 6. Suddenly flush with money and no one above to restrain him, Ing Tian became arrogant and indulged in some reckless days. However, he valued his public image, so his debauchery was limited. Instead of hitting nightclubs or squandering money, he secretly dated women, playing the groom every night, breaking up when he grew tired and switching to a new one. Bai Shuizen, Jin Yanen, Zhao Shuizian. And a few other women who didn't date him long but kept their mouths shut after receiving generous breakup fees. Except for Jin Yanyan, the others stayed tight-lipped because Ing Tian had given them ample benefits. As the heavenly eye traced back to this point, Quan Shangnan let out a soft sigh. Even if such matters were eventually exposed, the world would only say Ing Tian was a playboy, not harshly condemning him. Instead, they would blame his girlfriends for not cherishing themselves and casually having abortions. Society is ultimately unfair to women. It only tells women to protect themselves, but never asks men to restrain themselves. At the root, it's still the traditional mindset of valuing men over women. Reflections could come later. The most important thing now was to investigate Ing Tian's theft of fate and luck. The past scenes seemed slow, but under the heavenly eye's power, they passed in an instant, like fleeting shadows or time frozen in a moment. So much so that Lu Xiangnong, her mother Lu Xiangnong, and Ing Tian, standing opposite Quan Xingnan, noticed nothing and continued smiling gracefully. Time reversed to around Ing Tian's birth. Quan Xingnan unexpectedly discovered that he was not Ing Long's son, but was born to the second wife, Chen Shuilian. In other words, Ing Long had been wearing a cuckold's hat as vast as a prairie. When Chen Shuilian married Ing Long as his second wife, she had a secret boyfriend. That boyfriend indulged in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, but had a silver tongue, sweet-talking Chen Shuilian into unwavering devotion. The money Qin Shuilian worked hard to earn was all squandered by her boyfriend until she had nothing left. He pretended to break up with her, and she tearfully begged him to stay, then followed his plan to make money for him to spend. Given Qin Shuilian's looks and background, marrying into a Hong Kong wealthy family was utterly unrealistic. Local news spread fast, and anyone could dig up something. So her boyfriend set his sights on Ying Long. At the time, Ying Long was relatively wealthy, had not been in Hong Kong long, and had little foundation. Qin Shuilian's boyfriend had no proper name. In the traced past, Qin Shuilian called him a Shing. What pleased a Shing most about Ying Long was that he was older, not very handsome, in poor health, and likely lacking stamina in intimate matters. Qin Shuilian wouldn't fall for such an old man. A Shing knew Qin Shuilian well, especially her obsession with appearances, which was why she remained devoted to him. A Shing was a thug, drifting among all sorts of people, and knew many unscrupulous feng shui masters. For mutual benefit, he hired one to whitewash Qin Shuilian's background, claiming she had a very auspicious fate, and then arranged several coincidental encounters between her and Ying Long. Once was a coincidence, twice was fate, and 3 times meant an unbreakable bond. Ying Long had a romantic streak, and after years with Bai Mulan, facing the same face daily had grown tiresome, especially since Bai Mulan was a former actress he looked down on. Soon, Ying Long married Qin Shuilian as his second wife and gave her a monthly allowance. End of chapter. End. Chapter 985, Stealing Fate, Changing Luck 7. For the wealth that Ying Long possessed, this living expense was merely pocket money, not much, just a drop in the bucket compared to what he owned. But for a Shing and Qin Shuilian, it was nothing short of a fortune. At the time, many people's salaries weren't even this high. Every time Qin Shuilian got the money, she handed it over to a Shing. With money in hand, a Shing indulged in even more debauchery. Even so, he and Qin Shuilian still maintained a secret, lingering connection. Thus, Ying Tian was not Ying Long's son, but a Shing's. However, Qin Shuilian and a Shing kept this secret exceptionally well. No one discovered it. A Shing even worked as a gardener at the Ying family estate, making it convenient for him to collect money from Qin Shuilian and to see his son. Under a Shing scheming, Qin Shuilian defeated Bai Mulan and took control of the Ying family's household affairs. But good times didn't last. The Ying family's income dwindled, and the money Qin Shuilian could spend naturally decreased. A Shing grew dissatisfied. Dissatisfaction led a Shing to set his sights on Ying Tian. Around this time, he learned from the feng shui master he had previously collaborated with that Ying Tian was destined for a life of poverty. A life of poverty? Didn't that mean Ying Tian would eventually be exposed for who he really was and end up living in hardship with him? He was poor himself, so Ying Tian, living with him, would surely be poor too. Although Ying Long wasn't particularly capable, after all these years of managing the family, his wealth was far beyond what a Shing could compare with. If Ying Long ever discovered the truth, he, Qin Shuilian, and their son would die 17 or 18 times over. So a Shing went to that feng shui master to change Ying Tian's fate. Coincidentally, the feng shui master had already been paid by someone else to use feng shui techniques to kill a child who was originally destined for both wealth and honor. That child shared the same birthday as Ying Tian, differing only in the exact time of birth. Even a minute's difference could mean a world of difference in fate. Taking a Shing's money, the feng shui master set up a scheme to transfer that child's fate onto Ying Tian. With his fate stolen and his luck altered, the child suffered one misfortune after another. Coupled with a feng shui arrangement specifically targeting him, he died not long after. Ying Tian, on the other hand, lived well. Borrowing the fate stolen from that child, he lived a brilliant life. His true identity was never discovered by Ying Long, his career went smoothly, and later he married Kim Myung-suk. Marrying Kim Myung-suk was also the feng shui master's suggestion. He told a Shing that Kim Myung-suk was very auspicious for Ying Tian and would make up for the luck he lacked. A Shing naturally obeyed, and Ying Tian, finding Kim Myung-suk a great beauty who matched his aesthetic, had no objections. He pursued her, married her, and let her give everything to support him. The feng shui arrangement that led to Kim Myung-suk's death was also taught to Ying Tian by this feng shui master. The jade gourd talisman that Ying Tian wore was also crafted by this feng shui master. With Ying Tian enjoying fame and fortune, the feng shui master reaped enormous benefits. Naturally, he was very diligent in helping Ying Tian. Moreover, since he knew everything about Ying Tian was wary of him, making their cooperation particularly smooth. The birth date and time that Lu's mother brought was that child's, not Ying Tian's. Probably because the two were born not far apart in time, and people nowadays focus more on the year, month, and day of birth, no one suspected anything. Of course, the most important reason was that no one would casually ask about someone's birth date and time. With money to cultivate his image, this feng shui master is now highly sought after. His name is Zhu Peng, and he has a good relationship with Liang Wenwan. He is currently working on changing Liang Wenjuan's fate and is also present at the banquet. This chapter ends. Chapter 986, Stealing Fate, Changing Luck 8. The art of feng shui is mysterious and extraordinary. It can save lives, but it can also take them. Whether saving or taking lives, feng shui is simply feng shui. Its existence is not inherently wrong. Many things are righteous when used rightly and evil when used wrongly. Quan Xingnan abruptly withdrew her celestial eye, her brows slightly furrowed. She was already exceptionally beautiful, with luminous skin and ethereal features. Even a slight frown made her utterly endearing, stirring a desire to reach out and smooth away that tiny crease, coaxing a smile from her. Ying Tian and Lu Xiangnong were unaware of what was happening, but Lu's mother felt her heart skip a beat. Could it be that Master Quan had seen something? After parting ways with Quan Xingnan back then, Lu's mother and father had spent a considerable sum to investigate, and indeed found that Ying Tian's birth date and time were not genuine. Though he was born on the same day, there was a discrepancy in the hour. With such ability demonstrated at just one meeting, how could Lu's father and mother not believe in Quan Xingnan's skill? Moreover, they had also discovered that Ying Tian and Zhu Peng were very close. And wasn't Zhu Peng a feng shui master? Master Quan, Lu's mother said hastily, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Quan Xingnan nodded to her, her crimson lips curving into a smile, her breath like orchid fragrance. Forgive my rudeness just now, Madame Lu. I hope you'll excuse me. After saying this, she continued, I'm going to find Terence. Will you join me, Madame Lu, or stay here with your daughter? Mr. Hua is over there. Hua Xuedong was not far from them. After all, they were at the same party, so Lu's mother had no concerns. Instead, she was uneasy about Ying Tian staying by Lu Xiangnong's side, and thus resolved not to leave Lu Xiangnong's side. I'll take Xiangnong to meet a few friends. Please go ahead, Master Quan. We'll have a proper talk another day. She understood clearly that some matters were not convenient to discuss at that moment, which was why she spoke this way. All right. Quan Xingnan's attention was now focused entirely on that feng shui master named Zhu Peng. She gave a slight nod, then turned and walked toward Hua Xuedong, because Liang Wenwan and Zhu Peng were right in front of him. Liang Wenjuan's fate was already very good. The reason she begged Zhu Peng to change her fortune was for nothing else but love and marriage. That's right, she had asked Zhu Peng to set up a peach blossom array for her, to attract an ideal romantic match. No one understood the importance of money and power better than Liang Wenwan. Ordinary people were beneath her notice. In her heart, only someone like Hua Xuedong, talented, handsome, wealthy, and of noble birth, was worthy of her. As for Quan Xingnan, Liang Wenwan could see a hint of ambiguity between her and Hua Xuedong, but she would not expose it. Many things, once exposed, could never be undone. Moreover, Liang Wenwan did not believe Quan Xingnan could compare to her. Only she herself could stand shoulder to shoulder with Hua Xuedong. Quan Xingnan's current status was merely due to her excellent background. When it came to business acumen, Liang Wenwan considered herself superior. Hua Xuedong was in business, not politics, so what he needed was a wife skilled in commerce. His birthright meant he had no need for an arranged marriage with the daughter of some mainland high official that would only diminish Hua Xuedong's prestige. Liang Wenwan was brimming with confidence, but she found Quan Xingnan very annoying, which was why she had asked her close acquaintance Zhu Peng to change her fate. A long time ago, Liang Wenwan had also followed Zhu Peng's guidance to marry Zhang Jin, becoming the richest woman she was today. She had great faith in Zhu Peng's abilities, though she did not understand why Zhu Peng could no longer calculate Hua Xuedong's destiny. Hua Xuedong's birth date and time were, of course, kept secret, but physiognomy was also one of Zhu Peng's specialties. Zhu Peng had secretly read Hua Xuedong's face, learning only his past fate but unable to calculate his future destiny, let alone his romantic prospects. Wishing everyone a happy National Day. I won't update anymore tonight. Going to watch TV with my mom. Smiley face. The chapter ends. Chapter 987, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 9. Previously it was done in secret, now it is face-to-face. Zhu Peng, who looked like he was 80 but was actually under 70, wore a kind and amiable smile. Dressed in a pearl-white tang suit embroidered with dragon patterns, he tried his best to appear as an immortal with a celestial aura. In reality, his mind was in turmoil. Hua Xuedong's facial features seemed shrouded in mist and clouds. At first glance, he appeared extraordinarily noble, but upon closer inspection, nothing was clear. The first time Zhu Peng read Hua Xuedong's fortune was not during a covert observation arranged by Liang Wenwan, but a decade ago at some event where he noticed Hua Xuedong, a naturally gifted prodigy born with nobility. He came from a noble lineage, possessed immense wealth, carried himself with grace, and wielded elegance in his methods. Every beautiful adjective in the world seemed fit to describe him without any sense of incongruity. Sometimes, for those who are too noble, ordinary people cannot calculate their future. Feng Shui masters are merely ordinary people, having only learned some techniques of Feng Shui. Fortune-telling is just one trade among 360. No matter how powerful a Feng Shui master is, they cannot control heaven, earth, and all things. If they could, there would be no such thing as the 5 calamities and 3 deficiencies. Even their own fate cannot be controlled, let alone that of heaven, earth, and all things. However, Zhu Peng's current popularity and acclaim were certainly backed by real skill. His proudest achievement was stealing fate and changing luck for Ying Tian, helping Liang Wenwan marry into a wealthy family and inherit a vast fortune. With their help, he became a prominent figure in the Feng Shui world. When he could not calculate Hu Xuedong's fate, he knew this was a noble person he must never offend in his lifetime. Even when Liang Wenwan asked him to set up a formation to attract romantic luck and bring her and Hu Xuedong together, he could only go through the motions, daring not to tell her the truth. Hu Xuedong was someone he could not offend or casually scheme against. Knowing one's limits is precious. If backlash occurred, he would be the only one to suffer irreparable losses. The ancients often said that emperors possessed the aura of the purple star, were true dragons, and that evil spirits and minor demons could not approach them. This was the reason. Hu Xuedong was precisely such a person with an imperial destiny. If he had entered politics, he would have soared to the heavens, with no one able to challenge his edge. Unfortunately, he chose business, but given time, he would become the emperor and overlord of the business world. Now that there were no more emperors, such a destiny born into the world was not a good thing. Hu Xuedong should not be able to suppress this destiny and would face calamity. 10 years ago, Zhu Peng had already discovered that Hu Xuedong would encounter a tribulation. At that time, even though he could not calculate all of Hu Xuedong's fate, he could vaguely discern a little. However, he did not offer a warning or attempt to resolve it to gain the Hu family's goodwill, because he understood it was beyond his ability to resolve. Even if he could, the price to pay would be too great, likely costing him his life, something he did not want. Strangely, Hu Xuedong, now nearing 30, remained safe and sound, with everything going smoothly and favorably. What puzzled Zhu Peng the most was that when he read Hu Xuedong's fortune under Liang Wenjuan's arrangement, he was shocked to find that he could no longer calculate Hu Xuedong's future, not even a sliver. This was a major event. 10 years ago, he could still glimpse a thread of heavenly secrets. Now, there was not even that. This indicated that a master had appeared by Hu Xuedong's side, resolving his destined tribulation. Because fate had been defied and changed, Hu Xuedong's destiny had undergone earth-shattering transformation, leaving no Feng Shui master able to calculate anything further. Could it be her? The young woman who had just walked over. End of this chapter. Chapter 988, Stealing Fate and Changing Luck 10. Zhu Peng had long heard of a person named Quan Xingnan, but had never had the chance to meet her. Back then, when the old madam of the He family found her long-lost daughter, and the elderly couple's health improved day by day, it was impossible to hide from those who paid attention, especially since the couple had no intention of hiding it. How old were the elderly couple? How many years had they spent searching for their daughter? Everyone in Hong Kong knew about it. For them to suddenly find her, how could there be no reason? Zhu Peng, being active in the Feng Shui world, knew more than others, yet even he couldn't see through the protective talismans on the elderly couple. Yan Xuelian had once spent a fortune to seek him out, but unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill her wishes. Quan Xingnan had succeeded. How could that not astonish him? Now, Quan Xingnan was only 15 or 16. How old was she back then? Even if she had been calculating since she was in the womb, she would only have a few years of experience. How had she managed to find the old madam's daughter? Moreover, he was more observant than others. He had noticed the protective talismans on the elderly couple. They were clearly ordinary mortal objects, never blessed by an auspicious burial site, yet because of a few intricate and profound talisman inscriptions, they emitted a golden, auspicious aura that made one's heart tremble. This suggested that this person possessed means even more terrifying than heaven and earth, capable of rivaling the ability of dragon and phoenix caves to nurture spiritual artifacts. Thus, the moment Quan Xingnan arrived by Hu Xuedong's side, Zhu Peng greeted her with a full smile. "Master Quan, I've long admired your reputation." Hearing this, Quan Xingnan was momentarily taken aback. She was so exquisitely beautiful that even her stunned expression was captivating. Then, her brows relaxed, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She gave a slight nod. "I've also long admired Master Zhu's reputation. Meeting you today, I can see it's well-deserved. Master Quan flatters me. You are the one who truly lives up to your name." Zhu Ping was alarmed to find that he couldn't see through Quan Xingnan. If he could only say that he couldn't see Hu Xuedong's future, then this beautiful young woman before him was nothing but a fog, an impenetrable, unfathomable fog, like a towering mountain that inspired awe. A bead of cold sweat seeped from his hairline, and Zhu Peng couldn't help but step back. Master Zhu, what's wrong? Liang Wawan still wanted Zhu Peng to help her set up a peach blossom formation to attract Hu Xuedong as a good match. Naturally, she hoped Zhu Peng would stand firm against Quan Xingnan, only then would she have a chance to get close to Hu Xuedong. Zhu Ping shook his head repeatedly, not daring to reveal the truth. He only said, I was merely struck by admiration upon meeting Master Quan. A soft laugh escaped Quan Xingnan's pink lips. I also admire Master Zhu's skill in deceiving the heavens. But I wonder if you've ever heard a certain saying. When she mentioned deceiving the heavens, ordinary people wouldn't understand, but Zhu Peng did. Stealing fate and changing luck, wasn't that exactly deceiving the heavens? The heavens here referred to the heavenly Tao. Everyone's fate was determined by the heavenly Tao, but luck was formless, entirely up to the individual. Zhu Peng pretended not to understand and forced a smile. Master Quan is joking. Compared to you, my petty skills are nothing. He deliberately avoided asking what saying she wanted to share, sensing it wouldn't be anything good. Master Zhu, don't say that. In this field, you are older than me, I am merely a junior. Quan Xingnan smiled. The sweeter her smile, the more flustered Zhu Ping became. How could that be? How could that be? In our line of work, isn't it the one who achieves mastery who is considered the teacher? Master Quan, you are more skilled and capable than I am, so I naturally cannot regard you as a junior. Zhu Ping rushed through these words, then quickly added, Mr. Hua, Master Quan, Ms. Liang, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Chapter 989, Stealing Fate to Change Fortune 11. Before Hu Xuedong and Liang Wawan could respond, Zhu Ping turned swiftly and left quickly. Just 2 steps out, he heard Quan Xingnan's clear, sweet voice ring in his ears. Master Zhu, since ancient times, fate is determined by heaven, but fortune is altered by man. You and I are cultivators of the way and should not meddle in worldly affairs. Yet if one sets things right, even acting against heaven will not bring retribution. Otherwise, the opposite holds true. Her voice, as pleasant as silver bells, struck Zhu Ping like a thunderbolt, shocking him to the core. Confident in his standing in Hong Kong, Zhu Peng paused briefly but left without turning his head. This scene could hardly escape the notice of observant eyes. After all, Liang Wawan was the host, Hu Xuedong was the center of everyone's attention, and there was also Quan Xingnan, a newcomer. A beauty always draws many gazes, let alone one who is both powerful and noble. Even though she was still underage, that could not hide the fact that she was a beauty. Many had heard Quan Xingnan's words. The clever ones, after a moment's thought, understood their meaning and looked in surprise at Zhu Peng's retreating figure. Had he done something evil that defied heaven? Hadn't Quan Xingnan said it? If one does good, even acting against heaven will not bring retribution. Otherwise, doesn't that mean doing evil? Child, has Master Zhu done something? Geng Weihua walked over and asked directly. If he had, then she must inform her family to keep their distance from him. Back then, in search of her sister-in-law, she had often interacted with Zhu Ping. They were ordinary people and truly didn't know what evil deeds Zhu Ping might have used his skills to commit. But if he had done such things, they would not tolerate it. The Tianxia group had reached its current level largely because it accumulated virtue and did good, not evil. Moreover, doing business required honesty and fairness, and only by standing upright could one endure. Though Geng Weihua was unremarkable in appearance, she was actually He Deming's capable wife. In Hong Kong's business and social circles, Geng Weihua was a formidable woman worthy of respect. This formidable woman did not refer to someone like Liang Wawan, who was career-focused, but rather to Geng Weihhua's immense personal charisma and independence in all aspects, not the kind of weak woman who couldn't even think for herself. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly and took Geng Weihhua's arm. What Master Zhu has done, I'm not at liberty to say. Geng Weihua was older, and though Quan Xingnan held her arm, there was a hint of support in the gesture, showing humility and proper etiquette. That's true. Geng Weihua vaguely understood and asked no further, trusting that there would be plenty of people to investigate Zhu Peng's actions. Since some praised him, others would surely oppose him. Quan Xingnan didn't say more, but that didn't mean she would tolerate Zhu Peng. Leaving such a person be would only harm the innocent. Even if Zhu Peng had no grudge against her, she would not stand idly by. Again, justice may be late, but it never fails to arrive, no matter when or where. Liang Wawan, however, was very displeased. Accustomed to acting arrogantly in Hong Kong without caring about others' opinions, she directly confronted Quan Xingnan. Miss Quan, Master Zhu was an invited guest of honor. Because of your words, he left. How am I supposed to explain this to the other guests who came for him today? Hearing this, Quan Xingnan turned back in surprise, her bright eyes like water, looking Liang Wenwan up and down. She, Geng Weihua, and Hu Xuedong had already intended to leave for He Deming's direction, so she had to turn around to face Liang Wenwan, who remained standing where she was. Mrs. Liang holds Master Zhu in such high regard? Indeed, without Master Zhu's guidance, where would Mrs. Liang be today? The chapter ends. Chapter 990, Stealing Fate to Change Luck 12. Chapter 990, Stealing Fate to Change Luck 12. In life, no one has only friends and no enemies. Where there are friends, there are enemies. For a self-centered person like Liang Wenwan, her enemies definitely outnumber her friends. Many people knew about her feelings for Hu Xuedong, and quite a few were secretly watching her. Everyone understood that if Hu Xuedong had been interested, he would have responded long ago. Since he hadn't responded, he clearly wasn't interested. The aloof and upright Hu Xuedong suddenly appeared with a young woman from the mainland, treating her intimately and cherishing her like a treasure. Although the age gap was a bit large, perceptive people weren't lacking. The more experienced someone was, the more they could discern something, but they held back out of consideration for Quan Xingnan's age and family background, daring not to say anything. Hu Xuedong accompanied Quan Xingnan and Geng Weihua to find He Deming. When Liang Wenwan spoke up like that, everyone present took notice. They had long known that Hu Xuedong was cold toward Liang Wenwan, but it was free entertainment to watch Liang Wenwan's drama, especially for the many socialites and wealthy ladies present, who were more than happy to see her humiliated. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, combined with her earlier remarks and the abilities she had already displayed, many people fell into thought. Oh my, Ms. Liang actually has this kind of relationship with Master Zhu? I never would have guessed. The first to speak was none other than Xue Zhihui, Liang Wenjuan's archenemy, who delighted in seeing her suffer. Xue Zhihui's wealth had taken a massive hit due to his conflicts with Liang Wenwan. How could he not hate her? Back then, at that overseas auction, he had even helped her, yet she had done something like that. Liang Wenjuan's face flushed with anger. Miss Quan, what do you mean by that? After saying this, she turned her fire on Xue Zhihui. Xue Zhihui, what does my business have to do with you? How does it have nothing to do with me? Xue Zhihui smirked, a bit rakishly. But while such an attitude might suit a handsome young man playing the part of a spoiled rich kid, it was rather ridiculous coming from someone his age. After all, he was an old man now, no matter how handsome and dashing he had been in his youth, now just wrinkled and gray-haired. After I find out, I can follow Ms. Liang's example to increase my own wealth. Everyone understood that the wealth he referred to meant money. The wife accompanying Xue Zhihui today was none other than Yu Huan from the third branch of the family. Naturally, she stood on Xue Zhihui's side, sharing his enmity. With Xue Zhihui's wealth shrinking, her position as the third branch's wife was self-evident. Zhihui, why are you asking about all that? Master Zhu is a man, and Ms. Liang is a woman. Between a man and a woman, it's always just that sort of thing, isn't it? With one sentence, she sealed the nature of Zhu Peng and Liang Wenjuan's employer-employee relationship, completely changing its character. Yu Huan, you have no right to speak here. Liang Wenwan snapped, flustered and furious. Because she prided herself on her aloofness and had always taken pride in not engaging in messy relationships between men and women, Yu Huan's words truly infuriated her. So angry that she abandoned her usual sharp tongue, she had to redirect her attack, directly addressing Quan Xingnan. Miss Quan, I am pure and innocent. If you utter a single careless word that subjects me to slander, how do you propose to resolve this? Before Quan Xingnan could respond, Hu Xuedong stepped forward, shielding her behind him. He furrowed his brow slightly, his tone still unhurried, his demeanor perfectly elegant. Ms. Liang, please choose your words carefully. Although Nanan is young, she never speaks recklessly. Misinterpretation comes from others, and that is something no one can control. The more Hu Xuedong protected Quan Xingnan, the higher Liang Wenjuan's anger flared, nearly reaching the heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 991. Zhu Peng's Death 1. Sometimes, Quan Xingnan was genuinely curious. If not for the vast wealth left behind after Zhang Zhen's death, would Liang Wenwan still be so self-centered, putting on that haughty expression of I'll do whatever I want toward everyone? If someone like that appeared in the workplace without any background, no company would want her. Even among the wealthy, people like Hu Xuedong and He Deming never acted the way Liang Wenwan did. Where on earth did Liang Wenwan get her confidence? No one could guess what Liang Wenwan was thinking. Seeing how Hu Xuedong's every move revealed his deep affection and care for Quan Xingnan, she lost control of her emotions even more, her eyes turning red. Terrence, isn't it a bit unfair for you to be so partial? Partial? Hu Xuedong smiled faintly, his expression always so gentle and refined that no one could read his true feelings. But Quan Xingnan knew he was angry, irritated by Liang Wenjuan's constant targeting of her. She poked her little head out from behind him, letting go of Geng Yuehua's hand to take Hu Xuedong's. Before she could say anything, Hu Xuedong said with a smile, "Mrs. Liang, family naturally protects family. It has nothing to do with partiality. Besides, I'll say it again, Nanan has been clever and well-behaved since childhood, never telling a single lie to deceive others in public. Facts are facts. Mrs. Liang acts with integrity, so why mind it?" Geng Weihua smiled behind them. That was a brilliantly phrased remark. In essence, it meant Quan Xingnan spoke the truth. If you, Liang Wenwan, have nothing to hide, why get angry? Your anger only proves that Quan Xingnan hit the mark about the secret between you and Zhu Peng. Hu Xuedong was indeed Hu Xuedong. Even with his reputation as a refined businessman, he couldn't hide the fact that he never let himself be taken advantage of. Hu Xuedong was the top figure of this generation, and the He family often discussed him in private. Not to mention He Deming, even old master He Biao was full of praise for him, often lamenting that his family had no suitable daughter to marry such a son-in-law, letting him reap such a huge benefit instead. That wasn't wrong, it referred to Hu Xuedong. Associating with a mysterious and extraordinary person like Quan Xingnan, wasn't that Hu Xuedong getting the better end of the deal? If not for Hu Xuedong, He Biao would have had his grandsons pursue Quan Xingnan. Surely one of them could have won the beauty's heart? As Geng Weihua recalled the past, Liang Wenwan was left speechless, staring wide-eyed and breathing heavily. With that expression and demeanor, she didn't look like a beauty at all, but rather a bit of a shrew. Many secretly laughed at her, but only Shui Zhihui dared to show it openly. As for Yu Huan, she only dared to echo him. Without Shui Zhihui, she wouldn't even dare to breathe. I say, Liang Wenwan, as the host, just calm down. How can you treat a distinguished guest like this? Shui Zhihui interrupted without any goodwill. If you keep acting so recklessly, none of us will come to the year-end banquet even if we receive invitations. Compared to Liang Wenwan, no one present dared to offend Hu Xuedong. With Hong Kong's return imminent, who wasn't wary of the status of Hu Xuedong's biological parents on the mainland? No one dared to offend Quan Xingnan, not only because of her profession but also because she was the daughter of a high-ranking mainland official, living within the Red Walls, having met leaders that ordinary people would never see in a lifetime. Though many Hong Kongers looked down on mainlanders, those who knew when to adapt were wise, and there were plenty of such wise people present. End of chapter. Chapter 992, Zhu Peng's Death 2. Chapter 992, Zhu Peng's Death 2. So, after Shui Zhihui spoke, everyone chimed in one after another, and it wasn't just Yu Huan alone. Ms. Liang, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Master Quan didn't say anything. Ms. Liang is magnanimous. Let's just let this matter go. What magnanimity? Master Quan only said that Zhu Peng had given Ms. Liang some guidance, and he didn't say anything else ambiguous. Everyone knows what kind of person Zhu Peng is in his line of work. It's clearly Ms. Liang who twisted Master Quan's meaning. How can she blame Master Quan and ask her to be magnanimous? It's Master Quan who is magnanimous for not holding it against Ms. Liang, yet she's the one pressing on relentlessly. These words came from Lu's mother, and they were met with agreement from Geng Weihua and many others. When a group turns against someone, even Liang Wenwan couldn't continue and had to drop the matter. Quan Xingnan chuckled lightly and clasped her hands toward Geng Weihua, Lu's mother, and the others. Her charm and cuteness were plain for all to see. Halfway through the reception, Secretary Chen suddenly appeared beside Hu Xuedong, looking somewhat flustered. What happened? Hu Xuedong asked. His calm and composed demeanor immediately soothed Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen took a breath and said quietly, "Sir, Zhu Peng is dead." Zhu Peng is dead? He Deming and Lu's father, who were discussing business with Hu Xuedong, exchanged glances upon hearing this. Hu Xuedong raised an eyebrow in surprise as well. Quan Xingnan hadn't done anything, and yet Zhu Peng was dead just like that? Although he didn't know exactly what Zhu Peng had done to provoke such harsh words from Quan Xingnan, he was certain that Zhu Peng must have committed some evil act she couldn't tolerate. He had feared that Zhu Peng might do something harmful to Quan Xingnan after leaving, so shortly afterward, he had Secretary Chen send someone to keep an eye on him. He never expected Zhu Peng to die so quickly. How did he die? Hu Xuedong asked. Secretary Chen patted his chest and said, "Struck by lightning." Sir, even though it was nighttime, the sky was clear with stars twinkling. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck Zhu Peng right on the head, and he died on the spot. It would surely spread quickly. When Zhu Peng died, there were people nearby, yet everyone else was unharmed, only Zhu Peng died. He was charred black like charcoal, and someone had already called the police. People often say that when evildoers cross the line in heaven's eyes, they get struck by 5 thunders. Zhu Peng had lived up to that saying, and also to Quan Xingnan's words. Hua Xuedong pondered for a moment, then beckoned Quan Xingnan over. What's wrong? Quan Xingnan asked as she walked over, noticing Secretary Chen's sweaty forehead. She smiled gently. Secretary Chen, where have you come from in such a hurry, drenched in sweat? Oh, miss. This one was a handful. Secretary Chen said this, then relayed to her what he had just told Hua Xuedong. Quan Xingnan was amazed. Retribution came so quickly? That was fast. During the brief meeting with Zhu Ping, she had opened her celestial eye to see the things he had done. Though he had done some legitimate work in his line of business, helping people solve problems, his evil deeds were too numerous to count. She knew Zhu Ping would die by the five thunders, but what her celestial eye had shown her wasn't today. Why had it changed? Hua Xuedong took her hand. Let's go home now before the news spreads. Once everyone found out, they would surely surround Quan Xingnan and press her for answers. He Deming and Lu's father also strongly agreed. Quan Xingnan bid them farewell and left with Hua Xuedong, saying only that there was an urgent family matter they needed to handle. No sooner had they left than news of Zhu Ping's death began to circulate. End of chapter. Chapter 993, The Death of Zhu Ping 3. Chapter 993, The Death of Zhu Ping 3. This incident was no less than a bomb dropped at the scene. After the uproar, everyone was terrified that Quan Xingnan's words had come true. Some who had dismissed Quan Xingnan's abilities now dared not say a word. How could she be this formidable? Zhu Ping, after all, had a place in Hong Kong's feng shui circle, and yet she had spoken him to death with a single sentence. What stunned everyone the most was that Zhu Ping had died by being struck by 5 thunderbolts. What kind of heinous deeds must he have committed for heaven to deliver such punishment? Several prominent figures who had once sought Zhu Ping's help decided in their hearts to go to Quan Xingnan for face and feng shui readings. They now worried that Zhu Ping had not properly resolved their feng shui calamities. Liang Wenwan was deeply frustrated. Zhu Ping hadn't even helped her snare Hua Xuedong, that golden catch of a son-in-law. Ying Tian, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone hold a leverage over him was truly an unpleasant way to live. He touched the jade gourd hanging around his neck, which he never removed, and looked toward the direction Quan Xingnan had left. Still shaken, he decided he would never meet her again, lest she see through him. Recalling the birth date and time Lu Xiangnong had asked him for, Ying Tian frowned slightly. Seeing that Lu's mother was not by Lu Xiangnong's side, Ying Tian immediately strode over to her, wearing his usual gentle and refined smile, displaying his elegant demeanor. He knew this side of him was what Lu Xiangnong liked most. Xiangnong, where is Auntie? Auntie? Lu Xiangnong was in a daze, stunned by Zhu Ping's death, and didn't react at first. After a moment, she realized Ying Tian was referring to her mother. In truth, Lu's mother was not much older than Ying Tian, so calling her Auntie felt a bit awkward to him. My mom went to find my dad to ask about Zhu Ping's death. Before leaving, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had lingered near Lu's father, and He Deming. Even if only for a few minutes, many people had gathered around the two, pressing them for answers. He Deming smiled bitterly and spread his hands. How would I know about this? Zhu Ping's death was heaven's doing, struck by 5 thunderbolts. It wasn't the little girl's doing. She's young and has some fortune-telling skill, but she can't command the heavens. You come asking me, what can I say? Besides, the little girl and Terence left because they had matters to attend to. Even if it weren't true, he had to say it was. What did these people's curiosity have to do with him? If he wanted to know, he could just call and ask when he got home. He believed Hua Xuedong wouldn't hide anything from him, and at worst, he could ask Quan Xingnan, who was directly involved. Because of Zhu Ping's death, the party ended abruptly. He Deming and Geng Weihua couldn't wait to go home, explaining the full story of Zhu Ping's death to their family while calling Hua Xuedong to ask exactly why Zhu Ping had died. Lu's father and mother dragged Lu Xiangnong home, deciding to seek out Quan Xingnan the next day. She must have seen something about Ying Tian at the party, something crucial to them. And Quan Xingnan? At that moment, she was sitting in the Hua family mansion, looking innocently at the Hua elders and herself. Hua's grandmother was quite lively, her age not having mellowed her. She asked curiously, little girl, tell me, how did you know Zhu Ping would die so bizarrely? Bizarrely, yes. Struck by 5 thunderbolts, absolutely bizarre. I really don't know. I just saw that Zhu Ping had done many evil deeds, so I said that. How was I to know he would die by 5 thunderbolts that very day? With my words coming first and his death after, I doubt I'll have a moment's peace for a while. In truth, she had already figured out the reason on the way back. End of chapter. Chapter 994. Zhu Ping's death 4. However, aside from Hua Xuedong, she would never tell anyone this reason. So when faced with old Madame Hua's inquiry, Quan Xingnan could only pretend to know nothing. Hua Xuedong understood Quan Xingnan better than anyone and smiled as he came to her rescue. Auntie, Nanan really doesn't know. After all, this isn't something she can control. Perhaps Zhu Peng truly committed so many evils that even the heavens couldn't stand it. A strike of 5 thunders from the sky, only heaven could do such a thing. If Nanan had the power to decide, wouldn't that make her heaven itself, or a deity? Even deities cannot overrule heaven. Old Madame Hua was amused by his words, her face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Even in her old age, she remained an elegant old lady. That's true. This is a punishment from heaven. Nanan is neither heaven nor a deity. Old Madame Hua nodded. Unable to uncover the reason, she felt a bit regretful. She was truly curious. Old Master Hua, however, seemed lost in thought. Quan Xingnan felt a twinge of guilt and quickly reached for the teacup in front of her to take a sip. Hua Xuedong stopped her. Drink less tea in the evening, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. With that, he called over the Hua family's housekeeper. Is the bird's nest soup ready? Bring it over once it's done. Nanan didn't eat anything at the party today, just had a glass of juice. Hearing this, old Madame Hua urged the housekeeper to bring it quickly. Snow frog and bird's nest soup, beautifying and nourishing. Good for both men and women. Quan Xingnan smiled as she savored the clear sweetness of the bird's nest, her heart full of emotion. No wonder Hong Kong's average life expectancy ranked first in the world 20 years later. It all came down to its excellent healthcare system and a wide variety of nourishing soups. She resolved to often cook such wholesome soups for her elders once she returned. Though the Hua couple were advanced in years, they never hesitated when it came to nourishing themselves. The 4 of them ate the bird's nest in silence, with no sound of chewing or of spoons clinking against the bowls. Every movement was graceful and natural. After finishing, they rinsed their mouths before resuming their earlier conversation. Old Master Hua remained silent, while old Madame Hua did all the talking. She asked curiously, that Zhu Peng, did he really commit so many evil deeds? Back in the day, the He family even sought him out, but they didn't get what they wanted. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and told the couple about Ying Tian's stolen fate and altered fortune, also mentioning Jin Mingshu's death. After hearing this, the elderly pair found it utterly unbelievable. Such a thing actually happened? If that's the case, then Zhu Peng truly deserved to die. Everyone knew that life was given by heaven, while fortune was determined by one's own actions. Zhu Peng had grafted others' good lives and fortunes onto Ying Tian, causing that child to die young. His sins were monstrous. And as for Ying Tian, he had accepted it without guilt and even harmed his own wife. No matter what wrongs Jin Mingshu had done, she had never wronged Ying Tian in any way. After saying this, old Madame Hua suddenly chuckled. I must tell Wu Hui. Back then, that scoundrel Ying Long abandoned her and her son. Now he deserves to wear a big green hat. Her tone was filled with schadenfreude. Actions speak louder than words. Old Madame Hua immediately moved to the phone and dialed Wu Hui's number. Hua Xuedong, too, was learning about Ying Tian's background and the cause and effect of the stolen fate for the first time. After a moment's thought, he said, whose child was it that Zhu Peng stole the fate from? For you to call it a child blessed with both wealth and honor, that family must be of no ordinary standing. End of chapter. Chapter 995, Zhu Peng's Death 5. In Hong Kong, there were only a few families of distinguished lineage. No matter the industry, they were all people Hua Xuedong knew. Hong Kong was only so big, and Hua Xuedong's status and family background meant he had some connection with prominent figures from all walks of life. Even if the connection wasn't deep, he at least knew them. Hearing Hua Xuedong's question, old Master Hua snapped back to attention. Right, I almost forgot. Whose child is it? Ying Tian was no longer young. If it was a family from decades ago, he might know them too. Quan Xingnan suddenly fell silent. In the hall, only the voices of old Madame Hua and Wu Hui on the other end of the phone could be heard. A faint sense of unease crept into the hearts of old Master Hua and Hua Xuedong. But who were they? They had weathered countless storms in the business world. What bad news could they not bear? Child, tell me. Whose child is it? Old Master Hua repeated. He had a feeling that this child was connected to his own family. His branch only had the adopted Hua Xuedong, but he had many cousins of his generation, and the next generation had numerous nephews and grandnephews scattered across the globe, all accomplished in their own right. Old Master Hua had once shown Quan Xingnan the family genealogy, leaving her stunned. It listed many prominent figures from various fields, many of whom were top-tier experts. Quan Xingnan sighed. She, too, wished that the child whose fate had been stolen had nothing to do with the Hua family. But, unfortunately, it was a Hua family child. The child's name is Hua Zhaoshan. A man named Hua Zhaoshan paid a hefty sum to have Zhu Peng carry it out. After saying this, Quan Xingnan recited Hua Zhaoshan's birth date and time. Even though Ying Tian had borrowed it, Hua Zhaoshan's birth date and time were still his own. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and added, I found out when I met Zhu Peng. When I was reading Ying Tian's fortune, the name Hua Zhaoshan felt familiar. It wasn't until later that I remembered seeing it in the Hua family genealogy. Hearing the names Hua Zhaoshan and Hua Zhaosan, Old Master Hua and Hua Xuedong knew without a doubt that they were Hua family members. The generation with Zhao in their names was the grandchildren's generation of Old Master Hua, meaning Hua Xuedong's juniors. Even though Hua Zhaoshan's birth date showed he was older than Hua Xuedong, the generational hierarchy was clear. In the future, when Hua Xuedong and Quan Xing'an married, their children would also be of the Zhao generation. Although the direct line of the Hua family had few descendants, the collateral branches were flourishing, with many whom even Hua Xuedong had rarely met. Hua Zhaoshan's branch was relatively close to Old Master Hua's branch. The father of Hua Zhaoshan's grandfather and Old Master Hua's father were cousins. Back then, this branch had also developed in Hong Kong. After the birth of their eldest grandson, Hua Zhaoshan, the grandfather had specially come to the Hua family home to ask Old Master Hua to name the child. The name Hua Zhaoshan was chosen because he was lacking the element of metal in his 5 elements. As a child, Hua Zhaoshan had visited the Hua mansion several times with his grandfather. He was a very well-behaved and intelligent child. Unfortunately, Hua Zhaoshan died young. When Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua heard the news, they grieved for a long time. Not long after, Hua Zhaoshan's grandparents and parents moved away, leaving Hong Kong, a place of sorrow. They never imagined, never in a million years, that Hua Zhaoshan's death was not an accident but a deliberate act. Although Hua Zhaoshan was of the Zhao generation, he was not a true member of the Hua family. Hua Zhaoshan's parents were friends of Hua Zhaoshan's parents. After his parents died, Hua Zhaoshan's parents adopted him. No one expected that he would harm Hua Zhaoshan. The reason was clear as day. End of chapter. Chapter 996, Zhu Peng's Death 6. Old Master Hua and Hua Xuedong remained silent. Old Madam Hua, having overheard the conversation, quickly told Wu Hui she would call back later and hung up. When she sat back down, her face was filled with shock. Although the elderly couple were advanced in age, they still had sharp ears and eyes, and their memories were excellent. If Old Master Hua could recall something, how could she not? Hua Zhaoshan? Wasn't he said to have died accidentally by drowning? How could his fate have been stolen? Quan Xing'an answered the old lady truthfully. The field of feng shui is mysterious and unfathomable. I wouldn't dare claim to know everything. In fact, I only understand the surface, and what I can see is merely a sliver of heavenly secrets. My actions are still quite immature. In this field, there are indeed techniques that can alter some people's fates, and quite a few at that. Setting aside distant examples, even disturbances to ancestral graves or homes can affect the destinies of descendants, let alone deliberately setting up formations to steal and change fate. Old Madam Hua understood. Are you saying that Hua Zhaoshan was deliberately killed by Zhu Peng through a formation? Quan Xing'an nodded. Hua Zhaoshan originally bribed Zhu Peng to use feng shui techniques to kill Hua Zhaoshan, murdering him without a trace, leaving no evidence. However, Zhu Peng took the benefits from Ashing and also transferred Hua Zhaoshan's fate to Ningtian. I suppose he wanted to make the most of it. After saying this, Quan Xing'an felt something was off. She replayed the conversation in her mind and quickly added, Hua Zhaoshan was a person, not an object, of course, but I'm just using that as a figure of speech. Zhu Peng died too easily. His crimes should have been exposed to the world, and he should have been condemned by everyone. Why did the heavens have to be so obedient? Quan Xing'an felt a slight resentment inwardly. Old Madam Hua patted her hand. I understand. Sighing, she turned to ask Old Master Hua, should we tell them about this? Them referred to Hua Zhaoshan's parents. Hua Zhaoshan's parents were still alive, but his grandparents had long passed away. Now, Hua Zhaoshan's parents lived in seclusion in Singapore, grieving the death of their eldest son and rarely involving themselves in worldly affairs. Most of the family's business was managed by Hua Zhaoshan, who was also a well-known business elite. If they learned that Hua Zhaoshan was the one who killed Hua Zhaoshan, they would surely regret adopting such a son. Old Master Hua considered for a moment and said, don't tell them for now. Wait until Fourth and the girl have a chance to go to Singapore and discuss it with them face to face. How could something like this be explained over a phone call? I'm also afraid that if they learn the truth, they won't be able to resist taking action against Hua Zhaoshan and end up suffering instead. The current power in their branch lay with Hua Zhaoshan. How could the couple contend with him? Old Master Hua also worried that the sudden revelation that their son did not die accidentally would overwhelm them emotionally and harm their health. Although they were Old Master Hua's juniors, they were already quite advanced in age. Hua Xuedong nodded and said, I agree with Uncle. Tomorrow, I'll call a few friends in business and instruct the companies under my group to secretly reduce business cooperation with Hua Zhaoshan. Given that they were all Huas, Hua Zhaoshan had many collaborations with the Hua group, and Hua Xuedong had also introduced business opportunities to him. Let's start with that. Old Master Hua made the final decision, then added, Ingtian stole the fate of a Hua child. He must not be allowed to continue living freely. I will make sure he is disgraced and ruined. Protecting one's own was a trait shared by every member of the Hua family. End of chapter. Chapter 997. Zhu Peng's Death 7. Given the Hua family's influence, dealing with Ying Tian would be a trivial matter. Over the years, from Old Master Hua to Hua Xuedong, the Hua family had always upheld their dignity and self-respect, carefully guarding their reputation and never bullying others through their power. But that didn't mean those beneath them wouldn't try to curry favor. With just one excuse, no, even without any excuse at all, if the Hua family ever showed even a hint of displeasure toward Ying Tian in any setting, there would be plenty of people ready to target him. Especially in the entertainment industry, companies that had once hired Ying Tian for advertisements would drop him as their spokesperson, and film investors would be even more ruthless. Yet Hua Xuedong did not act. He considered the investors behind the films starring Ying Tian, as well as the companies that had hired him as their spokesperson. If Ying Tian's image were to collapse, these people would lose everything. Even if they had previously signed contracts requiring compensation for a sharp decline in an artist's public image, that would not make up for their losses, especially the damage to reputation, which money could not restore. Hua Xuedong always sought to get along with others, so he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, among those investors were several of his old friends, as well as a subsidiary under his own command. Hua Xuedong was a businessman, and businessmen valued profit. Since he was someone who valued profit, he naturally had to ensure that neither he nor his friends suffered any losses. Quan Xingnan, for her part, fully agreed with Hua Xuedong's gradual approach. Some matters had to be dealt with immediately, like the tragedies she had once seen through her heavenly eye, where delay meant loss of life. But other things did not require haste. Someone like Ying Tian, left alive, could not harm many people, and rushing to deal with him would only damage her own image, making the cost outweigh the gain. Furthermore, the only person who knew that Ying Tian had murdered his late wife was Zhu Peng, not even his own parents. Now that Zhu Peng was dead, and the police had no evidence, it would be very difficult to bring Ying Tian to justice. As for the matter of stealing fate and altering luck, not only was it an intangible and unverifiable affair, but it had also happened decades ago, leaving no trail to investigate. Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua had long since stopped involving themselves in such matters. Even though they grieved that Hua Zhaoxin had been killed at such a young age by someone with malicious intent, they would not interfere with Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's plans. They were not in a hurry, but Lu's parents, who doted on their daughter, were extremely anxious. Although Quan Xingnan had not told them what Ying Tian had done, they still wanted to know as soon as possible so that their daughter could give up on him and avoid being harmed by him. Thus, early the next morning, they arrived at the Hua residence before work hours. The evening gossip tabloids had already reported that Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had returned to the Hua mansion together, so they were not worried about making a wasted trip. Under the butler's guidance, they entered the Hua mansion and saw Quan Xingnan and Old Madam Hua watering flowers in the courtyard. Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua had cultivated many flowers, filling the yard with lush greenery. The Hua couple came from a distinguished and wealthy family, yet the flowers they kept ranged from the rare and precious to the common and ordinary. Of course, there were many famous flowers, all acquired by the elderly couple and Hua Xuedong at great expense. Orchids like the Su Guanhe Ding, peonies like the Qinglongwa Mochi, Yao Huang, Weizi, and Yanlongzi could be seen everywhere here. There were also plenty of ordinary flowers, roses, balsams, scarlet sage, and so on, all growing with remarkable vigor. Quan Xingnan wore a gauze overdress, with a white base and red floral patterns, its hem trailing to the ground. A jade bracelet adorned her slender wrist as she held a delicate watering can, from which fine, crystalline droplets sprayed. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied in a maiden's bun, with a jade hairpin slanting through it. Amidst the flowers, she looked like a celestial being, ethereal and graceful. End of chapter. Chapter 998. Zhu Peng's Death 8. Lu's father and mother felt as if they were looking at a painting. Even the aged Madame Hua was a very beautiful and elegant old lady, dressed in a pearl-white tang suit embroidered with ink-wash lotus flowers, her silver hair like snow. Standing beside Quan Xingnan, she exuded the beauty of timeless. The old and the young were in perfect harmony, as if reincarnated. Anyone who saw the scene would probably feel only one thing: no flower could compare to these people. Madame Hua was the first to notice Lu's parents. She handed the pruning shears she was using to trim the flowers to the gardener, who had been standing at a distance and only now approached. Smiling, she said, "You've come? I've heard everything from Nan Nan. A parent's love is truly universal." Facing Madame Hua, Lu's father and mother showed great respect, greeting her courteously. What parent doesn't worry about their children? My husband and I were truly at our wits' end, with no choice, but to seek help from Master Quan. Fortunately, we took action. Otherwise, our daughter would have suffered who knows how much in the future. It was Lu's mother who spoke, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. After Zhu Peng's death, the couple had been so worried they couldn't sleep all night. Zhu Peng was struck by the five thunders. What kind of good person could Ing Tian be, having stolen fate and turned his luck around with Zhu Peng's help? It was likely that he had refused to marry all these years just to find a wealthy young lady as easy to deceive as their daughter. Madame Hua fully understood their feelings as parents and quickly invited them into the living room to talk. Quan Xingnan also handed her watering can to the gardener and helped Madame Hua inside. Hua Laoyizi and Hua Xuedong were already sitting inside. They both put down their newspapers. The former took off his glasses, while the latter stood up, a refined smile naturally appearing on his face as he politely greeted Lu's father and mother. Knowing the Hua family's character, Lu's mother couldn't wait to state her purpose. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly and asked Hua Xuedong for paper and a pen. What do you need those for? Not only the others, but even Hua Xuedong was surprised. Despite his surprise, Hua Xuedong still had someone bring paper and a pen, handing them to Quan Xingnan himself. Quan Xingnan leaned sideways over the small table beside the sofa and wrote down the names of Ing Tian's former girlfriends in smooth strokes and elegant handwriting. She didn't go into great detail about their past or present circumstances, only noting the periods when they had dated Ing Tian, when they started and when they broke up. Matters like abortions, deaths from illness, and having children, she believed Lu's parents could investigate on their own. After finishing, Quan Xingnan handed the paper to Lu's mother. What is this? Lu's mother asked, confused as she looked at the names and dates. Lu's father leaned in to look, also wearing a puzzled expression. These are all of Ing Tian's former girlfriends. Some have died of illness, some have had children, and some have had abortions. I believe Mr. and Mrs. Lu can investigate this themselves, so I won't go into detail. Hearing this, Lu's mother grew somewhat angry. Ing Tian has had this many girlfriends? And children? Quan Xingnan shrugged and spread her hands. I don't know the specifics. You'll need to investigate thoroughly to find out the truth. Even if she did know, she couldn't say she did. In this world, no feng shui master could calculate everything with absolute clarity. If Mr. and Mrs. Lu need help, I can arrange for a few professionals to assist, Hua Xuedong said with a smile. The professionals he referred to were naturally those skilled in investigation and tracking. Private detectives were not entirely legal, so Hua Xuedong didn't say it outright. Mr. Lu politely thanked him and then said, if there's a need, we'll contact you then. For now, he still knew a few people, so the investigation wouldn't be too difficult. End of chapter. Chapter 999. Zhu Peng's Death 9. Only Lu's mother carefully read the paper after receiving it, feeling deeply distressed. She never expected Ing Tian to be such a person after the divorce. He had spent so many years flitting among women, irresponsible, and even trying to deceive her innocent and lovely daughter. Although Lu Xiangnong had been active in the entertainment industry, she had always kept herself pure and had no boyfriend until 3 years ago. 3 years ago, under Ing Tian's pursuit, she fell so easily. Over the past 3 years, her parents had said what they needed to say, advised what they could advise, and stopped what they could stop, but they had never been able to make her break up with Ing Tian and find a better match. After losing his wife, he had crafted such a good public image, yet privately he had so many shameful girlfriends. He was far too promiscuous. A normal man, a man with a conscience, how could he change girlfriends so many times? After confirming that everything on the paper was true, would her daughter finally stop seeing Ing Tian? Lu's mother thought so and asked Quan Xingnan the same question. Well, who knows? As long as Lu Xiangnong's brain wasn't waterlogged, she should stay away from Ing Tian. But what if her brain was waterlogged? No one could guarantee it, not even Quan Xingnan. In this world, there are plenty of people with waterlogged brains. Just look at that fan-girlfriend of Ing Tian. She gave so much, had so many abortions, died of cancer, yet still had no regrets. People like that have water in their brains that will never turn into tears and flow out. Lu's mother seemed to realize her thoughts were somewhat wishful and gave Quan Xingnan an apologetic smile. Having achieved their goal, the couple didn't stay long. After thanking her, they took their leave. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan saw them to the door. When they returned, breakfast was already laid out in the dining room. They had gotten up in the morning, exercised, and then one read the newspaper while the other watered the flowers. They hadn't eaten yet. The Hua family had congee for breakfast, rock sugar bird's nest congee, very light. After eating it on an empty stomach, they had other breakfast items, delicious and nutritious. Quan Xingnan was bored, and since her time with Hua Xuedong was limited to the holidays, she decided to go to work with him after breakfast. The employees of the Hua group were used to it by now. Even so, some people still secretly glanced at Quan Xingnan. Zhu Peng's death had caused an uproar in Hong Kong. Everyone knew he had died right after Quan Xingnan said those words. He died a miserable death struck by 5 thunderbolts. It was obvious he had done something shameful, and heaven would not tolerate it. No matter how useless Zhu Ping was, he was still a master in the feng shui world. How could he die just because Quan Xingnan said a few words? Such a lovely girl, clear as water, beautiful as a flower. Hu Xuedong seemed to suddenly remember this matter as well. Once in the office, he couldn't help asking Quan Xingnan what had happened. She could fool her uncle and aunt, but she couldn't fool him. Quan Xingnan had just pulled a German book from the bookshelf to pass the time. Hearing this question, she wrinkled her cute little nose in frustration. This is a long story. Where should I start? Then make a long story short. Hu Xuedong sat down behind his desk and said, "Fine." Quan Xingnan leaned on the desk, revealing a row of small white teeth. "Fourth brother, have you ever heard of a jinx?" "A jinx?" "Yeah, I've heard of it." Hu Xuedong slowly took out some documents. That phrase describes someone with a foul mouth. Good things never come true, but bad things always do. What does that have to do with you? This chapter ends. 1000. Chapter 1000. The Death of Zhu Ping 10. Quan Xingnan's nature was somewhat similar to that of a jinx, but not entirely the same. A jinx is one whose bad predictions come true while good ones don't, making them widely detested. She, however, was different. Whether her words were good or bad, they would all come true in the future. This was because her merit was growing deeper day by day, her cultivation was rising, and the foundation had been continuously helping people without ever stopping. Moreover, because she stood upright, did good deeds without committing evil, and delivered justice to those in need, heaven had bestowed this ability upon her, somewhat allowing her to act as she pleased and making things more convenient for her. It could also be called blessing and cursing. Giving kind words to others was naturally a blessing, while harsh words, like those she had spoken about Zhu Ping, were naturally a curse. When she saw Zhu Ping yesterday, she hadn't realized she had gained this ability and had used it unintentionally. From now on, she would need to control it carefully and not use it all the time. Many things didn't require this ability. After hearing this, Hu Xuedong smiled and said, "Doesn't that make you heaven's own daughter?" "I've always been heaven's favored one." Quan Xingnan laughed. Now she truly was. If there were regrets in her past life, then this life was truly flawless. All of this was thanks to the path of merit she cultivated. People often say to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, and there is a saying that a family that does good will have surplus blessings. The world may not take it seriously, but hidden merit is very useful, if not in the mortal world, then in the afterlife, benefiting descendants. Hu Xuedong smiled and said, "In that case, I should accumulate even more hidden merit." Quan Xingnan grinned and nodded. Her smile was like a flower, but it couldn't hide the worry in her heart. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to grow old with Hu Xuedong. After all, those on the path of cultivation had their muscles and bones transformed by spiritual power, making their constitution and lifespan inevitably longer than ordinary humans. And Hu Xuedong was 14 years older than her. If only there was a secret method in the inheritance that could fulfill her wish. She didn't seek immortality, only a way to strengthen Hu Xuedong's body so that the two of them could stay together until they entered reincarnation. She knew she was indulging in wishful thinking, but she still wanted to accumulate more merit, hoping that one day she might truly get her wish. Hu Xuedong didn't know what she was thinking. He was about to advise her to be more careful with her words when the phone in the office suddenly rang. He answered it, and on the other end was none other than He Deming. He Deming asked in a loud voice about Zhu Ping's matter. He had wanted to ask last night, but hadn't had the time, afraid of disturbing their rest. What kind of person was Hu Xuedong? He brushed it off with a few words. He Deming wasn't easily fooled either. He said discontentedly, "Bring the girl to my house another day. My parents want to see her." If he couldn't get answers from Hu Xuedong, couldn't the elders ask Quan Xingnan herself? With a snort, He Deming hung up. Hu Xuedong smiled helplessly. Just as he put the receiver down, Secretary Chen entered after receiving permission, looking equally helpless. "Sir, there are quite a few friends from the business world outside. They're all here for Mississippi. Some want her to read their fortunes, others want her to look at feng shui. They're all worried about being cheated like Zhu Peng did." Quan Xingnan was stunned. "What? They want to see me?" "Yes, Miss is very popular now. Who wouldn't want to meet you?" What made people most wary, of course, was her ability. This legendary Master Quan, said to be incredibly skilled, had finally caught everyone's attention. Hu Xuedong looked at Quan Xingnan and smiled. "Girl, do you want to see them or not? If you do, have Secretary Chen take their business cards and set a time. If not, use that mouth of yours you just mentioned." End of chapter. Chapter 1001, The Death of Zhu Peng 11. Chapter 1001, The Death of Zhu Peng 11. Secretary Chen didn't understand Hu Xuedong's meaning, but how could Quan Xingnan not? She couldn't help rolling her eyes at Hu Xuedong. The small gesture was far from elegant, yet it was adorable. Sir? Secretary Chen asked, waiting for a response. See them. Secretary Chen, you take the business cards, and tomorrow we'll set up times to meet and talk in detail. Since I've come all this way, I have to leave behind a legend of my own. Quan Xing'an said after thinking it over carefully. Those who came would surely include both good and bad people, but she had plenty of excuses. If there was a connection, she'd help them solve their troubles. If not, she'd ask them to seek someone else. A connection meant the person was virtuous and worth assisting, while no connection naturally referred to those who had done much evil, those who must be eliminated swiftly. How could Hu Xuedong not understand Quan Xingnan's thoughts? He glanced at her and nodded to Secretary Chen. Listen to Nan Nan. Let's do it that way. He believed that those who came today were all people of status and standing, and they wouldn't refuse this approach. They knew very well that with so many people swarming in, no one could truly gain Quan Xingnan's genuine help. Moreover, none of them wanted others to know about the matters they sought help for. So when Secretary Chen came out and announced Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's decision, they immediately agreed and handed over their business cards one after another. As for Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan not meeting them in person, they didn't mind at all. Hu Xuedong held a high status, and Quan Xingnan was mysterious. Naturally, they had their own reserve. While Quan Xingnan was meeting these Hong Kong elites one by one, Lu's father and Lu's mother had also commissioned people to investigate the matters concerning the people on the paper. Though they hadn't uncovered every detail, 70 to 80% of the truth was enough to first shock and then enrage them. They focused their investigation on Bai Shuixian and Zhao Shuxian. Bai Shuixian was the most famous, and Zhao Shuxian had given birth to a daughter out of wedlock. Without a doubt, the daughter was Ying Tian's. These things were easy to find. The transfers Ying Tian had made to Zhao Shuxian were clear as day. Lu's father and Lu's mother had enlisted many people to trace that account at the bank. Why would Ying Tian give Zhao Shuxian so much money for no reason? And it happened right around the time Zhao Shuxian was pregnant and gave birth to her daughter. As for Bai Shuixian's abortion, though it was kept from outsiders, there were still some traces at the time. After all, she needed rest afterward, so that too was uncovered. Still uneasy, Lu's father and Lu's mother managed to obtain a strand of hair from Zhao Shuxian's daughter and one from Ying Tian, and had a paternity test done. The result, of course, confirmed they were biological father and daughter. Lu's father and Lu's mother placed all the evidence and results directly in front of Lu Xiangnong when she came home. Lu Xiangnong was happily showing off a gift Ying Tian had given her, a Patek Philippe diamond watch, studded with diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the living room lights. Seeing such things, Lu Xiangnong could hardly believe her eyes. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? You investigated Ying Tian. Yes, your father and I did investigate Ying Tian. These are the results of our investigation. Lu Xiangnong flipped through the papers one by one, her face full of disbelief as she murmured to herself, how could Ying Tian be this kind of person? Dad, Mom, have you been fooled by someone? Everyone knows Ying Tian has always kept himself clean. Kept himself clean? Lu's mother let out a scornful laugh. Clean like changing girlfriends as easily as changing clothes? Clean like getting Zhao Shuxian pregnant out of wedlock? You don't believe the evidence your father and I dug up, but you'd rather believe Ying Tian's sweet talk? The paternity test between Zhao Shuxian's daughter and Ying Tian is irrefutable proof. One more chapter today and I'll be free. The chapter ends. Chapter 1002, Zhu Peng's Death 12. Chapter 1002, Zhu Peng's Death 12. Lu Xiangnong had, after all, been in a relationship with Ying Tian for 3 years, constantly feeling his genuine sincerity toward her. How could she connect this Ying Tian with the one described in the investigation report? Ying Tian said that aside from his ex-wife, Jean Mingshu, he only wanted to marry her as his other half. Ying Tian said that for the first time in his life, he felt joy the moment he saw her. Ying Tian publicly told his fans, love him, then love is her, and bless them. Ying Tian sang songs with her as the muse, composing lyrics and melodies for her, performing so movingly that even his fans were touched. Every holiday, Ying Tian would prepare many romantic celebrations, exquisite and thoughtful gifts, all showcasing his tenderness, consideration, and the importance he placed on her. Impossible, it's impossible. How could Ying Tian be this kind of person? The investigation must be wrong, right? Lu Xiangnong still couldn't believe the truth before her. Lu's mother grew anxious and was about to say something, but Lu's father raised his hand to stop her. Xiangnong, your mother, and I only want what's best for you. We won't harm you. We're not those old-fashioned types who block your wishes under the guise of for your own good. Whether you're dating or getting married, we'll let you make your own decisions. But there's one condition. Whoever you date or marry must pass the investigation your mother and I conduct and gain our approval. Only then can we rest assured handing you over to another person. Unfortunately, Ying Tian didn't pass. All of this is fact. Lu Xiangnong's eyes welled up with tears in her urgency. I've met Bai Shuixian and Zhao Shuxian and even shared a stage with them. If they were both Ying Tian's ex-girlfriends, how could they treat me so calmly? Lu's mother sneered. They were in it willingly, each getting what they wanted. What benefit would targeting you bring them? Now that Bai Shuixian is with your uncle, and Zhao Shuxian plays the part of a fragile single mother, how could they admit to secretly dating Ying Tian back then for fame and fortune? Forget insiders, even Ying Tian's fans would tear them apart. As it happened, Lu Xun was a cousin from Lu's father's clan, and in business, he had received much help from Lu's father. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily obtained Bai Shuixian's recent medical report. One item in Bai Shuixian's latest medical report noted excessive miscarriages, with her uterine wall as thin as paper, making pregnancy impossible. Lu Xun's wife didn't care about his philandering outside, but she had one demand: no children from the women he fooled around with, to prevent them from snatching the inheritance her children deserved. On this point, Lu Xun rarely agreed with his wife's request. All he wanted was the physical pleasure between men and women. He couldn't care less about having children. Besides, if the women outside had kids, how could he enjoy himself freely? So his recent entanglement with Bai Shuixian was largely because she couldn't bear children. Lu Xiangnong still refused to believe it. Lu's father remained calm and said, "If you don't believe it, you can investigate yourself. You're my daughter, and I don't want you to marry into a role as a stepmother." Even though Zhao Shuxian isn't publicly claiming her daughter is Ying Tian's now, who can say for sure in the future? If she does go public, according to Hong Kong's laws, Ying Tian would have to take on the responsibilities of a father. Facing their emotionally unstable daughter, Lu's mother finally suppressed her anger toward Ying Tian and agreed with her husband's words. After hearing this, Lu Xiangnong could no longer hold back and rushed out of the house. Lu's father and mother quickly ordered the household bodyguards to follow and protect her to prevent any accidents. 12 chapters updated today. I'm impressed with myself. Please call me model worker Xiaobai. A new story has started. Although I won't update it too much, I still hope to receive everyone's collections and support. New story. Back to the 60s. A military wife's struggling life. Chapter end. Chapter 1003. Trip to Phuket 1. Chapter 1003. Trip to Phuket 1. Quan Xingnan was now a huge celebrity in Hong Kong Island, the kind who was incredibly popular. Using the concepts of fate and lack of fate, she helped many destined individuals resolve their troubles and turn misfortune into good fortune. These people naturally felt grateful to her. As for those without fate, unaware that their own misdeeds prevented them from receiving help, they could only sigh privately about their lack of destiny. Masters in the feng shui world emphasized fate and lack of fate, which was convincing and didn't provoke anger. The reason was that not only Zhu Ping, but many in the feng shui community used this as an excuse for their actions. Quan Xingnan was thriving, with wealth pouring in. She only gave those she helped one account, the foundation's account. With her abilities, she naturally didn't need to worry about the outcome. Thus, those who received help would deposit large sums of gratitude money into the foundation's account. One payment after another, some large, some small, trickling streams gradually became a mighty river. With this funding, the foundation operated more efficiently. The reason the gratitude money varied in amount was that she not only helped the wealthy, but also extended a hand to many impoverished individuals. The latter didn't have her contact information, but she was often seen at the Hua Group building. Whenever someone sought an audience, she would be informed, and she would decide whether to meet them. It was this attitude of treating rich and poor equally that elevated the locals' opinion of her even further. Since no major cases involving wrongful grievances were involved, most people asked about matters like marriage, career prospects, fate, and feng shui for yin and yang houses. The issues needing resolution were mostly minor troubles, so things quickly came to a close. Seizing this opportunity, Hua Xuedong quickly dragged her onto a plane to Phuket. No kidding, if this continued, what time would they have left to spend together? The start of school was drawing nearer. While Quan Xingnan was busy, Hua Xuedong hadn't been idle either. Otherwise, there would be no time for Phuket now. Besides luggage, there was also Wang Hui, who had almost been forgotten. Previously, when attending the charity gala and the mid-year cocktail party of the Zhengzhen Group, Hua Xuedong had planned to bring Wang Hui along to introduce him to people in the business world, at least to get his face known. But coincidentally, Wang Hui fell ill at that time with a heat cold and had to rest at home. Now that Wang Hui had recovered, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan immediately brought him along. Phuket belongs to Thailand, with beautiful scenery, known as a pearl on the Andaman Sea. Hua Xuedong wasn't here purely for tourism. A subsidiary under the Hua Group had invested in building a 5-star hotel here, which would soon open. As the chairman of the Hua Group, he was naturally the best person for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Of course, he wasn't the only one cutting the ribbon. Many business friends, like He Deming, were also invited. When these friends arrived, it would be a good opportunity for Wang Hui to meet them, making it easier for him to take over the family business in the future. The hotel arranged the best rooms for them. Hua Xuedong only requested one presidential suite, with a layout of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. Each of them took one room, and the remaining ones served as Hua Xuedong's office. Secretary Chen, bearing important responsibilities, stayed in Hong Kong to handle affairs there. As for the bodyguards, secretaries, and assistants who came along, they stayed in other rooms. After resting for one night, early the next morning, Hua Xuedong took Quan Xingnan to the beach to watch the sunrise. The seawater was as green as jade, and the sand was as white as winter snow, flawlessly beautiful. By then, there were already many tourists on the beach, many dressed for going out to sea or diving. Chapter 1004, Trip to Phuket 2. Phuket has a thriving tourism industry and is very inclusive. Here, you can see all kinds of tourists. Black people, white people, yellow people. The local residents wear highly ethnic costumes with warm and enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Quan Xingnan stepped barefoot on the sand, her smile incredibly radiant. In her previous life, she had come here many times with Hua Xuedong, and she was very familiar with this place. It was only now that she realized she and Hua Xuedong shared many memories from her past life, all beautiful and joyful. Here, there were many people Hua Xuedong knew, as well as strangers. He greeted people from all over the world skillfully, using different languages with equal fluency. Even a coconut vendor, he could chat with for a while. As a result, the vendor gave them a large coconut. A hole was drilled into the ripe coconut, with a soft straw inserted. One sip was filled with fresh coconut juice. After thanking him, Hua Xuedong handed the coconut to Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan took a few big gulps of the coconut juice, beaming with joy. When they went to have breakfast, they unexpectedly ran into Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui at the restaurant. Chen Boying was still tall and sturdy, exuding natural authority, while Ling Qiushui remained slender and delicate, incomparably elegant. Hey, Big Dad, Big Mom, when did you arrive? Where's brother? Quan Xingnan was extremely surprised, craning her neck to look around but not seeing Quan Aonan's figure, feeling a bit disappointed. The terms Big Dad and Big Mom were insisted upon by Chen Boying. Unable to refuse him, and with the family's agreement, Quan Xingnan changed her address. After all, it was just a form of address. 1, 2, 3, she now had 3 fathers and 3 mothers. Seeing Quan Xingnan, Ling Qiushui felt fondness. Without her, she would never have found her only son. And it was also because of Quan Xingnan that her son could live a carefree life, without hardship or suffering. This fondness and gratitude would stay with Ling Qiushui for life. So, a faint smile rippled across Ling Qiushui's brows and eyes, making her look incredibly gentle. Your big dad heard that the hotel invested in by a subsidiary of the Hua Group is about to open here, so he volunteered to be the guest of honor for the ribbon cutting. We arrived 2 days earlier than you, taking the chance to relax a bit. After saying this, Ling Qiushui added, your brother didn't come, he had no time. Quan Anan was no longer the youth of the past. As the heir to the Dragon Tiger Society, he would inherit all the family business and had a great deal to learn. His schedule was now packed to the brim. An ordinary person might only need to complete their studies, but Quan Anan was different. Quan Xingnan, having hired many professional managers to handle her assets, didn't need to learn the financial knowledge she wasn't good at. Since military service was almost impossible for Quan Anan, he quickly planned his future life path, showing great perseverance and self-discipline. Chen Boying was more than satisfied with him. After eating together and sitting down to chat, Hua Xuedong casually brought up investments in the entertainment industry. I heard you have an entertainment company called Sanding that recently invested in a few movies and TV dramas? Why are you asking about that? Chen Boying suddenly grew wary. He knew Hua Xuedong wouldn't bring up such trivial matters without reason. He barely managed the entertainment company himself, leaving it to his subordinates. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly. The male lead in the films you invested in recently had a bit of a conflict with my family. This chapter ends. Chapter 1005, Phuket Trip 3. Chapter 1005, Phuket Trip 3. Chen Boying didn't know who the male lead was in the latest film investment by Sanding Entertainment Company. He turned to look at Ling Qiushui, his expression seeking an answer. Ling Qiushui never concerned herself with such matters and had even less of an idea. Why don't you just call Zhang Laosan and ask? Zhang Laosan was Zhang Kuan, the head of Sanding Entertainment Company. Even though Ling Qiushui didn't bother with these things, she knew Zhang Laosan well. These people often came to pay respects to Chen Boying and report on work matters. Everyone knew that Ling Qiushui, as the elder sister-in-law, was the apple of Chen Boying's eye, and no one dared to slight her. Why bother with all that trouble? Just ask little Nan An. Chen Boying turned around with a grin. Little Nan An, tell your big dad, What's the name of the actor who got into a feud with the Hua family? Chen Boying knew Hua Xuedong's character better than anyone. Outwardly, he appeared gentle, refined, and elegant, known as a scholarly businessman who had built many good connections worldwide, seeming like a kindly old man. But inside, he was clear about grievances and grudges, quick and ruthless in his methods, and highly skilled in martial arts. If someone personally offended Hua Xuedong, and he didn't take it too seriously, there might still be a slim chance of survival. But if they offended the Hua family, they might as well wait for death. No one valued the Hua family more than Hua Xuedong. Even though the main branch of the Hua family only had him as an adopted descendant, there were many collateral branches, most of which he protected under his wing, while a few were abandoned due to poor character or methods. Quan Xingnan said with a hint of nonchalance, "I think his name is Ying Tian. He stole the fate of a Hua family member." Stole the fate of a Hua family member? Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui were startled. This was no small matter. After acknowledging Quan Onan, Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui had come into contact with quite a few matters in the world of feng shui. How could they not know the severity of stealing fate and transferring luck? Stealing anyone's fate would be bad enough, but to target the Hua family? No wonder Hua Xuedong was striking so harshly. As the head of the Hua family, he naturally had to stand up for his clan's younger members. Chen Boying, driven by curiosity, leaned forward slightly. Little Nanan, how did this Ying Tian steal it? He certainly knew who Ying Tian was. A very famous celebrity, with many fans even in Taiwan. A star of such weight would naturally be the top choice for any entertainment company's investment. Seeing that he was determined to get to the bottom of it, Quan Shengnan felt a bit helpless and briefly explained the whole story. That Zhu Peng, I know him. Chen Boying slapped his thigh. Zhu Peng's death had been all over the news lately. Many old friends from Hong Kong had called to ask him about it, actually hoping to get answers from Quan Xingnan through him. But he had never liked interfering in the younger generation's affairs, so he hadn't asked and had simply taken his wife on a trip. If Zhu Peng was the one who helped Ying Tian steal fate and transfer luck, then Zhu Peng's death made perfect sense. Although he didn't fully understand why Zhu Peng had died just from Quan Xingnan's words, he was well aware that Quan Xingnan was far from as simple as she appeared on the surface. Perhaps a master had a master's mystery, beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Since this matter was so important, Chen Boying still called Zhang Kun to ask. Sanding Company had invested in 2 movies and 3 TV dramas, all starring Ying Tian as the lead. The movies had already finished filming, 1 TV drama was complete, 1 was halfway done, and 1 hadn't started yet. Additionally, several companies under the Dragon and Tiger Society had hired Ying Tian as a spokesperson for their products. If the Hua family moved to deal with Ying Tian now, the Dragon and Tiger Society's losses would amount to as much as 100 million. End of this chapter. Chapter 1006, The Trip to Phuket 4. 100 million, what did that even mean? Although Uncle Chen Boying generously gifted his children countless riches without any hesitation, losing 100 million for no reason would still make him feel the sting. The best courtyard houses in Beijing, with their immense cultural value, weren't even worth 100 million. Thinking of this, Chen Boying immediately issued a series of orders to Zhang Kun. Suspend any TV dramas that haven't started filming. If filming has already begun, replace the male lead, Ying Tian. Companies using Ying Tian as their advertising spokesperson should replace him as soon as possible to minimize losses. For ads already confirmed but not yet shot, change the spokesperson immediately. Finish post-production on completed films and arrange their release at the most suitable time. Sell off completed TV dramas quickly and speed up the production of those still unfinished. Hearing these orders, Zhang Kun would have to be a fool not to realize that Ying Tian was in trouble. Every one of these people who had followed Chen Boying in building his empire was sharp as a tack. They didn't even ask for the reason, they simply agreed. Unlike Chen Boying, who kept his distance from the entertainment industry, Zhang Kun knew better how to minimize losses and had the means to shift all responsibility away cleanly before Ying Tian's scandal broke. As famous and influential as Ying Tian was, many of his contracts were still harsh, almost always favoring the company. Zhang Kun had come up through the underworld, and with Chen Boying as his boss, his word was law. After hanging up, Chen Boying said to Hua Xuedong, "I won't waste words on pleasantries. Just give me a heads up when you're ready to make a move. I can't help with much else, but when it comes to calming down fans and the like, old Zhang is an expert." There was no need for him to spell it out. He understood perfectly why Hua Xuedong hadn't acted yet. With a star like Ying Tian, too many interests were at stake. Hua Xuedong smiled. "I hear one of the Dragon and Tiger Society's founding elders lives in Singapore and has quite a bit of influence there." Among the more famous and formidable elders who had fought alongside Chen Boying in building his empire, some were still active in the underworld, some had gone into business, and others had retreated at the height of their success. Those who had stepped back had all found good places to live in seclusion. But even in seclusion, that didn't mean they did nothing. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, everything required money. So, they all had connections and influence in various fields, along with certain business interests. Chen Boying asked in surprise, why bring him up? The one in Singapore was Chung Tiankue, once his right-hand man. They still kept in touch often. If he had once been a man of brute force and recklessness, now he was a successful businessman with considerable power. There's something I need Mr. Chang's help with, was Xuedong said. While the Hua Group had businesses and some influence in Singapore, having operated there for a long time didn't mean they had the final say in everything. In terms of influence, the Hua Group's presence there couldn't compare to Chung Tiankue's. With his help, how could Hua Zhaosen possibly turn things upside down? According to the results of Hua Xuedong's recent investigations, Chung Tiankue's company even had some cooperation with Hua Zhaosen. Chen Boying found it even stranger. What? Is there an internal conflict in the Hua family? The child whose fate Ying Tian stole and transferred was a member of the Hua family. And the reason Zhu Peng stole and transferred that child's fate was that Hua Zhaosen paid him to do it, with the aim of killing Hua Zhaosen. Quan Xingnan only then remembered that she hadn't told him about the mastermind behind the fate theft. She had only mentioned that Zhu Peng had done it for Ying Tian. End of chapter. Chapter 1007, Phuket Trip 5. Chapter 1007, Phuket Trip 5. The matter was complicated, the process was simple, and the reason was despicable. At the root of it all, it was an adopted son seizing the family property. Chen Boying shook his head and sighed, then suddenly asked, Hua Zhaosen was very young back then. How old was Hua Zhaosen? He shouldn't have been much older. To know how to scheme and bribe a feng shui master to harm others at such a young age, that's truly terrifying. Hua Xuedong wasn't very clear about that branch of the family. She had only recently investigated and learned some details. Hua Zhaosen was 5 years older than Hua Zhaosen. He was only 12 years old back then. Ying Tian was 41 this year, the same age as Hua Zhaosen. That meant Hua Zhaosen was now 46, in the prime of his life. A 12-year-old child already harboring murderous intent, truly despicable and terrifying. Chen Boying was filled with emotion. The Hua family and the Standing Corporation weren't the only ones investing money in Ying Tian. Taking advantage of the time when friends were invited to witness the hotel's opening, Hua Xuedong had subtly leaked some information to them. Like Chen Boying, they all remembered this favor. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day before the hotel's grand opening. Early in the morning, Ling Qiushui called Quan Xingnan to her room. Auntie, what do you need me for? As soon as Quan Xingnan entered the room, she saw many jewelry boxes on the dressing table. Between the bed and the dressing table stood a silver-white clothing rack, holding over a dozen various gowns suitable for a young girl. Ling Qiushui pulled her over to the rack. These are all gowns made for you. Since Hua's hotel opens tomorrow, I had them deliver the finished ones. Pick one to wear tomorrow, and then choose some matching jewelry. Thank you, Auntie. Faced with the kindness of these elders over time, Quan Xingnan had learned not to be overly polite, simply keeping it in her heart. The two of them chose an ice blue satin strapless princess gown together, simple and elegant. Now pick 2 pieces of jewelry. After selecting the gown, Ling Qiushui briskly pulled Quan Xingnan to the dressing table. These are all your aunties. Pick whatever you like. Whichever you choose, I'll give it to you. After all, they'll eventually belong to you and your sister-in-law anyway. The sister-in-law she referred to as naturally Quan Onan's future wife. Quan Xingnan didn't deliberately pick cheaper items to show off any virtue of not coveting wealth. Based on the gown she had chosen, she selected a diamond tiara and a pair of earrings. The tiara was platinum set diamonds, with the main stones being blue diamonds of various sizes and the accent stones being white diamonds. It was exquisitely beautiful and exuded elegance. The teardrop-shaped blue diamond earrings, paired with equally dazzling white diamond accents, were stunning. Quan Xingnan immediately changed into the gown and put on the tiara and earrings. The gown was made to her measurements, fitting perfectly with no alterations needed. Great taste. The gown and jewelry matched beautifully. Ling Qiushui looked her over from head to toe, full of admiration. After saying this, she took out the necklace and ring from the same set as the tiara and earrings, placed them together with the jewelry box containing the tiara and earrings that Quan Xingnan had taken off, and pushed the whole set toward her. This is a complete set. They're all yours. Quan Xingnan accepted them with a grin. Thank you, Auntie. Being the only girl in the family was truly wonderful. She often received beautiful jewelry and lovely clothes. Because her elders were generous, every piece was worth a fortune. Hua Xuedong had also prepared gowns and jewelry for her to wear at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, but since she had already settled on Ling Qiushui's gift, he didn't say anything and simply left them in the wardrobe in his room. Matching Quan Xingnan's gown, Hua Xuedong chose an ice blue tie. End of chapter. Chapter 1008, Phuket Trip 6. Phuket is in the tropics, with a hot climate. Even if Hu Xuedong dressed strictly, it was just trousers with a shirt. An extremely simple outfit. Apart from the chinon sandalwood bracelet that Quan Xingnan gave him, he didn't wear any other luxury watches or anything. Like today's clothing, his belt was also from one of his own subsidiaries, making him appear even more naturally elegant. The tie clip and cufflinks were gifts from Quan Xingnan, simple in design, exuding understated luxury. The blue diamonds set in them perfectly matched today's attire theme. Mr. Hu looks so handsome today. Hee. Quan Xingnan appeared in front of Hu Xuedong, and that was her first sentence. Facing his little girlfriend's playful remark, Hu Xuedong smiled calmly. A fairy suddenly appears, brightening my eyes. So beautiful, refined, and ethereal, such grace is not of the mortal world. Yet for what reason has she descended to earth? Ling Qiushui, who came out following Quan Xingnan, couldn't help but smile softly upon hearing this. Chen Boing, who had come to pick up Ling Qiushui, naturally overheard as well and immediately felt his teeth ache. This mouth is really sweet. I wonder what little girl's parents would think if they heard this. Outright seduction of a minor, was that something to be proud of? It was a good thing the three Yuan brothers didn't know. Quan Xingnan touched her warm ears. Ling Qiushui shot Chen Boing a glare. If you can't say nice things, then don't speak. Who says I can't say nice things? Chen Boing cried out in injustice. He immediately looked at Ling Qiushui with deep affection and said, "Wife, you look really beautiful today. Elegant and noble, living up to your name, a pool of autumn water." Hearing this, Quan Xingnan covered her mouth beside them, her eyes curving into crescents. Ling Qiushui, however, glared fiercely at Chen Boing, a hint of embarrassed anger in her expression. But she did look truly beautiful today. Ling Qiushui was naturally very lovely, especially with her cool and aloof temperament. Her appearance didn't match her actual age at all. When out and about, who wouldn't say she was a young woman in her 20s? Her clothing always leaned towards cool tones, and today was no exception. A gray-blue satin cheongsam with a slanted front and knotted buttons. It seemed simple, but the satin occasionally shimmered with a trace of light. She wore few accessories, but they were exquisite. A pair of very simple round jadeite stud earrings, a jadeite phoenix tail brooch pinned on her chest, and 2 jadeite blessing bangles on her jade-like left wrist. The emerald color was vibrant, the jade texture fine, sparkling like glass. Quan Xingnan was now in the jadeite business and had given her family many pieces of top-grade jadeite. These jadeite pieces were gifts from Quan Xingnan to Ling Qiushui, part of a jadeite set. There were also jadeite bead necklaces, jadeite pendants, and various styles of rings and earrings, all from the same rough stone. Although Quan Xingnan accepted her family's love and received many expensive gifts, she also gave gifts in return. The gifts she gave were also quite extraordinary. No matter the color, jadeite was always beautiful, but without exception, green was always revered, a standard unchanged for centuries. With more and more wealthy people, many liked jadeite. Coupled with market demand, the price of jadeite was rising daily, while production from the mines wasn't abundant. Large pieces of top-grade material were becoming increasingly rare. It was only because Quan Xingnan relied on her earth eye, with absolute certainty, that she had managed to accumulate so much fine material. As for the prodigy Hu Xuedong, he needed no mention. He was truly prescient, hiring local eyes and stockpiling countless fine materials. Chen Boing held his wife's arm, and Hu Xuedong held Quan Xingnan's little hand. Their grand entrance made everyone present's eyes light up, drawing sighs of admiration from all, with the clicking of cameras rising and falling in succession. End of this chapter. Chapter 1009, Phuket Trip 7. The grand opening of a hotel under the Hua Group's subsidiary was bound to attract media attention, and they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Not to mention anything else, just the ribbon-cutting ceremony alone was enough to make it worth their while. The public loves to feast on this kind of content. Things like power struggles within wealthy families, lavish banquets and opening ceremonies, grand weddings, rivalries between the first and second wives, sky-high jewelry, basically, all these matters that ordinary people can't easily access, so they relish gossiping about them. With so many heavyweight tycoons appearing at this hotel opening, it naturally drew widespread attention. Moreover, some tycoons, like He Deming and Chen Boing, brought their deeply devoted wives, while many others showed up not with their legal spouses, but with their second or third wives, rumored girlfriends, or extramarital partners. A few snapshots taken back could easily spin a tale of grudges and romance. The attire and accessories of the various socialites and wealthy ladies also became a focal point for reporters. Comparison is rampant in high society. Only by being immersed in it does one realize this. When Quan Xingnan was in the capital, the elders around her weren't like this. After all, their status was different. As family members of political figures, the last thing they needed was comparison. A culture of comparison would have a bad influence. Moreover, the older generation had come from hard times and lived simply. Most of the jewelry and accessories Quan Xingnan gave them gathered dust at home. They occasionally wore them when going out in the past, but now that jadeite prices had soared, they stopped wearing them to events, though they might put on 1 or 2 pieces they really liked at home. It formed a stark contrast. After the ribbon cutting, the hotel buzzed with clinking glasses and chatter. Someone immediately recognized the origin of the crown on her head, their tone filled with surprise and exaggeration. Isn't that the sky-high blue diamond set Mr. Chen won at the Sotheby's auction back then? I heard Mr. Chen gave it to Mrs. Chen. How did it end up with Master Quan? Yuan was full of envy. She had thought the tens of millions worth of diamond accessories Shui Zhihui gave her were eye-catching enough, but Quan Xingnan's were even more precious. Her accessories merely had a price tag, Quan Xingnan's had history. This sky-high blue diamond set came from European royalty, a treasured collection passed down through generations of queens, princesses, and consorts. What made it most remarkable was that the main diamond was heavy, cut from the same blue diamond, and the craftsmanship was world-class. The jadeite Ling Qiushui wore was naturally the finest of the finest, extremely rare, but having seen Quan Xingnan frequently sporting jadeite, it wasn't surprising anymore, given that Tongxing Jadeite Company and Weshing Company both dealt in jadeite. Quan Xingnan heard for the first time about the origin of the blue diamond crown and smiled faintly. So that's how it came about? I had no idea. As for the value of the blue diamond crown, Quan Xingnan didn't feel the surprise or honor Yuan had expected. Yuan was a bit disappointed and was about to say something when she saw Wu Qingwan approaching. She had heard about the hotel opening and flown in specially. Since it was a hotel, and a resort one at that, it naturally wouldn't turn guests away. Wu Qingwan wasn't a hotel employee or a service staff member receiving guests. Given her status, she couldn't get close to Hu Xuedong. After thinking it over, she came to find Yuan. After all, Shui Zhihui and Hu Xuedong were tycoons on the same level. By sticking with Yuan and Shui Zhihui, she was sure to have a chance to get near Hu Xuedong. But seeing Quan Xingnan's attire, Wu Qingwan couldn't swallow the raging jealousy burning inside her. End of chapter. Chapter 1010, Phuket Trip 8. Quan Xingnan was sharp-eyed and clear-minded. How could she fail to see what Wu Qingwan was thinking? However, although her outward age was younger than Wu Qingwan's, her mental age was older, so she simply did not care about Wu Qingwan's attitude. When a person becomes strong, they no longer fear the storms outside. That is reality. A weaker person facing such a situation might either swallow their pride to preserve harmony or take precautions in advance. After all, a wealthy young lady like Wu Qingwan was not without schemes and tactics. But someone as strong as Quan Xingnan had no need to swallow her pride or take precautions. She could simply ignore Wu Qingwan. No matter how wealthy or scheming Wu Qingwan was, could she compare to the Yuan family or to Quan Xingnan? Hu Xuedong came from a noble family, had an elegant character, and was further adorned with immense wealth. It was almost inevitable that he would attract admirers. Quan Xingnan was not so petty as to want Wu Qingwan dead just because she admired him. She trusted Hu Xuedong, so naturally she had no fear of their relationship changing. Moreover, Hu Xuedong did not even have eyes for this self-important young lady. Quan Xingnan laughed it off and smoothly extricated herself. Wu Qingwan's appearance actually gave her an excuse to avoid facing Yuan's various questions about the blue diamond jewelry. Yuan had an inexplicable craving for blue diamonds, her eyes gleaming like a wolf's. At a previous public event, Shui Qing'an had worn a set of blue diamond jewelry, and the diamond jewelry Yuan wore at the time was inferior. She had pestered Shui Zhihui many times and only obtained a single blue diamond ring, whose value was far less than the full set. So when she saw Quan Xingnan's set of jewelry, she was reminded of that incident. With Quan Xingnan's departure, she could no longer continue asking about the origin of this blue diamond jewelry. Seeing Quan Xingnan walk toward Ling Qiushui, Yuan angrily tapped Wu Qingwan's hand, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Wana, what are you trying to do? So rude." Having mingled in high society for so long, Yuan had witnessed countless breakups and makeups, as well as many young women seducing wealthy men like Shui Zhihui. Wasn't that just admiration? Could she not see that Wu Qingwan's hostility toward Quan Xingnan was because of Hu Xuedong, who was chatting and laughing with business associates? A man like Hu Xuedong, whoever married him would be marrying a mountain of gold. He was young and handsome, who wouldn't like him? But he was flawless, not one of those philandering rich men. How could he possibly marry an ordinary person? Yes, the Wu family had some money and were considered wealthy in the eyes of ordinary people, but that money was a drop in the bucket compared to the Hu family. In the eyes of someone like Hu Xuedong, the Wu family was no different from an ordinary poor household. If Wu Qingwan had stunning beauty or extraordinary talent, then she might have a slight chance. Many wealthy families, because they were too rich, did not care about the other party's background, only their character and talent. But Wu Qingwan did not have such advantages. Yuhuan did not think highly of Wu Qingwan. Marrying some other wealthy man was possible, but marrying He Xuedong was out of the question. Many older wealthy men liked Wu Qingwan's type, but He Xuedong had remained pure and self-disciplined for so many years. The world said he would rather go without than settle, and that he would definitely marry someone he truly liked in every aspect. That person would certainly not be Wu Qingwan. Wu Qingwan, however, was used to being proud and arrogant, and did not believe she had no chance at all. Perhaps He Xuedong had remained unmoved for so many years because he was waiting for her to appear. So, she clung to Yuhuan's arm and acted spoiled. Godmother, you'll help me, right? If I marry well, it will benefit you too. End of chapter. Chapter 10-11, Phuket Trip 9. Yuhuan naturally understood the benefits of Wu Qingwan marrying into the He family for herself. She was Wu Qingwan's godmother. If Wu Qingwan married He Xuedong, wouldn't she become He Xuedong's godmother-in-law? That way, she wouldn't have to fear falling behind in her struggle against the other two branches of the Shui family. But was it possible? Clearly not. Yuhuan was self-aware. Even though she sometimes relied on Shui Zhouhui to stir up trouble and say inappropriate things, she knew her own limits and also knew Wu Qingwan's limits. If you marry well, your godmother will naturally be happy. There's no need to talk about benefits. No matter how much Shui Zhouhui's wealth shrank, he was still one of Hong Kong's top tycoons. Which tycoon of his level didn't have a wife and mistresses? Those wives and mistresses were no pushovers. Wu Qingwan's chances of rising to the top were slim, and the benefits to herself would be negligible. Yuhuan took Wu Qingwan's hand in return, her beautiful face full of smiles. Come on, let your godmother introduce you to some promising young men. Although their current wealth can't compare to your godfather's, their backgrounds are excellent. In the future, besides what they earn themselves, they'll inherit a large fortune. Getting to know them will be very beneficial to you. Marrying any one of them would be an upward climb for Wu Qingwan. As far as she knew, top-tier wealthy families rarely considered girls like Wu Qingwan as prospective daughters-in-law. Families on par with the Wu family, however, were very willing to form marriage alliances to facilitate business cooperation. It came down to the same point. Top-tier wealthy families either valued the woman's family background or her abilities. With a background that was neither high nor low, and abilities that were neither great nor small, practically non-existent, there were plenty of people like that. Who would take notice of Wu Qingwan? Wu Qingwan didn't see herself that way. She was very proud of her status as a wealthy heiress. Hearing Yuhuan's words, she was displeased. Then she shook Yuhuan's hand. Godmother, take me to see Mr. Hua, won't you? If you introduce us, I'll remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. It was easy to see He Xuedong, since he frequently attended various large and small banquets, some of which had no entry requirements. But getting to know He Xuedong was very difficult, and deeper interaction was even harder. He Xuedong was so gentle and refined, so elegant, so composed and noble. Everyone knew he never made anyone feel uncomfortable. If she went to him and expressed her admiration, he surely wouldn't disappoint her. The more Wu Qingwan thought about it, the sweeter it seemed. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her eyes held a watery sheen, looking very shy. Yuhuan almost rolled her eyes. When she had accepted Wu Qingwan as her goddaughter, she hadn't known Wu Qingwan was so self-righteous, almost on par with Liang Wawan. Liang Wawan acted willfully because she had the capital. She was Hong Kong's richest woman. What was Wu Qingwan? Enough. Who are the people around Mr. Hua? If we go over there, is there any place for us to speak? We'd only make fools of ourselves. With Shui Zhouhui's business not doing well and constantly being targeted by Liang Wawan, she didn't dare offend He Xuedong by making him think she was a matchmaker, which might cause him to take it out on Shui Zhouhui. Wu Qingwan immediately became unhappy, almost showing it on her face. Fortunately, she quickly remembered that she needed Yuhuan to break into the top-tier wealthy circle, so she suppressed it and said coquettishly, "Godmother." Before she got a response from Yuhuan, Wu Qingwan saw Quanxing and leave Ling Qiushui and walk over to stand beside He Xuedong. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, smiling, with an atmosphere that no one else could penetrate. Wu Qingwan's eyes instantly turned red, like a rabbit's. End of chapter. Chapter 10-12, Phuket Trip 10. Quan Xingnan's gaze didn't even glance toward Yuhuan and Wu Qingwan. She walked over to He Xuedong's side, letting him adjust the crown on her head, feeling his constant tenderness and thoughtfulness. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Hearing He Xuedong's words, Quan Xingnan smiled sweetly, gently shook her head, and grabbed his hand to stop him. Fourth brother, don't bother. I'm not hungry. If I get hungry, I'll find something myself. There's plenty of food here. The resort had prepared everything thoroughly. How could they let the opening ceremony guests go hungry? Besides, the VIPs attending the opening ceremony weren't here for the food. The people talking with He Xuedong were He Deming and Geng Weihua. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been so oblivious to others. Still, He Deming pursed his lips, pretending to be displeased. Hey, I say, Terrence, as the host, you should treat me well too. I came here to cut the ribbon for you. Hua Xiuedong didn't respond to his complaint, but instead asked Geng Weihua with a smile, Mrs. He, have you had a good time after traveling so far? Our hotel has many more activities lined up. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself. With little girl here to keep me company, how could I not be happy? Geng Weihua said with a laugh, taking Quan Xingnan's hand. Then she thanked Hua Xiuedong. Of course, she wasn't thanking him for today's invitation, but for the set of top-grade diamond jewelry that Tongxing Company had custom-made for her. Selected top-grade South African diamonds, designed personally by Pete, meticulously crafted by veteran artisans, this set was a masterpiece, its value no less than the blue diamonds Quan Xingnan wore today. Yet the company only charged cost, a privilege not available to ordinary people. In truth, at their level, money had truly become just numbers. Hua Xiuedong was very modest. We're friends. Helping each other is only right. Money is a trivial matter. Geng Weihua beamed. Terrence sure knows how to talk. She touched the pendant of the diamond necklace around her neck, the pigeon egg ring on her finger complementing the pendant, dazzling under the sunlight with fiery brilliance, blinding countless media eyes. Many wealthy wives present, whose marriages were merely for show, envied her deeply. They hinted endlessly at how lucky she was to have a good husband who had stayed faithful all these years, devoted only to her, never growing tired of the old for the new as his wealth increased, freely giving priceless jewelry without hesitation. If Geng Weihua had been a great beauty, one whose looks even time couldn't erase, those people wouldn't have been so envious. But she wasn't, she was merely ordinary, and that made their hearts unbalanced. Quan Xingnan, however, liked Geng Weihua and admired her, appreciating the grace she had gained through the years. Time could wear away beauty, but it could not take away elegance and composure. In Quan Xingnan's eyes, Geng Weihua was a very charming noblewoman. No matter how dazzling the diamonds were, they couldn't outshine the radiance Geng Weihua herself emitted. She and the diamonds complemented each other. Without someone like her, the beauty of the diamonds couldn't be fully displayed. As for herself, she was still too inexperienced. Even though her mental age was over 30, she hadn't undergone the same refinement as Geng Weihua, so she fell short. Quan Xingnan hoped that when she grew old, her temperament would surpass her appearance, always pleasing to the eye. In truth, only she thought this way. In everyone else's eyes, she was always the most lively one, the most attention-grabbing, never overshadowed by anyone she stood beside. Chapter 1013, Trip to Phuket 11. Chapter 1013, Trip to Phuket 11. The lives of the upper class are always beyond the imagination of ordinary people. These people always claim they work 10 to 20 hours a day with only a few hours of rest, but in reality, most of their time is spent on socializing. Sometimes, a major deal can be struck in the short time it takes to play a round of golf. Today's opening ceremony was precisely such a social occasion, and also the reason why so many wealthy individuals flocked here. Hua Xiuedong struck a deal with He Deming, planning to jointly invest in mainland China to build a massive commercial street in Shanghai, aiming to meet international standards. Leave a piece of that construction project near Panjiayuan for me, He Deming said with a deliberate smile. He was referring to the private museum project personally overseen by Hua Xiuedong. Although it had been kept confidential, after all this time and with construction already underway, it could no longer be hidden from outsiders. This project involved far more than just a museum. Hua Xiuedong had made the most of the surrounding terrain. Outside, there would be a commercial street, a food street, and an antique street. Inside, hills were piled up and ponds were dug, with the main building modeled after the 3 great halls of the Forbidden City, while the rest of the pavilions and towers formed a royal garden. Without anyone needing to point it out, He Deming could see the future potential. The potential was immeasurable. The commercial street, food street, and antique street were all tied to commerce. With the mainland's economy growing more prosperous, the future profits were easy to imagine. The interior could serve as a tourist attraction. If the museum displayed rare collections, countless people would flock there without any advertising. These days, there were plenty of people who loved antiques, along with countless elderly artists and scholars obsessed with this field. Thinking carefully, in just over a decade, Panjiayuan had already become a bustling hub for cultural artifacts, with daily foot traffic impossible to fully tally. Building a private museum not far from Panjiayuan was clearly meant to lure in those who frequented the cultural artifact market. If someone didn't like antiques, they wouldn't go to Panjiayuan. If they liked antiques, how could they resist visiting a private museum to see what rare collections it held? Realizing this, He Deming couldn't help but give Hua Xiuedong a thumbs up, clicking his tongue in admiration. This person was far too shrewd. Hua Xiuedong smiled faintly. All the initial funding for this project comes from my personal account, not through the company's books. Naturally, I won't be partnering with anyone, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. He. Of course, this was a coming-of-age gift she was giving to Quan Xingnan. How could she let anyone else interfere? But He Deming had more money than he could ever spend, so it was only right for him to contribute some effort. Thus, Hua Xuedong said without hesitation, if you have ample funds on hand, Mr. He, you might consider one of our company's recent projects involving a wetland park. The plan is to transform an area that has collapsed due to excessive mining into a national park. He Deming had always admired Hua Xuedong's foresight. He also knew that because of the Qin family's standing in the mainland, many of Hua Xuedong's investments leaned toward the mainland, genuinely doing good for the local areas and easing the country's burdens. As for the eventual profits, if one didn't value profit, they wouldn't be a businessman. He had solved problems and invested countless money and effort, so it was only right to gain returns. Where is it? What's the estimated investment? He Deming asked. It's not a particularly bustling big city, it's a small city under the management of Nanan's father. The coal mines there have been exhausted, the land has collapsed, and it's now desolate. The investment is temporarily estimated at 2 to 300 million yuan, in RMB, not Hong Kong dollars. As for the return on investment, it will likely take about 10 years to recoup the costs. This project isn't being done for the money. End of chapter. Chapter 1014, Phuket Trip 12. Chapter 1014, Phuket Trip 12. Not for money, of course, but for fame. Resolving this major problem would make the Hua Group's path in the mainland much smoother in the future. Not only that, but it would also curry favor with his future father-in-law and increase the Qin family's influence in mainland political circles. After all, Hua Xuedong was truly the Qin family's youngest son. One plan from Hua Xuedong, and the gains were enormous. He Deming sneered at him. What a clever calculation. I really didn't see that coming. Hua Xuedong still smiled calmly, elegant and charming. He Deming thought for a moment, then said seriously, have someone send me the proposal later. I'll take a look and have my people hold a meeting to discuss it. If it's feasible, Tianshu investment will cover half. Then I'll gladly accept. Closing this deal naturally pleased Hua Xuedong. Although the Hua Group could afford the hundreds of millions in funds, having someone share half the risk was a win-win. The remaining half could be invested in other projects. Quan Xingnan listened quietly from the side, feeling quite surprised. She naturally knew the place Hua Xuedong was talking about, a coal mining subsidence area that had long been a headache for local authorities. It wasn't until more than a decade later that a Hong Kong and Taiwan businessman spent billions to turn it into an ecological scenic area, a national-level tourist attraction. She never expected Hua Xuedong to propose investing in it now. This way, ecological restoration could be advanced by over a decade, benefiting both the country and its people. Her eyes turned into sparkling stars as she looked at Hua Xuedong. How could this man be so brilliant and seemingly capable of anything? Hua Xuedong coughed softly, covering his mouth with his fist. When the time comes, I'll need Nanan to mention it to your family and put in a word with the Tourism Bureau and the Environmental Protection Bureau to facilitate the plan. In truth, the groundwork had already been laid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have laid it out so clearly to He Deming. But he still needed to inform Yuan Ziyuan. After all, he was his future father-in-law, and Hua Xuedong wouldn't hesitate to win him over when the opportunity arose. Don't worry, school's about to start. I'll tell my dad as soon as I get back. Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. The impending start of school meant an impending separation. Her mood instantly sank. How could Hua Xuedong not notice? He released his fist from his lips and reached over to take her small hand. After I take you back, I'll come back often too. I have many investment projects in the mainland that require my personal oversight, and transportation is very convenient. You can come visit during your breaks. I'll have someone keep your place ready for you to stay. As the two of them were lost in their tender moment, He Deming had already walked away, finding the sight too much to bear. Better to take his own wife and have some fun. Gung Weihua had no objections. Matters of the young were not for the old to meddle in. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan hadn't exchanged many private words before they were interrupted by a guest at the scene. It was none other than Lu Zhen. He had asked for Quan Xingnan's contact information before, but after returning to Hong Kong, work kept him busy, and he never found the time to visit. Recently, Bai Shuixian insisted on traveling to Phuket, and he couldn't refuse her, so he came along. Who knew they would coincidentally arrive on the opening day of the resort hotel? So he hurried over to find Quan Xingnan. Bai Shuixian followed as well, her beautiful face slightly haggard, her gaze toward Quan Xingnan carrying a hint of hope. Still by Bai Shuixian's side were those infant spirits, clawing and snarling, shrouded in black energy. Compared to the first time Quan Xingnan had seen Bai Shuixian, the black energy of the infant spirits was even denser. Clearly, Bai Shuixian was being drained by them, her vitality severely damaged, leaving her looking worn out and exhausted. End of this chapter. Chapter 1015, Returning to the Mainland 1. Lu Jin and Lu's father shared some blood relation, but their characters were vastly different. Lu's father was tall and straight, a middle-aged man who still looked refined, elegant, and not old. Lu Jin, his cousin, sported a fat, protruding belly and a greasy face. Perhaps because Hong Kong people were careful with their diet, he showed no signs of baldness. If he had, Quan Xingnan wouldn't know how to describe him. Even so, standing next to Bai Shuixian, he was a poor match. Before Quan Xingnan's eyes was a scene of Beauty and the Beast, accompanied by 4 little infant spirits. As soon as he saw Quan Xingnan, Lu Jin immediately approached, grinning obsequiously. Master Quan, it's been a few days, and you look even more spiritually radiant. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, have you been well since we last met? Not well, not well. Lu Jin shook his head vigorously. Master Quan, I can't eat well or sleep well. When are you returning to Hong Kong to check the feng shui for me? Is there something unclean around? At that, he patted his chest. Money isn't an issue. Name your price, and I'll pay it, no less. Quan Xingnan had made a name for herself in Hong Kong. He couldn't have missed the news amid his busy schedule. He also knew that every bit of her divination fees went to foundations in the mainland, so he was willing to give more. Doing good deeds wasn't everyone's duty, but those willing to do so were kind-hearted. Lu Jin himself had often donated money and goods for charity. Hearing Lu Jin's tone, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but smile, like a delicate flower blooming in the breeze between the blue sea and sky. Lu Jin had always loved beauties, and he found her even more stunning, but seeing Hu Xuedong beside her, he quickly suppressed that thought and cheerfully greeted Hu Xuedong. I'll be back in Hong Kong in a couple of days, and we'll take a look for you then, Mr. Lu, Quan Xingnan said with a smile. Lu Jin immediately thanked her. Feeling a bit unwell, he asked after expressing his gratitude, Master Quan, what do you think of my face right now? Is my forehead dark? Will I face any blood disasters? Will I lose money? He had heard that this Master Quan was incredibly skilled, able to discern much just from reading faces. Why hadn't he thought to ask her to read his face first? Lu Jin slapped his greasy forehead, deeply annoyed. Quan Xingnan looked at Bai Shuixian with a meaningful gaze. Perhaps because Lu Jin was with Bai Shuixian, the little infant spirits had been troubling him quite a bit. Lu Jin, being particularly superstitious about feng shui and somewhat sensitive, had sensed the discomfort. Mr. Lu, you won't face any blood disasters or financial loss recently, but you can't sleep at night and always feel strange sounds around you. Lu Jin nodded vigorously, then paused. Though the last part hit the mark, he had already mentioned feeling unwell earlier. Quan Xingnan noticed and continued, when you stay at your main residence, you eat and sleep well. But lately, when you stay outside with this beautiful lady, you get that feeling. Am I right? I should say, Miss Bai hasn't been resting well either, looking haggard and less radiant than before. Lu Jin froze, then abruptly turned to look at Bai Shuixian. Quan Xingnan had hit the nail on the head. Bai Shuixian was his mistress, naturally housed in a separate place, while he often returned to the main residence with his wife and children. Only when visiting Bai Shuixian did he go to her place. At the main residence, everything was fine. This morning, he lost a new phone he'd had for a month and 5 days, then his teeth, stomach, and whole body started aching. Angry face. End of chapter. Chapter 1016, Returning to the Mainland 2. He had always thought it was because his original wife was virtuous that made living at home comfortable. Now, it seems that's not the case. If Bai Shuixian is around, it becomes uncomfortable, so doesn't that mean it's related to her? Quan Xingnan is someone with power and influence, with no grudge against him, so she wouldn't lie to deceive him. Sensing Lu Jin's gaze and thoughts, Bai Shuixian couldn't help but step back 2 paces, her heart filled with fear, because Quan Xingnan had hit the mark. Her own haggard state was even worse than Lu Jin's. Moreover, she always heard the cries of infants in her ears, both male and female, extremely piercing. She didn't only have friends in the entertainment industry. Back then, with Ying Tian secretly favoring her with resource support, she rose quickly, provoking intense jealousy from others who debuted around the same time, and she had made no shortage of enemies. Now that this situation had arisen, she guessed in her heart that a rival had raised a child's spirit to harm her. In the entertainment industry, there were no shortage of celebrities who kept child spirits, all brought in from Thai temples. Some even had corpse oil from refined child corpses placed in small coffins worn on their bodies, though the public was unaware of it. Having navigated this circle, with connections, status, and experience, she had certainly seen what raising a child's spirit looked like and knew that some people use them to achieve their goals, some to boost their luck and become wildly famous, others to send the spirits to harm rivals and clear the way for themselves. Master, you must save me. After stepping back, Bai Shuixian immediately moved forward a few steps, grabbing Quan Xingnan's hand, her face full of pleading. Still mindful of her own status and afraid of outsiders learning about her condition, since several resources were close to being negotiated, and if she seemed unwell, they might not consider her. She spoke in a low, rapid voice, but her fear and desperation were palpable. Lucian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Was it really related to Bai Shuixian? Was he suffering because of her? Thinking this, he shot Bai Shuixian a glare. Fortunately, Lucian was a man who cherished beauty, so he didn't entirely blame or hate her, only silently resolved to give her a severance payment after returning and go their separate ways. He was a womanizer, yes, but he valued his own life more. If this mental fatigue continued for long, even if nothing happened, something would. Quan Xingnan looked at Bai Shuixian's face and, upon careful observation, realized she had done quite a few good deeds, sponsoring many impoverished students in the mainland and supporting many orphans with congenital diseases. This bit of merit had kept her from being devoured by infant spirits over the past few years. But infant spirits were inherently malevolent. Their souls grew fainter, their black energy denser, and they became more powerful, leading to her constant unease day and night. Moreover, no matter what, it couldn't conceal Bai Shuixian's sin of harming innocent lives. Wrongs done cannot be erased by repentance or atonement. Wrong is wrong, and those harmed can never return to how they were before. There's a saying in Buddhism called karma: many things have causes before effects, and it's not necessarily man-made, Quan Xingnan said after a moment's thought, also considering the crowd present and not wanting to make a scene. Only Lucian and Bai Shuixian could hear her. Of course, Xuedong could hear too, since he was standing beside Quan Xingnan. Bai Shuixian was stunned. Master Quan, what do you mean by that? Her attitude was very humble, showing that this matter had troubled her for a long time without resolution. Today, no need to wait long, probably can't update more. A runny nose and toothache aren't diseases, but the pain can kill you. Chapter end. Chapter 1017, Returning to the Mainland 3. Quan Xingnan did not answer directly, but said lightly, naturally, I mean it literally. Her words were very straightforward, and most people could understand them. However, people are like this. When encountering something, they are unwilling to connect the cause and effect to themselves. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuixian was momentarily stunned. A woman navigating the entertainment industry, with such status and having attached herself to Lucian, had to be extremely intelligent, resourceful, emotionally savvy, and sharp. How could she not grasp the implication? Cause and effect, was it her own actions that had led to today's outcome? Bai Shuixian could not believe it, nor did she want to, and her beautiful face involuntarily showed a hint of this. Lucian was also a very clever man. Upon hearing these words, he realized he had been implicated by Bai Shuixian. According to investigations, compared to many women in the circle, Bai Shuixian was relatively clean. What wrongdoing could she have done to cause the current situation? Thinking this, Lucian couldn't help but frown. Seeing his displeased expression, Bai Shuixian was startled, immediately realizing her predicament was dire. She also knew she had to prevent this possibility from happening. Although Lucian had a wife and children at home, compared to many in the circle, he was a relatively good pillar of support. After all, he was generous and his wife would not cause her trouble. Master Quan, could you explain more clearly? I really don't know what I've done. Bai Shuixian was at a loss, her expression bewildered, as if she wasn't pretending. Of course, she was a good actress, so even if she were pretending, it would be hard to tell, and she wasn't pretending anyway. Faced with a woman who showed no respect for life, Quan Xingnan did not want to answer. In truth, she also understood that with parents like that, especially a father like Ying Tian, even if a child were born, they would not be happy. Perhaps it would be better for them not to come into this world. But because in her past life she had been swapped and abandoned in the snow, she respected every life. Xuedong understood Quan Xingnan best. He reached out to stop Bai Shuixian, who was about to step forward. However, he did not speak to Bai Shuixian but turned to Lucian, smiling gracefully and elegantly, without any particularly intimidating presence, only gentle refinement. Mr. Liu, my daughter and I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse us for a moment. Apologies for any lack of hospitality. Regarding Miss Bai's issue, I think Miss Bai needs to reflect on it herself. Perhaps that is the way to a solution. Bai Shuixian wanted to say more, but Lucian pulled her back, and she fell silent, watching helplessly as Xuedong and Quan Xingnan walked away side by side, whispering to each other intimately. Why didn't you let me ask her? Bai Shuixian asked anxiously. She had had enough of sleepless nights. Lucian's expression was also grim. Can you see Master Quan's meaning? She's saying you brought this on yourself. I don't know what you've done, but you do. Go back and think carefully. Maybe when you figure it out, you'll find a solution. If you really can't, I'll find a way to take you to see Master Quan again. Even though he was implicated by Bai Shuixian, Lucian did not abandon her at this moment. Bai Shuixian, afraid that Lu Xun would distance himself from her, quickly nodded in agreement. This was the best outcome, and she breathed a sigh of relief at his attitude. If Lu Xun stopped caring for her, she would truly be helpless. Just as Lu Xun was about to relax, he looked up and saw Lu's father, along with Lu Xiangnong beside him. Lu's father was in good spirits, but Lu Xiangnong looked haggard and somewhat gloomy. End of chapter. Start. Chapter 1018, Returning to the Mainland 4. Lu Xun saw the father and daughter and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Although in his career, Lu Xun was no less accomplished than Lu's father, as members of the Lu family, seniority dictated order. With his greeting, Lu Xiangnong also greeted Lu Xun without putting on a sour face. Uncle is here too, what a coincidence. After saying this, Lu Xiangnong looked at Bai Shuixian. According to the list her parents had investigated, Bai Shuixian was prominently on it, and they had also hired someone to look into Bai Shuixian's 4 abortion records. In the same entertainment circle, Lu Xiangnong and Bai Shuixian had a certain mutual respect. Although they were the same type of beauty and competed for resources, they bore no strong hostility toward each other as individuals. Who would have thought that such a woman was Ying Tian's ex-girlfriend? Even at this moment, Lu Xiangnong couldn't believe that Ying Tian was that kind of person. Lu Xun himself was very fond of Lu Xiangnong. Everyone had a love for beauty, and Lu Xiangnong was the most beautiful among the younger generation. Lu Xun treated her like a half-daughter, and every holiday and birthday, Lu Xiangnong would receive expensive gifts from him. So, hearing Lu Xiangnong's voice, Lu Xun was especially delighted. Xiangnong, how do you have time to go out and play with your father? But the scenery here is indeed beautiful, and the Hua's Resort Hotel has top-notch facilities, very comfortable. It's a good choice. Every company under the Hua's group strived for excellence, and their management was both meticulous and strict, with almost no issues, leaving most customers very satisfied. The reason for saying almost rather than all was that the Hua's group had enemies in the business world. As adversaries, they often resorted to underhanded tactics, so the Hua's group occasionally had 1 or 2 complaints, but they were always resolved perfectly. Lu Xiangnong said, I'm just out to relax. Uncle, could I have a word alone with Melisha? Melisha was Bai Shuixian's English name. In the entertainment industry, Bai Shuixian was a senior with a high status, but Lu Xiangnong was a socialite heiress and maintained her own standing. So, addressing Bai Shuixian by her English name was the most appropriate approach. In Hong Kong, many people called each other by their English names, and it wasn't considered disrespectful regardless of age or seniority. For example, He Deming was older and held a high position, but Hua Xueding and Quan Xingnan still called him by his English name without any impropriety. Hearing Lu Xiangnong's words, Lu Xun was a bit puzzled. He worried that his wife had sent her to confront Bai Shuixian. But then he thought, his wife had long stopped caring about his extramarital affairs. She hadn't made a fuss before, so why would she involve a younger generation in their marital matters now? So, Lu Xun turned to look at Bai Shuixian, as if seeking her opinion. Bai Shuixian's heart skipped a beat. Others might not know she was once Ying Tian's girlfriend, but she certainly did. Now that Lu Xiangnong was dating Ying Tian, had she discovered something? Involuntarily, a hint of unease flickered across Bai Shuixian's face, and that flicker was immediately noticed by the 2 Lu brothers and Lu Xiangnong, each with their own thoughts. Lu Xun was slightly surprised. Was there something he didn't know? Lu's father didn't care. He was determined to make his daughter break up with Ying Tian. But Lu Xiangnong said, Melisha, don't worry. I just want to ask you about some things in the circle. With that said, Bai Shuixian couldn't afford to offend the Lu family, so she smiled and nodded. The 2 strikingly beautiful women then walked aside, found an empty seat, and sat down. As they sat, Lu Xiangnong gestured for a waiter to bring 2 glasses of coconut water. End of chapter. End. Chapter 1019, Return to the Mainland 5. After the waiter left, an awkward silence fell between the 2. Melisha, do you know what I want to ask you? Lu Xiangnong was the first to break the silence. Bai Shuixian shook her head, sipping coconut juice as she replied, even though we're in the same circle and compete professionally, I really don't know Miss Lu well, nor do I understand why she sought me out. Even if she had guessed, she pretended not to know. She couldn't afford to offend the Lu family. She also couldn't afford to offend Ying Tian. In the entertainment industry, although Ying Tian didn't have absolute power, after all, he was just an artist. Everything she had came from his support. A single word from him could easily cost her everything. Most importantly, she was now with Lu Xun and didn't want her past dug up. Besides, Ying Tian had countless fans, and she had seen how crazy some of them could be. If this blew up, they wouldn't blame Ying Tian, they would target her. Getting splashed with feces would be the least of her worries. What truly terrified her were fans who went to extremes. Lu Xiangnong got straight to the point. I want to know why you broke up with him. She didn't name who he was, but Bai Shuixian understood. Bai Shuixian's expression froze. After a moment of silence, she didn't choose to deny it. Instead, she gave a faint, elegant smile. Incompatible personalities, we naturally parted ways. I've been in this circle for years. If I meet someone who clicks with me, I'm with them. If not, we go our separate ways. There's no particular reason. Besides, even if there was a reason, she wouldn't tell Lu Xiangnong. Who knew what this young lady was thinking? Lu Xiangnong said softly, "You don't have to be afraid of what I might do. I just want to understand." Bai Shuixian still refused to speak and took another sip of coconut juice. Actually, I was pretty shocked when I found out. I never expected it to be like this. I can only blame myself for being too sheltered by my parents growing up. Even as an actress, they secretly protected me, so I never truly saw how treacherous people can be. What I can't tolerate most in life is deception, and what I refuse to accept most is a man who shirks his responsibilities. What she couldn't accept most was a womanizing man, but Lu Xiangnong didn't say it outright. As for womanizers, even if they swore they had settled down, barely 2 out of 10 would truly change. They had grown accustomed to flitting from one flower to another without getting attached. Of course, many seemingly honest men also changed after getting rich, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wealthy men with mistresses. If anything, the most unreliable thing in this world is the human heart. Bai Shuixian smiled faintly. Miss Lu has lived a privileged life, so naturally, she has nothing to fear. But I'm different. I came from a poor family, often went hungry as a child, and barely scraped together the life I have now. I don't want to change it. The past is in the past. What matters is the present and the future. Digging up old history really has no meaning. Really no meaning? What about the lives that never got to see what this world looks like? Lu Xiangnong cut straight to the heart of the matter, her tone sharp. And I also know that many people like you chose to have their children. I wonder if you know about her? Her name is Zhao Shuxian. She has a lovely daughter and once made headlines. Many people speculated about who the father was. At the mention of unborn lives, Bai Shuixian's face changed dramatically. It was as if she could hear the piercing cries of an infant in her ears, and she suddenly recalled Quan Xingnan's earlier words. End of chapter. Chapter 1020. Return to the mainland 6. The climate in Phuket was scorching, but Bai Shuixian felt chilled to the bone. The wind blew, cold and piercing, even gloomy. It wasn't her imagination. She truly heard the crying of an infant that had haunted her day and night, intermittent and faint as a wisp of thread. In an instant, all the strength drained from Bai Shuixian's body. After a long while, she finally felt some energy return. Amid Lu Xiangnong's puzzled gaze, she abruptly stood up, nearly knocking over her chair, and staggered away, leaving Lu Xiangnong alone. Lu Xiangnong sensed something was wrong and quickly followed her. Bai Shuixian walked up to Lu Jin, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, completely ignoring her already smudged makeup. I want to go to a temple, the most famous temple in Thailand. Lu Jin was talking with his father. Hearing her words, he frowned and said, "What makes you want to go to a temple all of a sudden?" Turning to see that Bai Shuixian's demeanor was different from usual, he thought for a moment and then added, "If you want to go, then go. I'll have someone take you. There are a lot of people here now and I can't get away." With so many distinguished guests present today, how could Lu Jin let this opportunity slip? Bai Shuixian understood and nodded, offering a weak smile. "Thank you." Lu Jin felt there was no time to delay and immediately arranged for someone to take her to the nearest temple. Many people in Thailand were Buddhist, and many Hong Kong residents came to Thailand to worship Buddha, so no one found it strange that Bai Shuixian was going to pray. Moreover, with so many people present that day, Bai Shuixian was just a minor incident, like a drop of water falling into a river. After the ripples faded, no waves arose, and no one paid her any mind. A few days later, when Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong returned from a sea outing, they learned that Bai Shuixian had been repenting at the temple. During her repentance, she spent a great deal of merit money to invite eminent monks to perform rites for the 4 lost souls she had aborted. When Quan Xingnan saw Bai Shuixian again at a social gathering, she was startled to find that her mental state had changed significantly, and the 4 infant spirits were no longer around her, but her own merit was also gone. Yes, infants are the most innocent and pure. Even when they turn into vengeful spirits, their wishes are simple. Perhaps what they wanted most was Bai Shuixian's love, and what they most wanted to ask was why she hadn't let them be born. Bai Shuixian's repentance and the monks' rites caused the 4 infant spirits to stop clinging to her and choose to leave. Worried that the infant spirits might dissipate into nothingness, Quan Xingnan made a quick calculation and opened her celestial eye. Seeing that the 4 infant spirits had found peace through the rites and entered the cycle of reincarnation, Quan Xingnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were many masters in the world, and Quan Xingnan never considered herself the only one. Bai Shuixian bowed deeply and sincerely to Quan Xingnan. "Thank you for your reminder, Master Quan. Because of your reminder, I had a sudden awakening. It made me understand the preciousness of life in this world, and it made me regret my past ignorance and willfulness. I won't do this anymore. I will learn to respect every life. Quan Xingnan replied, this was your choice. Your choice determined your life. There's no need to thank me. 2 days later, Bai Shuixian publicly announced her breakup with Lu Jin. At the same time, she confessed to Lu Tai and returned most of the valuable gifts Lu Jin had given her during their relationship. Given her financial means, she couldn't return everything, but the portion she could return accounted for 80% of her assets. Later, Lu Xiangnong and Ying Tian quietly broke up, but they did not announce it to the world. End of chapter. Chapter 1021, Returning to the Mainland 7. This matter seemed to have come to an end, but Quan Xingnan knew that the Hu family would not let Ying Tian and his biological parents off easily. Having harmed a child of the Hu family, would the Hu family be willing to let it go? One of the culprits, Hu Zhaosen, was currently in a state of utter chaos. With just a few casual words from Hu Xuedong in front of her friends, Hu Zhaosen's career encountered great difficulties, leaving him not a single day of peace. Another culprit, Zhu Peng, had already faced divine retribution. Now, Ying Tian and his parents were left to bear the brunt of the Hu family's wrath. As for Lu's parents, fearing that Ying Tian would continue to pester Lu Xiangnong, they quickly sent her abroad. Since she wanted to be an actress, she could go to Hollywood to observe and learn. Let her endure some hardship and suffering, perhaps it would help her improve. Besides, even if she didn't achieve great success in her career, she still had the Lu family as her support, ensuring she would never lack for food or clothing. Quan Xingnan didn't pay attention to these matters. Instead, she sorted the specialties she had brought back from Thailand, sending a portion to the Hu family's elders and another to the He family's elders, delivering them in person. When people are old and have such a family legacy, they care less about the value of gifts and more about the thought behind them. When Quan Xingnan delivered the gifts to the He family, Yan Xuelian held onto her hand and wouldn't let go. Little one, school is starting soon, isn't it? Are you heading back now? Yan Xuelian had heard from He Deming that schools in the mainland start in early September, with preparations beginning in late August. Since Quan Xingnan was still a student, she couldn't take time off without reason. In truth, Yan Xuelian dearly hoped Quan Xingnan could study in Hong Kong. The prestigious schools in Hong Kong all offered elite education, aligned with international standards. Not only Yan Xuelian hoped for this, but the Hu family's elders did as well, yet Quan Xingnan remained unmoved. All her elders were in the mainland. How could she stay far away from them? These were the family she had finally found after so much difficulty. So, Quan Xingnan said with a smile, when the holidays come, I'll fly over to visit. The next time you come, I don't know if I'll still be alive. Having grown old, she had long since come to terms with life and death. Yan Xuelian said this lightly, feeling she had no regrets in this life. She had found her daughter, lost for decades, and the spirit of her early departed son had always been by her side. The remaining children had all grown up healthy, married, and established careers. In this lifetime, she had seen multiple generations under one roof, with a multitude of descendants. Yan Xuelian was truly content, completely content. Thinking of this, Yan Xuelian's gaze drifted into the void. She knew that even though she couldn't see him, her eldest son, who had passed away young, had always been by her side. He Deming and Gung Wei-hua hated hearing such words and quickly spat, away with the wind, away with the wind. Mother, you're still in good spirits, eating and sleeping well. You have a long life ahead of you. That's right, that's right. Rest assured, you still have many good days ahead. With just one sentence from Quan Xingnan, He Deming and Gung Wei-hua immediately felt at ease. Who didn't know that this girl's words were as good as gold? Yan Xuelian's face crinkled into a smile like a chrysanthemum. After Hu Xuedong came to pick up Quan Xingnan and left, Yan Xuelian said to her eldest daughter-in-law, in the old days, little one would already be at the age for marriage arrangements, but times are different now. Hu's fourth son still has a long wait ahead. Little one is so outstanding, waiting is only right, He Deming interjected. Yan Xuelian smiled and said, I don't know if I'll live to see that day, but I'll start preparing the gifts now. Don't say that, mother. Little one said you still have many good days ahead. Though he knew that the elderly would eventually face this day, He Deming's heart still ached. The gifts must be prepared by you personally to show your sincerity. This chapter ends. Chapter 1022, Returning to the Mainland 8. Gung Wei-hua fully agreed with her husband's opinion and chimed in with a smile. With the birthday gifts personally prepared by you two venerable elders, it will undoubtedly add 12 points of brilliance to Nanan's birthday. Gifts from the elderly naturally carry blessings. Some people seek items from the elderly, believing they hold auspicious meanings. Now that He Biao is over 100 years old, and Yan Xuelian, though younger than him, is nearly 100, she clearly has a long life ahead. Yan Xuelian was delighted by her daughter-in-law's words and smiled from ear to ear. Then what should we prepare as gifts? I see that Nanan lacks nothing now. Her family background, needless to say, it's top-tier red aristocracy. Her power also goes without saying, with 3 uncles all holding key positions. As for money, as long as she's willing, billions are effortless. When she first sought out Quan Xingnan by reputation and understood her family situation, Yan Xuelian's gift of thanks was perfectly appropriate. But now, Quan Xingnan is no longer the little girl she once was. Not only Yan Xuelian was troubled, but He Biao, his son, and Geng Weihua also didn't know what gift would be suitable. Indeed, Quan Xingnan lacks nothing now. Watching her charge substantial fees each time she helps others solve problems, everyone knows she uses the money for charity. This time, she raked in over 100 million in Hong Kong to inject into the foundation. One sum after another, all clearly accounted for. The foundation has developed multiple projects in the mainland, poverty alleviation, disability assistance, disaster relief, and more. Each project has 1 to 3 professional managers, with various responsible persons under them, growing better and better, becoming a leading charitable institution. He Deming smiled and said, "We can only follow our own hearts. It doesn't matter what the gift is, what matters is the intention." Geng Weihua shot him a glance. But given their status, no matter what, the intention wouldn't be small. Yan Xuelian nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let me think about what I can give." So He Biao and He Deming and his wife didn't disturb her. Yan Xuelian thought for a long time, and a flash of inspiration struck her. "Old man, are Yi Tianquan's wedding rings still around?" "Yes," He Biao replied, then added, "You want to give Yi Tianquan's wedding rings to little Nanan?" Not waiting until she and old fourth he get married. Yan Xuelian smiled faintly. "I might live to see Nanan's coming-of-age ceremony, but I really don't have the confidence for her wedding." "Who is Yi Tianquan?" Geng Weihua quickly changed the subject. "Yi Tianquan," Yan Xuelian said with a hint of melancholy, then answered her daughter-in-law's question. "Ask your father." Geng Weihua and He Deming both looked at He Biao. They had never heard the name Yi Tianquan. He Biao sighed. "Akuan was once a subordinate of mine. Calling him a subordinate is not quite right. He was a brother, a right-hand man. Intelligent, sharp, extremely capable. We fought together in Shanghai, and he was also a hopeless romantic, which led to his untimely death." Mentioning Yi Tianquan, He Biao felt regret. Seeing the confused looks from his son and daughter-in-law, Yan Xuelian continued, "Yi Tianquan's wife died young from illness." Calling it illness, it was really injury. She had been severely wounded and her face disfigured. Even with Yi Tianquan never abandoning her, she couldn't withstand the world's ridicule and scorn, coupled with the lingering effects of her injuries. She passed away before turning 30. Yi Tianquan followed her in death, entrusting their 2 underage children to me. The times were chaotic then, and everyone was looking out for themselves. I sent them abroad, and they lived well afterward. End of chapter. Chapter 1023, Returning to the Interior 9. After hearing He Biao's words, He Deming asked, "Is it someone we know?" If it was a child He Biao had taken care of, once everything settled, they would likely contact He Biao. When they started families and careers, He Biao wouldn't ignore them either. Otherwise, he wouldn't know they were living well. Since there was contact, it must be someone they had met. After He Deming came of age, He Biao retired and stayed at home as an old master. The comings and goings of people naturally couldn't escape He Deming's notice. He Biao smiled at this and said, "You both know them, but your impression won't be very deep, because I never mentioned their family background or parents to you, and our interactions weren't very frequent." They adhered to the principle of a gentleman's friendship being as pure as water. He Deming immediately asked who it was. Geng Weihua said, "What's there to ask about? The only ones who have kept in touch with us all year round and are surnamed Yi are Yi Zhiheng and Yi Minglan, who always come promptly for our parents' 3 festivals and 2 birthdays. Even when this pair of siblings, 10 years apart in age, were sick, they would come in person." In the past, she didn't understand and asked He Biao, but he wouldn't say. Now she realized how close the relationship between the 2 families was. He Biao's eyes showed approval. "It's them." Yan Xuelian gave her daughter-in-law a thumbs up. "Then, how did Yi Tianquan's wedding ring end up with our parents?" He Deming asked this, and Geng Weihua had the same doubt. Since Yi Tianquan was so devoted that he followed his wife in death when she passed, the wedding ring should have been buried with her. Yan Xuelian replied, "At that time, a fortune teller nicknamed Heavenly Eye appeared before Yi Tianquan. He said he had received kindness from Lin Baofu, so he was giving them an opportunity." Lin Baofu was Yi Tianquan's wife, a renowned wealthy young lady of Shanghai. Her marrying Yi Tianquan is another story. Being older, Yan Xuelian felt a bit worn out after speaking a few sentences and quickly picked up her teacup to replenish her fluids. He Biao, considerate of his wife, continued, Heavenly, I said this pair of rings was made from some kind of pillar stone of heaven, inherently spiritual. He told Yi Tiankuan to keep the rings and not bury them with him, saying that in the future, there would be an opportunity for him to make up for his regrets. I don't know what hope or regret Yi Tiankuan held in his heart, since he never told me many things. So I agreed to keep their wedding rings safe. Time passed, and here they were today. Among the people He Biao and Yan Xuelian knew, only Quan Xing'an had the most spiritual nature. Perhaps the Taoist named Heavenly I meant for them to wait for Quan Xingnan's appearance. So Yan Xuelian decided to give the rings to her. For someone of Quan Xingnan's status, Yi Tiankuan's rings were not rare treasures, but their meaning was good. At the wedding back then, Yi Tiankuan held the hand of the already disfigured Lin Baofu and promised all the guests that he would never abandon her in this life, the next life, 3 lifetimes, or any lifetime. This pair of rings was personally designed and crafted by Yi Tiankuan, using the pillar stone of heaven that Heavenly I mentioned. After the wedding, Yi Tiankuan kept his heavy vow, caring for Lin Baofu meticulously and loving her with unforgettable devotion. Many people envied Lin Baofu, envied that despite her injuries and disfigurement, she still obtained such a perfect love. After the couple's funeral, many also regretted that Yi Tiankuan died so insignificantly. Yi Tiankuan could have had a renowned life. End of chapter. Chapter 1024, Returning to the Mainland 10. Middle-aged and with little entertainment, Geng Weihua was extremely curious about the story of Yi Tiankuan and Lin Baofu. After listening to her in-law's account, she was still unsatisfied and couldn't help pressing for more details. Yan Xuelian, however, said, I don't know much about their affairs either. I only know that suddenly they decided to get married. By the time they married, Lin Baofu had already been disfigured for 3 years and was raising an illegitimate child, Yi Zhiheng, who was just over 2 years old. Some said Yi Zhiheng was Yi Tiankuan's son, others said he wasn't. I couldn't figure it out. Why? If it concerned the child's reputation, why didn't they clarify? He Deming couldn't help widening his eyes. He Biao chuckled. Yi Tiankuan is a man with strong opinions and a deep sense of privacy. Even I don't know his past, and he never brings it up, let alone revealing to the world how he and his wife got together. Yi Zhiheng looks more like Lin Baofu. Although Lin Baofu was already disfigured when I met her, as the daughter of a prestigious family, photos of her before the disfigurement appeared in newspapers. Still, there's a slight resemblance between Yi Zhiheng's features and Yi Tiankuan's. I suspect it's more likely that Yi Zhiheng is Yi Tiankuan's son. This only made He Deming and Geng Weihua even more curious. Unexpectedly, Yan Xuelian and He Biao had no intention of saying more. Instead, they instructed the couple to rummage through boxes and chests to find the wedding ring of Yi Tiankuan that they had kept all these years. So many years had passed, and even though the two had stored it carefully, they couldn't recall the exact location. After searching for most of the day, He Deming and Geng Weihua finally found the red sandalwood box their parents had mentioned inside a safe. It was a palm-sized red sandalwood box, carved with exquisite patterns. Out of 10 red sandalwood pieces, 9 are hollow. An inch of red sandalwood is worth an inch of gold. This saying refers to small-leaf red sandalwood. This box was made of that very material, still glossy and gleaming with golden specks. A tiny, delicate golden lock hung on the box, slightly tarnished, but still revealing its craftsmanship, a relief carving of mandarin ducks playing in water, with a small key inserted in the keyhole. He Deming put some effort into opening the golden lock. As the lid lifted, the ring inside revealed its true form. The box was lined with black velvet, and 2 rings lay quietly embedded in the slots. This is the Pillar of Heaven stone? He Deming couldn't help laughing out loud. He had imagined some mysterious treasure, but it turned out to be Hetian white jade. A pair of rings carved from Hetian white jade, one large and one small, warm and pure white, like snow and fat. They were plain rings without any patterns. He Deming had an eye for quality and could tell this was no ordinary Hetian white jade, but the finest of Hetian jade, mutton fat white jade. Though its price was rising day by day, it was hardly an extraordinarily precious treasure. What do you know? Yan Xuelian shot him a glare. Compared to men, women were always more sentimental. Geng Weihua sided with her mother-in-law. Exactly. The Kunlun Mountains are the Pillar of Heaven. Isn't Hetian jade from the Kunlun Range the Pillar of Heaven stone? He Deming rubbed his head. Fine, I can't win against you two. Yan Xuelian closed the lid and pushed the box toward He Deming. This is. He Deming didn't understand. They had said it was to be given to Quan Xingnan as a coming-of-age gift 3 years later, so why hand it over now? He couldn't help asking. Yan Xuelian said, Can't I change my mind? He Deming quickly replied, Yes, of course. It's just, how exactly have you changed your mind? It means you're to deliver it to our little girl now, He Biao said with a smile. This chapter ends. Chapter 1025, Returning to the Mainland 11. They didn't know whether Yi Tianquan's opportunity lay with Quan Xingnan, but now Yan Xuelian just wanted to hand it over to Quan Xingnan so that Yi Tianquan could resolve his regrets one day sooner, even though none of them knew what those regrets were. Yi Tianquan was a man of few words, keeping many things bottled up inside. Even He Biao, who was closer to him than a blood brother, couldn't uncover Yi Tianquan's past. All he knew was that Yi Tianquan came from a poor background, later followed him, feared neither death nor danger, and became his right-hand man. He Deming listened to his parents, took the ring, and turned to hand it to his wife for safekeeping, planning to deliver it the next day. Quan Xingnan had just left, so chasing after her right away would seem a bit inappropriate. After all, this wasn't an urgent matter. Since we're giving this pair of rings to little girl now, how should we prepare her birthday gift? He Deming hit the nail on the head. Yan Xuelian frowned in thought, then finally made the call. Don't we have a lot of treasured gems, diamonds, and jade in the family? Pick the best ones to make a custom set of jewelry for little girl. Hire top designers, top craftsmen, and use the finest materials. After all, little girl is coming of age, a girl should have her own jewelry cabinet. As a tycoon of his time, He Biao's collection was countless. Yan Xuelian, as He Biao's wife and deeply cherished by him, possessed a quantity of jewelry that ordinary people could hardly match. Then that's what we'll do, He Deming agreed. Choose emeralds and pigeon blood rubies, the two top-grade gems, and have someone design and craft 2 sets of jewelry, festive and beautiful. Geng Weiwa had received many pieces of jewelry from her mother-in-law and had bought plenty herself, so she felt no jealousy at all. Father and mother are using red and green gems, so we'll pick pink diamonds for our jewelry. Even though little girl doesn't lack any, we still need to show our sincerity. That deep pink diamond looks excellent to me, and we're certainly not short on matching stones. He Deming smiled and nodded, mischievously planning to have the whole family give top-tier jewelry, just to see what Hua Xuedong would offer. Hua Xuedong was Quan Xingnan's boyfriend, likely waiting for her to come of age to announce it to the world. If his gift turned out inferior to what they prepared, that would be quite a sight. Geng Weiwa glanced at him, reading his intentions almost perfectly. The next day, after He Deming and Geng Weiwa delivered the ring to Quan Xingnan, He Biao sat with his eyes closed, resting. Countless fragments flashed through his mind, all scenes from those days. Yan Xuelian knew her husband well. She sat down on the sofa beside him, leaning on her cane, and gently nudged him. Stop overthinking. If little girl really is Yi Tianquan's opportunity, then it's not in vain that we've kept the ring for him for decades. He Biao called Yi Tianquan a romantic fool, but wasn't he one himself? Given his status and position back then, countless noble daughters, refined ladies, and socialites had vied to throw themselves at him. Yet in the end, he married her, a discarded woman, cast aside by her husband under the guise of feudal baggage. When the news spread, countless people were utterly stunned. A sweet, happy smile spread across Yan Xuelian's face. Her life had truly been worthwhile. Her children and grandchildren showed their filial piety, and her husband showed his love. Family, perfect. Love, perfect. As for He Deming and his wife, when they arrived at Quan Xingnan's residence, she and Wang Hui were packing their luggage, and Hua Xuedong was at work, not present. After hearing their purpose, Quan Xingnan immediately set aside the luggage and accepted the Zetenwood box. End of chapter. Chapter 1026, Return to the Mainland 12. Upon opening the box and seeing the ring, Quan Xingnan's eyes widened instantly. It was far from being a heavenly pillar stone, it was truly top-grade mutton-fat white jade. What surprised her was that a soul was sealed within the women's ring. A person has 3 souls and 7 spirits, but this ring sealed 1 soul and 3 spirits, lying in a dormant state. Heavenly Eye, that person's nickname was Heavenly Eye. Could he also possess the Heavenly Eye? Quan Xingnan had no time to ponder deeply. She immediately closed the sandalwood box and smiled at He Deming and Geng Weiwa. I understand. Go back and let the old lady rest assured. He Deming and Geng Weiwa both understood the implication. She was indeed the opportunity for Yi Tianquan that Yan Xuelian had mentioned, though they didn't know what kind of opportunity it was. As for matters too mysterious, they had no intention of probing further. With their task complete, they politely took their leave. Quan Xingnan saw them out and escorted them to the car. I have a flight back to the capital early tomorrow morning, so I won't have the chance to bid farewell to the old master and old lady in person. I'll visit another day when I have the opportunity. No need to be so polite. We'll be heading to the mainland tomorrow, so we'll have time to gather then, He Deming said before getting into the car with Geng Weiwa and instructing the driver to go. Geng Weiwa rolled down the window and kept waving at Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan waved back, watching until they disappeared from sight before returning to her room. She held the sandalwood box, stroking it repeatedly. She didn't know who the person nicknamed Heavenly Eye was, but she was certain he was a fellow practitioner. Without sufficient ability, no one could seal a person's soul into an object, even if it was only a remnant soul. Since this wasn't her home, Quan Xingnan didn't dare to unseal the ring's seal. That evening, when He Xuedong returned, she told him about it. Yi Tiankuan? He Xuedong found the name familiar and fell into thought. Quan Xingnan was taken aback. You've heard of the name Yi Tiankuan? She didn't even know Yi Tiankuan's story, and He Deming and Geng Weihua hadn't been entirely clear either, only that this man deeply loved his disfigured wife. By then, He Xuedong had recalled. I know Yi Jiheng. He's a good friend of mine. Given their significant age difference, they were friends across generations. Quan Xingnan looked at him. Do you have friends everywhere? It seemed He Xuedong had acquaintances wherever he went. Many friends, broad connections. He Xuedong said this with a smile, then began recalling Yi Jiheng's story. Back then, I asked someone to help Yi Jiheng reclaim a garden villa in Shanghai that belonged to his parents. It had been confiscated by the state in the early days of the founding, and when it was later returned, no descendants could be found, so it had been nationalized. I had someone help him get it back. He told me about his parents' story. Unlike the He family, I know that Yi Jiheng is Yi Tiankuan's biological son, while Yi Minglan was born after their marriage. So, the love story between Yi Tiankuan and Lin Baofu had its own tale. Yi Jiheng was born before marriage and Yi Minglan after. Lin Baofu was injured and disfigured, yet Yi Tiankuan remained devoted and unwavering, a truly legendary tale. As for the rest, He Xuedong knew no more than the He family. After all, He Biao and Yi Tiankuan were brothers. There was no way to learn more about Yi Tiankuan here, and Quan Xingnan thought she might find something after returning. Though the events had passed over half a century, many people from that time were still alive, and she could always ask around. So, the next morning, she boarded a plane home. Wang Hui had come along and was leaving with her. He Xuedong personally escorted her back to the capital. He didn't feel at ease leaving Quan Xingnan and Wang Hui alone, so he saw her back to her elders before returning to Hong Kong to handle business with peace of mind. This chapter ends. Chapter 1027, The Pillar Stone 1. After being away from home for so long, Quan Xingnan received a warm welcome from her grandparents and parents upon her return. This home was not a red-walled compound, but the residence of Yun Jianjun and his wife. The parents in question were naturally Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang, not Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue, who were not in the capital. As the saying goes, young couples grow old together as companions. Although Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang were only a second marriage couple, the feeling of living with a partner was entirely different from being alone. Quan Xingnan took Quan Shuang's hand and smiled. Mom, it's only been a few days, but you look younger and more beautiful. When Quan Shuang was in love, she had already paid great attention to her attire, and now she did so even more. Thanks to Quan Xingnan's regular care, Quan Shuang naturally looked younger than her peers. At this moment, she wore a simple white blouse paired with straight black high-waisted trousers. The minimalist outfit further highlighted her personal charm. At this moment, she resembled a blooming peony, graceful, dignified, and needing no makeup to enhance her beauty. What was most striking, however, was the unique tenderness and affection of a newlywed couple in her eyes and brows. Whether in her past life or this one, Quan Xingnan had never seen her like this before she met and came to know Wang Juanda. At that moment, she secretly regretted not having found a good match for her mother earlier. But then she thought again, if she had found one earlier, it might not have been Wang Juanda. With that, she felt at ease. Quan Shuang had missed her daughter dearly after such a long time apart. She reached out and tapped Quan Xingnan's nose. Little girl, have you been so happy in Hong Kong that you forgot to come home? What good things did you eat there that made your mouth so sweet? Speaking of good things, Mom, there really are plenty there. Quan Xingnan immediately pulled over her suitcase, just one of them. She opened it, revealing it was packed full of various nourishing products. Mom, bird's nest is truly a good thing, suitable for all ages. Many wealthy ladies and socialites in Hong Kong have the habit of eating bird's nest. It nourishes yin and moisturizes the lungs, beautifies the skin, enhances immunity, and contains a nutrient that other supplements lack. Grandpa and Grandma He, as well as fourth brother's uncle and aunt, eat a bowl of bird's nest on an empty stomach every morning and evening. No one wished for their grandparents and parents to live long lives more than Quan Xingnan. She took out box after box of bird's nest from the suitcase, with neatly arranged bird's nest cups inside the exquisite boxes. Given the status of the Yuan and Lin families, nutritional supplements were actually the least of their concerns. After all, they had state-assigned guards, nannies, doctors, and so on. The state valued their health more than anyone else. However, these families embodied the simplicity of revolutionary predecessors. Apart from Quan Xingnan's filial offerings, they did not indulge in luxury. Sea cucumbers, bird's nest, ginseng, and abalone rarely appeared on their dining table. Now that Quan Shuang had married Wang Juanda, who had assets worth over 100 million, the Wang family naturally lacked nothing in this regard. Although the state strictly regulated the import of bird's nest, it was not difficult for the Wang family to obtain it. Yet Quan Shuang still appreciated her daughter's filial piety. Her face was full of smiles as she said cheerfully, "Is it really that effective? Then I'll have the nanny stew some every day for us to eat. We'll all have some. Mom can afford it." She had not given up her career just because she married Wang Juanda and became a wealthy wife. Although her career was not large, it was enough to support her family's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Yun Jianjun had already exchanged a few words with Hu Xuedong and now asked Quan Xingnan, "What's the situation over there? Will the handover next year go smoothly? That is our territory." End of chapter. Chapter 1028, The Pillar Stone 2. What was the situation in Hong Kong? Quan Xingnan wrinkled her small nose, unsure where to begin. After thinking for a moment, she nodded firmly and first answered Yun Jianjun's question. Smooth. Very smooth. How could it not be smooth, given how hard the country was working? As for the situation, Quan Xingnan pointed at Hu Xuedong. Fourth brother has lived there longer and knows more than I do. If Grandpa wants to ask, just ask him. She hadn't been there long enough to understand every detail. Yun Jianjun looked at Hu Xuedong, who immediately replied respectfully, "On the surface, it seems stable, but in reality, there is some turbulence." Having been separated from their own country for too long, many ways of behavior had become westernized. Not all Hong Kong people wished for reunification, and those who looked down on the mainland still made up the vast majority. Girls from the mainland who went to Hong Kong were often called mainland girls or northern sluts, terms full of contempt. It was only because Quan Xingnan had some reputation and a noble background that no one dared to address her that way. Of course, if anyone dared, he would never forgive that person. Quan Xingnan was the treasure of his heart, and he would not allow anyone in the world to insult her. After hearing Hu Xuedong's words, Yun Jianjun furrowed his white brows. After a long silence, he let out a deep sigh and said, "We still need to work hard ourselves. Only when we become strong will this contempt disappear. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The same goes for a nation." Since he was not an official, he immediately stopped the topic. Hu Xuedong smiled and helped him shift the conversation. "Actually, not everything is good. Nanan has her own house, and she mostly goes to my place, the He family, and some public places, so she hasn't seen the poverty. The residents there live in extremely cramped spaces, forming two extremes with the mansions of the wealthy. In my estimation, this situation won't improve in decades, it will only get worse." In the eyes of some people on the mainland, Hong Kong was a good place, and they desperately wanted to settle there long term, which only reduced the already limited living space for residents. Yes, fourth brother is right. Although I haven't visited ordinary residents' homes, I can tell. Quan Xingnan nodded vigorously. 20 or 30 years later, pigeonhole housing would become a major feature of Hong Kong. In the mainland, houses were measured in square meters, while in Hong Kong, they were measured in square feet. So-called mansions of 2,000 square feet actually had an area of only about 200 square meters. The number 2,000 just sounded shocking. Thus, Hong Kong's real estate market had great investment potential. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan suddenly recalled the 1997 financial storm. Although she knew the Hu family had come out unscathed and even advanced further, she still felt some worry. When Hu Xuedong took his leave, she saw him out and quietly mentioned it. Hu Xuedong smoothed the messy strands of hair at her temple, gently tucking them behind her ear, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't suffer any losses. Things change unpredictably, better to be cautious." She had already been reborn, what couldn't be changed? She had already altered many people's fates. Hu Xuedong nodded in agreement, then added, "I'll go see my parents and then return directly to Hong Kong. I won't come here to say goodbye. I'll come back in a few days." The Hu group had many business projects connected to the mainland, and quite a few required his personal presence. Overworked these past 2 days, the pain in his left wrist had worsened. That's all for tonight. I'll update again tomorrow morning. I'll be attending a funeral the next 2 days, so update times may vary. End of chapter. Chapter 1029, The Pillar Stone 3. After seeing off Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan returned to the house. The elderly couple, Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen, sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, smiling as they watched Quan Shuang organize the items. Although it was the height of summer, they lived in a courtyard house with a heated brick bed, just without lighting a fire. This courtyard house was the one bought with gold. The yard was shaded by green trees, and the interior was cool and refreshing. Wang Juanda, following Quan Shuang's instructions, divided the items Quan Shangnan had brought back into separate portions. Each gift was of roughly equal value, neither too generous nor too meager, perfectly balanced. When she saw her daughter enter, Quan Shuang hurriedly said, "In a little while, deliver these yourself." As she spoke, she pointed at the several gift portions, indicating which was for the senior chief, which for the second-in-command, which for the retired senior chief, and which for old Master Yuan. They were to be delivered in order of seniority. The Lin and Qin families were not among them, of course. In terms of relationships, the Lin and Qin families were closer, while these senior chiefs and veteran cadres were revolutionary predecessors worthy of respect. Although old Master Yuan was Quan Shuang's biological father and Quan Xingnan's grandfather, their bond was not as significant as the place these revolutionary predecessors held in their hearts. Sending him a gift was merely fulfilling a filial duty as younger generations. As Zhao Yuzhen saw it, the tragedy of her children had originated from him, and even giving him that little bit made her resentful. Yun Jianjun, however, laughed and said, "What does this little bit matter? For the children, reputation is the most important thing. It's a pity to give him something, but it's for building a good name. No one will ever say the children are unfilial to him." These were all superficial matters, and Yun Jianjun didn't regret the gifts given away at all. In fact, he rather pitied old Master Yuan. What did it matter that he had once held a high position? What did it matter that after retiring, he still had many old comrades and connections? His son was distant, his eldest daughter refused to acknowledge him, and his interactions with his grandchildren were no closer than with outsiders. He lived alone on Yuchuan Mountain, and the only one willing to get close to him was Yuan Wei, yet even she approached him with ulterior motives, seeking only the status of the Yuan family. Quan Xingnan fully agreed. "Right, Grandma, don't worry. I've left 10 times more for you than what I'm giving away." She leaned close to Zhao Yuzhen, speaking with a cheerful grin. Her charming and adorable demeanor filled Zhao Yuzhen with joy, and she pulled her granddaughter into an embrace. After the two of them had shared a warm, affectionate moment, Quan Xingnan called for someone to take the gifts Quan Shuang had prepared and set out. Leaving the courtyard house, she headed straight into the Red Wall compound. Although her identity meant she didn't need to undergo inspections, she still carefully opened the gifts for the guards to check. The compound housed the nation's political leaders, and entry and exit required rigorous checks. However, as the granddaughter of the Lin family and the Yuan family, and highly regarded by the senior chief herself, Quan Xingnan held a direct pass allowing her free access. A new guard, unfamiliar with the respect the veteran guard showed Quan Xingnan, couldn't help asking about her after she had entered. These guards were no ordinary ones, they were elites carefully selected from the military. The veteran guard smiled slightly at the question. "When you arrived, this young lady wasn't in the capital, so you don't recognize her. Take a good look today, next time, just let her through directly. She opens her belongings for us to check out of consideration for us, but we mustn't take it for granted." "Who is she?" the new guard asked, startled. "Quan Xingnan, Miss Quan. Granddaughter of the Yuan family, granddaughter of the Lin family." Though he didn't understand why the Yuan family's granddaughter bore the surname Quan instead of Lin, the new guard committed it to memory. "Just finished attending a funeral, the mourning period over. As mentioned before, my family has recently been plagued by death and injury, constantly tied to hospitals. A few days ago, we decided to go mountain climbing tonight, a place of imperial sacrifices, to pray and make wishes. I'll update as much as I can before setting out. There will definitely be no update tomorrow. I'll resume after returning." End of chapter. Chapter 1030. The Pillar Stone 4. Quan Xingnan visited several senior leaders in order of seniority. She prepared only a modest number of gifts for each household: 2 boxes of sea cucumbers, 2 boxes of bird's nest, 1 box of imperial dragon grass, and 1 box of premium Korean ginseng. In addition, there were some Hong Kong specialties. Some of these items she had personally purchased, some were gifts from the Liu family and wealthy families who had sought her help, and others were prepared by the Hua family and Hua Xuedong. All were of the highest quality. Given the status of these senior leaders, material possessions were hardly what they lacked. At such a level of standing, what could they not have if they wished? In terms of caring for the health of these senior leaders, the state invested far more than the public could imagine otherwise. Where would the special supplies come from? It could be said that their food was absolutely green and pollution-free, sourced from dedicated farms. Their clothing was custom-made, unbranded, with fabrics of the finest quality. Every aspect of their lives was meticulously arranged, leaving them with nothing to worry about. Yet, Quan Xingnan's gifts were a token of her sincerity. Although they were quite valuable, a few senior leaders known for their frugality declined on the spot, but they could not dissuade Quan Xingnan. Her gifts were offered as a younger generation's filial respect to their elders, with no strings attached. After making her rounds, Quan Xingnan received a call from Xue Xiaojun, who informed her that several senior leaders had made donations to the foundation. Upon hearing this, she immediately asked him to read out the donation list and amounts. This revelation stunned Quan Xingnan. The senior leaders and revolutionary veterans who donated were none other than those she had given gifts to, and the donation amounts matched exactly the market prices of the bird's nest, sea cucumbers, and other items. The market prices on the mainland were far higher than those in Hong Kong. Quan Xingnan smiled helplessly and decided that in the future, she must give gifts she made herself rather than bought ones. She understood the mindset of these senior leaders and revolutionary veterans well. Holding high positions, every move they made was under public scrutiny, and they could not afford the slightest misstep. Even if gifts were offered by a younger generation out of filial respect, they would inevitably invite sour remarks from those with ulterior motives. All right, I understand. Just accept the donations, it's fine. Hearing this, Xue Xiaojun chuckled and said, with donations sent by these senior leaders, our foundation will never lack contributions from now on. As the saying goes, those below follow the example of those above, who among the lower ranks would not pay attention to the actions of their superiors. If the senior leaders and revolutionary veterans at the top had donated, how could others remain indifferent? As it turned out, just as Xue Xiaojun had said, many well-informed officials and wealthy businessmen subsequently made donations to the foundation, but that is a story for later. Quan Xingnan put down the phone and made a trip to the Lin and Hua families. The Lin family was her maternal grandfather's household, so there was little to say. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the Hua family, although the matriarch and her daughters-in-law warmly welcomed her, Hua Xiuedong had already returned to Hong Kong, leaving Quan Xingnan feeling somewhat deflated. Having spent so much time together day and night, the sudden separation was deeply painful. Fortunately, Quan Xingnan was not the clingy type. She soon recovered and turned her attention to the pillar stone. In Hong Kong, she had not been able to break the seal, but now at home, she could unseal it and take a look. The technique for breaking the seal was extremely complex, but it was no challenge for Quan Xingnan. After opening her heavenly eye and earthly pupil, she had received a complete inheritance, which included methods for both sealing and unsealing. As the seal was lifted, the fragment of a lingering soul awakened and stood gracefully before Quan Xingnan. End of chapter. Chapter 1031, The Pillar Stone 5. The remnant soul appeared as a man, around 30 years old. This man was exceptionally handsome, with long eyebrows and deep-set eyes, graceful in manner and elegant in bearing. Interestingly, he bore a slight resemblance to Hua Xiuedong. The difference was that Hua Xiuedong was refined and gentle, while this man exuded a fierce and ruthless aura from the core. Quan Xingnan wasn't sure if he had any blood relation to Hua Xiuedong. Although people could look alike anywhere in the world, the web of distant relatives in China was far too complicated for anyone to claim they knew every single relative. Who are you? Quan Xingnan asked. She had no idea about the familial ties between the Qin family's ancestors and the Hua family's ancestors, nor whether anyone from these two families, or from old Madame Qin's or old Madame Hua's maiden families, was connected to this ghost. The man looked at Quan Xingnan in surprise and blurted out, "Are you the opportunity that Taoist Tianyan spoke of?" Quan Xingnan was startled. "You are. Could it be Tiankuan?" According to the He family's account, that was what Taoist Tianyan had said to Yi Tiankuan. Sure enough, the man confirmed her guess. "My name is Yi Tiankuan," the man replied. "I don't know if you recognize me, nor where you got this pair of rings, nor who you are. But I want to know, where is my opportunity? What opportunity are you seeking?" Quan Xingnan asked curiously. She hadn't opened her spiritual vision, so naturally, she couldn't see this person's past. Yi Tiankuan said seriously, "Taoist Tianyan told me that the one who can break the seal is the one who can turn back time. Since you've broken the seal and can see me, you must be the person he spoke of." Turn back time? Quan Xingnan grew even more curious about this Taoist Tianyan. What does my being that person have to do with your opportunity? Unless Yi Tiankuan was seeking exactly that, time reversal. Yi Tiankuan's words confirmed Quan Xingnan's suspicion. "I hope you can reverse time, let me return to my youth, make up for my past mistakes, and save my beloved's life. I don't ask for her to live 100 years, only that she be free from pain and illness until she passes away naturally." "You mean Lin Baofu?" The heroine of the story told by the He family. Hearing this, Yi Tiankuan smiled. That smile was gentle and refined, making him look even more like Hua Xiuedong. "You know our story, you know Baofu, and you have this pair of rings. It seems you're connected to Brother Biao." He had entrusted this pair of rings to He Biao and Yan Xuelian, but he wasn't sure if Quan Xingnan had obtained them from them, which was why he earlier said he didn't know where she got them. Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. "That's right. I know Big He and his wife." "Is Brother Biao and his wife doing well?" Yi Tiankuan asked. Big He is over 100 years old, and the couple is in good health. Hearing the word 100, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Tianquan's eyes, mixed with disbelief. Brother Biao is over 100? How long have I been asleep? At least 60 years. Quan Xingnan nodded. That's right. Time really flies. I'm afraid Baofu's and my bones have already turned to dust. Quan Xingnan was silent. That was certain time was merciless like that. After his lament, Yi Tianquan asked about his son and daughter. Since you gave up your life and gave up raising them to adulthood, why bother asking how they are now? Chapter 1032, The Pillar Stone 6. To Lin Baofu, Yi Tianquan was a devoted lover. Life after life, never parting, never abandoning. What a beautiful vow, what a profound love. But to a pair of children not yet grown, Yi Tianquan was an utterly irresponsible father. How heartless must one be to let children lose both mother and father, left to live under another's roof from then on. Even if Yi Biao remembered Yi Tianquan's brotherly bond and cherished them, treated them well and arranged everything properly for them, he could never replace the importance of a father in their lives. After Quan Xingnan coldly finished these words, Yi Tianquan gave a bitter smile. You're right. I'm an unworthy father, and I have no face to ask about them. Quan Xingnan looked at him silent. The stillness in the room was almost suffocating, broken only by the endless chirping of cicadas and birds outside. After a long, long time, Yi Tianquan finally spoke. I've given up a lot in this life, but in the end, everything I had came to nothing. All the tragedies in Baofu's life stem from me. For her, there's nothing I wouldn't give up, including my own life. Tianyan Daoist owed Baofu a favor, so he granted me this opportunity. I just want to ask you, can I get what I wish for? Quan Xingnan did not answer him immediately. She had the power to defy fate and change destiny, and of course, the ability to reverse the course of time and space. Otherwise, how could she have used all the merit from her past life to turn back time? The cultivation of her past and present lives combined, along with the inheritance she gained in this life, made her abilities 100 times stronger than before. But what reason did she have to help Yi Tianquan get his wish? Because of He Biao and Yan Xuelian? Yi Tianquan's choice was utterly unfair to the children. In the end, the silence dissolved into a sigh. I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay? Nothing in this world ever comes without effort. To gain something, one must always pay a price. What Yi Tianquan wanted was to reverse time, to be reborn. The cost required would be far greater than usual. Quan Xingnan had paid with her merit. What about him? Yi Tianquan was startled, as if he hadn't expected Quan Xingnan to say this. But having grown up poor and fought tooth and nail to establish himself in old Shanghai, he understood the meaning of price better than anyone. What do you want? What can you give? Quan Xingnan countered instead of answering. Yi Tianquan said earnestly, right now, I only have 1 soul and 3 spirits, and no worldly possessions at all. I don't know what price I can pay. But I still want to return to my youth and stop all the tragedies from happening. Quan Xingnan understood this situation. A ghost might have hidden treasures in life, or know where others hid theirs, but a soul body had no valuables. Moreover, Yi Tianquan was different from other ghosts. Others wandered between heaven and earth, but he had been sealed inside a ring, sleeping all along. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan asked about the other 2 souls and 4 spirits. Yi Tianquan said flatly, they've long since accompanied Baofu into reincarnation. I swore to be with her life after life, and I won't break my word. Tianyan Daoist performed the ritual to grant my wish. Since he could perform a ritual to grant your wish, why didn't you ask him to reverse time and send you back to your youth? Tianyan Daoist couldn't do it. Yi Tianquan paused, then replied. Someone so powerful couldn't do it? Unbelievable. He could seal Yi Tianquan and wait for him to be unsealed, yet he lacked the ability to let Yi Tianquan be reborn? This chapter ends. Chapter 1033, The Pillar Stone 7. Hearing this doubt raised by Quan Xingnan, Yi Tianquan fell silent for a rare moment. After a moment, he let out a bitter laugh and said, at that time, Baofu had already passed away. I had no will to live and nothing mattered anymore. I could only cling to Heavenly I Taoist as my last straw. I had no choice but to believe every word he said, because he had no other option. As for whether Heavenly I Taoist truly possessed the ability to turn back time, now that he had met Quan Xingnan, Yi Tianquan no longer cared to investigate. His mind and heart were now consumed by a single thought, to return to his youth. He would meet Lin Baofu again, fall in love, and stay by her side. He would never let his inferiority complex or others' deliberate schemes make him misunderstand her mockery of him as a poor young man, nor would he ever allow her to be hurt again. Yi Tianquan bowed deeply to Quan Xingnan, displaying the etiquette of the Republican era. I beg the master to grant my wish. Ambition does not depend on age. Without ambition, one lives 100 years in vain. Though Quan Xingnan was young and a beautiful girl, Yi Tianquan dared not underestimate her in the slightest. Someone who could break the seal of Heavenly Eye Taoist could hardly be an ordinary girl. Just as Quan Xingnan was about to reply, she suddenly heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh in her ear. At the sound of that sigh, Quan Xingnan's body stiffened. She saw no one, only heard the voice. How could she not be startled? After the sigh faded, Quan Xingnan heard someone say, "You are the inheritor of the Heavenly Eye. Since a new inheritor has appeared, I no longer exist in this world. Yet the karmic debts I incurred during my lifetime remain unsettled, so I entrust them to the new Heavenly Eye to fulfill." "Who are you?" Quan Xingnan blurted out. Hearing her words, Yi Tianquan looked at her in confusion and was about to reintroduce himself when he realized that Quan Xingnan was not speaking to him at all, but to someone or some spirit in the void. Yi Tianquan, who had once believed in the Confucian adage of not speaking of strange forces and spirits, had already come to accept such wonders after encountering the Heavenly Eye and being sealed. Yet, even so, he was filled with astonishment at the scene before him, unable to tell who was speaking to Quan Xingnan, as he could see that her eyes seemed unfocused. At that moment, Quan Xingnan heard the voice's reply. "I am the previous generation of the Heavenly Eye, known by the Taoist name Iron Crutch. When I inherited the Heavenly Eye, 500 years had passed since my predecessor. I have discovered that when you inherited it, only 60 years had passed since my time, truly an extraordinary thing. I am now aged, my spiritual power waning. Since I owe a debt to the Lin family, I must entrust you to settle this karmic bond for me. Turn back time, fulfill Yi's wish, and only then can the Lin family find peace in this life." Yi naturally referred to Yi Tianquan, and the Lin family meant Lin Baofu. Quan Xingnan also realized that the voice did not come from the void, but from the ring that sealed Yi Tianquan. Nor was the voice answering her question, rather it was revealing its identity and explaining the task she needed to complete. With the end of these words, no further sound came. Quan Xingnan picked up the ring and examined it repeatedly. It was still an ordinary piece of top-grade mutton fat jade. But since it was the pillar stone, its spiritual nature seemed only natural. After stroking the ring for a moment, Quan Xingnan looked back at Yi Tianquan. "I have been entrusted by the previous Heavenly Eye, the one you call Heavenly Eye Taoist, to fulfill your wish and settle the karmic debt he owes to your wife." Yi Tianquan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." As shrewd as he was, he did not ask who had spoken to Quan Xingnan. He was simply ecstatic that his wish was about to come true. "I am the draft manuscript keeper. When you see this, I am burning incense and praying to the gods on Mount Tai." End of this chapter. Chapter 1034. The Pillar Stone 8. Of course, Yi Tianquan could guess that it might be Heavenly Eye Taoist. Only Heavenly Eye Taoist possessed such abilities, and if the person speaking with Quan Xingnan were not Heavenly Eye Taoist, Quan Xingnan would not claim to be acting on his behalf. Regardless, Yi Tianquan was deeply grateful to them. Such transcendent beings were not to be disrespected by worldly people like himself. After thanking Quan Xingnan, Yi Tianquan looked at her expectantly. He remembered that when Heavenly Eye Taoist performed the ritual back then, the scene was magnificent, causing his soul to split, one part entering reincarnation, the other falling into slumber. Unexpectedly, Quan Xingnan said, "Since you have awakened, why not take a look around the present world? When I find the time to visit Kunlun Mountain, I will naturally fulfill your wish." Yi Tianquan was startled and blurted out, "Why?" Back then, Heavenly Eye Taoist had not sealed him on Kunlun Mountain, so why did Quan Xingnan need to go there? Kunlun Mountain is the pillar of heaven, the pillar that connects to the heavens. Reversing time is no small matter and can easily lead to accidents. If your soul were to vanish in the chaotic currents of reverse time, the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, performing the ritual carelessly could cause an unexpected shift in the time point of your rebirth. You wish to return to your youth, but I cannot guarantee that you might end up in your prime. Since I have promised Heavenly Eye, I must ensure perfection and allow no accidents. She was the current inheritor of the Heavenly Eye, possessing great spiritual power, but she was not a god. She lacked the divine powers that gods had. The abilities she possessed were inherited after her supernatural powers awakened and were honed through diligent cultivation. Even with her powers, she could not be compared to a god. Quan Xingnan was well aware of her limitations. Back then, when she used her merits as a price, she had to go to Kunlun Mountain before daring to reverse time. Although she had cultivated since childhood in this life and her power was many times greater than in her previous life, she still could not afford to be careless. After hearing her explanation, what else could Yi Tianquan do but accept it? He certainly did not want to return to his prime, as some tragedies were already beyond repair. His greatest wish was for Lin Baofu to be safe and sound, to prevent her from being severely injured again, to keep her from refusing treatment to protect their child, delaying too long until her wounds festered, leaving her afraid to show her face for the rest of her life. Then when will the master set off for Kunlun Mountain? Yi Tianquan quickly asked the only question on his mind. Quan Xingnan tilted her head in thought, a hint of apology flickering in her clear, lively eyes. School is about to start, so I definitely cannot go to Kunlun Mountain now. However, about a month into the semester, I can find an excuse to take leave and make the trip. After all, the school had grown accustomed to her taking leave. Quan Xingnan knew that taking leave was inappropriate, but she was not an ordinary student, and many matters demanded her attention. Given her good grades and the fact that her affairs were all legitimate, the school would not refuse. Another month? Yi Tianquan frowned, somewhat disappointed. Quan Xingnan smiled instead. Mr. Yi lived in an era of chaos, when the nation was in turmoil, plagued by internal and external troubles, and it took many years to achieve peace. Having been asleep for so long, you may not know the course of history. I suggest that Mr. Yi spend this month reading history books to understand that era. In truth, she meant well, knowing history would help him avoid many dangers in times of chaos. Another thing she noticed was that Yi Tianquan had an upright appearance. Though he had faced life-and-death situations with He Biao, he was a rare gentleman of integrity, and his soul carried a faint golden glow, indicating that he had done many good deeds. End of this chapter. Chapter 1035, The Pillar Stone 9. After listening to Quan Xingnan's words, Yi Tianquan was startled. The initial excitement of getting his wish had made him overlook the importance of history. He thought about how, although he was a subordinate of He Biao, he had managed the lives of a large group of people alongside He Biao. Even though He Biao had survived safely to this day, indicating that He Biao had not been erased by history, he still wanted to avoid certain risks. Avoiding some risks could save countless lives. No one understood the cruelty of a chaotic era better than Yi Tianquan, who had lived through that time. Bowing to Quan Xingnan, Yi Tianquan said, "Thank you for the reminder, master." He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "But I am no longer human now. How can I read historical records? Most importantly, where can I find the most detailed historical materials?" "Don't worry about that." Quan Xingnan led him to her library and found a bookshelf dedicated to various historical materials from the Republican era. She selected some important historical texts and offered them to Yi Tianquan, just as she had done for her ghost masters in the past. Then, she performed a ritual to strengthen Yi Tianquan's soul. This way, he could either stay in the library to read or go out and experience the modern scenery. How immense the progress of their country was. This sleeping lion had awakened and was growing stronger and more majestic. Even though many later generations would disparage their own country, saying this was bad or that was wrong, always thinking the moon was rounder abroad, Quan Xingnan still took pride in her country. No matter how good foreign welfare was, it was not her own country. Only her own country would care for its people, with policies gradually moving toward progress and perfection. Given that Quan Xingnan had already changed many people and events, she didn't mind Yi Tianquan altering history after his rebirth. After all, the history of that period was too cruel. If more lives could be saved, why not? No matter how much Yi Tianquan changed, it wouldn't affect the world she lived in now. Quan Xingnan didn't plan to let Yi Tianquan only read historical materials. She also intended to give him some advanced technology, such as firearms and ammunition. Perhaps, with more advanced technology, her country could end the chaotic era sooner. Quan Xingnan had grown up listening to the older generation of revolutionaries recount their experiences, and the hardships they endured were unimaginable to anyone in modern times, beyond what films could ever convey. True suffering and true difficulty could not be acted out. Although they had won the world with millet and rifles, the process had been too arduous. Yi Tianquan was amazed by Quan Xingnan's abilities, but remembering he only had 1 month, he immediately buried himself in the books. After glancing at him a few times, Quan Xingnan left the library. On her way back to her room, she ran into Ouyang Qing, who was obsessed with cultural relics, and greeted him cheerfully. "Oh, little girl, when did you get back? I didn't hear your grandfather mention it." Ouyang Qing immediately beamed, his wrinkled face looking even more like an old chrysanthemum. Having studied many relics here, he naturally felt fond of Quan Xingnan. Although these relics belonged to Quan Xingnan, Ouyang Qing understood how difficult it was to preserve them. Quan Xingnan grinned and said, "I just got back. You go ahead with your work. I'll go find my grandparents." "Wait." Ouyang Qing called out as she was about to leave. Quan Xingnan turned to look at him. "Do you have any instructions, elder?" The chapter ends. Chapter 1036. The Pillar Stone 10. Quan Xingnan was decisive, but Ouyang Qing hesitated a bit. Noticing Ouyang Qing's expression, Quan Xingnan smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I won't refuse. If she couldn't, that would be a different story, hehe." Quan Xingnan was also quite skilled in the art of conversation. Ouyang Qing's expression returned to normal, and he said seriously, "There's an artifact exhibition next month, and I'd like to borrow a few pieces from you." The pieces he referred to were naturally the artifacts in Quan Xingnan's collection. As for the artifacts she had decided to donate to the country, Quan Xingnan had been gradually handing them over recently. The rest she kept as her own treasures, mainly because Hu Xuedong had urged her to preserve them well. Although she didn't know what Hu Xuedong was planning, she still agreed with him. Her collection still contained many artifact-level treasures that fascinated Ouyang-Qing. Moreover, she had never stopped collecting antiques, occasionally visiting Panjiayuan. Even though genuine items were far fewer now than in the early years of development, some real pieces were still mixed in, depending on one's eye. After hearing Ouyang-Qing's words, Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and smiled. Exhibiting them isn't a big deal, as long as my things are well protected. Just let my grandfather know when the time comes, and you can take whatever you want. Letting the world understand the history of artifacts was also her wish. She had never intended to hoard them selfishly. Ouyang-Qing's heart relaxed, and he immediately beamed with joy. I knew Nanan was the most generous, he said, his words as sweet as honey now that his wish was fulfilled. Quan Xingnan found it amusing. So if I didn't agree, I wouldn't be generous? That's not it, Ouyang-Qing replied with a laugh. Not agreeing would be perfectly understandable. Everyone treasures their own belongings. But since you agreed, it's naturally very magnanimous. I'll hire several skilled people to protect your treasures well. Also, I won't pick too many, at most 5, since they need to fit the exhibition's theme. I'm about to start school soon, so just let my grandfather know when the time comes. Seeing that Ouyang-Qing had nothing else, Quan Xingnan took her leave to find her grandparents. Ouyang-Qing, a regular visitor, went off to admire his favorite artifacts on his own. Unexpectedly, Quan Xingnan didn't find her grandparents when she went looking. Asking the household helper, she learned they had gone for a walk, and Quan Shuang had naturally returned home with Wang Juanda. Since Quan Xingnan had come back, Wang Hui had also returned, so as parents, they had to go home. Quan Xingnan wandered around with nothing to do. Just as she was putting away the ring known as the Pillar Stone, she suddenly received a call from Hu Xuedong. Oh, fourth brother calling at this hour? Could it be a day apart feels like 3 years? Quan Xingnan giggled, unusually playful. Hu Xuedong casually replied with a yes, and Quan Xingnan couldn't help but blush, her ears burning. She stammered a few times, but didn't get a chance to say anything before Hu Xuedong's cultured and refined voice came through from the other end, laughing, I think I should remind you, school's about to start. Have you finished your homework? Although Quan Xingnan had many conveniences, homework was something she couldn't skip. If Hu Xuedong hadn't reminded her, Quan Xingnan wouldn't have thought about homework at all. She let out a shriek, immediately dropped the phone, and dashed to her study, rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find her assignments. Oh my god, there's still so much. A lot of it hadn't been done. End of chapter. Chapter 1037. The Pillar Stone 11. After discovering this lamentable fact, Quan Xingnan frantically began catching up on her homework. When Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen returned and learned of this, they found it both amusing and exasperating. Because they knew the secret of Quan Xingnan's rebirth, they didn't treat her as a child, and seeing her with this somewhat student-like demeanor now felt quite novel to them. As for whether she could finish catching up on the homework, Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen weren't worried at all. If she finished, good, if not, Quan Xingnan would naturally have to face punishment when she returned to school. Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen considered themselves ordinary people, and even though their children were all accomplished, they never thought of using privilege to secure any benefits for Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan's leave of absence was a different matter. Had she ever taken time off for anything other than legitimate business? So, the elderly couple only brought her meals when she forgot to eat and left everything else alone. When delivering meals, they also noticed that Quan Xingnan's hand speed was so fast it left after images. Despite the speed, her handwriting remained neat and elegant. Yun Jianjun casually picked up the homework Quan Xingnan had completed and found that the answers were mostly correct, with very few mistakes. Quan Xingnan was not a perfect deity, so naturally there were problems she couldn't solve right away. She used her spiritual energy, her mind racing at lightning speed, and finally finished all her homework the night before school started. As for the errors Yun Jianjun had spotted, she corrected them one by one in the few hours before school. Registration came first, with the actual school day starting the next day, but the homework was due on the registration day. After handing in the homework, Quan Xingnan patted her chest, relieved to have dodged a bullet. She had to thank Hu Xuedong for the reminder. She had been so busy over the summer that she had really forgotten many things. Seeing her still shaken, Xingnan couldn't help but smile. What happened? Because Quan Xingnan had brought her brother's death to light, Xingnan had grown very close to her. Moreover, Xingnan was determined not to accept any donations, so Quan Xingnan helped her find a job at her mother's bun shop, where she worked during her breaks, earning enough to cover her living expenses. Quan Xingnan said mournfully, I only finished all my homework this morning. Though she had finished it the night before, she had corrected it this morning. Hearing this, Xing Man burst into laughter. Even you have to catch up on homework? What were you doing all summer? Playing vigilante for someone again, leaving your homework until the last minute. Don't even mention it. After saying this, Quan Xingnan quickly took out some small snacks she had brought from Hong Kong and shared them with everyone. The pure days of student life were the period everyone longed to return to after stepping into society. Once in society, people grew up, had more thoughts, and lost the simplicity and beauty of their youth. Quan Xingnan really liked her classmates, otherwise, she wouldn't have followed the routine to attend school here, giving up the chance to go to prestigious schools. After getting the snacks, everyone learned she had been to Hong Kong and immediately bombarded her with questions. It's returning next year, was it fun there? Oh, it's about to return soon. You're so lucky to have been able to go. I heard they have everything in the world there. Is that true? But the chocolate you brought is really delicious. They don't sell it here. When you go again, buy some for me. Quan Xingnan answered their questions one by one until the homeroom teacher came and told them to go weed. Yes, weed. The largest area was the playground, which, after a summer of growth, was overrun with lush grass. End of chapter. Chapter 1038, The Pillar Stone 12. These weeds naturally required the students to do the labor. Everyone brought their own tools, a small handheld iron shovel. Besides the playground, there were also the gardens in front of each classroom and the dirt on both sides of the concrete paths. Although the playground was large, each class was assigned a strip. Students from each class began to squat down and weed forward. After the summer vacation, Quan Xingnan was promoted to the third year of junior high. The students in the class remained largely unchanged. Quan Xingnan was in class 3 in her second year, and she was still in class 3 in her third year. The homeroom teacher for class 3 was still Zhang Kun, and Zhang Kun did not give Quan Xingnan any special treatment because of her different status. Zhang Kun assigned a few of his students to weed in front of the classroom or along the concrete paths, while the rest were sent to the playground. Since each class was allocated a plot, measured by size along the edges, it formed a straight rectangular block. Thus, Zhang Kun arranged for the girls to weed from one end to the other, and the boys from the opposite end toward them. Every class was arranged this way. On the playground, there was a scene of students squatting in 2 rows, weeding toward each other. The grass was very green, and after weeding, the soil was exposed. Some students moved quickly, while others were very slow. Soon, the playground showed an uneven appearance. The weeded part of the playground looked like a shaved bald head, the unweeded grass like hair that hadn't been cut, and the piles of pulled weeds resembled fallen hair on the ground. Quan Xingnan squatted to weed. On her left was Big Quan Xingnan, and on her right was Xing Man. The 3 sisters chatted while weeding, unlike some who worked in silence. Although the hottest time had passed, the autumn tiger was still fierce. Xing Man and Big Quan were drenched in sweat. Turning to see that Quan Xingnan wasn't sweating at all, Xing Man and Big Quan were both envious and said in unison, Nan, how come you don't sweat? It really fits that saying, ice skin and jade bones, clear without sweat. Although the teachers called Big Quan and Quan Xingnan Big Quan and Xiao Quan as good friends, they called Quan Xingnan by her nickname. Nan sounded much better than Xiao Quan. A delicate and beautiful little beauty like Quan Xingnan naturally deserved a cute nickname. Quan Xingnan giggled and pretended to be serious, saying, I'm not afraid of heat. How can there be someone who isn't afraid of heat? It's so hot. Xing Man and Big Quan both nudged her with their shoulders. Squatting to weed was very tiring. Before long, students began to stand up one after another to massage their legs and feet, or stretch and move around before squatting down again to continue. If only we didn't have to do labor, Big Quan sighed. Quan Xingnan heard this and replied with a smile, that day will come, but it won't be our turn. In the future, many schools would have rubber playgrounds or tracks, which also led to many news stories about toxic tracks. Unlike now, where everything was flat dirt ground and the tracks were covered with black coal cinders. After all, there was strength in numbers. By the time school ended, all the weeds on campus had been completely removed. The pulled weeds were also transported by students using small carts to the garbage dump outside the school gate. Quan Xingnan carried the new books she had received and walked home. At her own doorstep, she saw a female ghost squatting there. She was a very young female ghost, fair and clean, quite beautiful, around 22 or 23 years old. She had died decently, probably by hanging, as her appearance hadn't changed much. The moment she saw Quan Xingnan, the female ghost rushed over and bowed deeply. Are you Master Quan? Can you help me? The chapter ends. Chapter 1039, The Mountain Woman 1. Even Quan Xingnan, who was used to seeing ghosts, was startled by the girl's sudden appearance. Fortunately, she had plenty of experience and quickly calmed down, asking through telepathy, I am Quan Xingnan. Is there something you need? The female ghost straightened up, a look of ecstasy spreading across her face. Are you really Master Quan? I am. She repeated the question, and Quan Xingnan answered solemnly. Please help me. After receiving confirmation, the female ghost bowed deeply to Quan Xingnan once more. Quan Xingnan opened the door as she spoke. If there's anything you need my help with, just say it. I'll do everything I can. She was willing to seek justice for every ghost, even if it meant facing countless obstacles. The female ghost followed her inside and told her, My name is Mao Yuran. I was 24 when I died, and that was 2 years ago. I want my parents to know where I am, to bring my bones back home and let my soul return to its roots. I also want women who share my fate to escape that terrifying mountain. Quan Xingnan paused mid-step. Women who share your fate? What do you mean? A faint, incredulous suspicion rose in her heart. Women like me, who were trafficked into the mountains. Mao Yuran let out a bitter laugh. Master Quan, I came to you because your reputation for fighting human trafficking has spread far and wide. Everyone says you know everything and can do anything. Although I'm not a child crippled by trafficking, I was still trafficked. I was a female college student who was sold. As she said this, Mao Yuran's tears fell like rain. She was naturally beautiful, and her weeping resembled a water lily touched by dew, fragile and delicate. Hearing these words, a sharp glint flashed in Quan Xingnan's eyes, as piercing as a blade. She said in a low voice, Tell me the details. I will never let any trafficker of women and children off the hook. Without demand, there would be no harm. Those who buy women and children are not innocent either, and I will make them face the punishment they deserve. Even though this was not a time of chaos, such cases called for severe penalties. Mao Yuran wiped her tears and choked out, Thank you, Master Quan. I'm dead, and death ends everything. The only reason I linger is that I have unfinished business. I can't let go of my elderly parents, who have to bury their child. But there are still many women like me, trapped like animals, unable to live or die. Quan Xingnan nodded. Don't worry, I will rescue them all. No one understood better than her the fate of trafficked women, especially those unwilling to submit, trapped in the mountains. The men who bought these women had no humanity in their minds beyond reproduction. They bought these women solely to bear children, obsessed with continuing their bloodlines. After greeting Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen in the main house, Quan Xingnan immediately went to her study to listen to Mao Yuran pour out her pent-up resentment. Mao Yuran had been trafficked 4 years ago, right after she graduated from university. She was independent and exceptionally intelligent, otherwise, she wouldn't have been admitted to the country's top university. But even the smartest person couldn't withstand a carefully laid trap. She saw through the traffickers' tricks, but couldn't avoid the knockout drug they used. On her way home after graduation, she was drugged by traffickers. She was likely kept sedated with sleeping pills or something similar, drifting in and out of consciousness, unaware of where she was. When she finally woke up, she had already been sold deep into the mountains, to a family with 4 bachelors. Chapter 1040, The Mountain Woman 2. Chapter 1040, The Mountain Woman 2. After buying her, the family locked Mao Yuran up. They used a thick iron chain, as thick as Mao Yuran's arm, tying her like a dog. One end of the chain was fastened to Mao Yuran, and the other end was locked around an old ginkgo tree in the yard that had stood for many years. This mountain village was planted with many old ginkgo trees, which gave it its name, Ginkgo Village. After Mao Yuran died and turned into a ghost, she wandered through the village and learned its name, as well as who had bought her. Ginkgo Village was poor, backward, ignorant, and unenlightened. Years of favoring sons over daughters had led to a severe gender imbalance. Among the young people in their 20s, only about 2 or 3 out of 10 were girls. It all stemmed from 20 or 30 years ago, when sons were raised to live and daughters were drowned at birth. Although in recent years, due to the scarcity of girls, such practices had become rare, it was already too late. Moreover, some girls, after growing up in poverty and under the weight of patriarchal values, unwilling to become livestock for reproduction, found ways to leave. Once they left, they never returned. Ginkgo Village was deep in the mountains, surrounded by peaks, making entry and exit extremely difficult. The country had a slogan, to get rich, build roads first. But building a road for Ginkgo Village was impossible, mainly because state funding fell short. The cost of building a road for Ginkgo Village was unimaginable, as the surrounding mountains made route planning extremely challenging. Some men also went out to work, but few managed to find wives. Poverty was the main reason, and few women were willing to marry into the depths of the mountains to live. Occasionally, a few men, because of their good looks and sweet talk, found partners outside, but they also stayed outside and never returned. Such cases were very rare. More and more men were unable to find wives, and Ginkgo Village became a village of bachelors. No man didn't want a wife or to carry on the family line, which led to the business of buying and selling women. The land in Ginkgo village was barren, barely enough for daily food and drink, with no savings to be had. Many young and middle-aged men from Ginkgo village went out to work. After earning money, they found connections with human traffickers and bought a woman to take back to their hometown, striving to continue the family line. The family that bought Mao Yuran was a typical Ginkgo village family. The family's surname was Bai. The elderly couple was still alive, and their 4 sons were named Desui, Dexing, Defu, and Desho. All of them couldn't find wives because of poverty. After working outside for a few years and saving up money, they decided to buy a wife for Desui first. For 8,000 yuan, they bought Mao Yuran, who was beautiful, young, and educated. Don't think that the people of Ginkgo village, living so backwardly, were stupid. They all believed that marrying a smart wife would surely produce smart children, who could grow up to leave the mountains and achieve success, ensuring their parents comfort for life. That's why they most wanted to buy female college students, and indeed, many succeeded. Mao Yuran was just one of them. Dexing, Defu, and Desho continued working outside, while Desui brought Mao Yuran, whom he had bought, home. The old Bai couple was overjoyed, thinking they could finally hold a grandchild. During the day, Mao Yuran was chained in the yard. At night, she was dragged into the house by Desui and violated. Apart from reproduction, there was nothing else in these people's minds. Mao Yuran had cried, made a scene, and begged, but she got nothing but beatings and abuse. The cold, indifferent looks from the Bai family and the other villagers chilled her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 1041, Mountain Woman 3. It was only after becoming a ghost that Mao Yuran learned many things. Long isolated and surrounded by mountains, the villagers of Ginkgo village could not leave, and most of the men who did go out chose to return, resulting in many women in Ginkgo village sharing the same fate as her. All women trafficked here. Some had fallen in with bad company and ended up in a wolf's den. Some had misjudged others and walked into a tiger's lair. Some, like Mao Yuran, had been outwitted by evil people and stumbled into a dragon's pool. Without exception, it was the crime of the traffickers that caused them to suffer this ordeal. Women who refused to submit after being trafficked were locked up like livestock. Mao Yuran, chained in the courtyard, was considered to have a bit of dignity, with a fair amount of space to move. Those more unfortunate than her were many women locked in pigsties, sheep pens, or cellars, disheveled, never seeing sunlight for years, unable to live or die. Even if the Bai family granted Mao Yuran this small measure of dignity, it was not enough to erase the pain and despair they had brought her. That kind of pain, that kind of despair, those who have not experienced such a fate cannot truly understand it. Some women even went mad from it, or died of depression. There were far too many people in Ginkgo village who did such things. They believed that carrying on the family line was a matter of course, a responsibility they bore, and they saw no wrong in it. Thus, no one felt sympathy for these trafficked women. They only took turns watching them, preventing them from leaving Ginkgo village, contacting their families, or seeking help from the outside world. There were also women who submitted. Aside from not being able to leave the village or contact their families, they stayed in Ginkgo village, managing household chores, raising children, and planning to live there permanently. They had accepted their fate and wanted other women bought in the same way to accept theirs. We women, isn't that all there is to life? Marrying and having children, what does it matter who you marry? You're already his woman, and you have his children, so just live your life well. Life is the same anywhere. We're already ruined goods. Who would marry a woman like us if we left here? Isn't bearing and raising children our nature as women? What difference does it make whose children you bear? Can you bear to let your children grow up with a father but no mother? Can you just live properly and give them a complete family? The women who had submitted often brainwashed those who had not. Rain or shine. Whenever they met, they tried to convince them, to persuade them to join the big family of Ginkgo village. Mao Yuran found it ridiculous, utterly ridiculous, and at the same time, deeply sorrowful. What kind of upbringing, what kind of brainwashing had these women undergone to believe that trafficked women should marry the men who gave them nightmares, bear their children, and forget all their suffering? They said that children with imprisoned mothers had no normal family and were pitiful. Pitiful children? Weren't the trafficked women pitiful too? They could have had a normal, complete marriage, love, and family life free from all kinds of humiliation, but all those hopes were destroyed by the traffickers and the buyers. What was destroyed was not just their fate, but their lives. Unable to bear this endless humiliation and trampling, Mao Yuran chose to hang herself from a tree branch with an iron chain during the Bai family's busy farming season, turning into a wronged spirit. Wandering the mortal world without leaving, she happened to learn of Quan Xingnan's prowess, and so Mao Yuran made her way to the capital. End of this chapter. Chapter 1042, Mountain Woman 4. Mao Yuran's obsession was not entirely with Silver Apricot Village, so her soul was able to leave the mountains, find her bearings, and return home. She first went back home from Silver Apricot Village, watching helplessly as her parents searched for her everywhere. Their house was sold, their business failed, and the elderly couple, disregarding everything, left their hometown to look for her. They couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep well, begged relatives for help, placed newspaper ads, and distributed flyers, every possible method, they exhausted. Seeing them like this, Mao Yuan was filled with pain and deeply hated both the buyers and sellers of women and children. It was then that she learned of Quan Xingnan. A soul is formless, moving with the heart's intent. She wanted to find Quan Xingnan, so she naturally drifted to the capital, finally arriving at Quan Xingnan's doorstep today, having learned of her from the mouths of other spirits. Among the spirits lingering in the mortal world, there were vengeful ghosts, wronged souls, and naturally, benevolent ghosts, who pointed Mao Yuan toward a clear path. The living and the dead are separate. Humans and ghosts walk different roads. Ghosts cannot harm people, otherwise, there would not be so many wronged spirits lingering in the world while their enemies roamed free. Although Quan Xingnan had guided many spirits into reincarnation, many refused to accept it, and she did not force them. Of course, this was on the condition that she confirmed these spirits were harmless. If they were evil ghosts, Quan Xingnan would eliminate them outright. Mao Yuan was deeply grateful to the benevolent ghost who had guided her, allowing her to find Quan Xingnan, a master who could see her, had the power to seek justice for her, and had the ability to save others. I originally thought that a bad life is better than a good death. My parents only have me as their daughter. If I die, what will happen to them? Who will support them in their old age? How could they bear the pain of a gray-haired person sending off a black-haired one? But I couldn't take it anymore, I really couldn't. Death, for me in Silver Apricot Village, was a release. Now, the only things I can't let go of are my parents and those women who share my fate, who refuse to submit but are still alive. Mao Yuan's eyes were filled with tears, and her expression revealed a bone-deep hatred. That hatred was clearly visible, higher than the sky, deeper than the sea, something that could never fade for all eternity. Quan Xingnan said solemnly, I will help you. I will make arrangements for your parents' later years, and I will rescue the poor women you spoke of. What do you want me to do? She knew that women with fates like Mao Yuan's were not limited to those in Silver Apricot Village. There would be no shortage of them elsewhere. Perhaps she could not save every woman in the world who had been trafficked and treated like livestock, but she would do everything in her power to ensure that after these women were rescued, they would not have to worry about the future. Thank you, Master Quan. Mao Yuan was immensely grateful and immediately pleaded, can you find my parents first? What she worried about most were her parents, who were searching for her like headless flies. All right. Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. The next day, after the opening ceremony, she asked her homeroom teacher, Zhang Kuan, for leave. Zhang Kuan was stunned. Xiao Quan, do you know that today is the first day of school? I know, Quan Xingnan said seriously. But I also know that there are trafficked people who need me to rescue them from their suffering. Academics, for me, are not as important. Zhang Kuan paused, recalling the news reports from before. Quan Xingnan's supernatural abilities had first become known through those trafficking cases. Let her go. Those who need her must be in urgent danger. Ouyang Yi happened to walk over and heard this, immediately speaking up. End of chapter. Chapter 1043, Mountain Woman 5. Because of his daughter, and because his father frequently visited Quan Xingnan's home, Ouyang Yi knew more than outsiders. Quan Xingnan was indeed astute and resourceful, but she was still a mortal, not a deity. Many matters required her personal involvement, or rather, her careful planning. Moreover, Quan Xingnan often stayed behind the scenes in many cases, never stepping into the spotlight. Even the mightiest elephant could not withstand the gnawing of countless ants. Quan Xingnan was the elephant, and the perpetrators were the ants. Even with the protection of a few senior leaders above, she could not withstand the sheer number of people below who bore grudges against her. If they truly came to hate her, the consequences would be impossible to ignore. One or two people might not be able to do much to Quan Xingnan, given the power of the Lin and Yuan families. But what about 10, 8, or even 1,000? When a perpetrator fell, their family and clans still had their own influence. United, they would form a terrifyingly formidable force, like countless trickles converging into a vast river. Thus, many elders often advised Quan Xingnan not to meddle too much. These elders had their own sense of justice and were not entirely unreasonable. They said that unless it was an exceptionally heinous case, such as the abduction and murder of women and children, she should avoid getting involved in matters like marital infidelity. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yi instructed Zhang Kuan, just say that Nan and has some family matters to attend to. Don't mention anything about rescuing people. Understood, Principal. Since the principal had already approved Quan Xingnan's leave, how could Zhang Kuan refuse? He immediately signed off on her leave request. Quan Xingnan wasted no time. As soon as she got home, she explained to her grandparents why this trip was necessary. Wang Juanda and Quan Shuaing were also present. Upon learning that she was going to rescue women trafficked into the mountains, and possibly children as well, they knew that the human traffickers, who had no conscience, would not have limited themselves to trafficking only women. Realizing this, Quan Shuaing immediately packed her daughter's belongings and made sure she had enough money. As a woman herself, Quan Shuaing fully understood the pain and despair of women in the mountains who refused to submit. Let Wang Hui go with Nan Nan, Wang Juanda decided on the spot, entrusting Quan Xingnan's safety to Wang Hui. Wasn't it only natural for an older brother to take care of his younger sister? Quan Xingnan waved her hand. No need to send my brother. I can handle it alone. Besides, I don't plan to show myself. As she grew older and society progressed, people's hearts were no longer what they used to be. There were plenty of people who thrived on chaos, and the mentality of "I'm weak, so I'm right" was everywhere. She had resolved to act cautiously. There were many women with fates like Mao Yuran's, but she only planned to start with Mao Yuran. Once the situation was broken open, the rest would be easier to handle. How to rescue the women trapped in the mountains, how to help them reintegrate into society when their families refuse to accept them, and how to find doctors to treat their physical and mental wounds. All of this would be arranged by the Foundation's person in charge. She had already called Xue Xiaojun. Xue Xiaojun was highly capable and was personally overseeing this project. He had started making arrangements early that morning. There were countless trafficked women and children in the world. After Quan Xingnan became famous, many people sought her out and left satisfied. As a result, many had joined the Foundation as volunteers, selflessly helping those who shared their fate. When Xue Xiaojun met with Quan Xingnan, several such people accompanied him. These individuals were from the same province as Mao Yuran, and one of them was even from the same city. They were all influential figures in their local areas, some wealthy, some powerful, and had once lost their children. Chapter 1044, Mountain Woman 6. The project Xue Xiaojun was in charge of was simple: allocate a sum of money from the Foundation specifically to help parents across the country search for their lost children, ensuring they had food and clothing during their search and arranging reemployment for those who were unemployed. Because Mao Yuran had died, bearing grievances and injustice, the project was first launched in her hometown. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The launch and development of this project heavily relied on the help of local people. Residents of any province have a tendency to be xenophobic. Only locals can earn the trust of other locals. Quan Xingnan believed that since it was the 1990s, not the 21st century with its advanced internet, even though newspapers existed and many people enjoyed reading them, it had to be acknowledged that information was still limited. Only by starting from the grassroots could they truly help people. Quan Xingnan, who had cracked major child trafficking cases, was quite famous. Many sought her out, but there were still many who did not know of her. Mao's father and Mao's mother were among those unaware of Quan Xingnan's abilities. To find their daughter, they had given up everything, left their hometown, struggled to afford food and clothing, yet had met many people, others like them, parents searching for their trafficked children. None of them were willing to give up looking for their children. They traveled every day, searching tirelessly. Some were couples searching together, some were grandparents or other relatives, and some were single parents because the other spouse could not endure the hardship and pain and had chosen to give up. They had all suffered greatly, and a large number had gone bankrupt in their quest to find their children. Among them, many worked while searching, traversing countless places and scouring every corner. Those who had the closest relationship with Mao's father and mother, and often searched together, were mostly parents looking for their daughters, because their daughters had gone missing at a young and tender age, unlike children, and were highly likely to have ended up in terrible situations. In this world, aside from congenital conditions and accidental causes, there were no fools. Having traveled so far and met so many parents searching for their daughters like themselves, how could they not guess what had happened to their own daughters? For this reason, they had also gone to many remote mountain villages to search, but most of the time, they found nothing. However, heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. Someone finally found their daughter, who had been sold as a wife in a remote mountain village. Although only a very few were so fortunate, it gave everyone great hope and made them even more worried for their own daughters. Some of the girls found by their parents were lucky enough not to have encountered terrible families. Though they were confined and unable to return home to reunite with their parents, their lives were relatively peaceful, without suffering the shame of abuse. But there were also unfortunate ones. The unfortunate ones were treated like livestock. When their parents found them, which of them was not heartbroken? Even parents who had not found their daughters hated both the buyers and sellers with a burning rage, terrified that their own daughters might be in such a situation, worse than pigs or dogs, unable to live or die. Mao's father and mother had recently been working odd jobs with others, searching for their daughter while working. Suddenly, they heard from fellow townsfolk that a charitable foundation in their hometown had launched a project to help them find their children. They also heard that the foundation had power, influence, and many connections. Immediately, they quit their jobs at the construction site and boarded a train back home. They did not know that Quan Xingnan had instructed Xue Xiaojun to arrange for someone to notify them specifically. They were simply unwilling to give up any hope of finding their daughter. As soon as they got off the train, Mao's father and mother rushed to the place where the project was being carried out. End of chapter. Chapter 1045, Mountain Woman 7. In fact, this project had just been launched, stemming from Quan Xingnan's sudden idea and actions. Coupled with the fact that information was not as advanced as in later generations, although it had been announced in newspapers, very few people knew about it. Thus, at the office location chosen by the foundation, aside from the staff, only a few locals who had received the news early had arrived. Those still searching for their loved ones in other places were either on their way back after hearing the news or remained outside, lost and helpless, wandering in search of their families. At this moment, the venue held no more than 30 people, including both staff and those seeking help. Yet the scene was far from quiet, it was bustling with activity. The hopeful seekers spoke endlessly about how they had been separated from their loved ones, while many onlookers gathered out of curiosity. The love of watching a spectacle is a trait shared by many in this country. Even if it had nothing to do with them, people couldn't help but crowd around to ask what was happening. Xue Xiaojun personally presided over the event, while Quan Xingnan remained behind the scenes, never showing her face. However, her absence did not mean she was indifferent. Only she could help those seeking their loved ones find them. From a place where others could not see her but she could see them, she activated her celestial eye and manually recorded the fate, whether alive or dead, or the whereabouts of their relatives. The reason she mentioned alive or dead was that some of the loved ones they sought were no longer among the living. Witnessing this, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. Among the deceased, some were elderly, while others were mere children. What crime had the children committed? They should have had a happy, complete family and a bright, promising future, yet they perished in the cruelty of heinous individuals, dying without knowing that their parents were still searching for them everywhere. There were not many people seeking help, and Quan Xingnan quickly recorded the whereabouts of those they were looking for through her celestial eye. Although she had said she would not appear directly, faced with such matters, she couldn't help but step in personally. Some children were still suffering and urgently needed rescue. After recording the information, she handed the few pages to Xiaoli, the volunteer beside her, and asked him to pass them to Xue Xiaojun. The handwriting on these pages was sparse, but every word weighed 1,000 pounds. When Xue Xiaojun received them, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his palm. There were 9 families seeking help. Apart from one looking for an elderly relative who had wandered off, the other 8 were searching for their missing children, 6 boys and 2 girls. The oldest had been missing for 27 years and was now 30 years old. The youngest, an 8-year-old boy, had vanished while playing at his doorstep 6 years ago, and his grandmother had cried herself blind. Among these 9 individuals, 2 children would never see the new sun again. One of them was the 8-year-old boy who had turned into a pile of bones 2 years ago. When Father Mao and Mother Mao arrived, the mother of that child was wailing loudly. Her piercing cries could be heard from far away, and anyone who heard them felt a heart-wrenching pain, a testament to the depth of her grief upon learning of her child's fate. Thinking of her own daughter, whose fate was still unknown, Mother Mao's tears instantly poured down like the waters of the Yellow River cascading from the heavens. Father Mao, being a man, kept his sorrow buried in his heart. He suppressed his bitterness, pulled his wife to the registration desk, and stood close to the young mother. He could clearly see her swollen eyelids and the bloodshot streaks crisscrossing her eyes. She was sobbing uncontrollably, her body slowly slumping until she knelt on the ground. The marriage had ended, and all worldly matters had settled. Quietly, carrying an impossibly huge pot lid, she came, and then quietly, carrying that pot lid, she slipped away. End of chapter. Chapter 1046, Mountain Woman 8. Chapter 1046, Mountain Woman 8. My child. My Maodan is only 8 years old this year. Why does heaven have to take away my last hope? Heaven, open your eyes. What sin has our family committed that the punishment falls on my child? My child, my Maodan is so innocent, he's only 8 years old. The woman's accusations, every word dripping with blood and sorrow, moved the onlookers to tears. They did not doubt that the staff's notification was inaccurate. In fact, when they came to seek help, they had already inquired with the staff on site. They learned that the Foundation had a master stationed there who could know the past and future, making it simple to help them find their missing loved ones. This master had already helped many people in other places reunite with their families. To gain the trust of those seeking help, the staff had already shown them compiled national newspaper reports. The most frequent coverage of Quan Xingnan was, of course, about her cracking human trafficking cases and the Foundation's charitable work. Either of these easily convinced the people. These were national-level reports. If the information weren't accurate, the state wouldn't have come forward. Quan Xingnan had previously said she wouldn't appear, but circumstances were beyond her control. Faced with the helplessness of those seeking aid, her heart softened. She couldn't bear to make them wait any longer, nor could she bear for the children still suffering to have to wait to be rescued. Although she was young in age, her mental age was not. She had always believed that children were the ones who should least endure abuse. Even if Wang Hui, who had followed her, mocked her for being fickle, she didn't care. She had originally said she didn't want Wang Hui to come, but Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang were truly worried, so the former sent Wang Hui along anyway. As an older brother, protecting his younger sister was only natural. Watching the scenes outside, some rejoicing, others grieving, Wang Hui felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but say, those human traffickers deserve to die. Even being chopped into pieces wouldn't be enough. Their existence has ruined countless people and countless families. Those who are still alive after being trafficked are lucky. They might find happiness once their families locate them. But what about those who died? No, forget the dead. What about those who were maimed? Even if society is more tolerant now and disabled people are more likely to receive pity, not everyone can accept the disabled. Moreover, Wang Hui had visited orphanages many times. He knew well that disabled children wished even more to live like normal people, to bask in the gaze of others without any difference. Hearing his words, Quan Xingnan sighed softly. Even with severe penalties, they can't curb the greed in people's hearts. The human heart is the most complex thing in the world. Kind people are everywhere, but evil people are not few either. There are also many who are extremely radical, beyond what the law can control. Even if some criminals are severely punished, those who continue to do evil still come one after another. Faced with this situation, Quan Xingnan often felt powerless, unable to do anything. She was too insignificant. She could see the past, see the future, and see through people's hearts, but she simply couldn't control the good and evil within them. Outside, Mao Don's mother had already been helped up by 2 staff members, who guided her to sit in a nearby chair. Yet she still couldn't stop her tears, couldn't stop her grief. Hearing these words, Mao Don's father and mother understood where Mao Don's mother's pain came from. Their hearts, already worried about their daughter, sank. They feared that their own outcome might be the same as Mao Don's mother's. Even if they learned of their child's whereabouts and who the culprit was, they still couldn't save their child's life. End of chapter. Chapter 1047, Mountain Woman 9. Thinking of this, Father Mao and Mother Mao quickly stepped forward to ask the staff about registering and searching for their child. They wanted to know where to register and when they could get results. Hadn't the person who notified them said so? A master was personally overseeing this project and could help them find the child they had been unable to trace all along. Among those seeking guidance at the scene, aside from the families of the 2 deceased children, the others had already left in a hurry. Following the information given by the Foundation staff, they went to find their relatives. Of course, they also planned to report to the police, vowing to bring the human traffickers who had destroyed their families to justice. Mao Don's mother had cried herself to exhaustion and hadn't left immediately. Another middle-aged couple, who had just learned of their child's tragic fate, wept together. Father Mao and Mother Mao were the key focus of Quan Xingnan's visit this time, and a staff member immediately came forward to assist them. This staff member was Li Nan, known as Xiaoli, sharing the same surname as the volunteer Xiaoli who had delivered the news to Xue Xiaojun. He was a Foundation employee and one of the victims of the Hongling orphanage incident back then. He had been rescued from that ordeal with Quan Xingnan's help and later worked at the Foundation, often staying by her side. This time was no exception. While Li Nan was asking Father Mao and Mother Mao about their request for help, volunteer Xiaoli had already calmed Mao Don's mother and the couple. Crying won't solve anything. What you should do now is let your children return to their homeland, shouldn't you? Follow the information here to retrieve their remains, let them rest in peace, and bring the criminals to justice. Whether it's the traffickers who sold the children or the people who bought them, they are all criminals. Without buying and selling, there would be no harm. In cases of child and woman trafficking, both buyers and sellers should be equally guilty. Hearing Xiaoli's words, Mao Don's mother nodded tearfully. The couple also found it reasonable and said through gritted teeth, yes, the children can't come back. We should let them rest and make sure the criminals get the punishment they deserve. How did your child pass away? Driven by shared suffering, Mao Don's mother couldn't help but ask. In truth, searching was a long and patience-draining process. For 6 years, she had been searching for her child. The child's father had given up 3 years ago. Even though the child's grandmother had cried herself blind, constantly calling out for her grandson, her ex-husband refused to keep wasting his life, believing he had a better future ahead. Ex-husband, yes, ex-husband. Because of disagreements over searching for the child, Maodong's mother had divorced him 3 years ago. After the divorce, her ex-husband remarried and had another son. His family regained its happiness. Maodong's grandmother, now busy with the new grandson's daily needs, actively treated her eyes and transferred her affection from Maodan to the new grandson. Only Maodong's mother remained trapped in pain, unwilling to give up the search for her child. Hearing Maodong's mother recount her ordeal, the couple felt deep sympathy. The wife rubbed her swollen, tear-reddened eyes and choked out an answer to Maodong's mother's question. Our son was 2 years older than your Maodan. The foundation's information said the child was bought by a childless couple and raised as their own. His living conditions were decent, but half a year ago, he accidentally fell into the water and died on the spot. What about your Maodan? An 8-year-old child, surely he couldn't have been as unlucky as our son. This chapter ends. Chapter 1048, Mountain Woman 10. After the woman named Miao Xiaohong finished recounting her child's fate, Mao Dan's mother immediately broke down in tears. My Mao Dan. As she wept, Mao Dan's mother shared the information she had obtained with Miao Xiaohong and her husband, Wei Lixiang. It turned out that Mao Dan's death was enough to fill anyone who heard it with fury. He, too, had been sold by human traffickers to a childless couple who had been married for years without having children. At first, he was treated well, but 2 or 3 years later, the couple gave birth to a son of their own. Once they had their own child, would they still care for the one they had bought? No. Although the couple lived in a township, their financial situation was not poor. They ran a wholesale business in town and lived a comfortable life. But raising a son was expensive, wasn't it? They also had to build a house and pay a bride price to get him married. They doted on their biological child, spending money on him without a second thought, eager to leave everything to their own son. But it was different for the child they had bought. Even a single bite of food felt like a waste to them, and they feared that as he grew up, he would take away resources meant for their biological son. Thus, Mao Dan suffered abuse day and night, starved, cold, and eventually dying of hunger on a winter night 2 years ago. As for the other people seeking help, Quan Xingnan provided only a few words of information, enough for them to find who they were looking for. But for the families who had lost children, she gave detailed information, including the names of both the traffickers and the buyers, their home addresses, and the full circumstances of the children's deaths. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out, the pain remains with the living. Wei Lixiang and Miao Xiaohong's child had died in an accident, and their suffering was far less than that of Mao Dan's mother. Mao Dan's mother was named Jean Lily. She looked as old as a middle-aged woman, but she was only 28, an age when life should be in full bloom. After Wei Lixiang and Miao Xiaohong left, Mao Dan's mother was lost, unsure of where to go. She had divorced and lost her job while searching for her child. Now, she couldn't say she was completely penniless, as she had always worked odd jobs while searching, but her savings were no longer enough to even retrieve her child's remains, let alone ensure that both the traffickers and the buyers faced punishment. Everyone who volunteered at the foundation was truly kind-hearted. Among them, some, like Li Nan and Xiaodu, had themselves received help from the foundation. Although Xiaoli had never been helped by the foundation, his friends and family had gained a new lease on life because of Quan Xingnan's foundation, so he devoted all his energy to the foundation's current campaign. Sympathizing with Mao Dan's mother's plight, Xiaoli spoke up when she was at a loss. If you don't mind, you can stay in the accommodation the foundation has prepared. Our staff will accompany you to handle Mao Dan's funeral arrangements, and all expenses will be covered by the foundation. Also, you can rest assured that the traffickers and the buyers who committed evil deeds will face the consequences they deserve. Of course, this requires you, as the child's biological mother, to come forward. If you don't, the foundation has no right to intervene. We can only report it to the police and let public prosecution take its course. That's enough. That's more than enough. Mao Dan's mother was overwhelmed with gratitude, and hope surged within her. She could no longer save her child's life, but she would ensure he found peace. At that moment, Li Nan finished registering the information of Mao Dan's father and mother and led them over to Quan Xingnan. End of chapter. Chapter 1049, Mountain Woman 11. Mao Yuran had been following Quan Xingnan all along. When she saw her haggard and worn-out parents, tears instantly gushed forth like rain and waterfall. Dad. Mom. Mao Yuran sobbed, drifting to her parents' feet and kneeling down, wailing loudly. But only Quan Xingnan could hear her cries. Mao's parents were completely unaware. The couple simply stared at Quan Xingnan, full of astonishment. Was she the legendary Master Quan? The Master Quan who could know the past and future? She was clearly just a young girl. Although Quan Xingnan was already 15, in their eyes, she was still a teenage girl. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful teenage girl. Dressed simply in a pearl-white dress, with a thin headband studded with tiny diamonds holding back her cloud-like flowing hair, her natural qualities were all the more accentuated. Her skin was smooth, like snow and fat, her entire person glowing white. They say whiteness covers 100 flaws, but she was not only white but also beautiful, supremely beautiful. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if by divine skill, eyebrows like dark ink, eyes like water, a nose like jade, lips like cherry blossoms. Every shape and color was perfectly placed, together forming the face of a city-toppling beauty before them. Before this, Mao's father and mother had not known what it meant to topple cities and states. They could not imagine such a kind of beauty. The most beautiful people they had ever seen were actresses on TV. Now, seeing Quan Xingnan, they finally understood why a ruler would toy with feudal lords for a beauty's smile, and they also understood Li Bai's timeless poem. Lotus blossoms rise from clear water, naturally adorned without carving. The actresses on TV all wore makeup, but the girl before them was completely barefaced. The difference was clear. Seeing this, Mao's father and mother suddenly felt a surge of worry. Could this incomparably pure and beautiful girl really find their long-lost daughter? Was she truly as formidable as the legend said? Quan Xingnan saw their thoughts and smiled gently. Judging by appearances is wrong. Seeing her smile, Mao's mother couldn't help but clutch her chest, almost breathless. If she, a woman, felt this way, what would a young man, prone to infatuation, feel? Fortunately, the desire to find their daughter prevailed. Mao's mother blurted out, "Master, can you really find my daughter?" "Yes," Quan Xingnan answered decisively, then her smile faded, and she said solemnly, "However, life and death are not for me to decide. I can help you find her, but I cannot guarantee whether she is alive or dead." Hearing this, Mao's mother's tears immediately fell. Beside her, Mao's father, though not as outwardly emotional as his wife, betrayed his feelings with a slight tremor in his body. Actually, after not finding Euron for so many years, and seeing the situations of others who found their children among those who went with us, we have already prepared ourselves for bad news. Even as she said this, Mao's mother was still crying. But I still hold on to a sliver of hope, hoping to find Euron alive. No matter what she has become, I want her to live. At this point, Mao's mother covered her face with both hands, but she could not stop the tears streaming down her cheeks. Quan Xingnan handed her a handkerchief, unable to offer any comfort. She had no words to console parents searching for their children, especially since Mao Euron was truly already dead. Mao's mother took the handkerchief, said thank you, wiped her tears, and spoke with a voice still choked with sobs, "Master, please help us find our daughter's whereabouts. If she is alive, we will bring her home. If heaven has not shown her mercy and we, the old, must see the young go first, we will still bring her home, so she can return to her roots." End of chapter. Chapter 1050, Mountain Woman 12. Chapter 1050, Mountain Woman 12. As Mother Mao finished speaking, Father Mao handed over a piece of paper bearing their daughter's name and birth date and time. On the way there, they had heard about it and had prepared themselves. Quan Xingnan's greatest strength was, of course, her heavenly eye and earthly pupil, but she couldn't speak of them to others. So, when faced with a situation like finding someone, she would ask for the person's birth date and time, relying mostly on divination to get close to the answer, and with the heavenly eye, it was even more accurate. When she received Mao Euron's birth date and time, Mao Euron had already kowed out a few times to her parents and was standing by her mother's side. Quan Xingnan saw Mao Euron holding Mother Mao's arm, but unfortunately, Mother Mao couldn't feel it at all, only gazing earnestly at her. Pour tea for Mr. and Mrs. Mao. Quan Xingnan quickly instructed Shelley to invite them to sit and pour tea. Although Father Mao and Mother Mao hadn't mentioned their names since entering, the paper had Mao Euron's name on it, so hearing Quan Xingnan address them as a couple, they found it unsurprising. "My daughter was very well behaved, very obedient, a good child since she was little, and her grades were always excellent. She was already so grown when she left for school. I know she wouldn't have gotten lost on her own. She must have suffered some misfortune." As Quan Xingnan was calculating, Mother Mao couldn't help wiping her tears. People searching for their children like us have found their lost daughters, and we've seen with our own eyes what happened to those girls. So, we, as a couple, have had to prepare ourselves for the possibility that our daughter was sold off to a mountain village. Both Father Mao and Mother Mao were intellectuals. They thought more deeply than ordinary people. Father Mao's voice was hoarse as he continued his wife's thread. Actually, we know that trafficked girls don't all end up that way, but we dare not imagine what other fate might have befallen Euron and the pain it would bring. What was that other fate? Though they didn't say it outright, Quan Xingnan could guess. Mao Euron was beautiful. Beauty was never an inherent sin in women, but because of the unpredictability of human hearts in society, it became something many blamed as the cause of men's crimes. These people didn't say that men shouldn't commit crimes, they only said that women's beauty was the culprit, deserving of all sorts of misfortune. Letting out a soft sigh, Quan Xingnan finished her calculation and said in a low voice, "Based on my hexagrams, Mao Euron's whereabouts have been found. Please prepare yourselves mentally." Mother Mao immediately gripped her husband's hand tightly. Her grip was so strong it hurt Father Mao's hand, but he could clearly see her knuckles turning white. The couple took a deep breath and finally said, "Master, please go ahead. According to the hexagrams from her birth date and time, your daughter is no longer in this world." As soon as Quan Xingnan finished speaking, Mother Mao burst into loud wails. After all, they were mother and daughter. Her cries were very similar to Mao Euron's, heart-wrenching and piercing, stirring sadness in all who heard them. Had Father Mao, tears streaming down his face, not grabbed her hand in return, she would have nearly slipped from the chair to the floor. Seeing her parents' grief and pain, Mao Euron couldn't help sobbing aloud. "Father, Mother, your daughter has been unfilial. I have escaped my suffering, but I've left you living in pain." With these words, she threw herself to her knees before her parents, hugging her mother's leg, crying uncontrollably. The staff and volunteers accompanying Quan Xingnan were used to such scenes, but they still couldn't help feeling sorrow. And because of this, they hated all human traffickers in the world even more. End of chapter.